Yo, y'all got, you know how we do Steve Look in this bitch. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Poppy for special today. Side Hustle University. You know what I mean? So, shout out man like Dark Magician. He's gonna jump on a bit later and give us some help in these times where we need a bit of advice where we could some people are stuck in and they can't do for work. So we need a bit of advice on where to get some some monetary help or any other work that they can do, either working from home or online or something, to get some extra monies, man. Yeah, cash rules, B. Cash rules. Yeah, man. Big up everyone. It's cold outside, B. The sun's shining, but it's still cold. Yeah, man. Yeah, mate. So big up Lady Divine. Big up yourself. Yeah. Big up all the people there that's gonna pass through. I'll type by like Dark Magician. Yeah, when you're ready, jump on and start giving us that info that we need to hear, B. So, yeah, big up everyone that's deciding to um, take a bit of a healthier eating option at the moment. Yeah, more fruit and vegetables at the moment still, and I hope they pack lunch and do that. Uh, yeah, gotta be careful out there, B. Trust me. Trust me. Man. Listen, it's cold outside here today, man. It's that fake sun. You know that fake sun? It looks like it's hot outside, but it's shapping. Yo, yeah, big up Tristan, old type my G covers, old type cool. Big up yourself. Yeah, mate. So, we're just waiting for Dark Magician to jump on still, but before that, yeah, we're going to talk about Side Hustle University. You know what I'm saying? Other little bits and pieces that you may be able to do to earn a little income in this hard time. You know what I'm saying? So, like I'm saying, one that I mentioned last night before the show today was Uber Eats and Uber driving. Yeah, Uber Eats and Uber driving. A few people are doing that at the moment, man, and getting a little side hustle change. Trust me, like the Uber Eats is probably a little bit more safer. They're not coming into your car or you're not driving anywhere with them. You just pick up the shit, bring it to their yard, drop it off. Yeah, I'm not sure if you pay by the hour or pay by delivery or what. More than likely pay by the hour, innit? But anyway, little things like that. If you're slick enough and you're smart enough, there's another thing called Amazon FBA. Anyone heard of Amazon FBA before? Amazon FBA. Yeah. Basically, you source products, you have them labeled up, sent to Amazon, and then they're sold on Amazon. And then you're paid every, I can't remember if it's 3 to 6 weeks, the sales that you make. Obviously, it's a little bit more deeper than that. You have to have your own business, start up your own company and everything to do that. Amazon FBA is another thing you can do online without having to actually go out and get stuff. If you've got the funds to do that, yeah, you can do that from home. Also, eBay the same like Amazon, but a little bit more tricky because you've got to post stuff yourself. You can sell shit on eBay, you know. Yeah, and well, you can buy stuff on there, man. Amazon FBA and eBay, Uber driving, little side hustles. Yeah. So, is anyone good at stuff like metadata, fixing people's websites, stuff like Shopify dropshipping? Dropshipping, who knows about dropshipping? Dropshipping, yeah. You earn money from that still. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of different little ways and routes that you can try and turn your hand to. Obviously, it's not. I would say the only one that's sort of instant money now is more likely to be the Uber driver and delivery driver or whatnot. You get me? Because you've not got to build up a custom base. There's already the customers already out there. You're just delivering to set customers that are already there. That's why you only get paid a wage. But with that other FBA, eBay, and so and this, that, and the other, you get paid the lion's share in it because you're providing most of the stuff in it, and you only pay a small portion to eBay or Amazon, whichever one. Because obviously they're providing the platform that you're using to sell the stuff on. Yeah, man. That there's a website called Fiverr. Has anyone heard of Fiverr before? Alright, so the idea of the website Fiverr is basically you get jobs off there for that minimum $5 in it. So depending on, say you want a mascot like for your YouTube channel avatar or something like that. You know what I'm saying? There's people on there that make mascots. People on there that make Shopify stores ready for you to open up and start selling in it. You to advertise your website. There's people on there that design printable arts. Yeah, and people that do like SEO on websites, search engine optimization on your website. If you got a website that you're selling bits and pieces from, you need to have a search engine optimization, man. Oh, yeah. Or your website's going to be like on page 20 on Google. Man. Hardly anyone's going to go to it, fam. You get me? Yeah. Think about this, yeah. If you've got a website, or now, when you've done a search for something, yeah, what's the furthest page that you've gone on Google to search for what you're looking for? It's not on the first three, four, even 5 pages. So I don't know if anyone goes further than the 5 pages down to search for their Google shit. That would have probably seen it on. You know what I'm saying? On the first 3 pages before that. So search engine optimization, meta key data words, and shit like that matters if your business is online. Especially if you've got a dropshipping store, a Shopify store, it's literally your own website. It's just on the Shopify platform with it, they just made it easier, so it's a click and drop platform with it. Yeah. So the side hustle thing, serious man. Depends what you want to do. There's other websites, yeah, where you can sell printable, goods on Etsy. So there's a website called Etsy where people sell designs and cups, Sudoku and shit. You know, like stuff like that. Pinterest. People have Pinterest sites that lead to their shops. That's the Bengal out there, man. Maybe yeah, man. Uh, how much of an entrepreneur are you trying to be? You get me? Or you just want your boss to feed you all the time? Multiple streams of income means that you're a boss. You're a boss. Check this then, yeah? Imagine, imagine when this corona thing first started, yeah? And people were saying, oh, they're selling the gloves and the masks on Amazon or whatnot, yeah? Now, if you made an order for like 500 to 1,000 of them masks and you were selling them for profit on Amazon or eBay, you would have sold out twice by now, because as far as people are concerned, they just copy masks like it. Get me? They're copying them shit like it's not still. What? Ross, dude, got two people. Ross, shit. Okay, no. I say nothing anyway, but nah, yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, get out to walk. Yo, yo, yo. So, yeah, you know how we doing there, man. You trust me. Yeah, yeah. It's outside anyway. Yo, all right. So, hopefully a bit later, a couple more people will jump on, add to the stream and things, and things. Ideas for this side hustle university until that magician comes in with the info about the help that we can receive now for having to self isolate, having to self quarantine them things there. You see it? You see it? Ah, I was talking about Amazon FBA buying flipping these disposable masks or even the reusable masks. If you buy enough from the company for you to sell on Amazon, yeah, then you can actually have your own company label on the boxes. So one of your smart ass customers won't see the old label on it, yeah, and try to Google search that company and find out how much you actually paid for the for the bit. You get me? You get me? Yeah, cash rules, babe. True story, like oh fuck, I need to make a couple cash rules today, man. I need to turn around as well. Yeah, yeah. Yo, so yeah, it's like I was saying the other day, man. You get me? Man, don't only want to hear beef, cuz. I don't know what's wrong with people nowadays, man. I just want to hear beef for people saying, "Nah, shit, this one isn't. Nah, right, this one's a wanker and so and so." Like that, boy. Yeah, that's different, though. Not every day, man. You get me? That's just now and then. That's really and truly, yeah, man. Them should be wanting to get the fucking freedom knowledge, man. It's like, really, we just want to stay in this prison forever, man. Yeah, you're just relying on fucking. Again, look at what's happening now. This Corona thing. Anyone that didn't have any savings or anything planned, um, they're caught by the fucking nuts for this, bro. You have to, get me? Yo, if you had your rainy day fund, yeah, rainy day savings and so, just in case though or something, like, man, still, all a young person, a young teenager, I heard that died from Corona or COVID-19 complications the other day. But just old people, yeah, man. Every motherfucker, yeah, me. Anyone can get it, B. Trust me. Remember who told you about life insurance, you know? Early in a time like this, if you've got life insurance and you catch something like COVID-19, you'll get a private treatment, man. Yeah, you paid for it, man. You know what I'm saying? Remember, life insurance starts from like £5, £10 a month, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, what good are you to your family if you're dead? You can't do that if you're dead, bro. When you're dead, bro. Get me? That's it. You're gone. And once you're gone, yeah, you're gone, bro. So think about that. Cause like, everyone thinks they're gonna be an old man and be happy forever and love. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's not real, man. Not real. say that right now, that this COVID-19 experience, yeah, it might miss you or whatever in it, yeah. But you know that if you've got a fucking life insurance thing, cause you're good. You get me? You know you're gonna get good treatment and them shit. Yeah, man. Yeah. And there's something called indemnity insurance, yeah, where if you have to, if you're ill when you're off work, you still get some wages. Or if your loved one or child or something is ill and you need to take extended time off work, you can still get paid your basic wages. You get me? Yeah, man. Us people in the poorer side of the land, you think about. I'm telling you, literally, yeah, all it takes is one generation, yeah, of your family, yeah, like, I mean, like, of you or your people, yeah, start being serious about what they're doing with their money, yeah, saving for 10, 20 years seriously, yeah, to put themselves in a position which their youths might see the pattern or the, you know what I'm saying that, or even their siblings, their family members, whatever, might have their own family, but see you going from what you was doing to getting your little dough on now turning into having enough dough to, you get me, not slog overtime and might be working part time and you get me, shit like that now. People will just follow the lead, innit, man? The next generation will follow the lead. Someone has to take the first step, mate. I've got private healthcare and life insurance policy, yeah, man. And they sent out they sent out the emails, yeah, to everyone with the life insurance that if you get if you get coronavirus or COVID-19, you will get private treatment. They said, so I mean, all right, that's the way. You get me? The way, mate. 'Cause, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That stuff like your funeral costs, it covers up to 10 grand of your funeral costs. Yeah, man. Just tell your people specifically. Make sure that the funeral costs less than 10 grand, whatever. Yeah, we just make sure it just costs less than that. You get me? Yeah. Them ways then, yeah, is that you cover for the best of the worst of it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to tell you, brother, about this fucking side hustle thing, man. Side hustle university, finding other streams of income right now. That's important, bro. You know what I mean? Like what's happening in this time now. Mad. Mm-hmm. about fucking trying to make your little poor life as easy as possible with it. There's very different routes you can take, man. Trust me. Yo. Yeah, where's that magician at, B? Shout out that magician. Yeah, when you're ready, bruv. The info's needed, mate. Info's needed, mate. Because again, I would say 9 out of 10 people ain't got no life insurance or no health insurance. 9 out of 10 people ain't even got no life insurance or no health insurance, cuz. Get me? Bruh. Yeah, man. Oh, this thing's real serious, bro. This is it's Wednesday. I'm driving down the road here. I've seen about 50 people all through my whole journey. Yeah, big up brother Jacob. Big up yourself, G. Right. Yeah, man. If you got a motorbike, if you got a mountain bike or a car, and you need to exchange at the moment, like, you should be hitting up some Uber Eats right now. One bag of people getting deliveries, takeaways, and so and so. Or Amazon. You know what I'm saying? Amazon deliveries are going mad right now. Right. Trust me. We just park up one sec, yeah? One sec. Yeah. Trust me, supermarkets have no delivery stops for 3 weeks. It seems mad, mate. It's mad, mate. Shit. Yeah, my bad. I had the YouTube playing in the back still. So we slap a link in the chat real quick. Hopefully we get man like that magician wakes up and has his coffee and jumps on and gives us this information that we need to hear about the um what help people can get now but for
for this Corona crisis time. You get me? No, it's chapping it. Fucking sun. Trust me. That fucking. Sorry, my bad. Keep swearing, man. That's a bad habit. One sec, one sec. Sorry, man. I was parked in the shade and I'm freezing, mate. So I need to park up by some sunshine shit. Yeah, man. So we're saying, man, went Tesco's, there's a 90-minute queue. See, that's what I'm trying to say to you, fam. This thing's bad. This thing is bad. Like, everyone's about on road now, innit? So it's not gonna ease up, mate, with the spaces and shit. Right, is what it is, mate. So yeah, you get me, like, right, yeah. I don't know what I'm going today still, but you know, that's still, you know how we do. Yeah, you know how we do. We still here, still rolling. And we see what help I could give myself right now. You get me? Yeah, let me see what help I could give myself right now. Yeah, you get me? No, the thing, yeah, you see it? Yeah, man, big up everyone in the chat, yeah. Hold tight. It's not 24 hours a day, V. It's like 12 hours. And then, yeah, I'll try to lock it off after the 12, innit? Like, yeah, so that's why man's at work and all that. In the daytime, yeah, it helps man with the work and shit. I can't lie. So, one sec. Yeah. Yeah, the thing's mad still, fam. Like, yeah, ultimate Rushman, yeah, the late show last night, yeah. Big up man like Togo, yeah, big up yourself, my tree. Come on. Nah, we do. Yeah, man. So, I'm just spamming hangouts right now, real quick, still. So I can slap this together still. Like, I'm gonna have to take you, man, into a job real quick. You get me? One lady's tap's not working. Needs repairing, you get me? What's that man like called Jacob in the building?
What's good, man? What's good with you? Think I
Yeah,
jump on for a couple minutes.
yeah, man, we got yourself, brother. You got
Yeah,
yourself.
man.
Yeah, man. I just, hey, you get me I spoke to Dark Magician the other day, yeah, and he wanted to do a show about the help people can get for um like in this isolation period, like
Mhm.
enough people had jobs or got jobs or whatever. Some people on zero contract hours, yeah, where they're just not gonna get no money until
Wow.
they go back to work. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, boy,
What
anyone
kind of?
in that sort of mode is
Oh, that's crazy, crazy.
mm,
On the UK side, what kind of social plans or contingency plans do they have in place?
um well, if you never had a job
Hmm.
and you if you never had a job, yeah, and you was like unemployed or whatever, and you was looking for work, you was actually looking for work or whatever. There's something, this place with that the job centre where you claim um job seekers allowance. It's not a lot of
Hmm.
money, but if you live in a council property, like
Hmm.
it's a property that you would pay rent on, but it's owned by the state. Yeah, it's owned by
Okay.
the local council. Yeah, but they will pay their rent for you and your council tax, so you might have to contribute like something small out of your benefits money.
Mm.
So you that that's sort of all you'd really would help for a single person for say a single mother gets something different than job seekers allowance, depending on how old the children are. So if the children are old enough to be in I think if their children are old enough to be in full time education, um, I think that you need to be actively seeking sort of part time employment or something like that. But then
Yeah.
if you're working part time, you get something like called working tax credits. So
Hmm.
the state will top up your wages. You know what I mean? Like, and then they'll give you some money towards your rent as well. So you won't pay full rent. You get a bit of help with that. It's not. It won't make you a millionaire in it, but it just means that
Yeah.
you're not paying all your wages on rent or just all on shopping in it. Like there's a little bit of help towards your rent and shopping and whatnot. So,
Yeah.
but for the
Nice.
crisis, is there was supposedly something that come out that were but I don't know how true it is. Yeah, I was hoping um Dark Magician would be able to shed a bit of light on that on this today. That there's supposedly um something called um I can't even remember what they called it still yet, but you're supposed to be able to get 80% of your wages paid to you while you're self isolating or you're at home or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like because basically your work will tell you you can either you can self isolate and take your holiday pay. Yes, you can still get like your normal wages but lose your holiday days. Yeah. Or you can go on statutory sick pay, which is not a lot of money. Um
Wow. That's
right now.
crazy, bro.
Yeah. Or you can still go work and try
Risk
to
it.
be yeah, and try to be as safe as possible and yeah. Like, so just, yeah, like you say, man, like because we're in this state of we we're like at the lower end of society, so we've
Hmm.
not sort of learned how to handle money properly or whatever. Yeah, that because that's not um standard education in it, like how to handle your money or how to live
Exactly.
means or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, but
Yeah, and
yeah,
I've listened to some of your some of your dialogue lately, and I've hear you and I've seen you and I've listened to you talk about fiscal responsibility, and I was kind of liking that. You get what I'm saying? So
mm,
because this what this has done is shown us that we need to get better. And when I say we, I'm always talking about black people,
yeah,
but we got to get better, and this gonna have to be a lessons learned for us, whether some people believe it or not. But this is going to be a lessons learned. I had a conversation with my mom yesterday, and I was like, the black church failed in this situation because
mm,
they had nothing in place for an epidemic like this. Uh, we as a community should have been able to just stand up something right away and go to work.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? Instead of waiting for X, Y, and Z, you know. And it's gonna be a lessons learned for us to mobilize within our own selves. And whereby we ain't got to wait on these social plans. You get what I'm saying? Everybody sometimes, up here they get mad at me because I'm perceived as a capitalist, but at the same time I'm not scrambling. You get what I'm saying? And we just that fiscal responsibility, financial education, and us coming together in times where even when we don't like each other or not, we're able to sustain ourselves through this
Yeah,
pandemic. So yeah, man, it's crazy.
that's what I'm saying, man. Uh, there's a couple other side hustles I'm trying to talk about. What people should be trying to get involved with now.
Hmm.
I'm all screaming right now, yeah. In this time, doing a food delivery driver for fucking Uber Eats or Amazon or something as a side. You get me? As a side
Yeah,
thing, or even say you've gone off for fucking isolation for 10 weeks, or your company shut down because so and so. You could bang
hmm,
that for a little quick 9 to 5 just now.
yeah, get it in, man.
You might get a little quick extra change in it because
Yeah, you can use that as a stabilizing bar in a sense to maintain until stuff get back together. But
mm,
it's tough out there, bro. And like I said, I had to bring my mom down here. Well, really, it's to help my niece. 'Cause that's some other shit. But still, she needed some tender loving care, and and I think we just got to be prepared better, man. Like I told my mom yesterday, this is a lessons learned for us, and you got, like you said, you got a lot of people looking for these programs, and everybody's not going to be able to get that safety net, or they're gonna
mm-hmm,
get it late, or they're gonna get it too late, and it's gonna be a line. And
mm,
and I believe some of us with means, we're gonna have to help out as well. And I ain't talking about get rich help, but if somebody need a plate of
mm,
food or a box of food, you might have to take it over there because you know their
mm,
situations, right?
yeah, yeah,
And you might have to take a little bit out your house just to go feed the next person. They might not eat all good, but they're gonna eat today.
mm,
And
mm,
you might have to put some runners on the street. If it's locked down, you better send Fast Eddie over there to takes a box of food to Miss Wilson house. You get what I'm saying?
mm,
So
mm,
that's the ghetto social programs. When I came up, everybody was helping everybody.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, man. But that's what I'm trying to say, man. Car, we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing with our little wages that we're getting in times of peace when it's good, or
mhm.
yeah, when you're able to. You're just always reacting to these little situations, isn't it? It's ending up.
Yeah, like me and my mom had a long process. I said we can't continue to be reactionary people. You get what I'm saying? Like
Mm,
I guess a couple weeks ago when this shit was popping off, these so-called churches, in my opinion, should have been mobilized and coming up with a game plan. Uh, let's get some box routes going out to the elderly and stuff like that.
mm,
And because the social programs, the government social programs, is going to take a while. They're going to have to figure stuff out, allocate this, allocate that. And in the meantime, we got people that need to eat. We got people that need this, that, and the third. And we can't afford to sit back, you know what I'm saying, and kind of wait for this to pop off.
mm,
You get what I'm saying? So there's some stuff we got to highlight. And the social programs is good, but in the meantime, what do we do? I'm in that focus in that micro area where this person need this today. It's good to talk about these social programs, but until they roll out, Miss Granny needs some food. Miss Granny needs some medicine. Miss Granny take insulin. Miss Granny, you get what I'm saying? So
Well,
you know, that's the scary area for me. Those people who need medicines and whatnot, and you know,
because
understanding that, yeah,
it's got
crazy.
like, the NHS here. That side of it's not so bad, isn't it? Because the if you're not employed
Hmm.
and you're paid for by the state and stuff like your medicine's not, you don't have to pay for that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's two sides to it. I get your side because one side it's
If you're
hunky dory. It's running smoothly for you.
paid work though, and you're not getting benefits, so you're in low paid work, you're getting paid just enough not to qualify for any sort of
Mhm.
benefits, then you won't get paid. You have to pay for your own medicine and all that sort of stuff, innit? So
Exactly, exactly. So when you put some of these situations after this thing, dies down or passes over, this the time we really need to put shit under the microscope and be like, okay, we
yeah,
understand the social programs, but in that meantime, like you said, you gave a scenario where, one side may work out good for the other side, and those people who just make enough to qualify or not qualify are going to be stuck in that gray area. You know,
mm,
how do we address those people? So
yeah, because
I was talking to a buddy on the phone about this yesterday, and he trying to mobilize some little stuff at his level, and he's doing pretty good. I told him I was going to help him today, but it's just those little people those forgotten people who don't have nothing, but you know of them. So I
mm,
don't know, stuck out there, man. Should be on my mind sometimes.
mm,
Yeah.
yeah, man, it's mad, isn't it, man? So a lot of a lot of people can't even move to go to their actual 9 to 5 now, but there is other little things that you can do if you're maybe if you've got children, then you're kind of stuck in it because
Mhm.
you're gonna you have to be there at the house, innit? But if you've got no children or you live with your parents or something like that,
Mhm.
do little other bits and pieces you can do, man.
Do something,
Like,
brother. You know what I mean?
you can do the Uber Eats right now. You can do Amazon deliveries right now.
Damn
Yeah.
right. You gotta let your ego go, let your pride go, and go get it.
Mm.
You know what I'm
That,
saying?
and it's only just for now, just for like it's not like forever.
Yeah, yeah. But
For now, to
I'm with you on that. Go get it, man.
slap an extra bit of dough in, build up a little change, and then when this shit dies down, it's got back to how it is. This recession kicks in, and you might not be able to go back to your job. You might have that lined up. You got some change there.
Yeah, you might be doing better off doing that than what you was doing. You never know.
You know what I'm saying? God damn, even them Amazon delivery things, you must be able to pick your slots in it, like whatever is sort of like, or more to do with the Uber thing, innit? Like with the Uber, you can sort of pick when you're working, and you just say, I'm working today, I'm not working today, or whatever, innit? Like,
Yeah,
mm,
it was crazy, man. But yeah, man, this is crazy out there. They got some programs rolling out here, but they rolling out so slow for some of these people. It's kind of
yeah,
heartbreaking to see some of that shit.
mm, it's crazy, man. Crazy stuff. Man, I don't know what's gonna happen, mate. The man didn't even know that this was gonna happen anyway in the first place. You know what I mean? Like this coronavirus thing to
Yeah, man.
be a worldwide epidemic. Who the people in fucking Wuhan didn't know it was gonna be a worldwide epidemic like this. You know what I'm saying? That
I don't know, but when we come out of this on the other side, Lord's willing, man, we gonna have to regroup. When
mm,
come up with some plans, man. Some hood plans. What do we need to do? Identify those who gonna be who need that help up front. You know,
knows how much, yeah.
man. I had a tenant of mine call me yesterday and said, "Well, I ain't gonna be able to do this. Said, don't worry about it. Hell, you was behind anyway. Just don't call it. Like, just do what you need to do, man. I'm not coming your way. Shit, I ain't trying to.
Trust me. But
Yeah.
because right now I was talking about Amazon FBA selling bits and pieces on eBay.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I'm talking about buying fucking masks and gloves and selling them on eBay.
Man, that's a hustle right there. My homeboy's wife does that. Like she'll buy bulk shit and be selling it on eBay. I used to think it was stupid. I was like, ain't nobody buying that shit, man. She be killing off that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
wow. But you gotta have a hustler's mentality. Some people gotta you can have that 9 to 5 mentality or whatever it is, but you still gotta have that hustler's mentality somewhere.
Sometimes, what you gotta think of it, is like because you won't buy that thing, doesn't mean there's not people that buy that thing, innit? Like if you do your obviously your background research into what's a constant market that sort of has a steady flow of customer throughout the year,
Uh-huh.
and you
Once you
can
find
tap
that target market, you're right. Find that target market and stay on it.
a niche part of that, and you can sort of get yourself onto the first. If you can get yourself onto the first page on fucking, like I was saying, on the Google search on Amazon or whatever, man, you're constantly making sales every day.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it's just for you to step it up to the next level, and you know what I'm saying? Like, take it to where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, man. It's all drive, man. It's all drive,
Mm-hmm.
desire. It's just a lot of stuff built to this. Some people got that shit in them, and some people don't, man.
Some people have become millionaires from Amazon FBA.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I tell a lot of this dude, man, who play basketball, and I talked to him a little bit. And I tell him, man, $1 million to make $1 million in today's world is not hard. The hardest part is making two, three, four, and keeping it. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's the trick. You know what I'm saying? Because and then try to maintain a lifestyle, that you got accustomed to living. So it's gonna be crazy. But yeah, you can make $1 million if you got a good. Yeah, but I told you have $1 million Monday, and you buy a new car Tuesday, you ain't a millionaire no more.
You're allowed to sell masks and gloves on Amazon. I know that for a fact.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
I know
Right
that
now,
for because
maintaining, man.
yeah, I know someone that's doing it from. That was
Yes.
to do that shit ages ago. You get me?
So you and your family, y'all good, right? Y'all stocked up pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what's up. That's what's up.
Obviously, my missus is complaining about going work and shit, but
She don't want you around she don't want you around the babies. Like, get that shit up out of here.
you get me? Like, yeah, man. You're crawling yourself in the bath and you get in first straight away. You get me?
Yeah.
Leave your shoes outside and shit. That's why my feet are freezing every day now. My fucking shoes are outside the house all cold. You get me?
Uh,
My
I had
work
a
shoes cold.
I had a dude drop a package off, and he was all up on the door. I said, "Man, look, man, take that shit back down the driveway. I come get it. Fuck out of here, man."
That's how the deliveries are doing now. They're just drop the shit on the door, knock your door and run away.
Yeah, I said, "Man." I said, "Hey, man, I got it. You good?" He's like, "You sure?" It's a big box. I said, "Man, I got it, motherfucker. Like, just drop it right there." Because they come into contact with a lot of people, like the delivery services, and I know they got good intentions. They just doing their job, but look, bro, I couldn't get it.
Mm.
Yeah, man. But Yeah, man. We chilling over here, man. We chilling. I still do it. I still keep my routine as base as possible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Still go to my Starbucks. Still get up early, work out a little bit.
Mm,
I got Mom's Dukes here, so
mm. Uh, big up, moms. Big up, mama
nah,
Jacob.
man. It's time for her to go to fuck home now. Already been here.
Yeah,
Ain't been here 24 hours.
man. But that is still. Yeah, man, man, just that. I'm just outside the job now. Still, that this lady's got no hot water still. Well,
Oh wow.
so just sort out the hot water for her.
Man. But see, you got a good gig, man. With a profession like yours, you would never go broke. Like them electricians, man, they always gonna make a little money. A lot of money for the players.
It's a sort of essentials, isn't it?
Right. Got to have that.
In the Western world, hot water, yeah, it's one of them things that people can't live without that, man. If your boiler breaks, you'll notice for it. You'll be like, bruv, have shit fixed now, bruv, because waking up early in the morning, having a cold shower, and then going outside into a cold place, no way.
Nah.
Yeah.
Back in my Navy days, we used to wake up to some cold showers, man. God damn, the worst. The worst.
That's what I'm saying. When I went to Jamaica, and you turn the shower on, and it's cold, and you're like, ah! Yeah.
Yeah, like you gotta hurry up, do what you gotta do, and get the hell on
And you're like,
out.
where's the hot tap? And you're like, everyone's like, hot tap? Hot tap? What are you talking about, bro? Hot tap. Yeah, where's the toilet? That hot tap right there. You mean, where's the toilet? You gotta go out to the next building, fam, and do your shit. Bro. Right, Ross.
Good old days, man. Yeah, man. I'm waiting to hear some of these social programs. I do want to hear what Dark Magician, because he's that's his like his work, right? He specializes in you know
Mm-hmm.
putting out that type of info and stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah, cause like he works with people in debt and so stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm,
so yeah, like he usually gives out this sort of information, man.
right.
So when he jumps, but he might even jump on after lunchtime or something. Man, I was just hoping that people them is gonna have to keep the conversation bubbling until he comes on, and then he can just do his thing in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the time. That's the guess you want on today. You know, somebody just gonna put out some
Mm,
needed info.
yeah.
Tell everybody mute the hell up.
Mm,
Yeah, man. But it's like I said, the programs over here is functioning, but they rolling out slow, and that's what I don't like.
mm,
And I understand that nobody see this coming, or maybe they did. I don't know how but we still got some elderly people that's in one of these assisted living homes. I kind of do volunteer work down there, man. And
mm,
some of them ain't got loved ones, or they got kids. They stay in way other, further states and greater distances, and they just be stuck. And sometimes on Saturdays we go shopping for them.
oh yeah. So they can get their food and
Yeah, and I just be like, wow, like, and I was like, I check on you, I tell them I check, and sometimes I forget my damn self.
mm, yeah, man. Can't, yeah, especially when if you're an elderly person, but your mind is working, but your body's not working how you're.
Uh,
Mm,
I had
what,
this old dude that I kind of go visit every now and then. I call him checkerboard because he always want to play chess with me and shit.
mm,
And I knocked on his door. Maybe I think it was this Saturday, man. He didn't answer that door. You know, you kind of get nervous.
Mm.
And he said, I heard you knocking. I just couldn't move fast enough because he old. He just couldn't react. You know.
Mm.
And I was like, damn, should I call the ambulance or what? You know. But he finally made it to the door. But it was just one of them days. He said he just couldn't get there fast enough. I said,
Yeah.
man, you had me call the goddamn buggy for you.
Mm.
So it's just those type of situations that make me think if it's one like him, there's 10 more in his unit. That's,
Yeah.
you
I
know.
done work in an old man's house yesterday. Yeah. Basically, he's got um he needed just a double socket replaced, and you know the down heaters that some of the old people have in the bathrooms.
Hmm.
Yeah, so he just needed a new one of those, and then
Wow.
he gets short of breath in it. So, but he wants to talk to you while you're working and all that. Yeah. So, but I was just telling him, yeah, don't worry about talking to me. You can just sit down, chill out, get your breath.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know them ones, just chill, yeah, relax, chill out, get your breath, like even put the radio on, put the telly on or whatever. Just
Uh,
and once it's finished, yeah, I'll just come and show you how it works and everything, and then
but sometimes they just like that company. You get what I'm saying?
but that's what happens. You know, certain times, man will sit down after like they'll say, "Can you sit down and tell us what you've done?" And then so just obviously sit down and explain what work you've done, and then they'll sort of start asking you like, "Have you got any children? Do you have any? Um, do you have a wife, or do you know what I'm saying? I can have a little quick convo with them."
Yeah, they just want a little chitter chat. You know, that go a long way that day for them sometimes.
No, I'm alright still. I don't want to sandwich, but I have a little conversation with you quickly in it.
Uh, But the
Should be
dude called Checkerboard. Once he started talking, I have a hard time getting out of that, bro. And I know he be lonely sometimes.
mm.
And I be like, damn, man, I gotta go. He's like, let's get a game here. And I be like, oh shit.
Yeah, scientific methods idiot. He's like, the best way to get money is to steal it. The best way to save money is to hide it under your bed. He's such a fool.
You come over here, you getting lit up. It's gonna be the
That-
worst place you can come over.
Trust me. That's that financial advice from 1850. Man. So yeah, actually I just received a message from Dark Magician. He'll be in an hour. He'll
Okay.
be out to you get me to keep the guide in. Yeah, get
Do y'all
me.
still do that?
Yeah, man, it's still about, man. Come on, like it's just like fucking. There's so much things that need to be done that like, everyone's got to do their own little small piece in it
Yeah.
when it's time to try to come together to do something that needs to be done. Then obviously we all link up and support.
Yep.
You get me? Well, yeah, man. Although everyone's got like differences in opinions about um
That's good
stuff.
sometimes. That's good. You don't need an echo chamber.
Yeah, it's still the man them. You get me?
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
it's not like it's opposite teams like man them want to kill each other or anything like that. Nah, it's just man disagree on certain small points, but man agree on the overall big point though. You know what I'm saying? That. So
As long as y'all agree on the principle, that's good. All right. We agree on this.
yeah,
Everything else be right.
yeah. This is and that like you're saying, all that is nothing to do with the shit that we actually do agree on. Do you know what I'm saying? Like and the shit what it is actually about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, munching bear rolls all week, yeah.
Yeah, but I remember I used to watch that on your brother's channel, man. That shit had energy for a minute. I was like, oh, these boys about to do something.
Yeah, man. It's just like yes, it's like yeah, it's a bit hard still, man.
Yeah, everybody got lives, families, kids, jobs. It's hard to be committed.
Yeah, man. You know what I mean? And Yeah, it's just hard out here, man. Trust me, because
Belly, when you gonna retire, man? When you gonna get enough, stack up enough where you can just fall back?
you know what? Yeah, I don't even know. Like I'm saying, I'll tell you what I did. Yeah, I didn't. I made a mistake in the savings and so on. So I didn't put a number what I have to get to.
Mm,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
You have to put a number that you got to get to. You know what I mean? Like, and then
Trust me, don't worry.
yeah. I'm like, right. If I get to 600 grand in my account, then I can stop working and I'll be able to pay for myself for 20 years or something. Like,
Yeah.
but do you know what I mean? Like, I never set a number, man. So
You still a young man though, right? I mean, you pretty
yeah,
fairly.
yeah,
You got time to.
yeah,
Because sometimes you
yeah,
can
man.
learn through other people's mistakes. But like, oh,
And
fuck that shit.
you know what? Yeah, really and truly, yeah. What I would sort of probably prefer, yeah, is like doing part time work rather than just fully just retiring and not doing nothing, like just working a couple of days a week or something like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so you're still like still out and active and
Mm-hmm. That's how I
yeah,
am right now. Because had not this Corona thing been, popped off, I'd have been overseas right now, doing my 4 months, come back. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying? And then like, and get back to my hobby, which is real estate. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
And that would have been it for me, man. But I just can't stay still. But now I substitute that with like volunteer, rhythm and shit like that. But
yeah.
I just can't sit in the house.
Mm.
And now I'm stuck in the house with my mom. Like she just be having church music going on. I was like, man, and then
Yeah.
shouting and shit. I'd be like, man, what the fuck?
Yeah, man. GG, man. That's what I was just saying. Like, yeah, my mom's a full Christian as well, still.
Yeah,
So,
I was like
like,
running through the house. I was like, look, I'm about to go to the other
you get
spot.
me? Like, there's no G block in her yard. You get me?
Yeah.
Like, you get me? Like, yeah, she's like,
Like
right.
yesterday, she was like,
You
did
better
I
come
just hear
back to
you
church.
cursing?
You get me? Yeah.
She's like, yeah, she gonna come to me like, I'm grown. I'm 42 years old. Did I just hear you cursing? I'm like, oh, I
Uh,
mean, I'm grown. She's
another
like,
was
don't.
like,
I was like,
I was like, if you sorry, like, sorry, mom. Love
yeah, I was like,
the
dang, like, ain't you
mom.
all the way in the other side of the fucking house? How's you hearing me? Like, you can't hear me when I call you regularly, but you hear me when I say shit.
Uh,
Come running around
you
here.
know the ones. That's what I always say to women that got that selective hearing as well. How you hear the shit that you don't like, but you don't hear when it's like, yeah,
Yeah, just got all this
yeah,
old ass gospel music on. I'm like, man, god damn. I said, tomorrow I'm going to the other spot. You can jump around this bitch all you want.
like, yeah, yeah. That's what you see. Yeah, that's like another thing. What where religion done me as well, man. As well, it's just like you just got family members upon family members. Like, oh, you see, from when you was a child, there's old people that's just been following their religion to
Yeah.
their son, to the next one, and the next one, and it's just like, man,
Oh man, we
it's
went
like you
at it
just stay
last
in the
night.
same place, sort of thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, wow, you're staying in the same position, man. It's not that. Then, yeah, you're just never getting past that being poor, waiting for Jesus, sort of thing. And it's like,
Yeah. See, I've never bought into that. I've never bought
uh,
it. And some people take on that mentality. And you know what I'm talking about. You're like
mm,
poverty is supposed to be some type of test. Like
yeah, like we're
that's
supposed to
what
be
I'm
broke,
saying.
and we're
Yeah.
supposed to be down this, that, and we're supposed to be this, that. And they're like, fuck all that, man. Nah, cause like right now, yeah, more times, yeah, within a generation, yeah, you could change the destination that your people are going, you're headed to, innit? Like in your little family.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. It only takes one generation to start putting their dough or putting their thing in serious positions, in it, serious places. From that one starts to work out, then others should start to fall into line. You get me? At least one of the youths will fall into line with that, and the other youths will know what the blueprint is, in it. Like, right, they'll try their own little way. If it don't work, then at least I know Dad's blueprint will definitely work. You get me? Because I've seen it work.
Exactly. Velly, that's all I tried to establish with my household. Like I can't help everybody, but I can put my daughters in a position to know how to not go through what we came up at. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? So, it's hopefully, the generational curses. Hopefully, I can at least say I tried my best to put them in a position. Now, when I'm in that dirt or in that ground, I don't know what they're gonna do after that. But I did create or carve out a little niche for them to succeed and not struggle as much, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
man.
That's all I could do,
And like I'm saying, man, you don't have to be getting millionaires' wages, man, to follow that little drip by drip saving sort of plan to save up for what your financial freedom number goal is or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just have to be disciplined with your spending. If you can just build that discipline, you can just take
Like
yourself to the next level, man.
my older brother, he's older than me, and he's trying to get his shit together. But he was like, "Yo, I got X amount of dollars in savings." I said, "Savings?" I said, "Man, you might as well take that out and put it in the shoebox. It's not making no money for you. If you just got a regular savings account, the fuck you got that for? Give it to me. I'll hold it for you."
High interest savings account, boy.
Yeah,
it's earning some money on it, man.
Find something to put that shit in. But just to say I got it sitting in the bank, just that don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So, but he's getting it. He's trying,
trying to get some dough somewhere. But listen, yeah, like I need to go and do this job, man, because it's like nearly 11 o'clock now, man.
Yeah, do you
Yeah.
go get that bag?
Right, hold it down for me, yeah. Like fucking, I'm gonna try and jump on as soon as possible, yeah.
Yeah, man, do what it do.
All right, bro. Pick up yourself for that store.
Yeah,
Yo, Scientific. Who else is in the chat? That usually jumps on. Yo.
I just scroll through the chats. I see Jack with the whatever the fuck his name is. Even the millionaire these days.
Yeah,
That's true, Jack,
on this one
with the fat, whatever your name is.
Yo, some people jump on, man.
Wobble Fun. Where's respect? Get off respect nuts, nigga. Materialistic guys. No, we just work hard, baby. That's all. It's always broke niggas talking about materialistic guys.
It's true, man.
Get your weight up.
That, man. And then, do you know what you get, yeah? You'll get other people, yeah, that's actually got little dough, yeah, and things saved up, yeah, talking about, oh, you only care about money. And you're like, well, you fronting like you ain't got no dough stashed in your little thing yourself and you ain't doing the exact same thing. Fuck off, man. You just want us to be like the poor, lower level, so we just look up to like you're just this rich fucking guy at the top that we got to fucking all praise. Oh, yeah, he's doing well. We can be like you. Fuck off, man.
Tell you, man, it's out there. You just gotta have that drive to go get it. Go get your bag.
Trust me.
What's up, man? I see you at the scientific method. I actually like you. You be coming on here saying some shit. It'll make you think. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He's the Green Power Ranger, man. Trust me, he pops up on special occasions only. You hear me?
Listen, with the dead professional portrait. That was at a comedy club, brother. Comedy club, you probably couldn't get in. You know what I mean? Get your bag, man. Go get a bag. Don't worry about my portrait.
Hey, listen, yeah. You remind me of Corey Holcomb. I swear down. Corey Holcomb. You know Corey Holcomb?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5150. Yeah, trust me.
Hey, what are you doing now? I ain't following him.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel, man. 5150 Corey Holcomb, you get me? So he does live shows on that stuff. Yeah.
Weird stuff.
Shit, where's my phone? There it is. All right, brother. I'm back in a bit, yeah? All right, peace.
So what we talking about? Scientific method. Come on here and enlighten me. You be having a lot of shit to say sometimes. Some of it I disagree with. Because you got an arrogance about yourself. I like that part. You know what I'm saying? I like arrogant conversations sometimes. Where you could just Know that you smarter than a motherfucker, and you let them know that you ain't at my level. Who else does that? James Jones does that too. He'll set you up. The black to let, he got his off days, on days. Don't be in your feelings, gotta take it. Turkey, good. Hey man, I've been to Turkey. I've been to Turkey, and you can have that shit. Got good deals on hair transplants. I don't need a hair transplant. If I want to grow my shit out, I can. I used to just be in uh, hot ass Djibouti all the time, and it didn't serve me well with a fro. But you can touch up that mustache you got, Mister Jack. Got that Magnum PI mustache. Who else in here? But since I got the flow, let me just tell y'all about the good book, the Bible. The Bible is the only truth out there, people. Since I got the flow, we talking about the Bible. If you ain't from the lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, join a gym, nigga. Slavery is hard work. Let me see. What else I want to talk about? What did I do? Yeah, I got my mom's down here. She driving me nuts. If anybody need an old black woman to come pray for everything in the house with some anointing oil, give me a call. 'Cause obviously, she gonna pray Corona away. All right. I wake up to gospel music, went to bed listening to gospel music, shouting all around my damn house. Mama, I love you, but you got to go. Keeping up too much noise. Jet, you got a speech impediment or you just like slow? Uh, I'm just like above your pay grade. That's what I'm like, Jet. We on two different levels, baby. What else we in there? Jet, if you're gonna be a if you're gonna be a funny guy, you gotta come with some good material. This shit you putting out is garbage. You hear me, boy? Garbage. And I never see you come on a panel. All you motherfuckers be talking all this shit. I call you chat superstars. Y'all sit up here. You niggas can type real fast, but you never make an appearance every once in a while. So we can hear your voice, see your face a little bit. Come talk to us for real, for real. And stop hiding behind that big ass mustache, Mr. Jack. Come talk to us. 'Cause if you ain't doing that, you just on some bullshit. And you probably a bitch. Now y'all getting me all out of character. I was trying to come up here on a humble, on a nice one. But Jet, you got me going. All right. Anybody else in here? What's up, Baba Dule? Baba Dule, you the homie, man. I be seeing you in here and you be coming through with the that's rights. Weird stuff. What you talking about? Don't be scared and accept your punishment for doing wrong. Weird stuff. That name is made for you because you be saying some weird stuff. Weird stuff. Log off your computer and don't ever come back on. All right. Thus saith the Lord. Jack, what did you say again? You always talking about money like you a baller. You a bitch for Uncle Sam. Same old narrative. Uh, Jack, Mr. Mustache. I am a baller guy. You know what I'm saying? And there's some ballers that's bigger than me. But at my level, from A to where I'm at now, I can say, yeah, I'm pretty doing. I'm doing pretty good. You know what I mean? Jack, what else you got to say? What's up there, Buka, Baka, the guy with the wrench? I hear you. I see you. You a faithful chat guy. You know what I'm saying? You be coming through sometimes with some knowledge. Sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes you be goddamn, coming out of pocket with some slick ass comments. Who was it said to, man? Wait, I want to see what Jet had to say. Jet ain't talking about that. Oh, my man, Stats, Jack getting roasted. I'm so glad. Yeah, Jack he's garbage, man. He know he garbage. He stink. He know he garbage. The chat know he garbage. He come up here every time trying to be funny in the chat. Half of his jokes or perceived jokes, they hit and miss. Most of the time he mess with them. You know what I mean? But who else in here? I'm gonna tell you my chat favorites, the ones who don't come on. I like Jet. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I like some of your comments, man, because you do keep the chat, popping at times on a good day. And who else I like in the chats? Chemo be getting at y'all sometimes. Um, what's that motherfucker name? The nigga with the smiley faces, upside down, whatever his name is. Sometimes he come through in the clutch. But them the guys I want to hear on the panel. I never hear them jokers, man. I never hear 'em. I suspect they retarded or something. They got a speech impediment, like Jet says. I said to them, roasted. Come on, bro. He's light work with an extra smiley face. Yeah, man, Jack, you garbage. I'm just giving you the time right now, Jack, because I got the flow. Yeah, Rich LK. Rich LK is a funny dude. He's a funny dude. You know what I mean? Because he'll say some simple shit, but you be like, this dumb motherfucker. And I'll respond just to keep it, keep him busy. Haha, see, he's honest as well. He big you up still. Yeah, Jack, he all right. You know what I'm saying? He's still a sucker though. But he good for the program. You know what I'm saying? He adds value. Little value, but he still adds something. He comes on, smash the button. That's all we can ask for from clowns like that dude. But it is what it is. How's everybody doing this Wednesday, man? As soon as somebody jump on, I'm about to go get my little workout in, you know what I'm saying? Run a little bit, hit the Starbucks, and go be a baller. Ain't that right, Jack? Ain't that right, Jack? Jack with the fucked up mustache. What do you say now? It's not personal, God Jacob. I just like to entertain myself. Man. Keep that shit to yourself. You know what I mean? And you got a black thumbs up. Jack, you not black. You starting to act like Samaroon now. Yeah, I mean, nigga, that's Shamali. Come to the A. You know what I mean? I get shot in the head for fun, nigga. Don't be that guy. Don't be Samaroon. If you got a beige hand, put up the beige thumbs up. Don't be putting up no black shit. Yeah, I mean, are you in lockdown too? Yeah, we kind of in semi lockdown. You know what I mean? Like it ain't. I don't think it's to the extent y'all is. But we locked down enough shit. But yeah, man. So I kind of got my day mapped out. Like I said, do a little workout, get my Starbucks, try to find an escape route from my mother running around here speaking in tongues. Uh, that's brown. You color blinded, bald, simpleton. That was that. You getting better. You getting better. You getting better, Jack. Keep it coming. Nah, I don't go. I don't go to the gym. I just run. I got a little setup upstairs in the room. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really lift no more like I used to. Nah, the gyms ain't open, man. The gyms is not open. Not over here. Not the ones I seen. There's a Planet Fitness a couple miles from here, and I ain't seen nobody in 'em. You know what I'm saying? Speak English, bro. Wob Funk tells me to speak English, bro. Wob Funk. Create a new handle, Wob Funk. That shit is ass, right? That shit is garbage. So what else I'm gonna do today? What else I got planned today? Oh yeah, I got a couple spots I want to look at. See if I can get them shits up and running. If not, oh well. Wait till the fall. What's ADOS good for though? Speak on it. ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, and then we have our other side of the family, which is CDOS, Caribbean Descendants of Slavery. And basically, we just kind of want to advocate for ourselves a little bit. ADOS is not what some people perceive it to be as what they call it xenophobic and shit like that. No, we're not xenophobic. We just want to do for ourselves. We want a flag of distinction as well. How you have Nigerians, holla Nigerians, and X, Y, and Z. We want to throw up our shit too. If you don't like it, we don't care. People of African heritage. What is African heritage? Can you please elaborate? BB, BB with the wrench. Tighten up, nigga, and tell me. Just don't throw that shit out there. Talking about people of African heritage. If you gonna say that, now elaborate. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would just keep it a buck, man. Like, most people over here are disconnected from that continent. I mean, it's just what it is. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Now, so I know some people hate the fact that we say that, but oh well. You know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. If BB with the wrench, tighten up, nigga. You keep throwing these little broad ass statements out here. People of African heritage. You know what I mean. Like, I'm against all this trying to flatten black, man. Like, Africa. I've been to Africa. I've been all over that country, and everybody ain't the same, man. Like, you can't sell that shit to me. The Hispanics are the new major minority. What representation does ADOS have in politics? The Senate, local representation. You answered your own question, what the fuck? We don't have that. Thus, ADOS. We're trying to establish everything you have just said. Not this idiot. Canito, you fat white boy. You fat white boy, go somewhere. Like, you should have never turned on your camera. You know what I'm saying? You just look like a fat marshmallow. Frosty the fucking snowman. But be up here talking about, yo, yo, yeah. What's up, my G? Yeah, yeah. Hey, sister. Hey, this. Like, nigga, you ain't us. He's a fat white boy. Chubby fat white boy. Canito. Mayonnaise man. Fuck out of here, nigga. You ain't us. You can go join Samaroon and listen to some Motown and go watch Good Times and go watch Death Comedy Jam. But at the end of the day, nigga, you ain't us. Drop dead, Cognito. Sorry ass nigga. Nope, I don't even want to call you nigga because you would take that as a compliment. Fat boy, you look like Ricky Lake. Who else that? Yeah, BB with the wrench. Tighten up, baby. You got to be more specific. Living in denial all you want. How am I living in denial? You living in denial, BB, because I bet you ain't in Africa, but you telling me about African heritage. Who's in denial? That would be you, BB with the wrench. Tighten up, nigga. Yo, mama. Beautiful, Canito. That was original. That was original. Canito, go somewhere else. I've been to Turkey. All the lice heads over there, all the fat white boys over there look just like you. Fat boy. Fatty. Yeah, BB, are you in Africa? The Hispanics have taken your place. Good. They can be at the bottom. Wubba funk. We've been trying to exchange that place for a long time. Hispanics have taken your place. You dumb fuck. Thank you. Thank you, Hispanics. Big up turds. Yeah, big up turds. Oh, that's Turks. My bad. Big up Turks. So you gonna say no? Then shut the fuck up. Talking about some African heritage. BB, you my dude now. Let's keep it civil, man. Don't be talking about no African heritage. And you in fucking the Queen's bosom. Stop it. I like you, BB, with the wrench. Jet, my comments being deleted. Good. Who said go to Africa? Well, you brought up African heritage, so I'm going to naturally assume you're talking about Africa, BB with the wrench. You got to tighten up, man. You starting to sound like Cognito, man. Lay off the mayonnaise, BB. Don't be like that fat white boy. What else we got going on? Yeah, so that's the nutshell in with ADOS. Yeah, he said Hispanics has replaced us. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We've been trying to get out of last place for a long time. Wubba funk, whatever the hell he's calling yourself. But yeah, man, I hope everybody's doing well in these trials and tribulations. Uh, Washing your hands, exercising, staying hydrated, doing all the normal stuff you should have been doing. Washing your ass, you know what I'm saying? Beating Carnito to the grocery store because you know his fat ass and bought everything. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's about it, man. Just live life, man. Don't live it in fear, man. Take some risks. Do some things, man. Don't have a poor man's mindset. That's number one. Don't let no man judge you in your actions. Number two, there go dark musician. Come on, dark musician, come talk to us, man. You got that good info for the family. I'm gonna adopt you today, dark musician. You black today, but tomorrow you got to go back to being white. Not you, Carnito. Not you, bitch. You got to lose weight and get that lice out your head before you can even consider. God, Jacob, how long was your interracial relationship with your male captain? Ah, you're getting better. You're getting better. You was gone for a while, so that lets me know you took time. You put some thought into that last statement. You was like, how can I get him? This will be good. No, it's getting better. Yeah, it's getting better. But take another 5 minutes off the chats and go write another joke. Who is this? Fuck. I say Trump has done more than Obama for African Americans statistically than Obama ever did. I would agree, Fuck. Way to state the obvious. Yes, Canito, lice, you fat bastard. Lice. Lice. You fatty, fat, frosty, snowman looking bitch. You should have never cut that camera off. Yeah, but what the fuck? I agree with you. I agree with you. Obama, he failed us, man. He failed us. I'll be the first. But but it's a lessons learned, man. You learn some shit. And I'm gonna tell you what really brought ADOS on. It was Obama. He really spurred this movement in a sense. Heard especially enjoyed poking his pinky between some colored cheeks, made him feel more ethnic. Jack, don't quit your day job. That's the tip of the day for you. Comedy is not you. All right? Continue bagging groceries. I know that's what you do. But Obama wasn't even ADOS, damn it. He wasn't. I'd never said that. Mr. Lonely. Nah, I'm good. What else going on? Who else? Yeah, Obama wasn't even. Yeah, Obama wasn't ADOS. Yeah, that's why I left off at. Yeah, he wasn't ADOS. But at that time, man, we was reaching for anything. Just to have a black face was monumental. Heard you only like pink tips. Jack, you struggling out this. I think you got the coronavirus. That shit is fucking up your mindset. Like these jokes getting worse and worse. This shit getting garbage. Man, man, man. But yeah, what was funny? You said the most. Yeah, fuck out of here, man. Stop caping, Belly, man. Ain't nobody caping, Jack. Like this shit just ain't funny, bro. Like if it was funny, I'd be like, oh, okay, that was good, that was good, that was good. Your shit is garbage. Like I mean, let's just keep it a buck. That shit is not funny. And trust me, if somebody got me one, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that was nice, but Your shit is trash, nigga. You a trash nigga. Jack, you know, that's on you. That's up you to correct that trash shit. Don't blame us, cause you stink, nigga. But yeah, Obama was good. Man, like I don't want to get too much on because I hate to talk about Obama in that type of way sometimes. But he failed on all types of levels, man. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. Yeah, no, but at the end of the day, man, hey, life goes on, right? Life goes on. Who else in here? Damn, I wish I had a wrench. I'd get Canito ass up out of here quick.
Yo, yo, oh God,
Oh, they forgot me this now, man. I need you.
yes, kind of,
Good
man.
morning.
Let me
One
mute.
more dark magician. Pick up yourself, bro.
Big up,
Yeah,
Manny.
yeah,
Big up,
man.
Jacob.
Fuck you, Canito.
God, Jacob was just warming up the crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just warming up the crowd. I'm a mute shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it goes. Just yeah, big up yourself, God, Jacob. Thanks for holding it down, bro. Yeah. Dark magician.
Yeah.
So, are you on a laptop at the moment?
Yeah. I have all my information in front of me, so I'm ready
Do
to
you
go.
do you need to if you need to share your screen at any time? What's this WD short we got now? If you need to share your screen at any time, let me know. Shout me, and I can share the screen for you or whatever.
I guess I won't, because what I'm going to be reading from is from directly from a help page that I've written for my employer. And if I was to show that, it would then give away who I work for. So I will, if anybody wants to know any of the citations to find out where they can find this information, if you could, set me up with a hammer so that I can share links in the stream.
Yeah. Right,
If that's not possible, then that's okay.
That's
I can
cool,
always tell people where to go to find this information. But yeah, everything that I'm about to say today is completely correct. It's all cited. It's all through government sources and legislation. So,
all right.
should I begin?
Yeah, when you're ready, bro. Yeah. I'm gonna jump
Cool.
off though. Yeah, because no
problem.
Start working.
Thanks for this, Philly. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Appreciate it. All right. So I guess I should begin, I believe, with probably statutory sick pay, because this will be the first port of call for people. So for many workers who are incapacitated due to having symptoms or having to isolate because of a family member's potentially being infected by COVID-19, statutory sick pay will be their first port of call. For employees, PAYE, that's people who are under employment contracts, and that does also affect zero contracts. Okay, we can get to that later on. If you have become incapacitated or you are having to self-isolate due to COVID-19, you can now access statutory sick pay from the first day of your incapacity rather than the fourth day of your incapacity. This new change will be effective retrospectively from the 13th of March 2020. Okay, so if from the 13th of March, if you have had to isolate, or if you are showing symptoms of COVID, or you are living in a house with somebody you have to look after, or you have been identified by the government as being high risk, then you can access statutory sick pay from the first day, as it was before. It would have been from the fourth day. Okay, and now statutory sick pay is paid at a rate of $94.25 per week and can be paid up to 28 weeks. Okay, so you will need to report your conditions to your employer immediately. This is very important, okay, because this won't work unless you've told them immediately. Okay, so eligibility for statutory sick pay applies. You need to be classed as an employee, a person under an employment contract, and that can be somebody who's on a 0 hours contract. Okay, and you can ask your agencies, if you work for agencies, to enforce that for you. Okay, so you have to earn an average of £118 per week to be eligible for statutory sick pay. Right, now, so if you're self-employed or a freelancer, you will not be eligible for statutory sick pay. Okay, so if your earnings are below the limit of £118 per week and you have COVID and you're advised to self-isolate, you can now much easily make a claim for universal credit or potentially new style employment and support allowance, but we'll get to those two later on. Okay, all the measures for statutory sick pay, these measures are retrospective from the 13th of March 2020. Now, you will need to possibly show evidence of your isolation or symptoms. So you can do this by getting in touch with NHS 111. You can find this online as well, okay, and you can ask to obtain an isolation note, which will give you eligibility for statutory sick pay. Okay, so I guess the next one that we should move on to is universal credit, because this will be the main income-related benefit that most people will be applying for in their droves, and they have been doing in their hundreds of thousands. All right, so a large number of changes have been made by the UK government in regards to universal credit. In order to protect current claimants and to make this benefit more accessible to all new applicants, claimants who are having to stay home due to COVID-19 will have their mandatory work searches or work availability requirements under their claimant commitments removed to account for their incapacity. So for those of you who won't know what that means, when you sign up for universal credit, you have to sign what's called a claimant commitment. And that will be two types of people. There will be people who are able to work, and you will have to have a mandatory work search availability requirement. That would be under your claimant commitment. Or if you are a vulnerable claimant and you have difficulties like a disablement or an ailment, an illness, you will have an assessment for what's called a work capability. Now, those requirements that you may or may not have, they will be suspended, okay, for this period. So these new changes will apply for the next 3 months, starting from the 19th of March 2020, okay? So if you are having to stay at home due to COVID, or if you are having to isolate for whatever reason, you're high risk, you will automatically from the first day be able to not from the first day, not for universal credit, from the 7th day, for the 5 weeks with universal credit, you will be automatically meet the eligibility for the work limited capability for work. Okay, you should not attend the job centre unless you are directed to do so for an exceptional purpose. Okay, so most job centres have closed down, and you should not be going to the job centre for any purpose unless it's exceptional. Beginning on the 24th of March 2020 and continuing for the next 3 months, there will be no new reviews or reassessments for all benefits requiring assessment. This includes universal credit. Okay, so you won't need to have a review of your benefit if it hasn't already been put in place, or a reassessment for your universal credit benefit. Okay, and this will be beginning on the 24th of March 2020 and continuing for the next 3 months. If you have already received a UC50 reassessment form before the 24th of March, you will need to complete this form and return it as soon as possible. Okay, it's very vital that if you have received a reassessment form for universal credit, that you get these forms in, because we don't want your benefit to be stopped. Okay, please contact Universal Credit to request extra time if you are struggling to complete your forms. Self-employed and freelancers, or those on 0-hour contracts who are incapacitated due to COVID-19, can now access universal credit. Okay. Now, the reason for this is because the minimum income floor has now been removed as a stipulation for eligibility for universal credit, allowing self-employed and freelancers who are ineligible for the government's job retention scheme to allow them to access universal credit. So the minimum income floor has been removed, and usually that was a stipulation for self-employed people who may not have earned enough income, national insurance contributions to be able to access, or you weren't earning too much, you were earning too much or earning too little. So that's now been removed. So if you are self-employed, you are now able to access fully universal credit. Okay. So all new claimants for universal credit can request an advance of up to 100% of their estimated standard allowance. Advances can be requested as soon as a new claim has been accepted, usually granted within 5 days of request, can be granted sooner in certain circumstances. New changes have been made to help ensure claimants can repay these advances back in a more suitable and manageable way by reducing the maximum rate at which the DWP can deduct your monthly award from 30% to 25%. Advances must usually be repaid within 12 months, but this will change to 24 months in October 2020. So if you are looking to apply for universal credit, you will have to wait for up to 5 weeks, because that's how long it takes for them to process your claim. Okay, it's 5 weeks. So you can ask for an advance from day one. As soon as your application for universal credit has been accepted, on your online journal or on the phone, you can request an advance of up to 100% of your estimated standard allowance. Okay. Now, what you need to understand about this is that they will offer you between 30 and 25% deduction of your next monthly payment from your standard allowance, and that will have to be paid over 12 months. If you refuse that offer, then they are likely to refuse you the advance, and then there's no appeal on that issue. What you can do, what I would suggest is you accept the 25-30% advance deduction, and then later on you can ask for a revision. If it is the case that, you know, when you receive your next month's payment, it's too low, you can ask for a revision on that amount to be deducted to less, like say 10 or 15% paid over 24 months. But it is at their discretion. So there's no right of appeal on this. And you would need to show via an income audit, you would need to show that this would be viable to pay over 24 months and that you are struggling to pay the 25-30% in the first place. Okay, so lots to think about there. The standard allowance rate for universal credit will be increased by £20 a week, meaning claimants will be up to £1,040 better off per year. This new change will apply for 1 year from April the 6th, 2020. The government has now allowed for the increase in the local housing rates for universal credit housing element to pay for at least 30% of market rent in each area from April 2020. So what that means is when you apply for universal credit, you can also apply for an housing element. Okay, and the government has allowed for universal credit to access the local housing allowance rates at the 30% percentile, okay, which is greatly increasing the amount of rent that you can get. And this will be based upon after 5 weeks, when all of your incomes and all of the information that you have given to universal credit has been assessed, your standard elements and your maximum amount and your housing elements will all be given to you at the 30 percentile market rents from April 2020. And I've seen these, I've seen the table for these rents, and they are significant. Okay, so if anybody wants to ask me about those amounts, I do have them, and I can get them to you. Okay, if people are making comments in the comment section, I can't see your comments because I'm reading from a sheet. Okay, what I'll try to do at the end is I'll try to go through comments and give people the information that they need. Or if you want to jump on after I've finished and ask some questions, you know, I'm here for at least half an hour afterwards and we can go through those questions. Okay. So the government has introduced an additional exemption from the shared accommodation rate for universal credit claimants to protect the risk of homelessness. This will enable rough sleepers aged 16 to 24, care leavers, or up to the age of 25, and victims of domestic abuse and human trafficking to live on their own, supporting their recovery from homelessness. Okay, so there has been provision made to help people who fall into those categories to get housing element to help them to live alone, to live on their own. Okay. For those who are undergoing managed migration from legacy benefit to universal credit, legacy benefit is the old income related benefits, job seekers allowance, income support, ESA, housing benefit. Universal credit has rolled all of these benefits into one universal credit payment. So if you are somebody who's already on those benefits, there is such a thing called managed migration. Okay, so if you've been identified as somebody who's being managed migration, you have to move on to universal credit. This is the law. You cannot stop that from happening. But there has been some protection for those who are severely disabled. So if you are already receiving the severe disability premium under your old legacy benefits, there has been a transitional payment for people like yourselves, because under universal credit, there is no severe disability premium. So the government has introduced a new increase in the rate of transitional payment for claimants in receipt of severe disability premium when they move on to universal credit. That is quite a complicated thing. So if anybody wants information on that from me in further detail, then please make it known in the chat and I will try to give you the information that you need. So the next port of call for people who are incapacitated due to COVID will be new style employment and support allowance. Okay. So for those who are incapacitated due to COVID-19 and are not eligible for statutory sick pay, new style employment and support allowance may be available to claimants from the first day of incapacity instead of from the 8th day of incapacity. Okay. As new style ESA is a contribution-based income-related benefit. Just having a drink there. An applicant's savings and capitals or a partner's saving capitals and incomes will not be taken into account for eligibility. Although an applicant will need to have paid enough national insurance contributions over the last 2 years. So what that means is, because new style employment and support allowance is on a contribution base, it's paid to you based on the national insurance contributions that you have paid in the last 2 to 3 full tax working years. Okay, and because it's contribution based, it's not income based. If you have savings, capitals, or incomes that are over 16,000, you will still be eligible for this benefit, and that goes for your partner as well. Okay, so this will help a lot of people who are having to isolate or are incapacitated because of COVID and they were previously working. Okay, they will be able to apply for new style employment and support allowance, and it will be on a contribution based. Now, the only difficulty with this will be is because it's contribution based, you will not be, if you have savings over 16,000, you will not be able to get housing element topped up by universal credit. Okay, you will only be able to get the new style employment and support allowance rates. New applicants for new style employment and support allowance will not be required to supply a fit note. A claimant can obtain an isolation note via NHS 111. If you have made a claim for new style employment and support allowance, but do not have a date of an assessment appointment, you do not need to do anything. You will be contacted shortly by a telephone to let you know what will happen next. If you have already had an assessment appointment arranged, you do not need to attend. Your appointment provider will contact you to discuss an appointment and explain the next steps you need to take. If claimants for new style employment and support allowance tell the DWP in good time that they are needing to stay home or that they have been diagnosed with COVID, they will not be sanctioned. DWP will review their conditionality requirements to their claimant commitment to ensure that they are reasonable. Okay, so if you are on new style employment and support allowance, your limited capability for work will be suspended. All right. As with universal credit above, beginning from the 24th of March 2020 and continuing for the next 3 months, there will be no new reviews or assessments for employment and support allowance. Okay. This is for both ESA and new style ESA. If you have already received an ESA 50 reassessment form before this date, you will need to complete it, return it as soon as possible. Please contact the DWP ESA department to request extra time if you are struggling to complete your forms to request for extra time. Okay, so let's move on to the next part. And okay, so this is much more complicated benefit. This is called New Style Job Seekers Allowance. Okay, this is for employees with who are on PAYE. This will not be for people who are self-employed. Okay, for employees PAYE who have employment contracts who have been affected by COVID-19 and find themselves ineligible for any other income-related benefit, New Style Job Seekers Allowance may be available to claim. New claimants will need to have worked as an employee for at least 2 of the last 3 years and paid enough Class 1 national insurance contributions. Unfortunately, if you are self-employed and have only paid Class 2 national insurance contributions, New Style Job Seekers Allowance will not be available for application unless you have worked as a shared fisherman or a volunteer development worker. So I'm only guessing there's not too many fishermen or development volunteer workers who are listening. Okay. So for existing New Style Job Seekers Allowance claimants, as with Universal Credit and ESA above, beginning on the 24th of March 2020 and continuing for the next 3 months, there will be no new reviews or reassessments for New Style Job Seekers Allowance. Okay. A person who has an award for Job Seekers Allowance, New Style included, who has a period of sickness due to being infected or contaminated with COVID, in isolation, or is caring for a child or a qualifying young person who is a member of the person's household and falls within both the subsections above A and B, and who satisfies the requirement for entitlement of job seekers allowance other than those specified above, is to be treated as being capable of work and not having limited capability for work. So basically what that's saying is if you are incapacitated in any way and having to isolate because of COVID, your job seeking commitments will be upheld for you in that period of time. Okay, for claimants on old legacy job seekers allowance, from the beginning from March 2020, and then for a period of 3 months as a consequence of COVID outbreak, and for the fact that Job Centre Pluses have closed, claimants will be treated as being available for employment and actively seeking employment. Okay, so your claimant commitment will be upheld under Job Seekers Allowance if you are affected by COVID, and you can show that. Okay, so now we move on to the additional healthcare benefits that are not income related. Okay, and some of you may know this benefit and some of you may not. It's called personal independence payment. Okay, for personal independence payment, there has been few but very important changes. If you have made a claim for personal independence payment but do not have a date for an assessment appointment, you do not need to do anything. You will be contacted shortly by telephone or letter to let you know what will happen next. As with Universal Credit and ESA, which require assessment beginning on the 24th of March 2020 and continuing for the next 3 months, there will be no new reviews or reassessments for personal independence payment. If you have already received a personal independence payment renewal or reassessment form before this date, you will need to complete it and return it as soon as possible. Please contact the DWP PIP department to request extra time if you are struggling to complete your forms. If you have already had an assessment appointment arranged, you do not need to attend. Your assessment provider will contact you to discuss an appointment and to explain what next steps you need to take. All PIP awards have now been extended by a further 18 months. So if your award is due to run out, or you are currently in the last 12 months of your award, all awards have been extended by a further 6 months. Okay, so that's great news for people who are worrying about their PIP awards running out. They've been extended for a further 18 months. Okay, please note that the same changes above to reviews and assessments and all extensions are for both attendance allowance, DLA, and industrial injuries disablement benefit. Okay, carers allowance. If you are in receipt of carers allowance and you or the person you care for are infected or contaminated with COVID, or either of you are having to isolate because of the disease, you shall be treated as only having temporarily ceased to satisfy the requirements for carers allowance to regularly and substantially engage with the person you care for on each day in each week, 35 hours per week. You will then continue to be eligible for your carers allowance during this period. So we move on now to the housing benefit and council tax relief. Housing benefit. Local housing allowance rates have been increased to allow claimants for housing benefit to access at least 30% of market rents in each area from April 2020. So just like we were discussing above with Universal Credit, if you are in receipt of housing benefit, the local authorities have been allowed to access the 30% percentile of market rents in your local area to bolster and to increase the amount of housing benefit that claimants can receive. Okay, the government has introduced an additional exemption from the shared accommodation rate for housing benefit claimants to protect those at risk of homelessness. This will enable rough sleepers aged 16 to 24, care relievers up to the age of 25, and victims of domestic abuse and human trafficking to live on their own, support their recovery from homelessness. So again, just like we were talking with Universal Credit, there has been provision put in place for these people that fall between the cracks and may find themselves having to support themselves from recovery of homelessness. Okay, so council tax relief. The government has provided local authorities in England with 500 million of new grant funding to support economically vulnerable people and households in local areas. The government expects most of this funding to be used to provide more council tax relief, either through existing local support tax schemes or through complementary reliefs. If any of you at this moment in time have been sent a liability order for council tax that you haven't paid, what I would suggest you do is get in contact with your local authority as soon as you can and to request a repayment, even if you feel that you shouldn't have to pay back this liability. What you don't want to happen is you don't want the liability to be passed over to a bailiff enforcement officer, because that will become far more complicated and difficult for you to deal with. You want to keep the liability with the local authority, and the way to do that, so as the courts have been closed down and the ways of fighting against such liabilities are not open to you, because most local authorities have mothballed and they've closed down, and there's not much by way of sufficiency for you to sufficiently fight against these liabilities. Just open up an agreement to pay back the liability so that it stops the enforcement from moving on. And then when this crisis is over, then you can go about protecting yourself and fighting it moving forward. Okay, you do not want your council tax liabilities being passed over to bailiff enforcement officers. All right, so yeah, okay, so that's practically all the benefits information. If anybody wants to know any information about workers, what's open to workers, so mortgage holidays, the jobs retention scheme, and also open to the income support for self-employed, then please make it known in the chat and we can discuss that in more detail. Okay. So just reading through the comments. Okay, you want me to go? Why? Who's this? Wab Funk. What's your problem? Wab Funk. What is what I've said nonsense? No, it's not socialism that's caused this world crisis in the market. It's socialism that's actually saving the market.
Yo, Dark Magician.
Yeah.
So all the info that you gave out was for people that could claim benefits. Is there, because everyone's been hearing about this, Boris Johnson's going to be giving 80% of your wages. Is there any information of
so
how you can be getting your actual wages paid or anything like that?
So if you're PAYE and you have the cutoff is it has to be February the 28th. So you have to be an employee for someone under their PAYE from the 28th of February. You can go to your employer if you're furloughed or you're incapacitated because of so there's two ways of looking at this. Okay, if your company has had to lay you off, furlough you, which is your contract hasn't been terminated, but you can't work for them because they've had to shut down, that is what they technically are calling furloughed. You can access that your employer can access from the government on your behalf 80% of your wages, and they can access that from the government, and then in turn your employer will pay that to you, 80% of your wages, and it will be based over the last 3 years of your last wages. So if you've only worked for them for a year, they'll give you the median rate over your last months that you've worked there, but as long as you've met the cutoff of 28th of February, you've worked before that time on their PAYE, you should be able to go to your employer. And that also covers people who are 0 hours contracts and you working for agencies, essentially. So a lot of people will be working for agencies. They'll be on 0 hour contracts. It will be for your employer to do this. So you've got to keep pressing them. If they're not doing it, if you're with an agency, keep pressing them, keep pressing them, keep pressing them. If anybody doesn't think anything that I've said is correct, okay, you can go and find out this information from Martin Lewis, the supermarket money man. Okay, he's on Twitter, he has a website, and he also has a daily show, and he's giving out this information as well. So obviously I know this information as well, but he knows it in more depth. So if anybody feels that, you know, I'm chatting shit or nonsense like somebody's saying in the comment section, please go and have a look at Martin Lewis, the market money supermarket man, okay? Because he has all this information up on live for you. Now, if you are self-employed, a freelancer, okay, you can't access the furlough jobs retention scheme. You can find this information online. The government have it up on their websites, on the YouGov websites. So if you are a PAYE and you're seeking to get 80% of your wages because you are at home because of COVID or for whatever reason, then please go and have a look at the jobs retention scheme. Okay, all the information is there. If you are furloughed by your company, you are also able to take a second job while you're furloughed. So you can get 80% of your wages paid by your main employer. And then while you are furloughed, you can take a second job. This will only be, of course, if you don't have any COVID symptoms or you're having to self-isolate, okay, because you've come into contact with somebody who might have COVID. If you're furloughed by your company and they're paying you 80% of your wages, as long as it doesn't conflict with your employment contract, you are legally, by the government standards, allowed to take a second job, say at like a Aldi or Tesco or you know, Sainsbury's, to take a second job. So you could bolster your.
I've been talking about people doing Ubers and Ubers and Amazon deliveries or whatever.
Yeah, these will most probably be people who are self-employed, and so self-employed people. It took a lot longer for this scheme to be set up because it's very complicated, but they set up what's called a self-employed income support scheme. Okay, and if you are self-employed and you have a tax return from January January 2019, you will be able to access it's basically parallel to the jobs retention scheme, but it's for self-employed, and it's called the self-employed income support scheme, where you can get through HMRC, you can get up to 80% of your last 3-year tax returns.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
So, what was I gonna say? Yeah, man. So, yes, man saying, ask the commie where is all the money coming from for all these checks to be paid out.
So the schemes that have been set up, okay, and the massive amount of government spending is going to be underwritten by the clearing houses. We don't know who these it's all backed by the Bank of England. Okay, this is called modern monetary theory, quantitative easing. Okay, this money is going to be basically created out of thin air, and it's going to be used into the system, and it's going to be underwritten by clearing houses such as HSBC. So the main clearinghouses banks, and it's basically it's underwritten mainly by the Bank of England. And what you have to understand about modern monetary theory, okay, is that when this money is quantitative easing, it's the debt that's created by this is bought back by the government, because the government cannot owe itself money. And it doesn't create inflation because interest rates stay below 3%. Okay, you're going to see this happening, and the deficit will get large. But governments can run deficits in unlimited deficits. They can run unlimited deficits. They're sovereign nations. They can create as much money as they like in crises. And if you don't believe what I'm saying and you think, oh, this guy's talking out of his ass, go and have a look at a guy called Richard Murphy. Okay, an economist called Richard Murphy. He's done a lot of work on this. Canada are doing exactly the same thing, and they've given out explanatory notes. It's called modern monetary theory, and it's called quantitative easing. The Bank of England.
I'm just holding a sec here. Holding a sec. I just wanted to check here that have you got more information that you want to give out and more things that you want to go into? Or are you ready for people to come and challenge?
No, that's fine. Yeah. Sure, come in and ask questions. It's fine.
All right. So I'm gonna send a link out there. Yeah. So anyone that wants to question anything, just come through, jump on, make the conversation interesting. Who else was out there? I was talking to Takia Watch. He was saying a few things. Where is he? Where is he at? All right. I think he's run off somewhere. All right, cool. But big up everyone in the chat. I'll type Dark Magician, I'll type God of Jacob. You get me, all the people them that's on the live stream. Yeah, like I'm saying, I was talking about people finding like second incomes or other little bits of work that can be done. Like I was saying, there's websites like Fiverr where it's all like online digital work that mostly people are doing. So if you're like got any skills that you can offer in them sort of fields, you get me?
Yeah. And also, from my perspective as well, if you are furloughed and you're doing okay, but you want to get out there and do something for people, there is also the let me just get this up. It's called the COVID-19 Mutual Aid UK. So you can find local support and for vulnerable people in communities, and you can also I think they also take volunteers if you want to help in your local area. But if you are also vulnerable, go and have a look at the COVID-19 Mutual Aid UK. It's a local organisation to support most vulnerable people in communities.
Yeah, man. Like I'm saying, obviously, like if no one's making no sort of income right now, or no one knows about the other information where they can get any other sort of incomes or whatever, then you know what I'm saying, like I've been saying from the start of this that obviously there's going to be a bit of a recession, depression once this COVID thing stops in it, because not everyone's finances is going to be able to be saved.
There's already people, especially self-employed, that are going to fall through the cracks. So the information that I've given is basic information. There's always the devil in the detail, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people that will fall through these cracks. I have always been arguing that from the outset the government should have set up a universal basic income, and a lot of other countries have done exactly the same thing. So for instance, Germany in the last few days have been putting 5,000 euros into people's accounts, just so to spend that money as they fit, not having to apply for so the way that these jobs retention scheme work is it's basically your employer is becoming the is basically becoming the
Claim.
DWP.
Yeah.
They're becoming the safety net, and you're just hoping that your employer is decent enough to say, okay, I'm going to furlough you, because it's not coming out of their ledger, it's not coming out of their profits. They need to do the administration. They apply to the government for the jobs retention scheme on your behalf, and they give them the information based on your PAYE records, and then you get 80% of your wages. Now, a lot of employers won't want to do that, and we are already hearing cases of that happening, where they're just laying people off. Gordon Ramsay laid off about 500 people, just laid them off. But the good thing to know about the jobs retention scheme, okay, if you were on their books, you can, and you've been laid off by your employer, you can go back to your employer, even if you've been sacked by them. You can go back to them and say to them, okay, I understand you've had to mothball your company, but can you still apply for the job retention scheme for me? Because I was on your books under PAYE, and they can apply for you as a previous employer and get that paid to them, and then in turn give it to you. So you don't even have to have a contract with them. It just has to be, the cutoff period has to be the 28th of February. So beyond the 28th of February, if you've just been sacked by your employer, you can still go back to them and say to them, please go to the government and ask for 80% of my wages. It's like asking your employer to be the DWP. That's basically what it is. The government has basically passed the buck down the line, whereas other governments haven't done that. They've taken responsibility for their citizens, as a government should, and they're actually putting money into people's accounts.
Yeah.
I just want to tell self-employed people as well.
So what about this year? If you've decided to self-isolate or whatever, can you still qualify for?
Yeah, so you can, if you go to NHS 111, okay.
Oh God.
And
All
you're saying
you
say I'm self-isolating, you can get an isolation note from NHS 111. Otherwise, you can get one from your employer. You can get an isolation note from your employer. Or if you're, so it's 111 where you can get it from, okay? Now, if you're self-employed and you need to do some calculations, there is a system called Ferret Information Systems, okay? So it's called ferret.co.uk, www.ferret.co.uk, reckoners, okay? Now, what this does is they actually have they're like calculation. It's a calculation system to see to do estimates for you. So if you're self-employed, they'll do estimates for you. If you are needing to see if you meet the minimum income floor, they will do estimates for you. If you're needing to see what your mortgage interest is going to be, they will do estimates for you. Usually you have to pay to use these systems, but they are allowing people to come onto their website and use it for free during the COVID-19 emergency. Okay. So if you're needing to do an estimate because you're self-employed and to get onto the self-employed income support scheme, you can go onto this website, and for all types of people who are self-employed, they will do estimations for you in many different ways. So they do pensions, they do emergency tax breaks, they do losses carrying forward, and surplus earnings for universal credit. So you can get these estimations very, very quickly.
Hello? Still there?
Yeah, still here.
Yeah. So all the conspiracy dons, man. I can see a lot of conspiracy nutters in the chat, man. Jump on and tell us why this was pre-planned or whatever. Because it's like
I see this guy called Atticus now. Never seen him come on the chat. Likes to say a lot of nonsense from the chat. Very comfortable for him to sit there in the chat. But to be honest with you, sir, it's all ether. Okay, you can say whatever you want on the screen there, but why don't you come on here and say what you've got to say? it'll be interesting to hear what you have to say. Okay.
Yeah, man. Because shout out everyone in the chat, man. Come through, have your say on the panel. You get me? Let them know what it is. Yeah, we can see how it goes from there, B. Like I said, my personal opinion, I don't feel like this is no planned event. Like,
it's not
how
planned.
unorganized this shit is.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
what's happening? Yeah, is like, if this is planned.
Okay, like, so what I was saying before to people is that what you have to understand is that this isn't a deadly disease. Okay, for 94% of the population. Yeah, most people will get symptoms and they'll be mild. Yeah, but there will be between 6 and 4% of the population, and it could be even more now because of the no preventive measures have been put in place immediately. Those 4% of people will get seriously ill, and a small percentage of that 4% will have to go into ICU, and a small percentage of that percentage will die. Yeah. Now, are you saying that the economy is more important than those people? And what we're starting to see now, it's not elderly people. It's not just elderly people. It's also doctors and nurses. 3 doctors have died.
People without no health problems.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And they're just collateral damage, are they? What like, you need to go and search yourself if you're telling yourself that. You need to go and have a look in the mirror. Human beings are not collateral. They are not commodities. Okay? You will not have a market without people. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, mate. It's I don't know, man. I don't know, man. So there's always a conspiracy to something or whatever, man. But like, I don't know, man. About these conspiracies about coronavirus.
Yeah, because people who pseudo intellectuals, uneducated people they're not going to go and do the math. They're not going to go and do the research. They don't want to take time out to go and actually look at the other side of the argument so that they can have an objective understanding. They just simply accept some kind of conspiracy theory. It's much easier for them to do that. It sits more well with their brain. It takes a lot of time and effort to go out and research something and to find out the other side of the argument.
Hey, one sec, yeah. I just got a delivery of some fucking. What this is. Spray. Hello, you still there?
Yeah, man, still here, bro.
Yeah. No, sorry, man. I was just looking at fucking. They still ain't giving us no mask, though, man.
Really?
I'm hearing masks ain't good though for.
Have you not? You can order some from. You can order some from. What's it called? What's that place called with the bloody hell? I used to go there all the bloody time. I can't remember now. With where you can buy your tools and that from. What they're called? Tool station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, mate. Things a bit mad still. Can't lie.
Well, you out grafting, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I was in this lady's house.
Keep washing your hands, man.
Yeah, I was in this lady's house, and then Like they're like proper wrapped up, mate. Proper. They got gloves on, mask on. They're indoors, mate.
They knew you were coming, innit?
They're like, yeah, they're wrapped up in the corner. I couldn't help laughing when I opened the door. I'm like, sorry, I ain't laughing at you. Obviously, you're trying to stay safe, but
Yeah.
you don't usually come to many people's houses and they look like they're trying to do a flipping armed robbery or something. You know what I mean?
No, it's, people got to stay safe.
Yeah, man.
Because you just don't know, like you could catch COVID, and it could snatch.
None of the building shops are open either, man.
No,
hardly any building shops are open, man. I mean, I can't even buy no bits, man. I've got to rebook this job now anyway. Because
you can't do it.
Yeah, I couldn't find the parts, but I've been there for ages as well. Driving about looking for fucking bits and pieces and so on. So.
Clear.
I need to go on mute while I read
Now
this
enter the number and press call.
So, does anyone want to jump on from the chat?
Yeah, man.
Jupiter, come and jump on.
Jupiter usually jumps on. I've heard Wab Funk jump on before. You should jump on and give your take on what we're saying. Who else? Yeah, sorry, man. It's mad. Yes, still. My phone's ringing, mate.
Well, thanks for letting me come on, Veli, and give that information out. Hopefully, it's been helpful to people. Oh, to Walter, if you're listening, I'm not a communist. I don't believe in communism. I'm a socialist. I'm a democratic socialist. So I've just reading back through the chat, and I can see there is a guy called Wab Funk who's asking where I've got all these citations from, where I'm getting this information from. So my information is coming from 4 particular sources. Okay, one is the Coronavirus Act 2020. The other is the UK Spring Budget 2020, the UK Government Spring Budget 2020, the Social Security Coronavirus Further Measures Regulations 2020, and also the Employment and Support Allowance and Universal Credit Coronavirus Disease Regulations 2020. Okay. Also, so I've done on the help sheet that I was reading from, I've done a bibliography. So the table of cases I've just given, the table of welfare benefits are universal credit, statutory sick pay, employment and support allowance, new style job seekers allowance, personal independence payment, carers allowance, housing benefit, and council tax reduction. Other online sources are, and this is a very good one. Okay, I would advise anybody to go and have a look at this one. It's www.understandinguniversalcredit.gov.uk/coronavirus. Okay, for the benefits reviews and assessments being suspended, that would be www.gov.uk/government/news/coronavirus update benefits reviews and reassessments suspended. Okay, and for the jobs retention scheme, if you're PAYE and you're needing to have a look at this scheme, it's www.gov.uk/guidance/claim for wage costs through the coronavirus jobs retention scheme. And if you are needing to get a isolation note from 111 NHS, it's www.111.nhs.uk/COVID-19. Okay, so that's where I'm getting my information from. Those are my citations, primary legislation and government websites. Okay. Atticus, now, not one single penny of this money that has been set up by these schemes to help people with their wages is coming from taxpayers' money. It's quantitative easing. Please go and find out what that is. Please go and read up on modern monetary theory. Okay, this money is being created via quantitative easing to pump into the system. Okay, it's not coming from tax. Okay, have you got that clear? Yeah, let me put these links in the chat for you guys. Okay. How many more times does it have to be explained to you, Atticus? The money is coming from quantitative easing. Yeah, do you know what that is? The government are creating the money, and it's going to be underwritten via government bonds, and then they buy back the debt. Do you understand that? Yeah.
That's right, Dark Magician. Thank you for that info, brother.
Oh, big up, Jacob. How you doing?
Man, you know I'm holding it down, trying to maintain. You know what I'm
Fantastic,
saying?
man. Good stuff.
Looking at all the people in here complain when you trying to do good service. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, nothing that I've said is it's factually correct. Everything I've said is factually correct, and I'm going to put the links in. I'm putting them in the chat now, so that people can go and find these for themselves. Okay, I just don't understand why people are even care where this money is going to come from. It's coming from the government's going to create this money out of thin air, as it has been doing for many years when it
Exactly.
comes to quantitative easing in the stock market. Okay, and when it comes to this type of financing, yeah, the government buy back the debt, so in the end, it doesn't create inflation. It's all going to be it's going to be great for everybody. Okay, it's not going to be any difficulty. So people don't need to worry. Socialism is saving your ass, and I know that there are a lot of people that are upset about that. But
Hmm.
at the end of the day, really, people come before the market. It's as simple as that.
Right. And I was just sitting back listening, and then coming back, I was listening. I was look through the chat. You got people complaining. I said, look at these ones.
Yeah. It's because they're really upset that they're obviously. I believe they're obviously. There's one guy in the chat, for instance. He's very vocal. Atticus now. He's obviously conservative.
Oh, that's my man. That's my man, though. But yeah,
That's your
sometimes
man.
you
Yeah,
just
but
got you
politically,
gotta let the
he obviously
information just
doesn't.
come on out. I don't think you're trying to be.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously doesn't like the fact that
Mhm.
that socialism is saving our asses right now, and he wants to put that message. He wants to, argue against that message. But
Right.
I don't see how you can, because without these measures being put in place, the capitalist system is not going to help people, is it?
That's true. That's true. And
Right. So
I'm kind of pro-capitalist myself, but I can see where you're coming from. Socialist programs is saving the day, whether you like it or not.
right, exactly. Yeah. So we can't go back to the way things were. People just can't accept that. How are you going to accept that?
Yeah.
Now
Are you?
that's not to say that
Mhm.
the media that is run and owned by the right wing and the centrists. That's not to say that when all this is over, they're going to be screaming from the top of their lungs. We need to get the deficit down. We need more tax rises. We need this, that, and the other. We need more austerity. That they're already gearing up to say those sorts of things already.
Yeah.
But it's not the case. It's not the case. We don't need to go back to the way things were. We don't need to accept austerity. We can fund our social utilities. We can pay people a living wage. They don't have to live in poverty. Okay, these things are in America. You can have Medicare for all. Just get out there and vote for Bernie Sanders, for goodness sake. You can have Medicare for all. It's viable. It works. The math has been done.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know it's possible, but then American politicians are ran by lobbyists most of the time, and you start cutting into their money, and it's going to be a problem. But
Yeah.
it's
And
all
yeah, I mean, so
bureaucracy.
I don't know why Atticus is upset, because is he upset that
Mhm.
Virgin Airlines are asking for billions of pounds of bailout money? Is he upset
They,
about
they
that?
they should get it. Some companies need bailouts, whether you like it or not. Whether they were
See, for
capitalists
me,
before that, some people need it. I think some companies need those
yeah.
bailouts. I'm sorry.
So in the UK, what's happened at the moment is all the rail companies,
Mhm.
their contracts with the government
Okay.
have been suspended, which technically means that they've been taken into nationalisation. So all the rail in England has been taken in under nationalisation, because their contracts for subsidies have been suspended. Okay,
Okay.
so we need to have that. That's a public utility, right? But for me, when it comes to commercial flights, that's your problem. That's your commercial business. Okay, if you can't save yourself from this, then that's up to you. The government shouldn't be able to bail you out when you've just paid out dividends to your shareholders in the millions.
Yeah, me and you are different slightly on that. Just a little bit, not in totality.
Yeah, because when this is over, you want to take a flight somewhere, don't you?
Yes, I'm saying. You call me a hypocrite on this one.
Oh, fair enough. I get that. Like, I'm not the kind of socialist who's against capitalism. Yeah, I recognize capitalism as a useful product of humanity. Okay, I understand that people should be free to have free enterprise. Okay, and shouldn't have that much government intervention on them. But government does intervene on you, especially in America. You like the amount of taxes that you have to pay and the amount of licenses that you have to get just to set up a business. That's capitalist intervention from government dipping into your business. Yeah. Whereas with the socialist model would be that the government would only be there to help protect you if you failed.
Right. I don't like unregulated capitalism. That's scary.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, and that's exactly what.
Good morning, everybody. Dark Magician. Just in your socialism, the question is very simple.
Yeah.
Does a guy who's cleaning the McDonald's floor make the same money as the doctor who's saving people?
Oh, not this angle.
No.
So how are you going to do it then?
What you do is you pay them a wage that they can live on, the same as what the.
And what about it? Okay, so then at what point then?
No, excuse me. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Yeah.
Still perfect system. In the human
as world. It works at the moment, you have doctors and nurses. You have nurses and police officers in the UK having to use food banks to survive because their wage does not pay them enough. Now, are you telling me that if you have a specialized job such as a police officer or as a nurse, that it's fair that they don't earn enough money to survive and they're having to get state handouts to help them? No. Socialism says that you should pay them a living wage. You should have rent caps so that landlords can't just hike their rents to the market values, so that this is what you find yourself in. And then at the same time, you don't have a decent home standard where people can move into a property and there's no enforcement.
I understand.
Yeah? What's wrong with that?
Because you want to go in a perfect world that all humans.
It's not perfect. The way you do. It's achievable. No, it's not utopian.
Listen to me. I understand it's achievable, and I understand that we should all be paying the same thing.
Yeah. So don't use the word perfect then. Don't use the word perfect.
Okay, but the thing is, that's not the way the human mind works.
No, but it is.
Get it?
No, it's not. Yes, it is, and it can. And
a lot of people don't want to be. A lot of people don't want to be policemen and get shot for nothing. For the same as a guy who could be flipping murders.
You would agree that a trainee police officer, should be able to have enough to earn, to pay their rent and to pay their food and to pay all of their bills and to live.
But they want more.
No,
they want more.
They're already living on less. They're already living on less and getting by just about.
If people
what relative poverty is. Do you understand?
Why do people go to school? Why do people go to school? To get better jobs?
Reasons. For many
or just because they because a long time ago you could be working in a factory.
I'm not saying that everybody should get paid exactly the same for all the work that they do.
Yes, but you're not giving them the right. You're not giving them the right to make the decision.
Yes,
you are not giving people the right, and people don't like that. No, they don't.
What are you talking about? Look, I'm not going to have this.
You are telling
you don't. You're not even making a coherent argument.
No, you're not listening. You're talking over me.
Go ahead.
Okay. You are not letting a person make his right. If he wants to get more money and he asks for it, you're taking that away. It's like, hey, you're this is what you're getting paid. That's it. That's all. Okay? So that when the guy is working on the floor, okay, and he sees that he's working his ass off and the other guy's doing nothing and he's doing everything for the other guy, he doesn't have the right to say, can I have a little bit more money? Because I feel I'm more valuable than this guy's doing. You're taking that away from people, humans. Humans don't like that. Humans like the right to say.
I'm absolutely not doing that at all. No.
You don't think so? What you're doing is exactly communism, but in a
You
different light.
haven't listened to what I have just said to you.
That's it.
You haven't
Yo.
listened to what I've just said.
You're preaching that somebody who's making millions shouldn't be making millions anymore, right?
No, I'm not saying that.
If I open up a company,
Yeah.
and I'm making let's say 1 million a year, okay, I'm
Yeah.
not allowed to have that.
No,
Or
I'm
am I
not
allowed to
saying
have
that.
that?
No, not saying that, Walter.
So are you
No.
going to be taking more money away from me? Are you going to be taking more money away from me? Because you're gonna control everybody's salary around the world.
Walter, are you
the money somewhere?
Walter?
No.
Three
No,
deep
not
breaths
saying
right now.
No, it's like
Take three deep breaths
Do you see
right
how
now.
he's straw manning me? Do you see
it's
how
like
he's
it's like the
strawmanning me?
perfect. He
I
as
literally
dark
said
magician.
Turning
Dark
this
magician
machine
has this
mode
perfect
to
world in his head, like we all do,
No,
but it
I
never
don't have a
works.
perfect world in my head. What I have
Dark
is
It
magician,
never
listen,
works.
wait,
Yeah.
Dark magician, before you reply to Walter, remember, this is the same guy who's just sitting there waiting to die. So just take a minute.
What do you
Think.
mean? What does that mean?
I don't understand how it can be any clearer. Walter,
Dark magician is the guy who believes that we exist for nothing. I mean, Ultra.
Walter, just for the record, you're straw manning me. I never said anything of the such. Okay, all right. This is what you've got in your head from other socialists. I am not a typical
Okay,
socialist.
continue going.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm not saying that.
Here it is. Here it is. Dark
I'm
magician.
still
Here it is.
curious,
It's a
Dark
great
Magician.
plan, but
I'm
it ain't
still
gonna
curious. How can
That's it.
someone who's a
work.
Christian,
Humanity.
who looks at the behavior of
It's
Jesus
a great
Christ,
plan,
how can
but
they
it
be
ain't
so
gonna-
infatuated
Communism
with
is a
making
good
money?
plan.
I don't get it. That to me is a walking contradiction.
Yeah.
Because humanity doesn't allow it. People don't allow it.
Wasn't Jesus the first socialist?
But don't you understand? Nobody follows Jesus.
Nobody follows Jesus. Did you hear what he
was a
said?
rich man.
Did you hear what Walter said?
If Jesus,
Walter
if
the
everybody would
Christian
follow
came.
Jesus too,
Bro.
if everybody would have followed Jesus too, it would be a perfect society, wouldn't it?
We need
But
to
do we
dub
follow
plate that.
Jesus?
We need to
No,
dub
we
plate
don't.
So
that.
you, Walter
Witness.
the Christian, you don't want to follow Jesus then, Walter?
I know, that's it.
Oh, you don't want to follow Jesus, but you like to. Fuck it hell.
Well, I just for the record, what you're saying is not my argument at all. Okay, all right. With all due respect, I do like you, Walter. So, like, please don't straw man me. Okay.
Hey, so
Guys,
Dark Magician,
like I said, Dark
hold on,
Magician, it's a great plan.
witness,
It's a great
Porter,
plan. You're not the first one to come up.
Hold on a sec, mate. Mate, hold on a sec, yeah? Dark Magician,
Yeah.
are you, in your, socialist sort of, manifesto or plan or whatever, yeah?
Yeah.
Is it that, everyone is paid the same wages? Is that
No,
right?
that's communism. No, that's communism. No, what I'm suggesting is that people are paid a living wage, a real living wage. Yeah, so that they can
The
afford.
minimum wage is a living wage, and then anyone else that earns more can earn more.
If you take the UK right now, yeah, 60% of the population are living in relative poverty. That means that they do not earn enough in a capitalistic free market society to pay their bills and to live. So you're finding people having to go to food banks, and that's people like nurses, student nurses. Yeah, they're not earning enough to be able to feed themselves because of a capitalistic free market where like rents are not capped and they're running away with themselves. Whereas if you live in a democratic socialist hierarchy, you're able to have that capitalistic market. You're able to have the profit that you earn, your free market, but there will be caps. There will be you will have to pay people a living wage. You won't, if you're a landlord. Wait, let me finish. You won't be able to just hike your rents up. You won't be able to just use a Section 21 no fault eviction to get somebody out of their house so that you can get a student in who can pay you more, but that student is actually getting that money from Student Finance England and running up a debt. See, it's a vicious circle. You have to look at these things methodically.
Dark Magician,
hold on a sec. Dark Magician, do you think that it's the wages that people were earning or the way that people are managing their money, their education on how to manage your money, that is keeping the people in this poverty position? Or is it like a combination of both or whatever? Do you think it's I
just want to say, analyze Danya. I think you're fantastic. You're wonderful. Yeah, you're what you're doing is great. But if you don't believe my statistics, go and look at the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. They've set all of this out in lots of different sheets and stuff like that. So go to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. Okay.
Hey, Dark Magician, I got a question. If my company, select my company, bottom line was $500,000 1 year, and then the next year it made $1 million, should my employee's salary go up just because my company's overall bottom line increased?
So, wait, explain that to me again.
So my first year, I opened a business. I make $500,000, right? Second year I'm in business, my company makes $1 million. Should my employee's salary go up because my company made more money the second year?
Mm. Yeah. What are you asking?
No, I'm just saying that. So my company.
Yeah, fine. Why not? That's absolutely fine. But you know, as long as you are able, don't you want your workers who work for you to be able to have a living wage?
Yeah, I'm not arguing. I just wanted your reply.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
That's all that I'm asking. That's all that I'm asking. Everything else, it seems, could work perfectly. So from my point of view, yeah, you use what's called the Marxist dialectical. Yeah, you have two competing theses. You have capitalism and you have socialism. Now, they're two competing theses. Neither of them are going to go away. Both of them have sufficient arguments to make. Both of them have failures. What do you do with those theses? You make a synthesis between the two. That's what you do. You get the best of
Does everybody get a Ferrari?
Sorry?
Does everybody get a Ferrari too?
Oh, come on. See,
does everybody get a Ferrari?
Walter, stop.
Dark Magician, don't even answer the dumb questions. Just don't even answer. If Walter's going to be a petulant child,
you don't get what I'm trying to tell you.
Walter, no,
you don't
Walter,
get what
you
I'm
don't
trying
get
to tell
what you're
you.
saying. You don't even
Should we all
understand
walk
what
around
you're
in the
saying.
same white suit? Should we all walk
Do you know
around in
what?
the same white
Walter,
suit?
all you're doing is showing either fundamental lack of understanding.
Ultra, you don't even understand what socialism is. Like everybody wears the same thing. Everybody does the same thing.
Walter,
we all want
please
the same
listen
thing.
to what Dark Magician is actually saying and not what you think he's saying.
Do you, Ultra? Ultra, you really don't get people, man.
Guys.
Let me ask you a question. The guy wins the lotto. Does he become rich? How many have gotten poor and they've gotten millions of dollars from the lotto? Why?
Yeah, absolutely.
You could give a person $50,000. They could blow it in a week.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I could blow 50 grand in 3 days, and you're done. And I'm poor. I'm from a poor background.
A lot of people need people to tell them how to run their money. Do you know that?
Yeah,
that's the whole point of financial advisors, bro. That's the whole point of the show.
So why are you using them now?
So why are you using them now? Guess what? Instead of teaching people,
out of your asshole.
Instead of teaching young children in school about nonsense religious edicts,
so now everybody.
Why don't we teach children?
Now everybody has a 200 IQ.
Excuse me. Let me speak. Instead of teaching children RE in school, absolute nonsense, stuff that they're never going to be able to use in life, why don't they teach them about tax? Why don't they teach them about politics? Why don't they teach them about modern monetary theory and economics? Yeah, you could easily set up a curriculum for children to understand that stuff. Yeah, but instead we teach them about Jesus.
So are you saying, wait a minute,
nonsense?
Never
going to help them in any way whatsoever.
Are you saying that everybody could be a mathematician?
Exactly. Come on.
Mathematic specialist, accounting? Is that what you're saying?
You don't need to be.
I want to know. Can everybody know how to do accounting?
Yeah,
everybody knows how to do a tax return. Is that what you're saying?
You can teach.
Hey, Walter, listen. I'll tell you what, though.
Everybody knows.
Most people, if they were taught how to manage their money properly, on how to live, how to pay taxes, what compound interest is, how to set up savings, how to try and make a nest egg, how to set up your own future, so your own destiny is controlled in your own hands. Yeah, that's going to do much more than any religion could ever do.
Exactly.
So if that's the case, why do people not learn it in school? Because that is one thing you are taught when you go to school.
Yeah, because you got fucking donuts like you You got donuts like you that are pushing people to say, "Oh, you have to learn about Jesus. Jesus."
Because I do my own
wait
taxes,
to die.
guys.
You just have to pray to
I
God.
do my own
You have to wait.
taxes.
You have to wait to die.
Oh,
When I
guys.
die, I'm just gonna get my second life. Don't worry
Villa,
about my first
Villa,
life. I'm just getting my
Villa.
second life.
I do my own
You have to
taxes.
worry about this
I've
life
tried to
now,
show
mate.
other people how to do taxes. A lot of them don't get it.
Guys, I didn't really come on here to argue with anybody yet. So, but I hope
You guys think everybody's the same, but not everybody's the same.
Yeah, okay.
Some guys are good at math. Some guys are good at this. Some people are good at that.
Yeah.
So I can't play the piano for nothing, but a guy could outdo me in the piano any day.
Yeah.
You guys don't get how the world works. It's not
what socialism is.
I need to go, guys.
Ask him what socialism is. He's here to speak out against socialism. Ask Walter to define socialism. Then you'll actually know if he understands what socialism is.
Yeah. What is socialism in a sentence, Walter?
Socialism is the perfect world.
Okay.
And it ain't gonna happen.
So I need to go now because I have work to do, and there are people that need my help, that really do need my help. So I need to go. I'm going to go, and I hope the information that I've given has been helpful today. So good luck to everybody, and stay safe.
Thanks for the info. So you're working. Belly's still working as well. Both of you are still working.
I'm working from home. My office has been closed down, so me and my family are self-isolating, and so I'm working from home.
Fair enough.
All right, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to people's homes.
Belly's spreading it.
Yeah, Belly's the one who's got to be safe, man.
Yeah, be safe, Belly. And no bad feeling to anybody at all. Everybody stay safe and all the best of luck. Okay, take care.
The funny thing was, I was reading. It's interesting in the New Testament. It says, "For it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God," which is why I'm fascinated why Walter the Christian is so obsessed with being wealthy. I don't get it.
Yeah. You see that? Yeah. It's that verse there. That's designed to fucking give poor people a pat on the back, man. You know, like that's a poor pat on the back. Like you'll get your reward later on. You get your pie in the sky. Well, that's dangerous, man.
There are people who believe it. They have their reasons for believing it.
I don't want everybody to have, and I don't want everybody to have like the opportunity. That's a great system. It would be great, but the way the world is run, with money and everything, and you got to pay, and and people want for their work, want money for it's not as simple as just giving the money and saying, hey, it's going to be beautiful. It's never like that.
But that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
No, I understand that, but right.
No, but listen.
It's the capitalist system because at least you're getting money because there's some people who are making a lot of money and at least you can tax them on it. You're taxing because imagine when you make $1 million and you're taxed at 40%, you're giving a lot more money than a guy who's making 40,000 at 40%. You see, because when you look at the capital system, a guy who's making $2 million a year is getting taxed at, let's say, 40%. His 40% comes up to contribute close to like almost 800,000. Whereas the guy who's making 40,000 and is taxed at 30%, he's only giving 2,000 or 4,000. So already the rich guy is giving like 10 times the amount. That's going all to the government. And the government is using that already to make social programs as there are. Even in the capitalist system, there are a lot of social programs. Like, for instance, where I live,
that's the socialist aspects coming through.
Hold on a second. So, Walter, it's like you don't understand, the concept of teaching most of the people in society to be self-sufficient. So, if most, because it's never going to be 100%, there's always going to be people that need help. Yeah, but if there was all the people that could fend for themselves was actually in a position to be able to be fending for themselves and understood the fucking world we live in, what it is to be, or what needs to be achieved, what sort of, how much money do you want to earn to retire? How much, do you know what I'm saying? Like, what is your, how much is it going to cost you per month to live that, whatever? Get that money sort of figured out, and then figure out a way to earn that sort of money, it's like no one. That's not taught in school. That's only taught by certain families.
I mean, like I said, I've seen people make a lot of money and just blow it all. I've seen people with less money than a rich guy. Let me finish. Let me finish. I've had people that I know came over from another country, family of make minimum wage, make a little bit more, and have much more than a person who's making 3 times more than them. And they weren't mathematicians. So it's up to the human being to not want to. If greed is part of the equation, this is where everything goes wrong. And in the human culture, greed is there, and it's a killer. Unless we because there's always somebody says, "Oh, it's not fair." Oh, he gave it to him, give it to me, and that's always there.
But no one's.
And unless people's philosophies, it's not just. It's not a question. He doesn't say that, but he says what he says. The plan that he puts in place is to be put in. Society has to work that way. No greed in the society.
Wasn't that? He didn't even
say
that
he
either.
has to play.
Listen. If you're gonna quote him, at least quote what he actually says, innit? That he was saying that what I did here, was he was saying about having a living wage. Whatever the living wage is, so whoever's the getting the lowest wage in society is getting at least the living wage, and listen, yeah, and then whoever's got skills that above the minimum skills, you know what I'm saying? That it's then different. The pay scale must go up from then onwards, isn't it? Yeah, but obviously
I totally understand that.
If there's you see that 0 hours contract right now, yeah. Someone on a 0 hours contract, that's fuckeries, bro. You ain't got no sort of planning or anything. You might as well be on benefits. You know what I'm saying? That it's just the same sort of limbo. They could just let you go tomorrow or whatever. You've got no scheduled days when you're definitely working or whatnot. Yeah, with that, I'm saying when the companies can get rid of that shit and everyone's actually got a fucking contract where people are getting, like you said, the minimum living wage, then that's going to be at least one of the steps of social living that could be fucking prepared.
If you believe that, I personally think it's because the more you give, let's say every time minimum wage goes up, to bring it up, everything else goes up, and then the other ones still get richer, and the poor keep getting poorer. Bring up the minimum wage again, bring up to 30, and here we go again. Everything goes up again. Everybody wants more again, and here we go. The $20 is still not enough. It's like a cat and mouse thing all the time. Nobody is willing to say, okay, you know what? We're going to let minimum wage go up, and we're not going to increase nothing. Everybody across the board increases their money, their taxes. Everybody increases their salaries. The guys who want more.
Yeah, but Walter,
you know what? Let that guy. I can say the minimum salary. Let's say to give a good basic living for everybody to buy a house, cars, and stuff like that. Let's say it's 50 grand a year. Okay, let's say in the UK. I don't know what's a decent living, like 60 grand, 60,000 pounds. What's a good living for everybody in England? Let's say.
You're saying? Are you saying that you want there to be no inflation and you want there to be a cap on what anyone can earn? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's one of the best. That's one of the best. No inflation is the greatest one.
You're more of a socialist and a communist than Dark Magician, then.
No, exactly. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's the best. That would be a genius if people could not live with that. Inflation is due to humanity that wants more money every year.
So if you put a cap on what anyone could earn, ain't that going to be the start of the revolution then?
No, I'm not saying to do. I'm saying that there's systems in place all over. The best system I think was, if you want to know the truth, is if when people had their own land, they could live off their land. They had their family. They had a nice little town. The town would work together. But that was a lot of work. People don't like work.
You know what? That's always the issue with the religious people. Yeah, it's like they always want to go back to this happy-go-lucky time, which they never lived in, and they don't even know if it was actually like that.
And you guys
Bullshit,
you guys want to have cake and eat it too. You want the money to come to you, and you want to do nothing for it, which you have to. We all have to eat.
Wait, you know what, Walter? Can I ask Walter a question?
We have to work to eat. We have to hunt. We have to grow. We have to work.
Walter, let me ask you something.
We're not in Star Trek yet, where you just press a button and the plate comes to your table.
Walter, can I ask you something?
We're not there yet.
Walter,
we can't find the planet yet where all the food is, and we just don't get the food on the planet.
He's spazzing out, answer. Don't worry,
we're not there yet.
It's your turn now, man.
All right, yeah, Walter. Look, this is the thing. Yeah, this is the thing. Dark Magician explained to us a little bit about.
It's all work, man. That's life. Work, and more work.
Walter,
unless you're rich, then you can pay someone else to help to work.
Walter, can I ask you a question? Hello. Oh, he can't hear me.
Yo, yeah, he's on mute, man. He's on mute.
Yeah, so I don't really get what's going on because
I stopped talking.
Because Dark Magician
anybody else,
kind of like
what
Can you hear? One sec. Walter, can you hear answer?
Answer?
Yeah, can you hear scientific method? Can you hear scientific method?
No, I can't. I can't hear him.
Alright, jump out and jump back in here because he wanted to ask you a question.
Okay, I'll jump out.
Jump out, jump back in, yeah?
Yeah, I don't get this, man. I mean, Walter's confused, man. Like he's rooting for socialism more than anyone else, but his problem seems to be that he just thinks that, this is a common criticism of socialism, which is that human nature just doesn't fit into the ideology of socialism and communism. But then that's a big problem for him because that's what Jesus advocated, and that's the example Jesus set. So Jesus was wrong about human nature, then obviously. But yeah, I mean, like I don't know. A lot of the things he says, I don't know why he's criticizing socialism because everything he says seems to promote it and act as if that would be the best thing.
But that was more socialist and more communist than what Dark Magician said.
Excuse me. Do you know how many people they're letting in out of town? No.
Huh? Yo, Malik, you're not muted, bro.
Oh.
Okay, I'm back.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry.
Morning.
Yeah, man. So, scientific. You wanted to ask Walter a question, yeah?
Yeah. Walter, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, all right, cool. I've been listening, yeah. So I was a little bit confused because what I heard Dark Magician explain about socialism on the basis of what he was talking about, people being able to claim back their wages and money and sick pay during this COVID-19 period.
No, that's fine. That's
so
fine.
So he was explaining that, yeah, and then you seem to start attacking his.
No, because I know his agenda is to bring everything. Like what he's saying is, it's possible. It could be done, but we're in a situation now. I mean, all countries
Walter, you're gonna need to let me speak here because it's got nothing to do with what my point is. Yeah, so he kind of explained what socialism is on the basis of his advice that he was giving, yeah, which I thought was really good advice. You started to attack the kind of ideology of socialism on the basis of
saying it wouldn't work.
Yeah, saying that it doesn't work because human beings just won't accept that.
It wouldn't work.
Yeah, and human beings are not like that, so that's why it doesn't work.
Yes.
The problem I have is that, like a lot of the times, the ideals you yourself adhere to and refer to are very similar to that. Capping people's maximum wages, distribution.
When did I ever talk about that?
Bro, we've all been listening.
I never talked economics.
So, the point I'm trying to say to you, is that you understand, that the socialism aspects that we have in our society make it not a truly capitalist society. Yeah, we do have things in place for.
It's a fine line. It's a fine line.
No, it's not fine. It's not fine. It's not.
We still give people. We still give people to right. We still give people the right to ask for raises, even though we have a lot of social programs in place.
Bro,
still
I
give
don't know. I
right
have
to
no
people
idea
to
what you're
control
talking
their
about.
lives.
Bro, I have no idea what you're talking about. What I'm saying to you is that the society we live in, the UK at the moment, is a good mixture, blend of communist and capitalist principles. Yeah, it's
Where are you
evolved.
living right now? You're living in the UK?
Yeah,
You're living in the UK?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
you're in the UK.
yeah. So
Okay,
it's
I'm in
evolved
Canada.
and developed like that because of this whole debate going on in politics. Yeah. Now, what I want to ask you, yeah, is that the character of Jesus and the kind of society that he envisioned is way more socialist than it is capitalist,
But
and
yeah.
there's literally
Okay, so
zero debate about that. So then I want to ask you, well, don't you then see the problem that you have is that you're saying that human nature doesn't match the socialism
no,
ideals, but Jesus
no, it doesn't.
pretty much was a socialist and promoted socialism. So are you saying then that Jesus was mistaken about human nature? Because why is he
Jesus
promoting something
promoted
that
that.
you're saying human beings won't?
Christ
Uh,
promoted that the individual makes the choice to help a person. It's up to the individual. And in this society, a lot of individuals do not want to do that. Okay, just because the leader promotes the philosophy, if people don't want to push it, it's not he's not forcing society. He never said everybody has to do it. He said you and you. So it's up to the individual. There's some individuals that live like that. That's their choice. There's other individuals who do not want to live like that. That's their choice.
So you're saying that the
We
example
don't
of
put the
Jesus.
gun to the head.
Hang on, bro.
There's
Wait a
no gun to
second. Yeah.
the head here.
So you're saying that the example of Jesus, and he also knew this, was that his example is only going to be relevant to a minority of
To
people,
those who wish to follow him.
which is a minority, which you're agreeing is a minority.
Absolutely, a super minority.
So all right. So this is what I don't understand about you people. Yeah, is that the God of the universe
Me
creates
people. What you people? Wait.
The God
Are
of
you
the
talking
universe.
to me or are you talking to you
Bro, just
people?
wait a second. The God of the universe who
Don't bring
creates
me into
everything.
you people.
Bro, the God of
Or
the
them.
universe who creates everything and knows everything
Oh, here we go
sent
into
himself
atheism.
down to tell a few people to be more socialist-like,
They tell the few
even
people.
though
You
he
don't
knows
get it.
that human nature is
You
not like
can't.
that.
Scientific method. Here you go again. He did not tell a few people. Everybody knows. Even you, atheist, knows of his plan. Yet you don't follow it. So don't tell me everybody knows Christ's plan.
All right, so he told everybody, knowing that it's only
and nobody wants to follow it. It's that simple.
Bro, it just sounds pretty pointless. Like, why did your God do this? Like, it's pretty silly.
It's because.
Yeah.
Why?
Why would he bother?
What do you mean?
That
Why?
no one's gonna follow it.
You want him to put a gun to your guy's head? Would you prefer that?
No, why did he? Why did he come with a message that?
Why would God have to put a gun to your head?
To most people?
Why would God have to put a gun to your head for you to do stuff? How does that even make sense?
Exactly.
No,
So what type of message is saying that?
Everybody, he came with a message for everybody, whilst already
Alpha,
knowing
scientific method. You don't want to follow Villa, Ultra. All you guys don't want to follow. So why are you blaming now God?
I'm not blaming God. I'm asking you about why you think something that doesn't make sense.
Okay. Yeah, of course
you say it doesn't make sense.
It does make sense. Walter, hold on. It does make sense because even not everybody follows the law. The law has been set in place, but not everybody still follows the law.
Is the law created by an all-knowing being?
It doesn't matter. Even David created
it doesn't
the
matter
law.
now, does it? It doesn't matter
no,
now.
I'm just telling you that it does make sense because even the law. Listen. Even the law that is. Hold on. Let me speak. Let me speak.
You're holding the all-knowing being to the same standard as human beings.
Right, let him finish though. Let him finish. Come, Malik. Aren't you, right?
No, I'm just trying to say I agree with Walter. It's a way of encouraging people to spread their wealth to those who don't have it. It's not saying for you definitely to do it. If you have more than excess, then give to those who don't have it. Even the laws that is written down, not everybody follows the law. So it does make sense.
Yeah, Malik, you know what, yeah? It's like you got your mic right close to your mic. You wanna back the mic up a little bit. You sound a little bit muffled still. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got the mask on there and I'm all bundled up over here. I'm at Walmart trying
the mask. You're gonna lick out, but you lick looking like Easter in Walmart.
Scientific method is like the child that falls down the stairs and then he
He
gets
said me
twice as
about the
many stairs.
coronavirus long time ago.
So yeah, it's a strange thing to say. Like, imagine a all-knowing. Well, for me, that's not an all-knowing being. Yeah, it's weird for me to think that someone that knows everything, what's gonna happen, when it's gonna happen, before it's gonna happen, after it happens, blah blah blah, all this, that, and the other. Yeah, that they would they would send a message that they know most people ain't gonna follow. Like, well, why would they bother? What kind of all-knowing knowledge is that?
But at one point, a lot
Yeah,
of people were following. At one point, a lot of people were following.
But that was by the sword.
Slowly,
By choice.
slowly,
By the
people
sword.
stopped
Religion
following.
was spread. Listen, yeah. Listen, you
There we
don't
go.
keep talking about this. Religion was spread by peace or whatever, yeah. And I don't go with that at all because that's bollocks. Religion was
So
spread
all
by
of
the
it.
sword.
So Rome,
yeah,
the Romans forced
England
the Jews
became
to be
Christian
Jewish.
by
Yeah,
the
but
Romans taking over England. They only
yeah,
took,
but
they only took, they was only
Villa.
Catholics because
Why do you always
the
come to
Romans
now?
ruled England.
yeah,
Let
but
me ask you a
Valley,
question.
not
Let me
everybody
speak.
spreaded
Malik, let me
religion
speak for
through
a
the
second.
sword though.
Malik,
Cool,
let me
cool.
speak for a second.
They did, man.
Villa,
Listen, yeah.
the
I want
Jews
something about
under
you
Rome.
know
When
about them Yazidi girls.
Hey,
when they
I watched
told me about
videos of
religion, they
Yazidi
didn't
girls
put a gun in
yesterday,
my head though.
and their fucking life is fucking tragic. You know what I'm saying? Mad. Religion is spread by the sword, brother, and it still is. So
Yeah, some people did the sword and some people did by peace.
Villa, you hear me?
So you can't put it
Villa, you hear me?
on those who did it by the sword.
there's more sword than peace, though.
Yes, I agree with you. It's more sword than peace. But the religion doesn't say go kill people because religion is you can't force people to be the religion. It's either you do it or don't do it. If I'm trying to force you to do it, that's on me. And if I'm trying to give you religion and peace, it's still on me.
Alright, but I don't know. After Jesus, there was converted Christians to Christianity, or people to Christianity, pagans and lands to Christianity by the sword. Yeah. Prophet Muhammad done the same thing, fam. He stuck it on bare people, fam. So it wasn't like
Nah,
it wasn't all just a peaceful thing, fam. What about the people that used to run away from when Muhammad used to turn up with his horses and so, and they used to
Villa,
run away from their markets and that. They used to duck out from Muhammad.
Villa, did Christ spread
no prophet or righteous
Christ
people
never
will
done
ever
that.
force you to do
No
something.
story of Jesus did it still. But there was
That's
Christians spreading fucking Christianity by the sword, though. So
I know there are Christians and Muslims, and every religion has been spread by everything has been spread by force. But you can't put everything on those who are spreading it by force. You got to remember there are certain people also
cheap
who are
excuse,
spreading
man.
it through
Cheap
peace.
excuse. Cheap excuse, Villa. We know that at the beginning nothing was spread by the sword. Okay, even Rome was controlling Judaism, and they were spread by the sword. Man is the one who decided they didn't want to listen.
The first Roman empires, the first Catholic expeditions and whatever, they weren't spread by no sword. Yeah.
How many years after Christ was that? How many years after Christ was that? Was
I didn't say
Ethiopia
Jesus
spread?
Christ. I didn't say that so-called
Did
Jesus
Ethiopia?
Christ.
The religion in
I didn't
Villa,
say
Ethiopia.
that so-called Jesus Christ spread Christianity by the sword. I already said that it was. I know that Jesus never.
Ethiopia.
I heard those stories like that. But
Villa,
I still said Christianity
Ethiopia
has been spread by the sword, though. What about Ethiopia?
Ethiopia hasn't been touched by war. How did they become Christians in that area? Was it by the sword or by Thomas spreading it there?
Ethiopia has been touched by war, man. They were able to resist. That's it. That's why they got lucky.
Yeah. So
they was able to resist. But they were still getting fucked up, though. You get me? They still had beef with Italians, with British. Had to take help from Poland, from fucking Russia. this and that side, this side, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like it weren't like they was just living all high and mighty and we're free from this and we're all yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like do that. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, but really, you can when I agree with you when you're making your judgment, but like I said, you can like just say, okay, every religion was spread by sword, so like you got to consider what about the ones that was doing it peacefully. Sometimes if you have a rally or whatever, sometimes it's very violent and then sometimes it's peaceful. You can't say, oh, because we're going out there to our rally is going to be based on violence, then that means we can't rally on trying to bring justice to whatever the situation was.
I don't know. This to me, yeah, this is just
But anyway, I
hilarious.
swear. Yeah,
God, I just the way I see it.
straight from the point that was being made. But carry on, fam.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just say about this point though, because we're talking about it now. But for me, it's just funny, man. Like people that even think in their own mind that religions were spread by peace. It just makes me laugh. Like, guys, can you imagine? Yeah, that a group of people live in their own culture, their own language, their own lifestyle, their own belief system. Yeah, maybe for hundreds of years, maybe
Yeah.
for thousands of
Right.
years. All of a sudden, a group of people turn up with a new ideology, and they teach you about it, and they tell you about it. Now, if you look at the geography of how the religion spread, and if you look at the wars that happened, basically everywhere that your armies won a war, like automatically became the same religion. Where you lost wars, it was not the same case. Yeah, simple as that. Now, for you to think, yeah, that people went around spreading the message, oh, we know a guy called Muhammad and he came and told us this. You think that's going to convince people who've been living a culture and a belief system for hundreds, maybe thousands of years? Like it just makes me laugh that you guys actually think this.
I didn't. Listen, yeah. When the Portuguese first came to, where was it? They came to a trading port, yeah. They fucking was trading with the locals there, yeah, trading gold or whatever, yeah. And then they wanted to build a fucking holding post, brother. And they licked down one of their sacred buildings to build their fort. Do you know what I'm saying? That. And then from then onwards, it was just a step further to get further and further in, and just take on and take over. You know what I'm saying? Like so. Yeah, man. But boy, like we were talking about like fucking helping this in these poor times. You get me? Like what sort of other help or what other routes you can take to make yourself an income while you can't go to work at the moment still, like so. Yeah, I don't even know. How did we get round to religion being spread by a fucking resort and not peace? Didn't even know how that was. How did we get there, man?
I think it was when I questioned Walter about the discrepancy between Jesus and the socialism ideology and his own rejection of it.
Yeah, man.
Yo, this shit is crazy, man.
What's the name, man? What's the fucking saying in there?
Yeah, big up G Block, man. The G Block and the godless and the godless.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, but people keep on calling me out. Well,
Yo, I snuck out of work trying to come to Walmart to get shit. Check this out. People standing in the cold. It's a freaking line. They got the crowd control. It's a limit of people that can get in the freaking store. I'm not doing this shit. Oh man.
Yeah, man. This thing's mad still, fam. Like,
Yeah, listen, just quickly. I wanted to thank Dark Magician for coming on. If I'm honest with you, I missed a large portion of his segment. Veli, if you could put him in touch with me, I'd actually like to speak about like financial advice and there because it would be interesting to get his take on just things that are available for you to claim for that I might not know about. Like I said, like Tesco says, every little helps. You got me. So also as well, financial advice I would say is probably one of the things that we lack the most, because even though Walter's a crazy bastard, he raised a good point about people who are not from money gaining money quickly and losing it just as quickly. That is financial illiteracy.
that's what financial advice, though. That was financial literacy. You get
No.
financial literacy.
No, I said financial illiteracy.
Yeah, that's what I'm
When
saying. That was financially illiterate.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like for me personally, I think hanging around with somebody who can put you in touch with or put you on the right path in terms of financial literacy, like in terms of maybe the financial ombudsman if you're in debt, or um, uh, things that you can do that can avoid bankruptcy, because bankruptcy puts you on like a wild path of just like no credit and all the rest of it. Um, Rather than hang around with somebody so crazy bastard like Walter who's just sitting there waiting to die. Do you see what I'm saying? I would say Dark Magician over Walter. Um, yeah. Um, You know what I mean? That's not a disrespect, Walter. It's just sometimes when you say things and you go off in your crazy like rant, it's just crazy because your mind's already made up. Don't listen. Don't listen. You can't listen. And it's sad and it's frustrating because I wanted to talk to Dark Magician about things that I can do personally, things that affect me personally, things that affect my family. I could have got a bit of info from him that would have been like, yo, Ultra, listen, you're off sick because you've got a corona sick note. If you apply for or you speak to your payroll department and they say do you see what I'm saying? Rather than socialism is against Jesus. And Isaiah 54, verse 29 says, thou shalt drink blood, but not if you drink blood. Man, shut up. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just not tangible. Like it's not real. Whereas the information about financial literacy is important, especially in times where all the restaurants are closed, nobody's working, fucking wages are dried up. My household is currently on one income now again, which is a fucking nightmare. You know what I'm saying, Walter? Rather than read the Bible and hope and sit there waiting to die. Come on, bro. Come on. I mean, close myself and chop. Like that. I would rather hang around with a guy or people that can get me.
All mine think the
That
same.
can put me on a path, pay off my mortgage within 7 to 10 years, rather than hang around with a guy or listen to a guy who's sitting there waiting to die.
We're all waiting to die. Don't you get it? It's like it's not that hard to understand.
Here he goes again.
How can you not see that when we're born, we're gonna die?
No, I've accepted
How can nobody see
bro.
this?
No, Walter, I've
Pretend like it's
accepted
not
my
there.
mortality.
This is what atheists do. They pretend that life is like it's gonna live forever.
Walter, I have accepted my
You're
mortality.
lost in space, man.
Wait, Walter,
They're
listen
preaching
to me
no
carefully. I have accepted the limitations of my mortality. Take a minute and let that sink in.
We'll see.
Yes, I understand. I accept that at
Wait,
some point.
Walter. Think about the difference between a man that only thinks he's going to live once, yeah, and someone that thinks they're going to live twice. What do you think that there's going to be a little bit of a different mindset between them.
I see the hell that I'm living in. I see the suffering that's around me. I realize that this world is constant suffering. I'm not living in a little bubble. I have my little job. I'm all happy. I have food on the table. Life is beautiful. But yet millions and billions suffer and die. And I want more for them. And I believe there is more for those billions that die every day. Whereas I'm not someone just sitting in my house. Oh, one life to live. I better live it, and then it's over. Because I know since the beginning of time, people suffer and die.
Yeah, Walter, what are you actually talking about?
But Ultra doesn't believe in that. Ultra believes that the poor kid who suffers in the corner there, because it's it's life. Hey, he doesn't have a right to another better life one day.
What are you talking
And another
about?
another one who gets cancer, another one who gets cancer and is about to die. It's life. Too bad.
Walter,
on the other hand, have a philosophy that comes from the Son of God that says, guys, even though this is a shit world, there's light at the end of the tunnel. But you don't want to listen.
Walter, you have faith that's right.
You want to say that your grandmother was wrong. But she was right.
Who was right?
Your grandmother. You want to say your grandmother was wrong. But she is right.
Walter,
your grandmother was a Christian. Is she not?
If she wasn't a Christian in the past tense, she's still a Christian.
I think you kind of say
so she's still that.
Walter,
she's right, isn't she? Is she right or not? No.
What do you think?
She's deluded. Ultra, she's deluded. Ultra, is she deluded? Is your grandmother deluded?
Suffering from masculine addiction. Yes, she is.
You understand? Who's diluted? You, the 2% of the world, or the people that believe?
To be honest, the only person that sounds deluded right now is Walter.
Of course, you're atheist. Why would I expect more you to say more than that?
Nah, maybe because
I don't expect you to say. I don't expect you to say that a person who believes in something other than humanity, a force stronger than humanity that exists.
Walter, I'm going to ask you a serious question. Walter. When was the last time you left the house?
God forbid. I'm in isolation.
Walter, when was the last time you left your house?
Every day I leave the house.
Yeah, I could tell it's been a while because you talk. Walter, you talking crazy, man. Goddamn.
Listen, man. Ultra. People suffer and die every day. Yes or no?
Yes, I agree. 100%.
Do you care?
Yes. Not about people I don't care about, but I've accepted that death is an inevitable part of life.
Okay, and you accepted that because of what? Because you want to believe that there's something other than afterlife, right?
It's not that I don't want to believe. Your belief does not convince me. And if
you don't want to believe because it's in plain sight. You see the violence created by man, and therefore you don't want to believe that there could be something better than this.
Walter, how would discussion?
You're saying, why wouldn't the God create something better? And it has, but it's not here.
Walter, I didn't say anything about God. Have a conversation with me, not atheists that you've spoken to before. Have a conversation with me right now. Yeah.
I know your philosophy. I hear it every day, Ultra.
Oh, okay. All right. So check this out. People die every day. It's something I understand and accepted that it's a part of life. I don't have any control over the cycle of life. I just don't, Walter. I don't have that. However, hold on, Walter, hold on. In my subjective opinion, and it's subjective, and I'm admitting that right off the bat, I have not been convinced by any of the Abrahamic faiths that there is an afterlife. Now, that's not because I don't want to. If you ask me personally, an afterlife where you can live in heaven and bliss.
You keep on babbling the same thing. You keep on babbling the same thing. But yet you're here putting us down.
What do you mean?
Why do you care?
That's because you're so crazy. Walter, you're a maniac.
Why do you care? There's thousands of people, there's millions of people that believe that crap. It's like you're jealous.
What?
You want to make it so that we're wrong. You're so dying to make us wrong.
Walter, I don't
It's like
believe
you're
you.
diluted. You're diluted. You're crazy people.
Walter, I don't
And we're
believe you.
telling you, no, we have faith. We've seen things
Walter,
happen in our life. We've seen people
I
change in
don't
our
believe.
lives. We've seen people with miracles. You say those miracles don't exist. They're
Yeah,
bullshit.
Walter, I don't believe you.
We've seen people come back from it. Oh, it's just mental. You see, that's what I'm saying. You don't believe me, but yet you got to come on a site and tell everybody you don't believe. Why do you need that? Why? You're living
Yeah,
in your
but
life.
just
What?
Walter,
What?
just like you also don't believe in Muhammad. It's only look. Everybody
It's not a
cannot be of
question I
the
don't
same
believe
faith.
Muhammad. I don't. It's not a question I don't believe in Muhammad. I don't believe he's a true prophet. I believe Muhammad is
Okay,
true.
that's my point. That's exactly the same. You in the same shoes as Ultra.
But Muhammad. When I study Muhammad, I see he's failed all across the board.
Exactly, that's my point.
He's the
And then no
prophet.
matter
He's a
how,
prophet. He's a prophet.
hold
Listen,
on,
he's a
hold on.
prophet after the Son of God. Listen, he's a prophet after the Son of God. Why would I listen to him?
Exactly.
You listen to him
So
because your prophet said he's not 700 years later.
so
Why would I
when
listen
we're
to a
Muslims,
prophet who 700 years later tells me that the Son of God is not God? That's stupid. Why would I do that? What proof do you have?
exactly, that's my
The
point.
Jehovah's
Because
Witnesses,
even
I
hold
could
on,
listen.
look,
Oh,
hold on.
don't you
Let me
get
tell you
it?
something.
Malik,
Even the atheists, hold
Malik,
on. Even
Malik.
the atheists. Let me finish my speech.
But I have
Even the atheists, even
proof. I have a book he wrote. Malik, I have a book he wrote. And it's all wrong. Don't you get it?
let me tell you something.
I have a book. Muhammad
atheists,
wrote a
let me
book.
speak.
Muhammad
Let
wrote
me
a book.
speak.
Malik, listen.
Okay,
Muhammad wrote a
I'm
book,
listening. I'm listening.
and it's all wrong compared to all the
Okay.
other scripture before it.
Okay, thank you.
Get it?
So let me tell you something you don't know. Even
I
the
am
atheists
reading the
know
Quran.
that
I
is
am reading the Quran, and it's totally the opposite of everything that's been written for the last 5,000 years.
okay.
Why would I follow
So
that?
all right, let me finish my statement. Even the atheists know
It's like I have a
that
math book that tells me 2 + 2 = 4, and now I'm going to find one that tells me it's 6.
even the atheists know
You're
that it's so
brainwashed, Malik.
illogical.
Study.
Okay, I'm gonna study. Even the atheists know that it's so illogical for God to have a son. But the thing is, no matter
But you see what I'm saying?
hold on,
You're
no matter how
what are
you
you
try,
basing
no,
your knowledge
no,
on? What are you
Walter, no matter how
why should you know what?
no
Malik,
matter
if I use
how
your
we try
logic,
to tell you,
Malik,
no
Malik,
matter how we try to tell you that it's so illogical for God to have a
Malik.
son, you will never believe. Just like the atheists don't believe in the existence of God. And you're hardly sitting there crying that you have to believe in God. They say they don't believe in God. You have people who worship stones. No matter what you do, they will never believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God. No matter what I do, you will never believe that Muhammad is a prophet. All we have to do is teach ourselves morality and try to explain things. It's so sure that before we was born, we have people of our kind. And until the world will end, we will always have people of our kind. There's nothing we could do. All you have to do is be calm, brother. Be calm. Don't take it
Malik,
personal.
what are you preaching exactly? What are
I
you
preach,
preaching
look,
exactly?
okay, I'm preaching love. I'm preaching coexistence. No
Okay,
matter
no,
how
but
you
listen.
teach people anything,
First of all, Malik, what's your
don't.
faith? What's your faith? What's your
I'm
faith?
a Muslim. Inshallah, I'm a
No.
Muslim.
Okay,
And
so
I will,
why are you on?
and I,
What are you coming on me for? I'm a Christian, so
yes,
obviously I don't believe what you
I'm not,
believe.
exactly, and I'm not condemning you. I don't condemn no religion. I don't condemn nobody. I believe there's always a time in
I
our
don't condemn
lives.
people.
Okay, cool.
Your
So
God,
keep condemning them.
does your God condemn people? Does your God condemn people?
Yes, my
Malik, does
God
Allah
does
condemn
definitely.
people?
Yes,
Oh,
it
what's your
does.
problem then?
If you're not doing the right thing, of course it's gonna blame you, but not condemn people for not knowing the fact, or the fact is not being taught to them, in the proper form. If you're trying to teach somebody something and you're being harsh to them, they will never believe you, no matter how you
Oh,
try. And if Jesus Christ
That's
was
why the
teaching
world is the
people
way it is.
harshly,
So
why
when Muhammad was
is
going
it?
around chopping people's heads off and going to war, what was he doing?
Well, you might say that, but I might say it's probably for self-defense. So if somebody's trying
And
to
this is the
attack you,
prophet himself
it's,
now. This is not some other like $10,000, 10,000, like 400 years down the line when you could say, people went away from me. No, he was actually the prophet who went around warring with people. The prophet himself.
yeah,
After
but
Christianity message which said to preach love and peace.
yeah,
Prophet
but
came after
even
it and said, no. Jesus is wrong. I'm gonna kill people.
look, let me tell you something. If you believe in your scripture, you will find out that we have other prophets who were also soldiers. Like David, he was a soldier. Like Saul, he was a general. So they were messengers, and they were
Muhammad
going
now.
to war.
So Muhammad,
But
so
hold
the overpass.
on.
So again, here we go again. You have the word
Okay,
of
go
God
ahead.
in
Yeah.
Christ. You have the word of God in Christ, and you rather believe men. That's what you're saying.
Jesus Christ was a man.
You have the word of God in Christ, but you rather believe in prophets that killed and destroyed. That's what you're saying.
They came for a reason. It was self-defense. No one will blame you if you are self-defending
And why didn't Jesus kill? Why didn't Jesus kill?
Because we never had soldiers, and there was no war. It was no reason for Jesus to kill. It was just a
So you
man.
mean that? So you're telling me the Son of God couldn't have had soldiers? He didn't have to. He could create an army.
Why should he have soldiers when he was living amongst his people? Nobody was coming to Jerusalem to fight with the Israelites.
They wanted him to
If you
have
tell me
soldiers.
during the time,
Malik, you don't get it.
What
You
did you
don't
say?
get it.
What-
Muhammad, the
I
Quran
know.
is all a book.
Yeah.
If you read it, it's all wrong.
Inches away from your mic. Malik, just move 2 inches away from your mic if you can.
Oh, okay.
The
I'm
book
sorry.
is the total opposite of the Old Testament and the New Testament.
No, it's not. No, it's not the opposite.
It is.
Okay, let me ask
It is.
you. Okay, Walter, hold on. Let me ask you. Apart from Jesus Christ, what other prophet came to this world to tell us that God was 2 or 3 or whatever? None.
Wait, Malik, two more inches. 2 more inches away from the mic. Just 2 more inches.
Malik, I'm not. If you can't understand, if you want to,
Maybe because I'm driving, I'm gonna lower my mic and speak gently.
Malik,
When I'm driving, I'm always
to accept the philosophy
I'm
of
always
peace and forgiveness
hollering.
because you don't understand the Trinity. Man, that's ridiculous. I don't understand the Trinity. That's like saying you understand God.
Of course, I do understand God, but I don't have
You do
all
not
his knowledge.
understand God. If you understood God, you would know why He created this universe. For what?
He created the universe. He created the universe for man.
Why?
So we can live
Why
here.
does He need man? Why does He need man? Since you know so much about God, why does God need man?
He created man so man could worship God.
So God needs. You know how that sounds?
What sounds?
We're created to be worshipers. That we're just going to sit there all day. This is a beautiful life.
What is la 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 la? You talking about our
Meaning just sit there and worship God all day.
No, we we have time for our children. We have time to pray. We have time to eat. We have time to...
What are you talking about? You're going to die. What time do you have?
Yes, we are going to die. Every soul will definitely taste death.
You're going to have your families in heaven? You're going to have families in heaven?
No, we are going to be by ourselves.
So why are you doing that now?
Paradise.
Why are you doing that now? Why are you doing that now?
We're doing that because it's a necessity. We want to have children.
Malik,
sorry
to interrupt, bro, but your mic is
on. You go on and on with small potatoes, which with the meaning of life, there's a lot more. Small potato. I'll have and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to grow potatoes in the field and everything is beautiful. While a majority of people don't have that. But that's okay to you. That's normal. That makes sense.
Okay, I think it's better now. I think I had it.
That is perfect.
I totally forgot I had it under my jacket. That's right.
Oh.
Yeah. So Walter, we have. Oh, he left. So we have children, so we could continue our legacy. So we could, when they grow up, they could help us. We have wives, so everyone could help each other, work for each other. We have families, so we could have a community. Because one person can do everything. So you need people around you. You need to help others, so others can help you. I don't know what he's talking about. Religion is not by force. You can't force no atheist to
Why are you
believe
not
in
on your
your
phone?
faith.
Why are you emailing each other?
Because she was on. This is like ages ago, and I was meant to like email her back, and then I never
Why is she
did.
calling you bruv?
That's just what we do.
Religion is not all about forcing
Why
people
is
to
your not
become
Oh,
Christians
okay.
or Muslims. Every faith is a good faith.
I give up.
Every
I can't
faith
keep up.
teaches about God. But we can't keep discriminating and telling people, oh, you're gonna die or go to hell if you don't follow my thing. The thing is just believing the most high and then try to be good. Walter, sometimes you need to get over your emotions. Maybe people would understand you better.
Malik, why are you wasting your breath on water?
Nah,
It's just a
I'm not
waste of time.
I'm just trying to tell him that maybe sometimes if you're not so emotional, we all can understand what you're saying. But you come in here, da 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 da.
You know what the funny thing is, right? I was trying to explain to Walter that he's a crazy bastard, right? And I
Yeah,
was trying like,
man's
no,
a
and the thing is,
basket
like,
case.
no, he's legitimately gone, right? But he's not irredeemable, and this is why it's important that Walter, when he's having a conversation, just leave the emotions at the door.
But the
Exactly.
thing is, Ultra, what you ain't getting about water is that he's a sheep in wolf's clothing. Yeah, he's coming out like, oh, I believe in Jesus and religion's the right thing to do. But man done made his money. He made his money. He's sitting at home, relaxing in his lazy boy. Get me? He
I
done
could
what
do
he
with a
had to
lazy
do. He
boy.
done all his dirt, all his fucking scams. Yeah, done the whole world out of a nice chunk of change. Now he's sitting there convincing man like me and you that he's a reformed character. Jesus cleaned his soul for him. Now he's
Oh,
good
shit.
again. And like the rest of us shouldn't follow his example and try and make some money. No, we should all turn the other cheek. That's what
No,
water's
he
on,
wants to
bro.
sit there and
That's all
die,
that
bro.
water's on.
Can't
That's what all
wait.
Christians are on.
Sit there and die. No, bro.
It's a religion for pussies, bro.
Die. No, I don't believe that because my nan's so what you like?
Bros.
I hear you saying
It's not even a religion. The reason why I think the reason why they say Jesus said, oh, if you get slapped in the right, turn the left. He's just trying to make a balance. That's it.
Did he even say that? Did he
And
even say
even though
that?
he said it, it's something normal to everybody. You don't fight every
So
time.
one minute the guy
look,
hold on, Malik. 1 minute the guy's turning tables over and cursing out money lenders, and the next minute he's like turn the other cheek. Come on, bro. Which one is it? Which one is it? Who will the real Jesus please stand up? That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Khan, he probably did all of that. But the point is, it's something natural to people who is humble. If you get trolled, it's not every time that I troll you that you got to troll back. Sometimes you be like, okay, nah. Look, people come in here and troll other people, right? But not every time you get trolled that you want to troll back. And then sometimes if you're like, okay, this shit is getting hard, then you troll back.
What I'm saying, Malik, what I'm saying.
But the thing is, hold on. But the thing is,
let me just get this out. The version of Christianity that we're seeing today has been tailored for the masses. It's been changed, so people ain't got no fucking balls to overthrow any systems anymore. They're just gonna take it on the chin and be good little minions. That's what the whole thing's set up for.
I don't think so.
It's funny. Let me just put this out there real quick. Yeah, I've got underwear older than my children. Yeah,
Yo, Ultra. Yo, you should kick yourself out.
Listen, I got under it. It's so old, yeah. It's like it's older than my children. I realize it's older than my children. One of the stores I bought it for closed down before I had my first child. Shit. Now, the reason why I mentioned it, right, because it's lost like all of its elasticity. Like it's basically
now you know it's dead. It's proper dead.
it's cloth, like
Yeah, it's dead.
what? It's dead. But the problem is, I'm not throwing them away. I'm not throwing them away. I don't care. There's nothing a little washing machine and a sewing machine can't fix, man. I don't give a fuck.
Listen, man, your underwear can only be seen at least by your wife and your wife only. I don't know if you got a girlfriend, but it's okay. But the thing is, if it's perfect, you wash it, it's clean. Trust me, you don't have no reason to throw it away.
That's true. All it needs is a sewing machine. Like that's it.
Exactly.
But you can't wash them outside here because I wore them outside the other day and they fell down while I was walking. But I had trousers on, but they fell down.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm about to tell you. That the only reason why you can throw your boxes away is if you're the type that do the how do you say it? Sagging tight pants and pull your pants below your yeah. So because me, I hate seeing dirty trousers and shit.
You know, bro, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I've got bare underwear, bare brand new stuff, but these are my favorites. What can I do about that? Like everyone's got their favorites, and it's just the problem is the new stuff is new, isn't it? This stuff's worn. It's had like 17 years of fabric softener built in. Like, you get me? The DNA of the boxer shorts has got fabric softener built in. That's how many times they've been through.
Yeah, but it's not ripped though, right? If it's ripped, listen, Ultra. If it's ripped from the front, then it's good.
It's got a little hole on the leg.
No. If it's ripped from the front, it's good. But if it's ripped at the back, yeah, you can throw it away.
No. It's got a little hole on the leg. Like, you know where you're above the knee, there's a little hole, like stitching, like. And when I say little hole, it's gargantuan. Yeah.
You can make it a new style.
No, I don't give a fuck. I'm not throwing away. The only thing I throw away is socks.
Make it an ultra style.
They're going straight in the bin. They're going straight in the bin. But
make it an ultra style drawers. Yo, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, man. Fuck it. Yeah. Do you know what it is? I'm not gonna lie. I'm just keeping it real. Like the old stuff is the best, innit? Like all this new school stuff is just bullshit. Corona's new, 5G's new, young people are new. There's no old school garage anymore. Old school R&B, old school hip hop. That's all the good stuff. Look at what we've got now.
Yeah, but don't forget. Don't forget everything that was old was always new at first.
Yeah, but it's old now.
Yeah, it's old now, but it was new then. The new people, trust me, we all human beings. We gonna adapt to that 5Gs and Corona and all that stuff.
Yeah, I hope so, man. Because I'm not gonna lie, this Corona nuts. Like, I saw a report on Sky News this morning, and I said to myself, you know what? I'm not leaving my house for the next 2 weeks. Like I went out yesterday, and even that was a fucking risk. But I'm not leaving my house. I've got enough water to last 2 weeks. We've got enough food. I'm not leaving.
How many people died today? Like 300 people.
Bro, if these numbers are real, like we're gonna have to build mass fucking graves, bro.
Yeah.
And remember,
you think they've done that already?
It's not just Corona, bro. This is on top of our regular amount of yearly deaths.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's too much. It's too much. For some reason, no one knows how it's spreading. This is the
I'm
problem
not.
why things
No,
because
they know how it's spreading.
how
They
is it
just don't
spreading,
know
bro?
why some people die and some people don't die. It's
The
random.
reason. Did you?
They don't know.
I was.
They're saying that there's if you have underlying health issues, you're more
Yeah.
likely to die.
Yeah.
But that's not the reason why you're dying. That's just making
Mm.
it more likely that it will get through to you
The
and you'll die.
reason. The reason is because
I think it's a
the
genetic.
virus. The
It's a genetic
virus.
factor. They ain't mentioning.
The virus
You got
just
a 13-year-old kid dying with no
Yeah.
symptoms.
Yeah,
Man,
I
there's
saw
nothing wrong with him, and he died. He's 13 years old. Explain that.
Let me ask you a question, Con. Have you seen any black people get murdered by corona yet in the UK?
Yes. Yeah.
I think
In the
there's
UK.
been one or two. I think.
What's the reason for that?
They probably
Because they
have
came into contact with the virus.
Because for me, if there's a link between being black and not dying from corona, I'm going to explore that. But it's just I'm not obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Like if it's in Africa, then of course all the fucking blacks are going to start dying. This goes without saying. But I'm trying to think in the UK where the 5G infrastructure is going up, how many blacks or even ethnic minorities are dying from this thing?
So
Because
did you say
anytime I'm seeing
5G?
people that, yeah,
What's 5G got to do with it again?
it's nothing. It's just the conspiracy that's going around. So I'm being facetious.
No, it doesn't have nothing to do with no 5G. I've seen black people over here. A couple of blacks, passed away through the corona. But the thing is, it's just it's a virus that chokes
Wait,
your.
Malik, do you know anyone that's died from corona?
No, but yes. Oh my goodness, the direct because I used to work.
Yeah, but you know why he don't know anyone that's dying
No, he
from
said
corona?
yes. Con. Wait, finish, Con. He said yes. Go on,
Yeah,
Malik.
but look how hard it was for him to say yes.
No. I just remember my brother called me 2 days ago. Actually, told me a director of a shelter he passed away 2 days ago
from corona.
Wow.
Yes, and it's somebody that I know him
Didn't your
personally.
brother have corona?
No, he doesn't. I know somebody who had it. We used to live together. So he told
you
me.
know someone. I thought it was your brother.
No, my brother told me about because me and my brother we used to work.
Oh, your brother told you about it.
Yeah.
Sorry. I remember you did explain the story.
Yeah. The one that I was explaining the story, that was someone that we used to live together.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, so he told me he had it. I told him to send me the results. He sent me the results, and I actually was gonna ask people that because the results says COVID-2. So I was kind of ignorant. Like, does it have to say COVID-19 or does it have to just say COVID? Because it says positive. It had a whole bunch of shit on it, and then it says certain things negative,
No,
this negative.
It has to be
and
19, innit?
And then it says COVID-2.
That has to be
positive.
19.
Okay, so that's what I don't know because according to what the 19 mean, I heard the 19 just means that it was a new disease that 2019. Yes. Yes, but the COVID itself is just like a general, the corona is just corona, like.
Yeah, there's a whole family of illnesses called corona. So when you look at it under a microscope, it looks like as if it's got a crown, because they said that it's got a layer of lipid or fat that goes around it.
Right.
That's what under the microscope looks like a crown. So they call it
Right.
corona. But that's a whole family of them. But corona 19, COVID-19, that's the one that's killing people.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Yeah. So when they're testing specifically for that. So the problem is they ain't got enough testing kits to test everyone, and they know the more people they test, it's going to change their stats. So when you look on, like, for example, a chart of countries, you're going to see Germany's above England, yeah, but that's only because the chart is telling you tested cases that's proved positive for corona. So obviously, the more tests they do, the higher their number's going to be for positives. So they
Yes.
don't test you unless they know you've actually got it. What's the point in testing someone when you know they've actually got it already? Oh,
No.
just to be sure. Just to be sure that you've got it, they're going to test you.
They only test you when you have like
The symptoms.
symptoms. Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
when
So they
you
know
have the
you've already
symptoms.
got it though.
No, but you can't tell. It might just be a common flu or something else. You might be
Bro,
tired, or you might get some virus from something else.
But Khan, let me ask you a question. Let's say the UK like just magically conjures up 3 million COVID-19 tests, right? Once they've
yeah.
tested all of those people, then what?
So what you're
Then
saying,
they
what's the
say
point of testing? Say
Yeah.
a question.
the
What's
thing
the
is
point of testing?
the
All right, so
point of
let's say you was ill and you thought you had corona and it turns out you didn't really have it. But they told you from a mistaken test that this is what's happening, that they're coming up with these cheap tests that don't work properly, and they're telling people, oh, you had corona, now you've got the antibody, you're cool, you can go back into circulation. Now, if that person dies of corona, they're going to be held responsible for that. So they need to get the testing done correctly.
No, but I'm saying
Yeah,
once
but
they've tested, like I mean, and who are they testing? Are they
Look,
testing the
there's two tests.
or is it only people with
If you go on YouTube, like there's videos that will tell you like things like Sky News, Channel 4 News. There's like things that come out yesterday and today that covers this whole testing thing, because now they've realised that it's all about the testing. So they're investigating why there ain't enough tests, why they're not using the tests or investing in the tests. Like they're asking these questions, innit? Like journalists are saying, like, why ain't you lot doing the testing? If you got the testing kits, why ain't you using them all?
all the hotshot, anyone with a big name has been tested. Everyone with a big name suspected has been tested. Nobody else
because,
has.
What's your point?
Why is that?
They can afford it.
Because
they can do it private.
All right, so if you can buy a test, you can get tested. Because I've got a private
You
health.
can buy a test if you got the connect in it. Like if you got a private doctor that you've been seeing for a while, you probably can go to him and he'll probably find you one.
Not even, you gotta pay him big money.
Yeah.
You talk about money, man.
Yeah, man. But there's two tests in it. There's one test for the actual virus, so they swab out your throat.
I need to jump in this bath, man.
Belly. Me and Malik will hold it down. Don't worry.
No, wait, is that Malik? No, Ados. Sorry, Ados, Khan, and Malik's gonna hold down the show. Really, I need to wash, man. Fuck's sake, I smell like a horse. All right,
Let's go to Jacob. All right, cool. Ultra, be safe, man. Don't go out. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, Khan, what was we talking about? The test?
Yeah, the testing. Like this is the thing. Like when you're trying to like not do tests, you're not gonna have the stats to compare to other countries. Because how are you gonna compare England to America when America's got like a massive population? England ain't got a massive population. How are you going to compare it just on the amount of people that's ill? Yeah, but that's not telling you the percentage of the population, and that's not telling you the most important thing, which is the growth rate. The growth rate itself is the most important thing that we need to know. So without testing, we ain't going to know the growth rate. See what I mean? It's all about the growth rate. So testing ain't gonna tell you, like you can't just judge it by people that died, because we need to distinguish between people who died of COVID and people who are just gonna die anyway. So we need to know out of the people that's dying, how many of them is actually COVID. But they're not telling you that. They're just saying, the X amount of people died today.
Yeah, but
that's why That's why they test you when you're ill and you got the symptoms. So when you die, they know what
Yeah.
list to put you on. Oh, was it the COVID that killed him, or was it the normal flu, or was it anything else? Like, that's why they're testing you when you've got it, because they just want to know to keep the numbers down. But really,
Yeah,
if they
but
tested everyone,
yeah.
it will put the numbers up. Because at the moment it's under thingy, ain't it? It's under reporting. By not testing, they're under reporting. They're keeping the numbers down, innit? So people don't
Yeah,
panic.
yeah, because panic or no panic, I think the reason is because, you know, if you're not having symptoms, there's no reason for you to get tested, because they don't have enough. They claiming they don't have enough
But
test
how do
kits.
you mean, bro? There's people with no symptoms that's dying.
Yeah, so if they are dying, it might not be through corona. It might be through something
No, they're
else.
dying of corona. They got no symptoms of corona and they're dying. And then
I don't.
after they're dead, they realize, oh, he died of corona.
Well, maybe the symptoms didn't come out. You know, maybe they got tested afterwards. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't see how corona could like literally kill you
Yeah, this
if
is
you
what
don't.
I'm
If
saying,
you
bro. They don't know why some people die and some people don't die. They don't know that. That's
yeah,
one thing they
but
can't answer. They can't
yeah,
answer that question. Why is some people dying and some people not dying? How comes?
yeah, yeah, because you might get healed off of it. Like you might your immune system might be stronger, and then you fight it off through a whole bunch of medication that you think, you know, that'll work for you or whatever. But the thing is, if you actually have corona and it's really, really crazy, it goes from your nose to your lungs to your and then it messes up your lungs to a point where oxygen can come in, and then it messes up your systems like your kidney failure, because the less oxygen that is in your body, the less the less function you get from all your organs. So if you're not getting oxygen through your liver, you can't supply blood. You can't purify blood and all of that shit. That's why you get it's like choking someone to death. That's what corona is. It messes up your lungs so you don't get oxygen. And if you don't get enough oxygen, all your system is fucked up. You might even get a brain damage or whatever because you're not having enough oxygen to your brain. So that's the reason why
All
people
right, cool.
actually die.
So
It goes
you
through
think about
it
Malik.
goes through
Give me one
a
second.
acute respiratory
Let's break
ARDS.
it down.
That's exactly what kills you. You can't
Let's
breathe.
break it.
That's when you die.
Let's break it down. Let's break it down.
Right.
There is a mucosal layer inside your bronchial tracts and inside your lungs. Yeah.
Right.
Now, when you get infection inside your lungs,
Yeah.
it creates extra mucus. And
Right.
they're saying that that's the mucus that's blocking up the lungs and stopping the person from breathing. So basically, they're drowning in their own mucus, which has been
Right.
produced by their own immune system.
Right.
But not everybody's reaction is the same. So some people aren't reacting in that way and they're not dying, but some people are reacting in that way and they are dying. So they're saying if you've got asthma, for example,
Yeah.
where you already got restricted airflow, you're
Right.
gonna suffer. So we don't know, right? What is it in a person that makes their immune system react in that way? It has to be a genetic factor, is what I'm saying. Some people, because of their genetics, will produce
Yeah.
this crazy amount of mucus when it's triggered by the virus, and they're drowning.
Oh.
The whole lungs is filling up with fluid. Yeah, that's why they need
Right.
to get put on respirators, and they
Right.
pump. Obviously, you get me. So
Right. Right.
that's yeah, that's how they're dying. But the thing is, why is some people dying and some people ain't dying?
Yeah, because that's what I said. You could easily, depending on, you know, whatever you eat and whatever you do, you could easily recover from it, depending on how strong your body is. That's my
It's
point.
how quick you can produce the antibody. If your
Yes,
body takes the virus and looks at it and says, right, we need to create the answer to this, like
Yes.
the antibody that's going to fight this. If you can do that very quickly,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
then you got a chance.
That's my point. So all of that depends on, like I said, it depends on whatever you eat, how you exercise. If you're very healthy, you don't have
Not
no
really, not really, not
you don't
really, not
have
really.
no
What I think it is,
yeah.
what I think it is, if you've had similar diseases in the past,
Right.
your body's already halfway through to unlocking the answer for that problem. So the problem's coming into your body's like, this is a new virus, we need to create an antibody for it. Now it might look at the ones that's similar that it's had before and said, okay, let's adapt this one, add a piece on here or take a piece off there and make the answer that's gonna interface with this pathogen and be the antibody for it. So if you've had a
Right.
similar disease in the past, it's possible that that's like helping you to create an antibody.
Yeah,
Because
I
like I
think you
said,
might
there's a
be
whole family of COVIDs, isn't it? There's all these different COVIDs out there.
right. I think you're right. I see sense in what you're saying. So I'm not
I'm just
even
guessing.
disputing
I'm
that.
just speculating. I'm speculating,
Yeah, but
innit?
I'm saying what you're speculating on is kind of true, because it's like if you have, like you said, if you had pneumonia in the past, if you had a whole bunch of crazy flus in the past, if you've had what else is kind of similar to this crazy shit? Yeah, basically I would say the two perfect examples is pneumonia and crazy flu basically. So it could be that your body is kind of knowing this guest before, so they know what to give to the guest, or they know what the guest wants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
All right.
it's different from someone who's never had it before, and they just looking like, okay, can we give you water? Can we give you alcohol? Or can
Mm-mm.
we starve you? What we gonna do? And the
Yeah.
fact that you're giving water and it's not even wanting water, is wanting alcohol, just worsens the case, So you might be right.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Yeah. So I'm not
Yeah.
saying I really do understand what you're saying. It might be true. It might be really a fact, but
Look,
if
what's
they
making me
saying
think though, Malik, what's making me think is that literally no one above 80 can survive this. So there's got to be some sort of something to do with the speed at which the body's working. So when you're old, obviously your metabolism's slow, everything's
right?
slow. The cellular exchanges between cells is slow. Everything's
Yes.
slow.
Yes.
So I'm thinking that by the time the body's come up with the answer, it's too
It's
late.
too
The lungs is
late.
already flooded. It's flooded out with liquid.
Yes. Well, if you say
That's
80 years old and above, I agree with you, but don't forget the fact that certain people would also survive it,
yeah.
but it's
There's
very
always
few, basically. Yeah, yeah.
one. Yeah.
One
There's always one.
exception.
Yeah. See, these kind of diseases, they usually put people on steroids because what steroids do, it speeds up the recovery of an illness. Get me?
You mean
So
steroids like marijuana?
steroids.
Ain't marijuana supposed to be a steroid now?
Nah, marijuana ain't a steroid.
Because I know when I'm sick, once
Marijuana is what's it called? Cannabis, a cannabinoid.
yeah, you call it cannabinoid, but it might be a steroid also.
Nah, it's not steroids.
People get tested for it and be like, oh yeah, now we know why you was running like Usain Bolt.
Hey, forget Usain Bolt. You remember that race between who's that Canadian? Was it Michael Johnson when he raced against Carl? What's his name?
Carl
The
Lewis.
fastest
Carl
American, the
Lewis.
fastest American. Not Carl Withers. Carl Withers is the geezer from
Lewis.
Carl Lewis. Yeah. Do you remember that race? Who's the guy that beat
Yeah.
him? Was it Michael?
No.
Michael Johnson. I forget his
Yeah,
name. I swear it's Michael something. Remember? And he left Paul Lewis standing. He left him. He just flew the Canadian prayer.
And then they tested him, and
then he tested positive for steroids, didn't it? After that was wicked.
Yeah, I'm just saying, steroid is supposed to be something that enhances your genes or immune system or what. Basically,
yeah, someone's saying his name was Ben Johnson. Yeah, steroids just recovers you quicker. It'll just recover you quicker, innit? That's what it does. So even like if we know what, are you there, Malik? Malik's gone, man. Gee.
Yo. I thought this was a black channel. Where did the community go? Thank God, melanated. Yo, Veli, melanated. Thank God. I don't know, man. I'm by myself. I just got on. Can y'all hear me? Yo, put a one in the chat if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. Yo, analyze Dunya's videos. If you're high, look at analyze Dunya videos, bro.
You know the video I can't find is this what's it called? The one you was mentioning the other day, Reanimator.
Oh, I can't
find it.
Colin, I got you, Colin. I got you. I'm gonna look it up for you.
Yeah.
I got you, brother. I got you right now.
Cool.
Oh shit, yeah, I gotta remember which one it was too. Shit. Yeah.
Veli was saying that I'm on one of them, so I was just looking for it.
There you are.
You know when you type in Reanimator, it just comes up with the old 1980s film
Yeah, you gotta
Reanimator.
scroll down. You gotta scroll down, and it's usually like his profile will pop up. He has like 100 subscribers. His videos are way underappreciated.
Is it? Alright, cool. Let's have a look.
Yo, Veli, do me a favor if you can, if you're not too busy, my brother. If you can remind us what video Khan was in, I think it was like Sid's 110,000 pound challenge for the Muslims. I think it was.
Yeah, it probably was. Oh, is that how I got recognized? Got my recognition.
Yeah.
Grand Rising.
Hey sis, how are you?
Waking up.
Wow. Is that melanated? Hey, melanated.
Hello, Khan. How are you
Where you
doing,
been?
Khan?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good, man. How you doing?
You wasn't really nice earlier, Khan. That wasn't nice what you were saying. That was not nice.
I thought it was quite accurate though.
No, I mean, but I'm just saying that normally.
What part? I don't like to offend people, so I apologize if it was offensive. But if we like analyze it, if we look at it a bit, what I was just saying is
I'm not used to you being
Christianity is
so
basically
like
been
disrespectful.
rewritten. It's been rewritten so many times to kind of like suit the mood of the nation or whatever you want to call it. It's been tailored towards the audience to make people passive, in my opinion. Might be wrong, but it's like a lot of people start going back to the Old Testament now. They've seen a lot of Israelites, Hebrew Israelites, because they need something with a bit more teeth in it, something with a bit more strength to it. Like all this Christianity, you turn the other cheek. Like, I don't think it's serving
Yeah, I ain't gonna
people's
fake.
needs.
That's what Islam offers that. I ain't gonna fake. Islam does offer
Yeah.
that.
But you can't. I
Because,
mean,
you know.
they got what you call it, New Testament Israelites that still have that fire and that fight in them. I think it's about people's interpretation of it and not necessarily if it's just
I think
Old
if we look at melanated, if we look at historically, Christianity obviously came about during the time of the Romans occupying that whole region. And I think it's more about resistance and, you know, survival. It's not really about conquest and like expansion. Do you know what I mean? It's like they were trying to survive them Romans, innit? Like the Romans were ruthless. Like they were worse than Nazis, really. Like, you know, like we all give the Romans all this credit for all this shit that they done
So
and
you're saying that
being
that's a bad
civilized
thing?
and building roads. But really, the Romans were like bloodthirsty, ruthless people.
So
You know,
are you
that they had
saying?
colosseums, they were throwing Christians to the lions.
Wait, so Khan, are you saying? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, are you saying that that's a bad thing that they weren't expansionists, even though I think they were? But I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a bad thing because it was the right thing for that time, you know, like surviving, because they were under occupation, you know. So from my point of view, my people obviously have never been under occupation. So it's not really something that I would kind of like have an affinity for, you know. So, you know, I can understand why
I'm
people.
sorry, Colin. 1 second. I also want to say, big up to Analyze Junior too, because he also makes some funny ass videos. Like, I know we talk about Reanimator.
I don't like people's videos that they just like, oh, he's just got content that he's nicked from everyone else's channels, and he's just got Brad Pitt from Fight Club pressing the corner button. Like, what is that, man? There's no creativity there.
It's funny though, bro. It's funny.
It's funny if it's funny because he's picked out all the best bits in it. Do you know what it's like? It's like,
but
you know,
bro,
like when you listen to a radio station and it's like, oh, we got all the best bits from the 90s.
Yeah,
like,
bro.
it's like,
These
yeah,
channels
you just left out all the
can
shit
go for
stuff.
15 hours, bro. You have to appreciate the fact that he goes through 15 hours worth of content to just literally something lit. Like, come on, give him that respect. This is not like I could have said these panels for like an hour and a half, but no, bro. This is like 15 hours worth of shit, bro. You gotta give that. Gracious, alhamdulillah.
Okay, so what do I just type in? Reanimator.
No, I'm looking right now. I'm looking for the video. I'm on beep. But no, I'm on the page now. I'm actually trying to look for the right video. Veli, what video had Khan in it, bro? Please remind me if you can remember.
Let me at least find the guy and subscribe to him.
Oh, here. I'm sorry. Here, I'm put the link in the back chat for you. I apologize.
Oh, cheers, bro. Thanks, man.
I got you, man.
You're such a gentleman, Brad.
I don't know, man. It's the more I read the
You
Quran, the
fit
more
right in. You'd fit right in over here in the UK
there you go.
with your gentlemanly ways. Go to Jacob on the other hands.
Yeah, leave him. Not just it's too nice a day to this, bro. I got
You leave my Ados brother alone.
What does CEDOS mean?
Caribbean descent of slavery.
You mean to tell me the ADOS is now banging with the Caribbean?
He said they was never. He said that they had a representative there at the ADOS convention from the CDOS. So they're supporting each one another's initiatives. Mm-hmm. Betty good.
Man.
Very good.
Wait, are we saying that ADOS is starting to practice a little bit of Pan-Africanism? Huh?
I'm not going that
I know,
far.
I'm not going to push it that far. I would never push it. I just honestly am being like a.
So what's for breakfast, guys? I'm hungry.
Me too. I want to
I
order
just
something.
had my first coffee of the day. I'm easing myself into my eating, you know. I'm not going to jump straight into it, start eating. I have about 3 coffees and then I see how it goes.
3 coffees? Shit.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm going to have? I've been having lately, brown stone, what's it called? Sourdough pita breads with a little bit of just cheese in there. So I get the pita bread, I put it in the thing, in a toaster, cut it open, put the cheese in, and then I microwave it for about 2 minutes.
My bad. I'm looking for the
Yeah,
video.
so you get a nice little cheesy pocket, you know what I mean? Cheesiness. It's quite nice.
Quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I want to. I'm probably just gonna have coffee because I don't really do breakfast. I would eat my first meal like I don't know 1 p.m. or something like that.
Mm.
But I got some salmon seasoned up in the fridge.
Oh, love salmon.
Yeah, boy. And I made some rice yesterday.
What rice did you make?
It's just regular like wild rice. I mean, not wild rice, just some regular white rice, but I seasoned it up. I put some thyme in it and
Caribbean style, yeah.
Yeah, always.
Caribbeans love their thyme and that, innit?
I put thyme on everything.
Yeah, in England, like they only use that in Christmas times. They have a bit of that kind of seasoning, you know, like thyme and that.
I have wild rice. I should have made some wild rice yesterday, but I didn't. But I put thyme in the wild rice and I put coconut milk in there.
Mm.
It tastes so good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Some coconut milk. Ultra funky. Where you at?
Adding calories to that though.
Wait. 2,300 confirmed COVID deaths. No, 2,300 cases. What is he saying?
I think he's
19
saying
deaths.
19 deaths.
Wait, it's just 19 deaths total in the UK? I thought the numbers were higher than that. I'm so sick and tired of this stupid freaking
I've been
coronavirus.
drinking so much water. Have you lot been drinking water? I've just
Yeah.
been drinking like 2 liters of water a day, man. Oh, hold on. What are these bottles?
What
What
you
are the
want a
big
detox?
bottles? I've been
You want a
drinking 2
detox?
big bottles. I've just been thirsty, innit? I don't know what it is.
You want a detox or something?
Yo,
I think
Con
it's
is
the
so.
coffee.
Yeah, Con, you got.
Well, if you drinking, so you just drinking water and coffee. You're not eating.
Yeah, I ain't even been hungry. Maybe I got corona. Yeah.
No, you're not hungry because coffee takes away your appetite. And that's what's happening to you.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah,
So I
coffee
ain't got
takes. That's
corona.
why
I
I said
definitely ain't.
3.
I can't have corona though. I ain't been at the house in 2 weeks. I can't have corona.
Listen, I'm about to go to the hardware store and buy some paint and paint my house. I ain't got nothing else to do. Shit, might as
You
well.
love that hardware store. I bet when you're
I
walking
love
through the
it.
hardware store, that they're like, "Here she comes again."
Listen,
you got a discount card, didn't it, for the hardware store?
yeah, I got a little. I got a
The
little
20
credit card. I do.
Yeah, it's addictive though, isn't it? Like DIY and all that. Like it's
Yeah,
addictive, man.
you start looking at all of these things. I'm like, oh, I want to put tile down in my bathroom. Oh,
Tiling's my favorite job. I love tiling.
you know how to tile?
Yeah, man. I'm a P&D man, innit? I'm a paint and decorator.
Look at Con.
Yeah.
Jacob. How does God of Jacob be driving? And like he will drop, like instead of just simply turn on his mic and saying shit, he will type it in the chat. God of Jacob. That man is funny.
Risking his life.
Like
You know what? Here, yeah, we got cameras on buses that film you as you're driving past, and if you're on your phone or if you're typing, you get a fine through the post. Do you know? Imagine that.
That's crazy.
Isn't it?
That's mad. That's mad crazy. Man, this rain is really messing with me today, bro.
It's cold today. I don't know why it's cold.
I think the Earth is trying to get everyone to just take like a giant spring break at the expense of. Because it makes no sense. Like they're talking about us not leaving until like April 30th. And then like in my state, there's like a curfew now. You can get a misdemeanor if you're out on the streets past 8 o'clock.
So pissed off though, Brad. And my girlfriend won't visit me. I said to her, look, I've been at home for 2 weeks. I ain't got corona. You ain't got corona. Why can't we see each other? She's like, I ain't risking it. I'm high risk category. I'm not risking it. I could die. Like, all the time blue, man.
Oh man, I'm so bored though. I want to just go out. And, like I miss like traffic. I miss busy metros. Nah, I don't miss busy metros. Fuck that.
Brad might actually have corona. He just said he missed traffic. Something wrong with him.
No, I don't have it. I thought
What
I
should we
did.
talk about, man? Let's talk about something controversial.
All right.
Let's try and get the numbers up.
I got you.
Oh boy.
I like the fact that the coronavirus is killing more white people than it is black people.
Oh my God. See? Oh my God.
Shit, where are we at? 109 now? We're at 109 right now.
Brad, can you imagine this great replacement theory that they've got where they're saying that in the future all Europeans are going to end up being black because of all the immigration? Can you imagine like if all the Italians died and they were replaced by Nigerians overnight? What Italy would be like guys walking around with their loafers on, no
Yeah,
socks,
I
tight
said a
jeans.
couple of days ago, Jollof. I was like Jollof
Yeah.
Alfredo. Yeah.
Jollof Alfredo. Oh my God, that would be mad.
The
Some
Pope would
Nigerian
have
brothers driving about in Ferraris.
You would see like multiple occasions of the Pope just like dancing for no reason, just like
Yeah.
sing on beat.
That's it. But the Pope's not Italian anyway.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
We need an Italian Pope, innit? Or even a Nigerian Pope, I think would be alright.
Yeah.
This
Shit,
guy's putting in the work though, isn't he? This new one.
Yeah.
He's better than the old one. Do you remember the old one, Ratzinger? Remember him? They were saying that he had connections to the Nazis. He had connections to all sorts of shit. Like it was into paedophilia and children and whatever. I think he's the only Pope that ever abdicated. The one before the one we got now. But the one we got now is all right, man. He done a little trip to Turkey as well. When they met Erdogan, him and Erdogan had a little chat. That was quite cool.
So I think Erdogan's gonna conquer like the Middle East, bro.
Hopefully. I was chatting to Waleed last night. I think was it last night or the night before? I was chatting to Waleed. He was like, Turkey used to be part of Egypt. We're gonna take it back. I don't know what's wrong with you Turks. You lot are on some Ottoman war thing. Why are you trying to infiltrate North Africa? Why are you trying to move into Libya? He was going mad. I was like, bro, you're a proper Turk hating Arab, innit? One of them Turk hating Arabs.
I'm like all for it, bro. Shake it up, bro. I think the earth needs to be shaken up, bro. I'm all for it, bro. Because I saw that he created I saw your president created like an air force that's only dedicated to drones. I'm like, alhamdulillah, like only dedicated to drones, bro. Y'all gonna conquer everything, bro. It's gonna be easy.
It's gotta be done.
Yeah, for peace. For peace.
Yeah, for peace, for Islam, all that. All the good stuff.
Yeah. Peace for Islam, all the good stuff.
Yeah, man. We're doing it for them poor Syrians, man. Them 5 million Syrians. They need, they need looking after them, man. Yeah, they need guidance. They need it. Erdogan's the man for the job.
Yeah. I think
he's a real G. He's a real G.
Yeah. And then you know, like what he's doing in Libya, that's just gonna be like, all right, it's gonna go from Libya to Morocco.
No, like Waleed was telling me that Egypt put a stop to it. Like, I don't know if he understood what I was trying to say, but I have to research it, man. Like, it's some bad news though. If the Egyptians put a stop to the Turks in Libya, I don't see how they can stop them because it's a United Nations recognized. Because you must know the situation in Libya, right?
Yes.
So that there's a United Nations recognized government, and then there's a rebel general insurgency.
Yeah.
And basically, the whole world, like the Russians, the French, the English, the Americans, are all on the side of the general rather than the United Nations sanctioned government, which is a bit weird. So I think Turkey went in there to support the United Nations sanctioned government. So I don't see how anyone could really have a legitimate objection to them supporting a United Nations sanctioned government. But that seems to be
Egypt's military is not as strong as Turkey's. It's more like well equipped. Like whenever they rate African military, they rate it based off conflict. So it's like, how fast can the military get the nation under control? That's how they rate an African military. So like a fighting force, Egypt does not have. I mean, God, they got their ass kicked like what, twice by Israel? I mean, Israel gave them back God as a gift. You know what I mean? Like, come on. So, this should be funny. Because I don't think Egypt really has the power to stop them. So, it'll be good to like Turkey push in because I just want to see the world change a bit. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
You see a paradigm shift, like Europeans seem to be losing a grasp on the world.
Well, to be honest, it will be going back to like how things were before because like the whole Sunni kind of like what's it called? Like the Pakistan, Turkey, that kind of Sufi down to Somalia, kind of like that line in the world, it's been taken out for a long time. Like since the Ottoman Empire collapsed, it's like there's been a missing superpower out of the world that's just left it really unbalanced. Do you know what I mean? Because like that, there's either a border on one side of Turkey or on the other side. So if there's one side is Greece, they're like, all right, this is where Europe ends and no immigrants can get in. But yet they, when they choose to militarily put the border at the other end of Turkey, and they're like, okay, now we can use United Nations and America and Europe to invade into this direction, and they start moving in and infiltrating like Kurdistan and wherever they want to go into. So they've got this kind of double standard with Turkey where sometimes they're on one side of the line and sometimes they're on the other side of the line. But in reality, they're like a no man's land. There's no power there. There's like a vacuum of power. Whereas before, Turkey would have been like the main power, and it would have kept the world like a little bit more balanced. So like without the Ottoman Empire being there, you can see that it's like it's too unstable. It's like Russia and America basically are bordering each other literally. There's no buffer zone.
That's why I think, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I think, like, yo, Turkey's more like, I don't want to say civilized, but like, you know, like more
modernized.
Modernized, yeah, there we go. That's a better term. Yeah. More modernized for the job to bring like a very worn-torn area into like the future. You know? That Qatar, you know, like these would be, I don't think Qatar would be a hard topic. I mean, area to take, you know, that'd be easy. You know?
Yeah.
So no, I'm all for it. Shoot. Heck, they probably be trying to do my little security thing in the future, man. Didn't the Ottomans contract out? So yeah, let me get in there.
Yeah, of course. That's what they were big on that.
Might give me a little Turkish.
You know, like a lot of this thing that we had recently, this conversation about the Ottoman slave, what's it called? Ottoman slavery. Yeah, slave trade. A lot of it wasn't really even the Ottomans. They just like
they facilitated it.
Yeah, they just facilitated it, but it was like the Arabs that were doing it, like the Algerians and Moroccans and all that. Yeah, so like you know, and I think they were mostly slaving white people anyway.
Yeah, it was mainly from the Caucasus, and then like the ones they got from the Nile were primarily like Muslims, African Muslims taking non-African Muslims.
Yeah.
Because like during
the time you've done a lot of reading, Brad. You've done a lot of reading on it.
Yeah, there was like there was a black guy that was a prince that was taken from what's now known as Cameroon, and he was to a pagan town, and he was taken by a jihad and sent to Russia, and he became known as Gannibal, and helped establish the formal Russian military.
Brad about to take his shahada in a second. I don't know why are you acting like you don't know that, Tom?
If I would become a Muslim, though, I would want to be it under the Turkish, because it's more like I can maintain my culture and be myself. Yeah.
Which one is the more spiritual one? That's the Sufi, right?
The Sufis, yeah, the Sufis are more spiritual. The Sufis.
Yeah, I would be a Sufi if I was a Muslim. They got to be in some mystical stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, Rumi, Jalaluddin bin Rumi.
I don't even know what that is.
Have you never heard of the guy called Rumi?
Who is he?
Oh, okay. He's a big guy, man, in the Sufi movement.
I don't really know about the different Muslim movements like that.
He's like our main guy. Rumi.
Oh, you're a Sufi? Huh?
Yeah, I'm Turkish, innit?
I mean,
we don't really have Wahhabis. We don't really have
Sufi.
Yeah, so we don't really have. Like that Wahhabi movement didn't really penetrate into Turkey the way it did into other places. Like, I think
And
maybe in
Wahhabi, is
Pakistan
that
it
the
did a
same
little
thing
bit.
as Salafi? Is that the same thing as a Salafi? Well, I don't know what the
Yeah,
heck
yeah,
these
yeah,
terms
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
man.
Really, we shouldn't really call them Wahhabis. It's wrong to call them that. So Salafi, yeah, that's more accurate
Okay,
and
Salafi.
less offensive. Yeah, yeah. So
Yo, Khan, did you not see my name, bro? I might like I want my Muslim name to be like Khalid Mehmet Muhammad, something like that, and then like put Ali at the
the
end.
problem with that is Mehmet and Muhammad is the same name.
Really? So no,
So
okay,
what's wrong with
Yeah.
that? You just like it
so
that much?
Kim, yeah. So call me Khalid Mehmet Ali. There we go. Yeah, I like that.
Mehmet Ali, yeah, like Muhammad Ali, yeah.
Yeah,
Them two
I
go
like that.
together.
Mehmet Ali. I'm gonna
Yeah.
put because Khalid means king. So yeah,
A lovely name, Khalid. Love
yeah.
that name.
So I want to name my son Khalid and then have another son named Amir.
Oh
Nice.
boy,
Or
I'm done.
what about Khan? Khan's a good
What does Khan mean?
so all these names mean the same thing, like Amir, Shah,
Oh, okay.
Khan. Yeah, it all means the same.
Like Bay too, right?
Yeah, Bay's not really on the level of a Khan. A Khan's like on a much bigger level.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
man.
Bay's like a lord. A Bay would be a lord, whereas a
Yeah.
Khan would be like an emperor.
What's the other ones that the Moors have? They got the Bays and they got another one. What's the other last name? The L.
Yeah, I think it's
L.
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 Yeah, I think it's L. That's it.
L.
L and Bay.
Okay. L.
For their last name. So that they basically like done away with, our their previous American white people last names, and they substituted with either Bay or L.
Ah, interesting. I never realized that.
No, you never did?
No, now that you mention it.
You've never seen someone and their last name is L? E-L?
I've seen someone with the last name Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were just bigging themselves up though, like saying I'm a Bay. Like.
No, their last name is literally Day, like their surname.
Interesting. Yeah. So these Moors, they got their own little movement going on, yeah.
Yeah, they got their own Quran too.
Interesting.
Where Bernie at? Come on, Bernie.
Yeah.
Bernie's funny.
But do they follow the hadiths as well, or they got their own hadiths?
I think they're more like Quranists, if anything.
Yeah, I don't think they follow hadith.
Hey, can I ask you a question though? Like, how can I realized Khan comes from the Mongols, right?
The name Khan, you mean? The word?
Yeah. Is that a Mongol word or a Turkish word? Or is it like all intermingled?
Well, the thing is, like, we don't know really what is the original version, the Mongol version or the Turkic version, because the Turkic version goes back to the Huns, and the Huns predate the Mongols. So, like people seem to have this idea that the Mongols predate the Turks, but they don't really.
Yeah. I keep forgetting. Yeah.
Attila, the Huns,
yeah.
Not Attila, the Chinese Huns, the ones that come from northern China. So what happened?
Where's Walter trying to get in here? Really, where's Walter trying to get in here?
Man,
so I
Walter's
watched
a good dude,
interesting.
He just believes in God, bro. Let him believe in God, man. He's a good dude.
But he's saying that Jesus is God and we should all turn the other cheek.
No, Messiah doesn't mean God. Messiah means anointed one. Because
I know that,
but he's a Christian. He believes in the Trinity. He believes that Jesus is God in the flesh.
But Jesus never.
So why are you saying Walter is rude? He's not even. He's very offensive with his beliefs. He's not like a
You
nice
got,
Christian. Mm-mm.
yeah. But if the Portuguese were that nice, they wouldn't have took over half of Africa, would they?
Oh, shut up, Con.
But they did.
Con is messy, bro. Con is messy.
If they were nice, it's like saying the Vikings were nice.
You
I
know,
don't
one
think they
thing I will
were.
say. That's the one thing I'm gonna have to say, though. You know.
What's up, DC? What's up now?
What's up, Malik?
Make
How you
it,
doing,
make it
King?
sound like I'm the only
Good,
one
good.
who
What's up,
believes.
Malik?
You make it sound that I'm the only one who believes
What's
that
up? What's up?
Jesus is God.
Look, you have like no social skills. Like you're talking while
No,
people are talking. What's wrong with you?
And you're talking
it's his
about me
white
while I'm not
privilege.
there.
He's got white privilege.
Wow, it's a little,
God, shut up.
Walter is so passionate about
veteran-y
his
or something,
beliefs
man.
that
Yeah,
he
Walter
feels,
just passionate.
Walter,
Somebody,
can I ask you a
and
question?
you see what's funny
Walter,
is
Walter,
Depends.
do Portuguese qualify as being white or not?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. You're
nah,
funny.
he not
I
white.
know that there's Portuguese people are olive skinned. I know that.
I don't know
There's
what
Portuguese
olive
people that are
skin
from
people.
Africa
I've
also.
never
I know
seen a
that.
job application that says, "Are you olive?"
I know there's Portuguese people that look white. So I don't know what are you talking about.
I'm sure you look white.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably look white. I
Okay
could
then.
probably pass as white. Actually, yeah.
These lot are the Neolithic farmers, isn't it? They moved from Arabia into Europe. The Neolithic farmers. They don't have
And then
any.
and then we
They
moved
don't
to
have any
Canada.
Western. You don't have any Western hunter gatherer. You don't have any white like Turkic. You don't have any Turkish genes in you. You're all Arab, 100%.
What does that even mean? I don't know.
Well, most European countries are a combination of Neolithic farmers and what we would call the Western hunter-gatherers, which is a posh way of saying Turkish.
Look,
So
Brad.
you'd have a combination of
shoot.
farming.
So like the Greeks, you
Oh,
believe you're because of you everything exists.
I'm gonna
yo,
put these
Say that
in front
again.
of the house.
don't do that.
Well, the Greeks also.
What
Every
are
time I
they?
talk to a Greek guy, he thinks everything came from Greece.
Wait, what's this?
So,
Yeah, I'm trying
false
to look at
Turkey
you.
too, but
Cyprus
everything came from Turkey.
king
Oh,
gold.
okay.
King's gold.
Oh,
You see,
flowers.
What is
Natalia,
that?
they think everything came from Natalia.
these are gonna be bushes. What they call those?
Oh
Bush.
yeah. Like hedgerows.
Yeah. These are the little ones. I'm putting these in front of the house. Aren't they cute? Like
Oh,
yellow and
They're
green.
they're to die for.
Thank you.
Melanated oxygenating the planet.
I thought you.
Yeah.
What did you say, Walter?
I said you're oxygenating the planet.
Yes.
You know,
Mm.
green.
I thought you
Now I can just
finally
walk
got.
outside and pour libations in front of the house and give
I
honor
thought you
to the
finally got the
ancestors.
ayahuasca.
All right, now I'm trying to get me some of that.
Yeah, I said I thought you finally did.
What are you saying? That's marijuana plants? Is that what you're saying?
No.
What?
Walter, you a cop. Walter's
No,
a
you
cop.
done smoked up all the marijuana plants.
Police,
You took it
police,
all.
police, police. Walter's
Okay,
police.
don't start rumors about that too, because already everybody thinks I'm a millionaire. Well, everybody, gone.
Why do they think you're a millionaire? They should just think that
Con,
you're
I'm talking
a
about.
very, very rigid, conservative,
He made his money.
scheduled
Chunk of change out the world.
person that runs
ISIS
off a panel.
Christian.
Yes,
You
yes.
run off a panel, you throw stones, and then run. That kind of a person. I mean,
I've never seen an ISIS Christian but Walter.
So you see, Melanie, you don't know what you're talking
about. You forgot about.
That's so rude. Why would you say that to someone?
Say what? Because Malik said,
You don't know
Malik
what you're
just said I
talking
was a
about.
nice guy. Malik just said I was a nice guy. She's telling me.
No, I didn't. I never said you was a nice.
He
I
called
said
you an
you was
ISIS Christian.
ISIS Christian. Don't get it twisted.
He didn't say
ISIS
nicest
Christian?
Christian. He said the ISIS Christian, and then
Oh, he thought he said nicest, but he said ISIS.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why you never said nothing, because you thought I called you nice. No, you're not nice.
Well, I mean, if
Oh,
you think
okay.
ISIS
See.
is Christianity, what do you want me to do? I can't help you with that.
Oh, you don't even understand analogies. Walter. He's saying you're like the ISIS version of a Christian. Do you get it now?
Thank you,
Do you get?
melanated.
Wow. It's like talking to Amelia Bedelia, guys. You guys know who Amelia Bedelia is?
No, it's Amelia Bedelia.
It's like it's just from a
The
child's
children.
a
All right.
children's book, yeah. And
Yeah.
Amelia Bedelia was very literal. So someone would be like, "Oh,
Oh,
hit the road, Amelia Bedelia," and she'll go outside and slap the ground. You know what I mean? Like she
okay.
couldn't really get, those euphemisms and
Yeah, it's the comedy
poor
style.
Walter. Yeah, poor Walter.
But Walter really doesn't have any comedic qualities at all, does he? He's just like so charmless. There's no
Wow, like I wonder how did
flavor.
you meet listen, Walter, how did you meet your wife? I want to know what did you say? Did you say, "Hey,
Where did you
girl, you
buy
look
your
so
wife?
good"? Like, how did you
He's got
did
one
she
of
speak
them.
to you
He's got
first?
one of them hyper realistic blow up sex dolls.
Did you speak to her first, or did she speak to you first? Did somebody, was it a matchmaker involved? Because you seem like you would not be really
Man, he
like.
just walked into the store and he went, "I'll have that one."
Well, when you're 21 years old, when
Yo,
you're
1
19,
second. Reanimator's in the
when
chat. Reanimator. What
you're
video
18
has
years old, you don't know much.
Reanimator? What's the video that has Khan in it?
Oh, so
Reanimator.
you were. Oh
Go
man,
up, sorry.
come on, guys! I'm trying to get the story from. So when you were 21, you were more outgoing.
Well, I started dating my wife when she was like 17. So we were just going to school, enjoying life. Didn't know what it's about.
So you were
And
more
as
like
you get older,
carefree.
As you get older, you get more, let's say.
Just reading the chat, Munda, you're right. The population of Turkey were actually Turkified. They were indigenous Europeans before that, so they were the Hittite civilization before
So
they
that
were
means
Turkified.
so you're more white than Walter.
No, my
Is that
family.
what
I
you're
had the DNA. I had the DNA test done.
What a shot!
My family are actually Turkish. So.
Don't
No,
be so mean,
90%
melanated.
I'm trying to find out what is he he's trying to say. That's not being mean
No, I'm
unless
just saying
being white is a
Munda
bad thing, Walter. Are
put
you saying
something
being
in
white is
the.
bad?
To Con, that's being mean.
Con's like, I'm not white. I'm
Yeah,
Turkish.
I'm not white. Don't call me white.
Don't ever say that.
I'm not white.
Con says, I'm not white.
I'm not white.
Yeah,
White
Con,
Anglo-Saxon.
Con, here's the
Anglo-Saxon thing.
video. Here's the video, Con.
Where'd you put it?
It's in the back chat.
All right, cool.
There you go. Should I play? You mean me play it? I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it for everybody. I'm gonna share my screen.
Oh boy.
I hope it's not a 3-hour video.
No, I'm not watching it for
No,
3 hours.
Play it, man. Let's watch it
37
together, man.
Yeah, let's watch it
That's
together
not that
like a
long.
family.
How can you share your screen? How do you know if Belly's gonna show your screen?
1 second. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna just
I'm drinking my coffee now, Con. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what I needed right now. Yeah, I left my bottle at home because I was in a rush.
Yo, Veli, if you can you share my screen, buddy? Bravo. Holy Bava. I gotta mute up though, so there won't be an echo, okay? So.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm due another coffee, man. I gotta come off charge. Oh yeah, we got it now. Reanimator. See what he's dealing with.
How you know we're gonna be able to hear it?
Maybe you can single-handedly change Islamic dogma, bro.
Listen, did I lie? Not yet. No.
No.
Surprisingly.
Did I, my friend, listen, let's talk facts.
As far as I remember, I can't say you anything.
Yeah,
I'll be quiet. No, it's time for me to talk now. 15 minutes I've been quiet. Now I'll speak for 2 minutes.
Oh, I didn't know that you used to be quiet. I thought you left.
I can't hear anything. So just
Son, don't insult me. Come to the
No,
point.
he did leave. He did leave.
I just said
my
go
brother.
ahead. Did you not hear me?
Okay, listen. Keep quiet now. I'll speak for 3 minutes. Yeah, no talking.
Sure.
Go for it, man.
First thing, I have debunked Bilal was never left. He died as a slave. Yeah, first thing. I've proved that. Second thing is this, my friend. I do not want to insult anymore. Everyone, speak to the people who knows about this. The Egypt, if I'll give the dalil on the thing about is going to be bad. I'm not that bad as well. There were two sisters. Maria, she had a son with Nabi Muhammad who died at a young age by the name of Abraham. And at the same time, with them came a guy. The guy's dick was chopped off. And
my friend,
also
can I ask why you're repeating the story for the fifth time?
I was quiet.
I just have evidence.
No. Listen. The guy asked for 3 minutes. I'm sure everyone can give him 3 minutes.
You're right. My apologies.
He ain't hearing me though. I don't need to give him 3 minutes.
You're right. My apologies. Go ahead.
No. The guy, whoever the guy said, don't give me, mate. You speak. I'll keep quiet for another 15.
Yeah,
just take your 3 minutes, bro. Go on.
You're basically saying that you giving evidence to back up your claim is being too bad. That's being too bad. I'm not that bad. That's ridiculous.
Han, let him finish, bro. Let him just finish. Let him land. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you can't understand his accent, obviously.
No, I get what you said, Khan. I also thought it didn't make sense. I was going to comment, but I just thought, let me wait 3 minutes before commenting.
About how he's not going to give his dalil? Yeah, I already pointed that out.
Because that would be too bad. That would be too bad to give the evidence.
But I'm hoping that at the end of his story, he's going to provide it. That's what I'm saying. So let him finish.
Yeah, but forget all this. Guys. Forget all of this.
Source for sure.
After Sid is finished, what he needs to say. You lot can comment after he's finished, innit? Because now you got two Muslims here, and you got Sid. Correct. Sid, go for it, man.
Hey, Daydan, stop fronting like you're not a Muslim as well. Sorry, go on, Sid.
Yeah, I'm not really. It's not an insult to me, innit?
The real question is, why is James Jones fronting like he ain't a Muslim? Alhamdulillah.
Sid, finish your story, bro, please.
Alhamdulillah, my bro.
Can I speak now?
Yes. Go ahead.
No. But you not wait for me. But when I start talking, what happens is that you start jumping in.
Don't worry, Sid. Everyone talking until you finish. Everyone mute your mic, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm talking about slavery as it is now.
This shit's fucking genius. I'm loving this.
They said slavery is only in war condition. Total lies. Bilal was bought that war condition. He was not released. After that, he was given to Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Still, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam didn't release on about. First thing. Second thing is that I said that the Egypt.
The whole fucking premise of Islam is that they freed Bilal. That's the first thing they've done. You dumb motherfucker.
The guy's dick was chopped off. I've got 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm talking. Just listen now. And then of gold as gift. So the slave sex were given as gift to Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and kid by the name of Abraham, which I'm sorry, on the other side, when Aisha saw, she said, nah, this. So that is a separate issue. If you want to bring it on, I'll bring that on as well. And this one, you lot ask me Dalil, yeah? Watch and learn. I will give you the Dalil shortly. Not that you know. You lot said no. Aisha, Mother Aisha, yeah? She was asked not to speak to one guy. Whoever knows this will know this. But she went and spoke to that guy. And because of that, she released 40 slaves. For the mistake she
who was this guy? Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. I don't want to.
Yeah.
No. I raise my case, and I tell you what.
No,
two
because
things
the 3 minutes have been
let me
over.
finish. Let me finish. 30 seconds more. I owe you lot two things. The dalil of the sex slaves. That means in Islam, gift slaves are allowed. And second thing is that Aisha met a guy to meet, and then she released 40 slaves. I owe you lot two dalils to be continued. Carry on. I'm done.
All right, I just want to say you don't owe us nothing because no one believes a word you're saying anyway. You owe, the only person you owe is your own integrity, and that you cannot buy with money. So think twice before you can like me. I'm telling you now.
You're talking shit now.
That is
Yeah, boy.
so
I
good.
love
Oh my
it. That was
goodness.
amazing.
He said before you come on channel with men like me.
You get me?
James said,
A fucking worm. Man's a worm. It's a little maggot on a hook.
Yeah, man.
One. So there's a worm on a hook, right? A pig in a fucking cannon, and a bear in a tutu. I think I come out all right, you know. I've done all right for myself.
And they done was the dog.
Oh, the dog in the skip.
Mm-hmm.
The trash.
And James was a turtle.
Yeah, James come out the best out of everyone. That super nerdy James.
He got me as like a white cat.
He got you as what?
A white cat.
Oh, is it? Oh, on a different video.
Yeah, I'm like a white cat in a cage.
Just to piss you off, he made it white, innit?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even think of
Oh,
that. Look. He made it white. Oh, that's funny. Oh,
that was actually
that was good, man.
Really funny, yeah.
You can see he's got talent. He put a lot of work into that. I appreciate that. That was really good. That's talent, man.
The animator is a great. Yo, you saw the one he did for Sarah though. The one he did for Sarah was funny, bro. It's so...
No, I'm gonna watch them all now.
He takes like I support Sarah, but like he just goes.
But thing, Brad, can you explain why you support Sarah? Is it simply just because you happen to be the same skin tone?
Yo, one sec, you man. Yo, Dark Magician, hold on a sec, yeah. I'm gonna add you in. I can see you in the back chat. Just hold on, yeah. I was gonna jump on and talk to the Bear of Islam. You get me? Shout out the Bear of Islam. You get me?
The bear or the mayor?
The bear.
Yeah, the bear.
Oh, the bear.
The ballet dancing Bear of Islam. You mean?
Bear in a tutu. Bear in a fucking tutu, bro.
Yo, when Veli is laughing at you is peak, yo. When Veli start laughing at you, oh my goodness.
Yeah. I've been waiting to see that, man. Been waiting.
Yeah. Now you know what I'm talking about when I keep saying that.
Yeah.
The Bear of Islam.
Now the guy's good, man. You gotta give it to him.
Yeah.
Don't know where he fishes them out from.
I'm a white fucking bulldog with a security hat on, anyway, man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Joker. No, I'm gonna watch them all now. I have to.
Yeah, it's funny, man.
The man was in the chat as well, bro. That's the first time I seen him in the chat. Reanimator, big up yourself, man. Yeah, man's
so
immortalizing
does he have a character for everyone? Does he have a character for everyone? Like,
really? Jen Wallace's character's quite funny as well. He needs to do a character. Muhammad is the character. That's weird, bro. He needs the character. You get me? Muhammad
is the character already. That's weird, bro.
Muhammad comes up with some random shit. Yeah, he cracks me up. He's one of the funniest people that don't mean to be funny on the panel. Like,
bro. Yeah.
He's not trying to be funny, and then you laugh at shit he says, but then the shit that he laughs at, is like not funny at all. Like,
yeah.
It's not funny. But then some of the stuff he says is actually comedy mode, man. He's a madman still.
Does
Yeah,
he
man,
have
big
one
up
for
everyone in there.
what you call it?
Old type DC
Ali,
Mehmet,
Ali?
you get me? Man like DC Mehmet, you know? Oh, shit.
DC Mehmet.
Yo, bad thing. Alright, let me add that magician in, man. You get me? Yeah, man, say for people fed up. How the system's around, you get me? You should come for me, pick me, boss. You get me? In a bit, yeah, in a bit.
Alright, cool. DM, that you?
What's happening, guys? You all right?
All good.
What's good? Dark Magician, how are you?
I'm good. I've got a small space open at the moment, so I thought I'd jump on and say hello.
Dark Magician.
Yeah.
Is it alright if I call you Darky for short?
If you want, it's up to you.
Do you know anything about family law?
A little bit, yeah. I've worked a bit in the family court in Holborn in London. I've worked with a service called the Personal Support Unit, which is now called the Support Through Court, and it's a volunteer organisation that helps people to navigate through the system.
Yeah, I'm aware of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I
I've had to use
volunteer.
their services.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, you know they're great, but they can't give legal advice.
Yeah, they're great.
You know, I've had first-hand experience.
They basically hold your hand through the
Yeah,
whole nightmare of
it's really difficult because obviously a lot of people that work for those organisations, they are legally trained and they have to walk the fine line of not actually giving legal advice because that would then that could constitute liability. And but you have to. It's great actually because actually what it does is it trains you to be able to push people in the right direction without them knowing about it, which is a massive skill to learn. Yeah, it's a massive skill to learn. So
the exact question I wanted to ask, a specific question was, I recently, my 12-year-old decided he wanted to live with me rather than his mum. So like, I have to drive him to school now, and it's like 3 hours driving a day. So I applied to change him to a school near me, and the school wouldn't allow it. They were like, "Oh no, both parents have to agree. That's the school policy. If both parents don't agree, unless you got a court order."
Yeah.
So I went and got out the old arrangements order for me, like, so I can see my kids.
Yeah.
And on it, my ex specifically put, he can't move the kid's school without me agreeing. And it says it in the arrangements order. So I was thinking, like, what do I need to do? Like, to be honest, like, I can't carry on.
You want to? So I don't want.
No,
to give
it
you
says.
Go on.
No. What I mean is, you misunderstood. She had it put in the court order that I can't change my son's school without her permission, and now she's refusing to let me change the school somewhere close to me.
Yeah,
like if I go back to court,
you agreed to that.
What do I need to apply for? Do I need to get a resident order? Yeah, I've agreed to that. Do I need to apply for a change of the order of the arrangements order, or do I need to apply for a residence order?
This is not my.
So if I get residence,
I'm not. This is not my area of expertise, so I don't want to give you the wrong information. What I will do is I can go away and have a look at this for you, and come back with the information for you in the next couple of days. As I understand it, if you would have to fill out a C100, I think it is, or just simply you could go to the court and ask for a hearing to have the order amended. And how you would do that, like, so the options that you've just put forward, I don't want to say which one it is, because then that would be me giving you the wrong information, but I can certainly look into that for you.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yo, DM, I have a question for you.
Sure.
I was listening to you last week, 2 weeks ago, about your COVID-19, and I wanted to ask you on the result. Does it say COVID-19 or COVID-2?
I wasn't tested.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said from the outset that I had suspected
that you had it. What?
Yeah, because
Tell
I
me
had
about your.
I had the symptoms, and when
Right. Tell me.
so I followed the procedure. I phoned 111, and I spoke to them, told them what my symptoms were, and they agreed that it's suspected COVID. Now, because the UK is not doing testing, we don't know. Now, we're hoping in the future that people will be able to get some type of testing so that they can see whether you've had it or not. Yeah. So.
Wow.
Yeah, so that we'll be able to look retrospectively to see whether people have had it and they have gained some immunity to it.
So tell me what because I didn't hear the whole story properly.
So on the
That'll be
on the
the blood
12th of
test
March,
rather than
the symptoms.
yeah, they're going to do like
symptoms.
so. I was asked like how they're going to do this before, and I said it was they usually do a swab, but as I understand it, that's changed now, and it's going to be like a finger prick.
As far as I know, which I was watching a video on, I think was it Channel 4 News, that there's two tests. One of them is a swab, which tells you if you have the bacteria actually living in your throat right this minute.
Yeah.
And the blood test one is the one that checks your blood for antibodies.
Right? Yeah. So I think you're correct. So that would be for the to see whether you've actually had it and you've gained an immunity to it. So there's two types of tests there. Now, what they're saying is the reason why they can't. So Michael Gove yesterday at the press conference said he was asked a question via a video link. He was asked, why are you not testing? Why have you not got the kits? And he said, well, we haven't got the chemicals and the components to make the tests.
Yeah.
And
which is basically the test.
But the Association of Chemicals in British Association of Chemicals in the UK have basically come out and said this is not correct. There is more than enough chemicals, and they are seeking clarification from Downing Street as to why they've said that. Yeah, so this is a major tits up by an incompetent government.
Is it though?
Yes, it is. It absolutely
is. It though?
Is.
Don't you think that it's not really in their
one
interest?
of the reasons why, because they're so ideologically against the EU that they were offered to come into the ventilation scheme, and they could have had 5,000 ventilators straight away. They are saying that this was a miscommunication of email. But then it's found out that they actually did have conversations with the EU in regards to this, and they have failed to access those ventilators. They have tendered out.
They're trying to source them from other sources rather than take the ones that are there based on ideological.
They're requisitioning ventilators from veterinarians, and they've also tendered out a provisional agreement with Dyson to put forward a patent for ventilators. But obviously, this is going to be a huge government contract that's going to be given to Dyson, who, by the way, do not pay any tax in the UK because they're non-dom, and they've moved out of the UK. I think it's to Singapore, somewhere like that. I'm not sure, but G-Tech.
Yeah, I remember hearing that about
G-Tech, who are actually a British company.
Yeah.
They have offered to make ventilators, and there's also other. So these engineers that operate out of Oxford University, they've come together to put forward a patent, and the government has ignored them. They don't want to go ahead with it.
Wow.
They're not testing. So what you were saying earlier, they're not testing because not only do they want to not pay the money for the kits, but they know that their initial government policy of herd immunity is going to be catastrophic for us. They don't want that to be able to be mapped or the data to be able to be followed. So as of yesterday, they gave the wrong information. So they've changed the way that they give the information. Every morning now, they tell us how many people have died due to COVID. Yesterday, they told us it was 200. Then they had to update that later on in the afternoon to say, no, actually, it's 300. As of today, an extra over 500 people have died of COVID.
Wow.
There's a good video from Sky News, and the guy talks about how the stats can be represented differently, and how different
Yeah.
statistical
There's
methods can be used.
there's a lot of debate going on about the statistical analysis at the moment, and
Yeah.
it's going to be going on for a while. But it's
Watch
fair.
that video; that's a good one.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's fair to say that because of the lack of preparedness for this, so there was a report called the Cygnus report, in which I think it was 2016. They did a dry run on a pandemic, and this report came back as showing that this emergency fund was totally unfunded, and if we were to have a pandemic, the report concluded that we would be in a lot of trouble. The Tories buried this report and decided not to fund the emergency scheme. So, you know, this is a monumental fuck up, balls up by an incompetent group of government MPs on a massive scale.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Malik, what was you going to say? What was you
Yeah, I was asking you to describe your symptoms. If I had heard it the other day, I wouldn't be asking this question. I just wanted to compare certain.
On the 12th of March, I was in St Thomas's Hospital visiting my mum, and I'd been there several days. Now, as I understand it, COVID can incubate in you for up to 10 days without you having any symptoms. So for the last few days, I was feeling like I'm uncharacteristically really tired. I've usually got a lot of energy, as you probably can tell, and I was getting headaches, and I don't usually get headaches, like massive migraines. Now I woke up on the Wednesday the 12th, and I was seriously ill. I knew I was ill. I had aches, chills, a fever. I had a very, very sore throat, and this got worse and worse and worse for at least 5 days, and then I ended up having a severe cough. I phoned 111 during this time, and I explained to them my symptoms, and they told me it's likely that you've got COVID and you need to isolate. So me and my family have isolated for 14 days. We're out of that now, but
one second, when you say you and your family, y'all live together?
Myself, my partner, and my son.
So I'm not trying to get in your business. Do you all stay in a separate, like you stay in the living room, they stay in the room, or?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I was isolating from them, so I was isolating from them, and so I wasn't around my son or anything like that. My son was kept away from me, and I just basically stayed in my bed for 5 days. And my partner was bringing me like food and stuff like that, and we were like, you know, trying to keep. She was trying to keep sanitized, and I was trying to keep sanitized too.
So
it is possible. It is possible, and it is, you know, maybe likely that I didn't have COVID at all. But you know, as far as I'm concerned, I feel that it was because I had all the symptoms.
Yeah,
and I've never been ill like that before in my life.
You can't know. How can you know one way or the other about testing?
Look, I'm not saying that I had it. I said I had suspected. Based on the information that I had. Yeah, based on the information that I have.
Yeah, your suspicion is probably 80-90%.
Suspicion.
Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe,
suspicion.
Maybe less. I don't know. Like I'm still in two minds.
At what point was you contacted to come in for testing, or was you offered any?
I was told on 111. I was told on 111 that there would be no testing.
Wow.
But what we've seen on the news, people driving up to hospitals and getting tested in the car, like outside. What's that about?
People are only getting tested if they're high risk and if they work for the NHS. And the reason why you're seeing celebrities getting tested is because they can get kits from Harley Street for £370.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the reason why Boris Johnson has come out of isolation before 7 days, and so has Prince Charles, is because they're constantly being tested. And if you can constantly test, you can tell whether someone's clear.
Yeah,
and they can also do the immune test as well to see if they've built up an immune system to it. Okay, so they're constantly being tested, so they know that they're clear.
Yeah.
Right. Did you ever at one time feel like you was choking up and you couldn't breathe?
Yeah,
Like it was.
my throat was so bad, yeah, that I was
Yeah.
having to constantly eat ice cream because it was so fucking bad. As I was just sitting there eating
I'm
ice cream.
saying your breathing, like was
Yeah,
it
yeah, my
like
breathing was really low. My blood level was like something like 92 or something like that. It's really, really low. So for a normal healthy person, it should be your blood pressure should be up to around about 98, 96. Yeah, so at some point, yeah, and my blood
So what do
pressure
you
was
say
high.
to people who say that it's all like 5G and it's
It's got nothing to do
radiation
with
and it's not a
5G.
virus?
It's got absolutely nothing to do with 5G. We can have that conversation about 5G. I have some concerns about 5G. The ionization of radio waves and the difficulty that can occur in the human body.
Yeah.
I have concerns about that, and there are reputable sources as well that have had concerns about that. So we can have that conversation, but it has nothing to do with a virus that is a mutation of MERS or SARS. It is a mutation of a respiratory virus. That's what it is.
right? I believe you.
Yeah.
I
And it's
kind of
real.
believe you.
Now, let me explain this to you. Most 96 to 98% of people will maybe get coronavirus and have mild symptoms, but
Right.
won't even bother them. Yeah, it'd be like a flu. It might even be a bit rough for you, whatever, but you'll come through it and you'll be fine. But the 6 to 4% of people, a percentage of those will get seriously ill. They will have to take up beds in the NHS. A percentage of them will have to be taken down to ICU, and a percentage of them will have to be intubated and put into a coma or and a ventilator.
Ventilation.
Yeah,
Ventilator.
and we're starting to see that they are not just people who have underlying health issues, but they are NHS staff, they are doctors,
Right.
they are normal people. So we can't play people as commodities. If we don't take this seriously, it will spread at a faster rate and it will affect an even higher percentage of people. Now, how it will play out in you will depend upon your immunity to it, and depend
and
on how it manifests in you. We can't know how it's going to manifest in each person, because we know there has been people with no underlying health problems who have taken COVID and they've ended up on a ventilator and they've died. They've not made it through. But it is even easier to say if you have an underlying health problem like COPD or your autoimmune system is compromised, people who have lupus and whatnot, it is a higher percentage of you actually having to go into an ICU bed. And that's why they've had to requisition the Excel Centre and start to and other places around. So I think ice rinks around the UK are being developed into like makeshift camps for beds that are isolated from each other and stuff like that. So all up and down the country. But the Excel Centre is the main one where I think there's like 5,000 beds that are being prepared. So I take this seriously, man. But it's not about you. It's about other people. Think about how it's going to affect somebody else. You'll be probably most likely fine, but you have the potential 3 times more infectious to pass that on to somebody else. Now, if you there's a guy called Professor Hugh Montgomery, who's done the mapping on this, and he said that if you pass this on tenfold, you're potentially going to contaminate 60,000 people, and that's only tenfold. What if it goes 20, 30, 40, 50? Yeah, and that's what we're starting to see now, because we didn't deal with this issue straight away, and America's starting to see it. Have you seen the numbers in New York alone? It's unbelievable. Like this is going to spread like wildfire, because the market to begin with has been put before the community. But look, it's not a deadly disease. It's not going to kill 94% of the population. You'll most likely be okay. But try to think about the other 4% who are very, very vulnerable.
So what's going to happen to all the people who are very, very vulnerable? How
They're
are they
in
eventually
high
going to
risk. So they're in high
get back
risk.
into circulation? Like, how are they going to live the rest
So
of their life?
what we need to do is we need to start having real mapping, real testing, so that we can start to see the curve fall away, and then we can get to a point where we can say there's no new cases of coronavirus. But we're not testing. So how are we going to get to that point?
What I'm saying is, without like, basically, there's a potential threat to everyone who's vulnerable.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
there's
100%,
there's no vaccine to it.
They're working
So
on it. They're
this
working on
means
it.
that
Yeah.
that once like the curve flattens and they call off the what's it called? Not isolation.
The lockdown.
Yeah, once they call off the lockdown, let's say, everyone's going to go back to work and everything's going to be back to normal. And at that point, they're saying, okay, the virus is still going to be out there. Certain people are still going to be vulnerable. But the NHS is now saying that they're able to cope with the numbers. So everything will go back to normal. But if you've got like an 80-year-old grandmother or something like that, how are you then gonna send your kid to school and like how are you gonna live a normal life
We're taking
knowing
it day
that?
by day, aren't we? We're
That's what
taking
I'm
it day by
saying.
day.
Like,
But the if you've been identified as somebody who is at high risk, you have been sent a letter by the government and you have been requested to isolate for 12 weeks. 12 months, sorry, for 12 months. Is it 12 months or 12 weeks? So
I think it's 12
That's a year.
weeks, isn't it?
It should be probably 12 weeks. Yeah.
It's
Or
12 weeks.
days. I don't know.
It's 12 weeks, I think. Yeah, but that's a
So that's like 3 months.
That's a significant amount of time. Yeah, I'm sure it's longer. Actually, I'm gonna get that up because I think it's longer.
No, my ex was telling me it's 12 weeks because I've got another kid with her and he wanted to come to mine.
I've got
his mum was like,
I've got the
12 weeks.
legislation. Got the legislation here in front of me, so you can find this for yourself online. It's called Memo DMG 0420 coronavirus. Okay, and it says. Introduction. This memo gives guidance to the Employment and Support Allowance and Universal Credit Coronavirus Disease Regulations, which came into force on the 13th of the 3rd, 2020. The regulations have ceased to have effect on the 12th of the 11th, 20. The regulations remove the requirement to serve waiting days for ESA, and anybody who has been affected by COVID will have an automatic award for a limited capability for work. Okay, now where's the bit about high risk? There's a bit in here. It's a long document. I'll have to find this because I should know this really. This is my expertise, but yeah, it's probably 12 weeks, but it's still a significant amount of time. That's just a provisional recommendation. This could change depending on how we flatten the curve. And it also it's supranational as well, because if you think about it, if we as a nation, as an island, are not taking control of this issue, the rest of the world might say to us, well, we need to isolate ourselves from you. you know? And as I understand it, there are no checks at airports at the moment.
No, I believe you because my mom,
This is
she
what I'm
came
hearing.
in
I
on the
don't know if
final
it's
day,
true.
and I asked her. She said, "No, nobody's screening, nobody's checking." I said, "What?"
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Mm.
The man run.
I just think to put it into context, you have to think of it like this. Okay, it's not really going to affect you. You have to think about the other people that it could affect. That's what it really means.
Yeah, but when you're talking about the normal people, anyway, it's not really a guarantee.
Even then, though, even then, it's unlikely that you'll be put into that situation. Yeah, we're talking about 4 to 6% of the population. It's hundreds of thousands, not millions. Yeah, so it's unlikely that, you know, but if the spread gets worse and you don't contain it, then that 6% could go to 7 to 8. And then, you know, it's pushing, and it all depends on you and how the virus manifests in you. Yeah.
Does that mean that when we hit 8, if we're lucky to live to 80, does that mean we're gonna have one extra thing to worry about now?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, even more.
It's never gonna go away ever. It's always gonna be there now.
Yeah, but then
it's always going to be there, they will have a cure for it. But trust me, in the near future, something else greater than COVID is going to come up.
We're working on being able to synthesize a vaccine, which will definitely give us herd immunity.
And then
yeah, if there's a pathogen, if one human being has a what's it called, an immunity to it, then they can just then it's possible.
No,
it's possible they can make a vaccine.
For herd immunity to work, yeah, there has to be over 98% vaccination in the herd. Yeah, so you have to the herd would have to be vaccinated by 98%. That means that everybody's vaccinated with the vaccine, and then the herd immunity would work. Yeah, but that would be provised on whether we get a vaccine or not. So as far as I know, they haven't been able to come up with one yet. I might be wrong on that.
No, you're right. They're talking about 12 and a half, a year and a half. So that's about 18 months.
But because I think what they're saying is because the immunity hasn't mutated, they're able to isolate it much quicker than they would have been able to do if it was continuously mutating. So that people who had COVID and got an immune to it were getting it again. That doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
really?
So that's a good
thing. You can catch it twice.
Possibly, yeah, because look, the UK government's official policy was herd immunity, but not herd immunity in the vaccination, herd immunity via letting it spread through the community, taking it on the chin, as Boris Johnson said on this morning, and then seeing how the natural herd immunity came about from that. Yeah, so there is such a thing as natural herd immunity, but it's unknown. It's not something that can be quantified. It's better to have, for a virus, it's better to have a vaccination.
Yep.
Yeah, but what are you saying that, say for instance, you can get it twice?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, you could. But as I understand it,
I'm about to say, hell yeah.
As I understand it, that I don't think there's been any cases of that happening, and if there has, it's been extremely low. So they've been able to say it hasn't continually mutated via. So the herd immunity is there, the natural immunity is there. Yeah. So I mean, you could go ahead with allowing it to spread through the community, and then getting rid of the deadwood, which would be those elderly people and all those people. But then you're talking about children who have autoimmune diseases. You're talking about people who are not elderly, and they are at risk as well. So there's a whole range of people who are at risk, and it's not just elderly people. But to me, a life is a life, and it's worth worth as much as no matter what age you are, it's worth the same.
Yeah, me too. That's how I feel. Because I would have said, how come they trying to help somebody who got cancer? Why don't they say, okay, the same thing applies to you? If you have cancer, just die off because you're 80 years old.
Right. But there are people. So I don't know if you know a guy called Toby Young, who is a well-known Tory supporter. If you go and have a look at his Twitter page, he's put up an argument for basically saying that we shouldn't change the economy to protect a small group of people, 4% of people who will die, who are going to die anyway. And then you've got mothers retweeting him saying, well, my daughter's got half a heart and she's likely to possibly die if she gets COVID. and he's tweeting her back saying, "Oh, I hope she gets well soon if she's okay." It's like you just made an argument, people off, and then you've got the audacity to say, "Oh, I hope she's okay." What the fuck is wrong with you, you psychopath? The guy's a eugenicist. That don't want to be going down those paths.
The thing
it's always going to be people like that anyway.
When you got financial people making decisions over healthcare, that's what's going to happen.
Right, exactly, and that's what happens when you vote Tory and you get incompetent people who have no interest in dealing with crises like this. That's not what their interest is about. Their interest is about selling public assets and putting them into private hands. That's what the basis of their ideology is.
That's what they do.
These are the type of people that don't ever think they could get sick, or they don't care about their loved ones.
But this is why the chickens are coming home to roost. Big time.
Yeah. More for Boris than Dominic Cummings anyway.
Viruses do not discriminate. There's no discrimination with this virus. It will come for everybody if it has the chance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really hoping, but I would have hoped that it'll come for people that don't care about other people.
That'd be good.
Well, it's a beautiful irony, isn't it?
Yeah, because those are the ones that think, oh, because I got money or I got a little island, I could just go in there and then just hide and then let everybody just die off. Man, you're going to get sick one day too. You're going to get old one day. You're going to need help too.
Exactly. And you can judge a society on how it treats its poor, its elderly, and its vulnerable.
That's a very, very positive speech right there.
I mean, that was a Gandhi quote, wasn't it? Judge a nation by how they treat their animals.
I think it's paraphrased from Gandhi. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I think if you're looking at it from a point of view financially, they're saying, okay, 2.3% of people in China died. 15% were very badly ill, but they recovered. And the rest were like mildly ill. If you use that as a model, financially speaking, you're just better off letting everyone get it, and whoever dies just dies.
That's not what China done, though.
I know that's not what China done, but what I'm saying is, from a financial position, that would be the best thing to do. But think about the impact that would have on the morale of the nation, how that would affect people. It would just be like living in a Russian roulette situation where anyone could just drop dead at any moment, or anyone who needed help basically wouldn't be getting help. That would just go against the whole British sensibility of the British, which is, that's the whole point of the NHS, is to give people treatment at the point of contact. So like if someone's ill and they need emergency treatment, they can so this goes against like the whole ethos of the NHS to just let people die.
The irony is,
you know what I mean?
The irony is that this initial response of herd immunity, by letting it go through, is laying bare 10 years of Tory austerity and how it's ripped through our communities, and it's laying bare how we're not prepared for this. And it's also laying bare that a year ago or 2 years ago, the Labour government put forward an amendment to raise the wages of doctors and nurses in the NHS, and that it was defeated by, I think, about 15 votes, and you could hear the Tories cheering as the vote went through. They were cheering that they denied a pay rise to doctors and nurses in the NHS. And these chickens are now coming home to roost, because these are the people that are helping us. These are the people that are going to work. There's a video online of
sacrificing their life for other people.
Yeah, and there are 3 doctors already that have died. And there are multiple nurses and people that work in hospital that are now in ICU. There's a video online. I don't think it's UK, but it's a doctor. He's come home. He's walked in his door, and his little 3-year-old son is running towards him, and he's had to shout no to stop him from coming
stay
near it.
back, right?
And he just basically he's in his surgical gear, for goodness sake. He's coming with his mask on and his fatigues, and he's coming and he just breaks down crying. You know, that's something that we should all see and recognize and understand.
Right.
Is that
I'm telling you, they got nurses over here crying like crazy. They got
I hope this is a wake up call for USA, that they do accept that Medicare is a viable option and it can be there for you. You know, there is a way forward. You don't have to be afraid of socialism. Yeah, it's not going to come and take away your property. It's coming to give you something. It wants to give you something. There is a better way of doing things.
Sure.
That doesn't mean getting rid of, billionaires. It doesn't mean getting rid of the free market capitalist system. There has to be curbs to these things, because the individual exists, but so does the community.
Or as they say in America, checks and balances.
Right. So you have to have a check and balance against runaway capitalism. Okay. And when you have a government like in the UK, which is ideological towards free market capitalism and privatizing our NHS under the table, little by little, bit by bit, day by day, breaking it down until it's carved up and given to private entities. When these sorts of things happen, which we never saw coming, which we did, but we didn't, but most of us didn't, it lays bare the idea that, we shouldn't be funding these things, and we shouldn't have these things. We should, because we're going to need them to survive.
I think they're just trying to kill people.
To be honest, now is the perfect opportunity for them to kill loads of people. So when there's a war,
I think
all the prisoners go missing.
I think that
we're gonna kill them too.
Do you know who Dominic Cummings is?
Yeah.
He's Boris Johnson's right-hand man. Yeah, he's top advisor. He is quoted as saying at a conference that wasn't televised, but there were journalists there, as saying, protect the economy, herd immunity. If some people have to die, then they have to die. Yeah, and that's what they're saying in private. But then there were people there to corroborate that this was said. And when it's brought out into the public domain, it's denied. It's denied. But you can see actions speak louder than words. So their idea is, they don't care about the 4%. But that was what their initial response was. But when they saw that this wasn't going to be able to be sustained, because when you have the mainstream media under your cosh, there's only so much you can get away with, and people start to see they had to change. This is what they said. They said the science had changed. No, the science hadn't changed. The science was always there. You just decided to agree with other people because that was what fitted your MO. Now, when you realized that this wasn't going to be sustainable, you changed your tact, but you're completely unprepared for it because it's not something that you're used to doing. And we're seeing this now. Lots and lots of usual mainstream media and the commentariat in the UK are actually starting to ask questions now. They're actually holding the government to account. They're actually saying to them, why are we not testing? Where are the PPE? Where is the ventilators? What's going on here? Did Boris Johnson actually have COVID? And how is he able to come out? How is he able to come out like when the World Health Organization says you have to be quarantined for at least 14 days if you've had it or come into contact with somebody.
Right.
Yeah? And he's coming out within 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, he went and
That's not,
purified his blood, or
at the very
he don't
least, that's
have
not
it.
a very good example to be setting, is it?
No, it's not.
Yeah. Well, I've got to shoot, guys. It was great speaking to you.
Yeah, man. Yo, be safe.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Save the day.
Whatever, man. Stop that.
Yo, save your everyday. Be safe.
Yeah, everyone stay safe and keep washing your hands.
Yeah, we're trying. We're fighting it in every way.
It's actually nice to come on here and have a conversation with you two and actually agree with each other for once. I mean, I don't want it to be an everyday thing, of course, but you know, it was just
look, we don't have to agree always, but the thing is, we can't be so passionate about our disagreement. That's what I don't agree with. We can't be so passionate about we could disagree and whatnot. We could criticize each other and whatnot. It's all to educate each other, but to make it a passionate something like, oh, even seeing you, I can't even say hi to you or whatnot. Nah, that's not cool. Yeah.
All right, guys, take care. Have a good day. Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Sure, you too.
Awesome. Yeah. So they heard it right there, Malik. What do you think?
Man, I think first of all, talking about the preparation, I'm thinking about two scenarios. I'm thinking it's either certain people is just trying to kill certain people, or this is something they have never ever witnessed before in their generation. So they was off guard. Because I seen the documentary, I said it 2 days ago or so. I seen this doctor from Hong Kong, and he was talking about previous years why Americans were saying, oh, we don't need a mask on because if you're not sick, you don't need a mask, da da da. While they're kind of used to it. They've been hit by SARS and whatever before. So what they was doing was just practicing all safety precautions through apps, through isolations, through everyone's using mask, through washing hands, through like purifying the environment, disinfecting the environment, through asking the civilians question about during isolation, how are they feeling, what are they doing, what are they practicing, even also if you get out of isolation, they could know about it because the app tells them it's like an alarm. It tells them, okay, you stepping out of boundary, you have to go back in. So these things they are used to it. That's why I think they have more survival survival skills than the West or in the UK or wherever else in the world, because he said Hong Kong, Taiwan, China, and about 3, 4, 5 places. This is exactly what they was doing. So I think that's the same thing we should have been doing, or we should have done. Like we notice in China has, this is something new, especially for the World Health Organization. They should have said, okay, since the rest of the world, y'all probably haven't seen this before. This thing is always coming from China, and now the trade route, or everybody's going everywhere. It's even more right now. You could be in China in a second, and then you could be in the last extreme of the world in another second. So there should have been warnings about shutting down people, cutting down borders, and isolations and basically emergency preparedness. It's like part of my field. How would we have emergency preparedness and we keep going to school and doing training and we could never implement this stuff? So I don't know. That's how I feel. I feel it's either they know something or they don't know anything.
Yeah. More likely they know something.
Yeah, more likely that's how I feel also. I think, and I'm also thinking I don't know much about this crazy war of the worlds, but I think it's all politics and biological warfare and whatnot. That's how
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
yeah.
Because every day we get introduced to something new, and you think, okay, it's like a chess. They're gonna sacrifice a pawn just to kill your king, um, just to kill your knight or somebody.
Mm.
And you think, oh yeah, he think he's slick, but you don't know, nah, that's just a bait. When the real shit
Mm.
hit, you're gonna be like, oh man, I made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Turkish saying: one day you're gonna bite your little finger, and all your fingers are gonna hurt.
Yup.
You're gonna be so sensitive to pain. One little finger is gonna make them all hurt.
Mm-hmm.
My mum always said that to me anyway, because she catch me fucking around. She's like, one day, I'm gonna bite that little finger, that all them fingers are gonna hurt.
Yeah,
I was
she's
like,
like,
I didn't know what she meant at first,
yeah, because it's gonna be like you're gonna be in a certain position where you're gonna have to use like all your hand or your fingers, and you feel like, oh man, now I'm deficient. I can't even
Yeah,
lift a brick.
yeah,
Yeah,
them ones.
shit
I,
is crazy,
I
man.
like them old sayings, you know the old sayings.
Yeah,
I was with some African guy once. I don't know if he was Nigerian or if he was somewhere from that region. Yeah, he was
mm,
like, oh, he said this. We were talking, and he said, if the pot wasn't hot, the corn wouldn't talk. And I'm sitting there thinking, why is corn talking? And then he said, like when food's cooking, it makes noise, innit? Like popping,
yeah,
like,
bubbling, blah, blah, blah,
like
blah, blah,
popcorn.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, like that, yeah. So he goes, basically what he's saying is, for someone to speak and run up their mouth, there must be something burning their ass, innit? But you don't know that. You can't see something burning their ass. But all you could
Right.
just see is the mouth moving.
Nope.
So he said, if the pot wasn't hot, the corn wouldn't talk.
We
And I was
talk.
like, oh shit. My man smashed it, bro.
You
He
caught
smashed
it.
Hey
it with that one.
guys, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Who
Well,
lives
1 second. Veli, Zobida, Walla Walla is in the background. Sorry, Walter. Go ahead.
is 89,000 is 89,000 UK a lot of money? I don't know. Like I'm Canadian, so I don't know what it represents.
89,000. Is that a lot of money? Yes,
Average
it
salary.
is.
That's
Yep.
what
Yeah, 89.
that's
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
okay, so
If you was getting 35 to 40, you'd be all right.
so a doctor's
Walter.
making your average doctor makes 89,000 UK.
Yeah, that's
Right?
like the national average. I think is about 20, 22, even less.
So it's a decent salary, right?
Fucking
If we
decent,
say
yeah.
I don't really.
for a doctor.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't know
what,
about the
89?
economy, but 90,000 is like $40,000 over here.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Walter, being a doctor ain't what it used to be. Nowadays, they have to do all the stocking of the medicines,
Well,
and
but you could also
it's all about
have your
budgeting, and it's
you
not the
could
same
also
as
have
it
your
used to
private
be.
practice. You could also have your private
Yeah,
practice, I hear.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
okay, so at the end of the day, would you guys say it's no good or it's good? Like, is it worth it to be a doctor in the UK or sideways?
No, well,
Well,
doctors have got the highest suicide rates at the moment. They've got the highest depression rate, so they're really overworked and
but I'm
stressed out.
talking I'm talking. Okay, so they should get
Money
paid.
wise,
They should get double that then.
yeah, they should get more. But I don't
They should
think
get more.
that. I think with the doctors, they're overworked to the point where no matter how much money you throw at them, it's still not worth it because they're just like they're not living a human life. They're just living a
Yeah.
stressed
We're
out
trying
life where
to create
too much
we're
for
trying
them.
to create a society here that you know makes it so that everybody could live, right? That's the
All right,
key, right?
all
Mhm.
right.
Can we say that a $90,000 salary for a common person is enough to live?
Yeah, more than.
Morgan.
Salam alaikum. Peace, everyone. By the way,
That's all I wanted to know.
What's happening, man? You alright?
Wa alaikum salam, Zubaida.
Yeah, wa alaikum
how's
salam. Alhamdulillah, we're good, man.
Alhamdulillah. Astaghfirullah.
praise be to
MashaAllah.
Allah every time you get.
I've been watching my Ertugrul in it, so I'm up to date on all my prayers. The Janaza prayer comes up a lot.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, bear man get marked on that show, innit? It's like every day
I
there's a
haven't seen.
Janaza.
I know you
Yeah,
recommended
you won't
it.
like it. You won't like it unless you like Turkish culture. You won't like it.
No, Turkish culture is like very similar, isn't it, to Arabic? Like, there's a lot of Turkish culture in Algeria, anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're closer to Algerians than other countries, I think.
Yeah, my mom's been Turkey like 3 times. She keeps on going back, bro.
Serious.
Yeah, she loves it up
On the
there,
mind, man. You on the mind. She might be looking a man out there.
Nah.
Hey,
We don't
them
do
Turkish
them
guys out
things.
there, man. They're smooth, innit?
She found a spot.
Yeah, big up the Turks, but I'm still pissed off, bro, because like I said to you, Kanye, like, them police officers are moving mad, fam, on the Algerians.
Oh,
Like, I don't
yeah.
know
Did
if
you
you've
see what
seen
they
the
done to
video.
that black guy on the airplane? They bubble
No.
wrapped him up. Oh my
Oh, yeah,
god.
I see that.
Oh, so embarrassing.
Was that Turkish? Was that
So
Turkish airline?
embarrassing. I think so. Yeah, that's what they said. I
Wow.
think so. Imagine bubble wrap a man up, you know. It's
Yeah, that's
mad.
fuckery.
That's so out of order. Yeah, them things are embarrassing, man. Turkish do things like that as well. Sometimes,
I
like,
think the situation wasn't really the Turkish lot's fault. I think because Algerian air, the Algerian government has refused to let any Algerian back in, so there was no flights. So obviously the Algerians are getting frustrated. The police obviously had to like calm the situation down, but it just got like hectic from both sides. You get me? Algerians were kicking off, the police were kicking off. Like, yeah, fam, it was mad.
yeah, but Turkish police are known for being over the top, man. They get the riot gear out for their own population. They start beating up women and children on the streets and shit in front of cameras on live TV. Like, they're crazy.
Wow.
They're too much, man. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
What you
if it
guys saying
works for
about
them.
this 5G thing, yeah? 'Cause you know what I've noticed, yeah? Like, you see those people that are putting up them 5G towers, yeah? I see like at least 3 footages of like them construction or engineers, whatever. They're putting up the towers. I see one literally like where my mum's from, like Greenford, Norfolk, Ruislip Road and that. And
Oh, yeah, I know
a point,
around there.
yeah, that's where I grew up. That's where I'm from. But what I'm saying is,
Oh,
yeah,
is
what I
it?
find interesting.
Well, you Norfolk,
Yeah.
yeah. You lot
I
G's
grew up
out
in,
there, innit? Gangster
bro.
town.
I grew up in Greenford. That's where my mum lives, Greenford. I went to Dormers Wells, if you know what that is. Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
But what I'm saying to
I
you
know
is, yeah.
Norfolk though. I know a few people from Norfolk.
Yeah, that's West London. You get me? That's hometown. But what I'm saying now, don't ask about me. But what I'm saying is, yeah. You see how they've asked everyone to. You see how they've asked everyone to self-isolate, keep 2 meters, wear masks, this and that. There's like at least bare footages of them construction workers, them engineers, like 6 or 7 of them, all putting up these 5G towers. How come they've not been asked to self-isolate? How come they're not wearing no mask? How come they're not standing 2 meters apart? Like, you can check out the footages. Like, it does make you think, like, is this thing for real? Or like, because the main thing that they're pushing out is stay at home. So if everybody's at home, right, then they're able to do what they need to do out on the streets. And that's the main thing that everybody's been pushing out. Celebrities, governments, even the World Health Organization, stay at home, stay at home, stay at home, stay at home. Even those people that are in their deathbed, yeah, the main message that they're trying to get across is stay at home.
The reason why they're saying stay at home is because the NHS in London alone can only cope with 4% of London actually being ill, because they ain't got enough beds in it. So they've made beds in like ice rinks and places like that, because the numbers of ill people they're expecting is going to be more than 4%. So what they're saying is everybody stay at home and come out later when we've got rid of all these people in the hospital, and then there's space for you that if you do get ill, if you are one of them people that you might die, then we've got space for you, innit? That's all they're saying.
No,
that staying at home ain't
obviously, I
nothing
understand
really.
that.
If you're one of them people that this illness ain't even affecting you,
I kind of understand what you're
then
saying.
you
You're
could come
saying
out.
that,
Do you get what I'm saying? Like the main thing is,
you're
like everyone
saying
stay healthier. But sorry, go on, brother.
you're kind of saying that they're trying to push the 5G out, but in order to push it out, people have to stay at home.
Yes.
But the
Yes.
question is, do you think without people staying at home, the construction can still go on?
Standard.
But this is the thing, yeah. Like they've set out these rules for the public.
It's only people like you that knows about 5G. A lot of people don't even know what they're doing. They probably just feel like, they changing the street light bulb, or they just doing
They're not even watching
reconstruction
them.
or whatever. Right.
قديسة زبي. يا نهار أسود.
خلاص.
Malik's a joke.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like even Boris Johnson, I've got mild symptoms. I'm going to self-isolate. Next thing you know, he's actually breaking the rules that he's been telling everybody to comply
because
to.
he's been tested,
He's actually
innit?
come out.
Yeah, because he's been tested.
Yeah.
They got them test kits, innit?
Mm.
We ain't got them. They got them.
Even Prince Charles, apparently like he's had it. Now he's back on the road and that out there doing whatever. Like this shit just not making sense, bruv. And obviously, like I said, with this 5G thing, like a point was made. I heard this point in it. It's very interesting. Yeah, they've put out this 5G thing. Yeah, knowing that people can't even come out and protest it, so they specifically, decided to look right. Everybody's in their cribs. They've got this virus coming out. Now let's come out and push this 5G out. And what's his name? Winston. What's his name? Winston or Witness? Sorry. The other day he come up with the 5G appeal, which bare like doctors and scientists obviously raised their concerns and spoke about the concerns of 5G. Yeah, like from all over the world, because they recognize that this thing is not healthy, fam. Do you get me? And obviously we can't even come out and protest the 5G. We can't even say, look, because we have the right to do so. Yeah, we have the right to come out and question the government or appeal or petition against this 5G thing. But we can't even do that right now. It's against our will because we're all on lockdown.
Peter, can I ask a question?
All right, so let me ask you a question.
Let me ask first.
Oh, cool.
How many people protested against the Iraq war, and what come of the protest?
Well, millions.
We know, innit? We already know, innit?
Yeah.
So imagine this thing now, yeah. If people even did protest, which I doubt they're even bothered, but if they did, yeah, what would come of it? Nothing. Everything still rolls out like normal.
Mm.
You get me?
That's true. That's
Go
true.
on, Malik.
Oh,
Go on, bro.
all right, cool. This is just what I wanted to say, that if you, like someone like Zabita recognizes the 5G tower, and then you just shoot your sling at it to destroy it. It's the same thing. If you tell everyone, okay, after the whole isolation, let's go out and then let's destroy the whole 5G tower, it's the same thing.
Bro, I don't think, it's 5G.
And they're going to have to reconstruct it again anyway if it's defective.
And if we know now, one thing we do know from Corona is this, if everyone stayed at home and went on the internet at the same time, the internet that we currently got will buckle. And that's what we're seeing. So for people to say we don't need 5G, I think really we do, because the internet now is fucking up.
No, but brother,
right now
I asked this question. No, but I asked this question the other day, why do we need 5G? What is the point? Because I see it like this, like. No, but hold on, I see it like this, It's like the iPhone thing, 1 minute they come out with the iPhone 5, that is the hottest thing out there, and everyone's buying it. Everyone feels prestige because they got the iPhone 5. Next thing you know, the iPhone 6 comes out, the iPhone 5 ain't shit no more, So we got to now upgrade to the iPhone 6. Then it's like, fuck the iPhone 6. We got the iPhone 7, and people are just investing, trying to keep up with the latest technology.
You
and
set it
what
up.
you'll realize, what you'll realize is, the iPhone 5 is actually perfectly fine. It has everything that you need on there, i.e. making calls, i.e. using internet. There's nothing really specifically wrong with it. And it's the same with this 5G. 4G is perfectly fine. It's accessible. People still use it. It's a decent speed limit. So what's the need for this 5G thing?
5G,
you get me?
The need is the human upgrade. It's
No, no,
the
no, no,
same.
no, 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 no. It's the human
Yes,
usage. The bandwidth is getting big. The bandwidth, the amount of 5G can offer, can support more systems. It can upgrade. It can stream faster. There's more
that's my point.
data. So like it's fine. Yeah. I mean, if you think of 5G, if you think of an iPhone 5 is better than an iPhone 11, come on now.
But that's the thing. What's so different? It's about what you're using the phone for. So for me, when I look at a phone, if it has some internet, if it has certain apps on it, and I can make a call, then really and truly, I'm fine with that. I don't need to have. I've got a Samsung 8 here, and I'm very content with it because it does the job that I need it to do. Some
Yes,
people
but
only get these gadgets because they're flashy, because it's a materialistic thing. Yeah, I've got the iPhone 11, and he seems to be rich because he can afford the iPhone 11, but really and truly, he ain't even got an onion in his fridge. Yeah, so these things are like accessories at this point.
no, it's upgrade. Like we said, human beings, we like to simplify our lives to a point where everything is just basically simplified. Right now, if you had a 3310 Nokia and then you had the same phone that you had, you wouldn't be looking at the Nokia 3310 because certain things it's basically limited, and then certain things the 8 that you have is also limited to whoever's got like the 10. So human
But
being
brother, it
always
comes
like
down to what
upgrade.
you. Yeah, I hear you, bro. But at the same
Upgrade,
time, yeah, it
trust
comes
me,
down.
we always get our consequences of the upgrade. No matter how we do, it's gonna always be upgrade, and it's gonna always have its advantages and its problems.
Well, I mean, I don't feel the need to upgrade. This is the thing, yeah. It comes down to the individual because, like, for me personally, I'm not just saying this because I want to be different or whatever. Like, when I was about, I don't know, 15, 16 years old, like, I actually had a Nokia as my phone. Like, I didn't have no iPhone. I didn't have nothing. And, like, I was thinking about it. And, like, now I think to myself, right, like, can I actually go without having a smartphone? I thought, actually, no, I did, especially at a teenage age. I remember, fam, I used to have a Nokia phone, and that was that. You get me? And I wasn't really like into like iPhones and stuff like that. Only until I started, getting a bit older and thought, yeah, I want these smartphones or whatever, whatever. But it comes down to, is it a necessity? Yeah, and I don't think it is a necessity. I
Yeah,
don't think it's a necessity to have these things.
it is. It is.
Why though?
That's
Why
why I
is it a
say
Very
necessity?
important necessity.
it simplifies life. It's like if I would give you a bicycle and I would give you an electric scooter, you wouldn't think about the bike for a minute because the electric scooter just takes you anywhere in a minute and it
But that's
saves you energy.
laziness. That's laziness,
I
though. That's the
know,
thing.
I know.
And that's the
That's
condition that
human
they put us
beings.
in. They don't want to. No, that's not human beings. They don't want us to think for ourselves because if you're really actually, smart, yeah, you would realize that actually riding the bicycle will give you much more benefits because you're actually using your physical strength. You're gonna obviously get healthy off of it. You're using your efforts to do what you got to do. The scooter thing is just a lazy thing, and that's the condition that they're trying to put us in. They don't want us to think for ourselves. They don't want us to do for ourselves. Yeah, to the point where we become so dumb, so stupid, yeah, that we become like robots, and that's the condition that they want us in. So with all these smartphones and shit, yeah, like anything that you want, you ain't even got to research like that. You just got to ask a robot, and he'll just give you the answers. Like, what's wrong with using your own intellect, using your own wisdom, using your own knowledge, using your own gifts to get by? They don't want us to do that anymore, and that's the problem.
No, it's like getting rid of technology.
Exactly
It's
what
like
these
saying
technologies are
technology
meant
is
for, though. They're meant to make
yeah.
education convenient. That's the whole
That's
point
why
of
it's called tech.
think about all the
No,
people
it
that have
makes
been
life
turned.
easy.
You both are Muslim. Think about all the Muslims that have been converted because you can get the Shahada. I'm sorry, you can get the Sunnah and the Quran all on a phone.
Right.
But they were getting it via books before that, though.
But think
I
about like,
know.
okay, you're out in
But
the
even
rain.
via
You're out in the rain. Excuse me, 1 second. I'm sorry. You're out in the rain. You're seeing somebody that wants to learn about Islam. They're saying stuff that's wrong, and you have to refute it. It is easier to have a waterproof phone than to have a full book where you don't even have to worry about turning pages and stuff like that. Technology is not a.
Hold on 1 second. Let's get real. What's the difference of me Googling up surahs or whatever on the phone, or me phoning my mum and going, Mum, get the Quran out, flip to the chapter or whatever?
That's
there's no difference, bro.
There's a difference. There's a difference. It's called quick access.
Yeah, come on now.
I just phone up Ahmed the Quranist.
But Khan, there's an app we have here in America called Cash App. Okay, Cash App, you can invest in Bitcoin, you can invest in the stock market, as well as you can send money to any family member Yeah.
No, but
Okay.
I'm with
There's no
Zubido.
fees
I have to
like
admit, I'm with Zubido on this one. Like, technology ain't really what it's cracked up to be, bro. Like, I ain't watched
Con,
telly in
you're
about.
able to
I
talk to
haven't watched
me.
television in about.
I'm in
Brother,
America right now.
I ain't
Yeah.
watching television for the last like fucking 4 years or whatever.
Same.
And I'm
It
so
don't.
happy. I'm so
Yeah, but it
happy.
don't
Same.
Like
matter.
Muslims are not supposed to be watching telly. Muslims ain't
Really?
supposed to be distracting their brains with all this fake propaganda. You're supposed to be praying 5 times a day, not supposed to be watching TV for 4 hours.
Yeah, but Muslims are. But what
Yeah,
time
but you can still watch
If you
TV
want to know
though.
what's going on the road, come out on road, innit, and talk to people.
The
Nah,
thing
nah,
is,
nah,
yeah,
nah,
you
nah,
have to stay in tune
nah,
with
nah.
reality, yeah. Like with this social media and all this technology and stuff, yeah. It's
Yeah.
not reality. It's almost like I don't know if I'm
Fake.
like an
VR.
illusion, yeah. Watching all these things and stuff like that, and this is why a lot of people get depressed because social media technology is like it's like a virtual world, yeah. It's a completely different world, and a lot of it is not reality. So when people are watching this stuff, they're thinking that it's real,
Mhm.
and they turn off their phone and they, recognize their surroundings is completely different to what's being presented. That's why people, it's like an escapism, yeah. A lot of this social media, Facebook, what these TV programs, I don't know why they call it reality TV, because a lot of these people's reality TV is not a lot of people's reality. They're showing all these rich people and their day-to-day lives where they live in luxury, and they call it reality TV when it's not reality. A lot of people don't live that reality, but it's a
Yeah,
fantasy, yeah.
yeah. Look, that's a difference. If I'm watching a reality TV, trust me, it doesn't make me materialistic.
Hey,
It
yo,
makes
Chris,
me very.
I watched that show too. That show's good as hell, bro. What are you talking about?
No, I don't even like it, or I don't watch it. I'm not even going to say it's basically what I'm trying to say is you can watch it and be like, okay, since these people are living this kind of lifestyle, it makes me more closer to my Quran. It makes me closer to God because I don't want to be like that. It depends on the individuals. Yes, we know people are being minds are being messed up. Yes, but we have other people who also use technology for for
For the
its
better.
advantage. Yeah, exactly. For its positive sides.
Bro, there's
Everything in
tons of
life
things
is
without
back and forth.
technology.
You just have
Like
to
without
pick.
technology, Egypt would never rose. Without technology, Greece and Rome. I mean, the Ottomans, like every
Look at the weather. We check the weather. We know when we could look at the moon. We could do so many things with technology. That and the thing is, it's either everything in life. It's either use it for goodness or you use it for evil. So it depends on which side you want to. Yeah.
Because like think about it without technology, right? And let's say we all kind of did like what Zubaydah's saying.
All right, let me ask a question. When was the last time you wore a pair of trainers until there was no sole left on it?
I don't remember.
When was the last time you wore clothes? When was the last time you wore clothes until they didn't fit you no more?
Never.
When was the last time you wore like a pair of jeans until there was a hole in the kneecap?
Nope.
All the time.
I'm saying. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but that's lifestyle.
No, we're spoiled.
My clothes
Man.
are still from
We're
the 1980s.
spoiled, bro. We're spoiled. Like, why do you need a phone that you can type on when I can just phone you and chat to you? What's better? If you want to chat to me, phone me, innit? Like, why are you typing messages to me that I have to stop my car and start replying to you?
Because they know if they talk to you, you're never going to stop talking.
I think the only positive thing about technology is how it connects us. I think that's one of the fact that I can speak to somebody like I know Brad, who's all the way in America. The fact that I can connect with him via this technology, I think that's one of the good things about it. Definitely.
Exactly. That's part of the
But I have
thing.
to
Look,
balance it, though.
would you? That's the thing. Everybody is the way we react to our environment is different. Would you rather speak to Walla Walla on a video chat, or would you rather text him, or would you rather call him? Everything is good, better, best. I think it's best for you to speak to communicate with Walla Walla through video phone, so you can see what he's doing. You can see if he's happy. But the better part is you could call him, and then you could hear from his voice that he's doing good. But the good part is you could text him and he could text you back. So exactly. So technology, like I said, it depends on how you use it. Some people use it to benefit the society, while some people just sit back there and they just try to kill everybody.
No, but I'm speaking more from a perspective of
You're chatting shit, bro. You're chatting shit because you really don't never need to phone Walla Walla, like he's always there. Ain't going nowhere.
I was gonna say that still. I can't like
Man,
me walla like one
Lufa.
people.
Man, don't do a good
I'm
thing,
surprised
bro.
he hasn't hopped on yet. I'm waiting to hop on.
Mashallah.
No, we're always together still. No, but you know what I was gonna say? Yeah, I'm
That's how
speaking
it's
more on
supposed
a
to be, though,
perspective.
isn't it?
Yeah, obviously. But what I'm saying is, yeah, I'm speaking more perspective of young people, younger generation, yeah, because obviously I'm 22, yeah, and for me, I wouldn't even class myself as the young generation that I'm speaking about, because I'm speaking about 16, 15 years old, 14 years old that are doing all this nonsense for clout, yeah. They're going on the internet, they're watching all this propaganda of whatever the hell that they're watching. They're copying this stuff. Yeah, so they're seeing like all these celebrities like Cardi B or whatever, and they're thinking that shit is cool. Yeah, and this is the thing, like there's an audience out
Who's
there.
Cardi B?
Social media is like it's like a
Yeah, but
platform. Yeah, so you can.
that's the control. That's how to sell your market. If you have to sell your market, you have to look at what the people want, what they like. Even though it's not what they need, you still have, you understand what I'm saying? If they don't, if you know, you have to study the market. That's why they're doing all these things, because they know, okay, people like lust, people like being flashy. I forgot the other word. Basically flashy. So they will put someone who's going to promote, you know, their business. Everybody loves money, and money is never, you know, satisfied. If you have 2 million, you will be thinking about, oh, I wish I had 5 million. If we had
No,
10
don't
million,
say that.
you'll be
Don't
thinking
say that.
about how to clock.
Yeah, the Muslim couple. I think this
Yeah.
is in Turkey, right? They were getting married, and they had about 40 grand to
Yeah.
spend on their wedding, and they just gave it to charity. They just got married, basic.
Yeah, but that's one.
No, there's a lot of people like that. There's
That's
a lot of
one.
Muslim people are like that. They don't
No.
care about money. A
No,
lot
but
of
this is
No,
the
it's
thing,
not
Alex. Yeah,
every
we have
one
to
of
be
the
balanced,
Muslims.
because there
There's
are people
few
that
people.
actually don't care about these things, and this is the thing. Yeah, there's two sets of people here. There are people that will sell
Yes,
sell their soul for the materialistic shit. They will do anything for clout. And there's
I
other
agree
people
with
that
you.
just live so they're simple. They want that simple life. They don't want to do too much. You understand? And they're very content with what they have. You get me? So there are
Yeah.
two sides of this thing, but I think there are more people that are deluded, that are living in the matrix, like living in some sort of la la
That's
land.
my point.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's my point. We have more people that's living in the la la land, like you said, and that's why they these people are also human beings who would like to promote their business. It's all about greed. So they don't care if they're
I
going to
don't know.
destroy
I
the
don't know if
world,
I
or
agree with that.
they don't care if you're going to spend all your money, but they're going to promote it anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead, DC.
No, I don't know if I agree with that, because my father and I, like, my father raised me to make money with ethics, but to also make sure I don't compromise my morals completely. So I'm sorry, I will buy a Mercedes G box. I have no problem in owning a Phantom one day. I have no problem in having a house in the East Hamptons, or probably buying a property in Martha's Vineyard. You know, I could care less, you know, if it makes me look a certain way. But, you know, sometimes it's a taste, you know, sometimes you just have, you know, a bite for the finer things, you know. And if you like to live that life, you know, apartment, condo, you know, high-rise life, that's you. But, like, you can't really make it seem like people are living in the matrix because they prefer nice things like that.
No, we're not talking about people who can afford it, Brad. We're talking about people always wanting something more than what they've got and never being happy, even when they got more than most people.
Yeah,
And it's the pressure. It's the pressure as well that ends up pushing people to do desperate things. So, for instance, like, you know, you have young girls out there wanting to, you know, look a certain way, to the point where, you know, they will either starve themselves, or they'll either, you know, do things to get money to make themselves look a certain way. You got brothers that are out there selling drugs, doing illegal stuff just to get the finer things in life, because that's what's being pushed out. And if you don't have it, then you're going to try and get it by any means. Do you understand? And
Exactly.
because this
That's my
lifestyle
point.
this lifestyle is being promoted and kind of being shoved down our throats. Do you understand? So the point, and it's a fantasy, and fantasy draws people in. Do you understand? And this is how they manipulate people. Do you understand? And some people fall into that trap and think, wow, like, you know, because it's all about trendy, what's not trendy. And sometimes people feel like they have to follow what's trendy in order to be accepted. Yeah, people can't actually embrace their individuality because they feel like that's not cool, that's not trendy. They're going to become an outcast. So therefore, a lot of people end up changing themselves, being something that they're not, all for the sake of being accepted. And that's happening, bro. I've met people that were neeks, that were little neeks. No, I wouldn't even say neeks. Yeah, that's not the right word. Good kids. Yeah, well respectable kids. They listen. You know, they were very sweet little kids. And all of a sudden now they want to be a bad bitch. All of a sudden now they're acting like, you know, what they're not used to because they've been watching too much of this shit, fam. Do you understand?
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just what, you know. It's just certain people who feel.
Peer
Yeah,
pressure,
this is what they feel. Yeah, let's change the society. Let's control the people's minds, and you know, everybody want to be a leader. Everybody want to be on top. It's a crazy
But
world.
what do you guys think about, like, because I've gone off DC Brad's point, yeah, like it's no problem with people having finer things in life. All right, cool. But do you think in the current state that we are in, and I'm speaking about at least the last 10 years, do you think these people deserve to have, and what I mean deserve, I mean like to have £1 billion and to spend like £2 million on a car whilst there are other people that are dying? Do you think people deserve to be that rich?
1,000,000,000%, yes. Because if they understand if they're making that money off the death of these people, like for example, let's situation in like Aleppo. Let's say I made $1 billion off that. That's messed up. That deserves, like, you know, then I don't deserve that money. But if I'm working my butt off every day, going, no, heck, bro, give me my money, bro. All right, I'm sorry, you know, you died, but gracious, I want what, bro? Goodness, you kidding me?
I think it's good to enjoy life, but at the same time, the only problem with enjoying life is you have to remember other people. As long as you can remember other people, I don't see a problem with it.
No, bro, come on now. Listen, even if we were, you know what? I'm gonna keep it fair. I'm gonna keep it close to home. We got 3 Muslims on here. I'm not one yet, but
Khalid, Mehmet, Ali.
Do you think Abu Bakr? Let's be real, because y'all all look like y'all sound like you're Sunni.
Yeah, bad decision, Brad. Bad decision.
Ali.
Bad decision, Brad.
Ali.
But no, you think like Mehmet? I'm sorry, Abu Bakr was thinking about like, oh man, I'm concerned about other people. No, he wanted his power. He got his thought. He got his.
No, are you mad? Abu Bakr was very charitable.
Come on,
Cared about everybody. What are you talking?
Zabeda. There's literally like recorded. Come on, Zabeda. Don't romanticize it.
No, he was very powerful, but at the same time, he done his duty for the community. He didn't like there's the same way that there's records of that. There's also records of Abu Bakr and the Prophet Muhammad SAW hungry, starving, because the previous day they had fed the whole community to the point where there was nothing left for them, and they were willing to make that sacrifice. They put other people before them. So you know.
Okay. Well, I'll say it this way then. Just like how they're very, very rich people. Because they're like, I can tell you companies I can tell you the one company that was responsible for the invasion of Iraq was Halliburton. But Halliburton also gave a bunch of food to the poor.
Right.
Well, I mean.
But did they, brother? Or you just saying that?
They did, though. They did. They actually had an event. They took, because my father has a church, and they hired my dad, and he held an event for them to feed children. Okay.
Okay, but do you think people deserve to be billionaires? Like, do you think here? Because in my head, I think, what do you need £1 billion for? To be honest, what do you even need £1 million for? Personally,
yeah, but it's your blessing. It's a blessing. It's a thin line between getting rich and getting poor. It's a blessing. If you like, just like this, he said, if you work your ass
off, what's the point if the money's just gonna sit in your account? You're just holding it.
No,
you can just.
It's yours. You work for it. It's not like you stole it.
Yeah, if you're wise with it.
You work for it. Listen. If you go to school, you have. Go ahead.
No, a wise man leaves something for his children. So you never know what a person's going to do with it. But you can't casually rate you can't casually say like, oh, this isn't right for a person to have £1 billion because it's going to sit in their account. If they worked hard for the money,
right?
You can't tell them what to do with their money. Come on now.
True.
No, obviously, but what do you need £1 billion for? I'm gonna be funny, yeah. Look, let me tell you like this, yeah. Like a lot of people say, I want to be rich, yeah. I'm not gonna say I want to be rich because being rich might eventually be my downfall because I might be
No,
wealthy and
greed might be
money,
your
but I
downfall,
also
not being rich.
no,
Greed
it
might
could
be.
be. I'll tell you why, brother. Yeah, because
Okay.
being rich, when I mean with jewels and money, can actually cause you to be very arrogant. Can actually be the cause of your self-destruction. Because when you
True.
have, and this is the thing, there are a lot of rich people that are very unhappy. There are rich people that have committed suicide. Do you understand? Because ultimately, money does not buy happiness. It buys things. You understand? But ultimately, happiness comes it's a feeling, yeah, that comes from experiences, yeah. You can buy all the nice things in life and etc., but he might be single, he might have no genuine love in his life, he might have no genuine friends. Everybody that's around him is only trying to use him. Do you understand? So, being rich is not all what it cracked up to be. But my main thing is,
Yeah.
whilst there are people that are dying in this world that can't even get clean water, that can't even get food, kids are malnutrition, and then you got somebody sitting with £1 billion, which really and truly, does he need £1 billion? You're one person. It comes down to priorities here, yeah. For me personally, it's all about survival, yeah. So what do you need to survive in this world? You need a roof over your head, you need food.
This is where I just say that the idea is
That's like
it's so like it's a terrible concept, okay? Because if someone worked hard to earn their assets, they were smart on the market. They were able to liquidate. They were able to, their investments always came back right. If they have £1 billion and they worked for it, or if they have $1 billion and they worked for it, I can tell you one thing. I always, I used to try to knock my dad's friends. Used to always say, while everything's going on in the country right now, I remember during the recession, during the Trump years, during the Bush years, my dad and his friends weren't struggling. And I used to be like that little political advocate guy that was like, it's not right. You get to live here and eat all this nice food, and people out there struggling in America. And there's all these homeless veterans. And my dad always said, he's like, well, take your trust fund, go give it all to them and feel good about your conscience. But then you'll come right back to me and beg me for another $1. So you can't really say until you've actually experienced that level. You can't really
Right.
looking
What
up
did
at
your dad think of you, bro? He's saying you're gonna beg him.
Because I was acting like a little pious. I was acting all self-righteous, like I was like telling him that he was wrong for working hard.
Zobida, let me ask you a question. Do you think King Solomon was righteous?
King Solomon, the prophet says.
Yes, him.
Yes,
Another
yes.
yes.
Obviously, he was.
Okay, so that's the point. He had the whole world in his hand, but he was still righteous. The money didn't get to his head to a point where he would especially call himself God, or call himself whatever.
Malik.
Yes.
Over the last how many years, the 1% rich people in this world have increased their value or their net worth, by an amazing amount. That correlates directly with less investment in poor people, in whatever it is, that keeps humanity going. And you're seeing massive rises in starvation, poverty, people not having medicines, schools for kids, all these things, that's a direct connection. Because what's happening is they're funneling the money out of the system and they're hoarding it. They're holding it away from everyone. So there's nothing wrong with being rich. We're not saying don't have a Ferrari. But what we're saying is, when you get to the point where you're only making more money to take it out of the system, so your money's then worth more money because no one else has got any money left, what's the point in that?
Yeah, but Khan, that would destroy the. Here's the thing about the idea thing, and this is how you can just. This is what I consider the people looking up at a situation we don't understand. If the system fails, if they need money, money is untangible, is not food, water, is not substance, it's not medicine or anything like that. They need us in the system. They need us to go to work. They need us buying the clothes and stuff we buy every day and things like that. Okay? It wouldn't benefit them to destroy the system because all we're going to do is simply turn on them. Like the French Revolution. They didn't, it wasn't poor people popping off on poor people. It was like, yo, get the bourgeoisie and, chop them. It was guillotine time. So,
Okay, let me ask a question because what do you say, Brad said very interesting. Yeah, you talk about revolution, yeah, and you talk about the French Revolution, which was obviously hundreds of years ago, and it was more easier to do in a sense where they didn't have the sort of military powers that we have today, and they didn't have the sort of weaponry to use against the public. Now, this day and age, do you think it's possible for that sort of revolution to sort of overthrow the government and the monarchy? Do you think that's possible?
Yes, there's coup d'etats every day.
It's
yeah.
it's
No, but
possible.
I mean, with the sort of police that we have, the sort of weaponry, the sort of justice system we have, do you think we can be capable of that, or do you think we're just going to set ourselves up to die?
The one thing the coronavirus has exposed about what I was,
Brad,
yeah,
in England, yeah, if there was another like version of World War II where the Germans bombed the fuck out of London and leveled it,
yeah.
British economy would still survive because it's a floating economy. All the money is invested offshore. They've learned their lesson. You could flatten all the infrastructure and Britain would still carry on. Now, what Zubida's talking about is in France. In France, yeah, you couldn't get 10 Algerians off a council estate to walk through the city centre without the police coshing the fuck out of them, let alone they're going to hold a fucking rebellion. Are you joking me, bro?
Yeah, but every empire will definitely, crumble on itself. It takes time. It's like ripples. It takes one person to
No,
speak.
bro.
Just like
They've learned.
It takes
They've learned.
no
They're not letting
matter
it happen
how
again. They
it
won't
will
let it happen
happen.
again.
It will happen. Let me tell you
No,
something.
but you know why I'm
Always,
saying, Joe, I'm speaking about rebellion, yeah? Because let me tell you why, yeah, this
I
situation,
know
yeah?
exactly
I'm
what
just
you're
speaking
talking.
about worst case scenario, though, yeah? All right, this coronavirus is out there. It's a biological weapon made to decrease the population. And plus, they want to force folks to have vaccine. That enough in itself is enough for an uprisal. Do you think, how do you think that shit will play out? Because right now, and I'm
I
just
don't
going
think
off.
that's enough for uprisal. I don't think people uprise. If
Why
we
not?
said
But
there's
they're
a
forcing
virus out
people.
there, if
Yeah.
I'm saying to you there's a virus out there that when you hit 80, you're automatically dead, yeah? I don't think that no one's going to protest about that.
Why not, though? Because at the end of the day,
People don't give a shit because they don't care. No one cares about no one.
Exactly. So it's gonna be a day in this world that's like certain people or everybody will care, and then that's when the revolution is gonna start. We can't say,
You know
"Oh
what
yes,
I'm talking
it's gonna
about?
start today." No, we don't
You
have
could grow up
enough
in
resources
England.
and people who's thinking the same way.
You
Not
could grow
it's a
up in
until
England.
generational thing,
Zabida,
yeah?
you could grow
yes,
up in England without a mum and dad,
yes,
yeah?
Zabida.
You could grow up in this country without a mum and a dad, right? And you'd still survive, innit? In other countries, forget a mum and a dad, even if your dad left your mum, yeah, and she had 4 kids, yeah, your life ain't gonna be normal like it is here. So what's that showing you is in England, yeah, you don't really need your mom, don't really need your dad. You ain't gonna love them the same. You ain't gonna care about them the same, yeah. And that's what's happening. Everybody's an individual. No one's got respect for their elders. All these things ain't by accident. That government's setting it up that way so people don't care about each other. So when something like this happens, no one really cares enough to come out on the road and do anything for the next man. Everyone's all
But
worried
that's what
about
I'm
themselves.
saying.
Is that
That's what
Tony
I'm
Blair said?
saying.
Tony
Put
Blair
it on
said it
the
one time, yeah? He said, we're
put it on the
creating
flip.
a stakeholder society. That means everyone's more worrying about their own status than the majority or the population or anything
Right.
else. No one gives a fuck about no one.
Yes, that's why I said for you to put it on the flip side. It's the same thing that you're talking about. One day is gonna be everybody caring about everybody, and that's when you're gonna see the revolution.
How?
Just how we're talking
Because
about
this
it.
stuff is gonna, brother,
Just
it's gonna
like
push people to the limits. Yeah, it's gonna push people to be very heartless, and
yes,
in the end, there's gonna be compassionate people that are gonna say, "I'm not gonna let this situation turn me ugly, fam. I'm not gonna let other people's selfishness consume me as a person." And you do have people, don't get it twisted, who are, even in this situation, coming out there helping people. Like the NHS, for instance, they don't have to go out there and they're going to war, realistically, yeah. That's how I see it, yeah. They're going into these hospitals knowing that there's deadly, they're putting their lives at risk. And there's been people that have quit. In Bulgaria, there's a bunch of 80 doctors resigned. In Spain, they left a couple old people to die. You understand?
Yeah.
So some people are scared, but there are others saying, right now, this is my duty. I'm here to do my job, and I'll put myself at risk, and I'll put myself on the front line. And big up to those people 100 times.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's why I
But then
said
people still
trust
dead though,
me.
innit? They're still dead though, innit? Get me?
Well, I
Like
mean,
someone like they
Islamically,
thought,
we
oh,
believe that they
I could
died as
get away with.
martyrs. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I'm saying someone thought that they could get away with letting them die in it, and they did get away with it. Whether these doctors protested, or they cried, or they resigned, or they committed suicide, which some of them did commit suicide, at the end of the day, the result's still the same. Someone thought, yeah, we could get away with letting X amount of people die. We'll just pretend that we fucked up this shit, or we got it wrong, or there's not enough ventilators, or whatever it is. Like they just make out like, oh, it was just a big mistake. We fucked up. We weren't ready for it. Yeah, but by the time they sort their shit out, 20,000 people died. High percentage of
Yeah.
them is over 80s, ill people, people that are costing the NHS money because they've got diabetes and their medication costs about £60 a week, or they're on fucking asthma or cancer treatments, or all these illnesses
I'm
that
just
people
saying what it
got.
is, bro. White people are dying and everyone's freaking out. Okay, it's okay. All right, just say it. White people are dying and everyone's freaking out. All right.
Are Chinese people white?
Oh well, you're Asians. I'll say that it's a Eurasian thing. All right.
Yeah, but this situation will show in it who's real and who's not in it. This situation has exposed the weakness and the cowardice of the West. Personally, in my eyes, I can't even lie, because you see what's happening here in the West. Yeah, people are dying. Even the government's scared, bruv. They don't even know what to do, fam. And it makes you think about other people like that are living in Syria, Palestine, who have been going through war, like worse than what we're going through right now. Because at the end of the day, all we're being told to do is stay at home. That's a liberty. We're not asked to, go out there on the front line with weaponry and kill or be killed. You understand? And we can't even, we're scared of even doing that. And there's actual folks, real life kids, you understand, witnessing bombs every day, watching tanks walk down their streets, watching man with guns and shit, and they're just getting by. Do you understand? And look how scared we are over a flu, fam. And we're not even being asked of much. We're only being asked to stay at home. Do you understand? Look how we're panicking, fighting over toilet paper, and this thing is, if this thing is actually a bioweapon, this is the work of the devil. Because even the social distancing thing is causing people to hate one another. Man don't want to stand too close to next man because he might cough at him. The same person that you would say hi to and shake their hand, you want to stay far away from them. So this is causing hatred between people as well.
Yeah, that's why it's called modern warfare. It's really, someone's at the back chat. Really, someone's at the back chat. It's always people scheming. Not every war is weaponry. You have to think of how to, fight your enemy with either physically, mentally, anyway. You just have to win. So that's what I was gonna ask. Like in history, I haven't seen a revolution which took place, just like that. It was the same scenario and it was the same way. People will always think the same and be like, yo, it's time to change. And then it'll take place. It might not be in our generation. It might be about 20, 30 years to come. But trust me, it's going to be one day, just like we're talking about it, it's going to be like a whole bunch of people just reacting to the fact that, yo, we can't take this, shit no more. And then it's just going to, somebody somewhere is going to be a leader. It's going to be like, yeah, I'll start up
frustrated.
Exactly. So frustration will always lead to revolution. Like we can't take it no more, and then somebody's gonna be a leader, and that's how the prophets came. That's how all this Gandhi
Yeah, but
and everybody.
I don't think the West is too strong, but also I don't think it's too fragile. Because people don't want to go back to their natural life, so they're going to maintain civility rather than go into complete anarchy. The moment the government stops talking, the moment the system seems to stop communicating to the people, then yeah, you'll start to see an anarchist type nature rise. But everything is relatively calm, even though you have like the high numbers of death. The major question I think we as a people, I guess the regular people need to start asking is, how many people are being healed from the coronavirus? What are the age groups? What are the circumstances? Why is that we're only focused on the deaths? Why aren't we focused on the people that are cured from it? Because there's a lot of people that are cured.
Because people don't understand statistics. They think that if they look at the number of deaths that are occurring on a daily basis, they can work out the growth rate. But that's not necessarily the case. The growth rate is something completely different because it depends on the number of the population, depends on what's it called, them testing and all this. for us to get a good picture of the actual growth rate, the rate that it's growing. So there's a curve. If you see the number of people is doubling every day, and then you get a curve, and then when the curve starts flattening, that means that there's less of a doubling effect and more of a, like, let's say instead of it doubling every 2 days, it will double every 6 days, and then you'll see the number just flatten out. Then you know that it's time for people to come out of isolation and whatever, and then the number should start dropping. But people don't understand about statistics. They're talking about, oh, how many people died today. Yeah, they're not caring about how many people actually died of corona, or even how many people died total.
The thing is, I think the reason is because nobody wants to die. So we should be looking at the worst case scenario, which is death. If we're talking about,
it's not. We're being fed. We're being fed information that is being designed to stop us really getting a good picture of what's going on. Because in the UK, our government fucked up. They decided to not take action. Yeah, so they can't plot a graph from the first case till today, and let's look at the chart, because then it'll be obvious and go, oh shit, at the beginning where we were supposed to do shit, we didn't do nothing, and the fucking rate went up like a fucking madman, and now it's started to calm down a bit because we've got everyone on lockdown, and then someone's going to turn around and say, why didn't you put them on lockdown from the beginning then? See what I mean?
Well,
yeah, it might, like I said, it might be they know about it, or probably they just not prepared for it. That's all I could, conclude.
No, bro. They want people to get ill. Don't you get it? They're making that like it's some big mistake, like they're dumb. They just want people who are supposed to be on cancer treatment, who're supposed to be on whatever. These people are dying. It's saving the country money. Old people are dying. It's saving the country so much money. That's all they care about. They're rubbing their hands together, going,
you know how much it is
thank
for
God,
fun, brother.
Thank God the old people are dying.
No, what you said is facts, because look, in this country, if you're old, if you've got a disability, then the government funds you in it. They pay a lot of money if it's nursing homes, benefits as well, because certain disabled people get certain benefits. So, and realistically, the weak are the ones that are dying, with certain exceptions, because obviously a lot of healthy young folks have died. But realistically, this virus specifically targets the weak, the elderly, the ill. Do you understand? And what you got to understand is there's a huge investment behind the elderly and the ill. So the more that they die, then the government's definitely saving a lot of money, because they don't have to fund these people anymore.
Exactly. Why is it in countries like Spain, they're taking old people off their respirators and giving it to the young people, going, oh, they're old, they're going to die anyway. How can you do that? That's someone's mum. That's someone who's paid taxes their whole life. That's someone who probably fought in a war.
And plus the pensions as well, brother. No, don't forget the pensions as well.
That's it, the pensions. It's all money, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, but I think it's a global situation. So I can't say it's just like it's just happening in UK. It's it's like something. Well, I'm not saying they are not.
Bro, Malik, it's about money. They had told everyone to go on lockdown 2-3 weeks ago. The economy would have stopped a lot earlier. The economy is going into recession now. It would have happened earlier. Just think how much money they saved. They kept the economy running for as long as they could. That's what they done. Because they're looking at it from a money situation. They could have put a whole lot, as soon as the Italy situation kicked off, England could have turned around and said, you know what? We're not risking going on like Italy and put everyone on lockdown. But they never did it. They never did it. All they did was put everyone on lockdown.
Yeah, that's why I still go back to either they know what they and I don't. This is what I say: rich people, they are always way planning ahead. It's only poor people that we do what we see, but the rich people they planning about 100 years to come. So that's why I see it as something like it's a plan. Everything that the government can solve, trust me, I feel is always a plan. People just need to wake up, or find your sources right or your facts right before you could be like, yeah, this is what they're doing. They're trying to kill the old people. They're trying to, get money, blah, 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 all that stuff. So I'm not disagreeing with y'all. I'm just saying it's either they definitely know what they're doing, or it just came to them like boom, all of a sudden, oh man, we've never seen a situation like this. What we're gonna do? Should we let the old die off? Which, if we look at it, it's like the old people. I'm not saying for nobody's old people to die or whatever. But if you're looking at the pyramid, we should be saving more of the people who's industrial than the people who's not. Because at the end of the day, if it's like a war, it's gonna be burden anyway. Like you trying to put people who are sick to be on the front line, or it's like you have to put your
Look
best
at
soldiers
Malik.
in.
Look at it like this, Malik. Look at it like this. Yeah. Let's say, for example, in this world, there's some people that you hate. You hate them, and you wish that you can kill them, but you don't kill them because you know that you go to prison, right? So what you do, you wait for a war to kick off, right? And then instead of going out and fighting the enemy and killing the enemy, before you do that, you think, you know what? I'm just going to take one day out, with my government issued pistol and just go around and whack every motherfucker that ever pissed me off. You understand? So if everyone done that, or if the government done that, imagine the government doing that. Imagine a war kicked off, and this happens in wars. Whenever you see a war happening, you see people disappear. So for example, how did someone like Saddam come to power? He killed off all the oppositions to him. So every time a war kicked off, he just whacked out some of his oppositions until there was none left. That's how war goes down, bruv. You get me? If you're an enemy of the state and the state goes to war with another state, the first people that's getting whacked is the people that's at home. That's the internal enemy. They get whacked out first. So now it's like, if you think of the illness as a war, they're saying, oh, X amount of people died from corona, but they're letting cancer patients die. They're letting everyone know, oh, there's no hospital beds. Oh, sorry, cancer patients are dying. Old people are dying. Everyone's dying. But really, they're thinking, ka-ching, we're saving money here.
Brother, listen, it's like a game of chess, At the end of the day, they don't mind sacrificing their own, because that's what happens in chess, bro. The queen and the king put their frontline soldiers, even though they're part of their army, they're willing to let them die in order to save their own skin. Do you understand? And this is what's happening. The elderly are not a major loss, unfortunately, to this government.
Point. I'm not saying I'm agreeing to killing any soul, but I'm saying,
no, we're not agreeing. Not agreeing.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing to it, but I'm talking about when we face reality, like this is we're talking about how to keep the humanity, running. And if you look at it, it's like saying,
look at it this way. Let's say police have been given superpowers now, that they can just drag up anyone off the road. You don't even go court, you go straight prison, or they just take you to a cell and beat you up, and no one's going to even ask questions because it's corona. You're telling me the only people they're going to drag up is people that's out protesting against corona? Well, they got a list of people they're looking to hit. Drug dealers, whoever's been on their list for a while now. If police catch you on road and your name's on that list, watch what happens. You ain't gonna see the light of day, bro. You're gonna be banged up.
But and this is the thing, like we have to play smarter. We can't play into their hands, because if they already have a plan, we've got to be ahead of that plan. And the main thing that we can do, even whether there's a hit or whatever, the main thing that we can do is flatten this curve. Like I said this before, a lot of people are obviously worrying about how this virus started and what's the true agenda of the virus, but that shouldn't be the most important part of dealing with the situation. The way to deal with it is to try to get over the situation, and then we obviously, question who needs to be questioned and rebel against who, you know what I'm saying? Because, if everyone now started to start rioting and, the government's done this to us, then that's going to give them a more of a reason of an excuse to hold you down, lock you up and imprison you and do what the fuck that they want to do with you. They need a reason and an excuse, you understand? So we have to obviously stay in our cribs, self-isolate, flatten the curve, so obviously the virus dies out on its own, and then we get up and we start doing what we have to do. Do you understand? Because I've been listening to a lot of people, this is a bioweapon and this and that. It's obviously good to have these conversations, but at the same time, the main thing should be trying to how we get rid of this thing. You understand? So that everyone can go back to normal and everyone can start, questioning who needs to be questioned, fam. Because I feel like the government does need to be questioned, because no one.
There might be some validity to this thing that Connor's saying, though, because you would think about it. You're talking about a lot of old people that are dying. So if this is a war, and I'm talking political, right? I don't think this would come from the right. because the majority of their voting pool would be older people. So this could be like, let's just say we're speaking conspiracy theory. The coronavirus could be
Belly, take off
never cured.
ADOS.
Huh?
Sorry, I was telling Belly to take off ADOS. We
Why?
don't want that. We don't want that around here, man. We Pan African, man. We don't do them ADOS things here.
Oh man. All right, cool.
No,
DC,
bro, he
go
got.
ahead.
I didn't. No, he's not just ADOS though. He got Caribbean descendant slaves too. I haven't been following the movement. I didn't know they linked up. I thought the last time I checked, I thought it was just ADOS, Hojo nuts, everybody else, but it seemed like they're reaching out.
Yeah, we don't do that around here anyway, man. We're Pan African, man. I don't know about them ADOS dons, man. Get the fuck out of here, man.
But what's going on in America, DC Brad? Because from what I'm seeing, obviously you look at the largest cases up there. Donald Trump is like giving out bare
One
false
second,
information.
I got it. I just got my groceries delivered to my house. I go pick them up. I'll be right back.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
get your groceries.
Okay, so
What's ADOS? What's ADOS stand for?
don't worry about that. So basically, I've been hearing a lot about this corona and 5G thing and all this stuff. Yeah, has anyone actually got actual like facts on this stuff, or are we just gonna be going off conspiracies? Yeah, I just want to hear something tangible that I can go. Yeah.
No, what I've seen, yeah, is like video. Okay, cool. So what they're saying now,
video.
yeah, when it comes,
Is it one
no,
of
but hold
Jedi's
on.
videos?
No, not Jedi's videos. What I'm saying to you is, yeah,
no problem.
they're talking about key workers, yeah. So anyone that's a key worker is required to work, right? Anyone that's not a key worker, stay in your crib, hold it down. So what I see as a key worker is obviously bus drivers, the NHS, doctors, those sort of people. Now I've seen at least 4 or 5 footages, even one that's near my mum's house, yeah, of engineers or construction workers, whatever they're called, putting up 5G towers during this time. They're not self-isolating. They're not keeping 2 meters apart. First of all, are they key workers, right? Why are they not sticking to the rules that have been applied to everybody else? And why is 5G being put up during this time, this crisis? Why didn't they say, right, we're in a coronavirus situation. Let's hold off this 5G until this situation calms down. What is the importance of having 5G during a crisis?
There are people out there working, babe. There are people's
exactly.
working.
It's like saying that Tesco's is fully closed.
There are people
fully closed. Exactly.
But are they key workers? Are people that are putting up 5G? I'm just going off what the legislation, what the government says. Yeah, they're talking about we need our key workers to be on the front line. Are these people key workers?
Well,
yeah, I think they should be considered as yeah, exactly. So that's how we communicate. If we have a billion people on the network, and 1 second.
But people are using 4G. I'm using 4G right now, and I'm able to communicate with you. So
well, now you can get even better communication, 5G.
But my communication is perfectly fine. I'm getting good signal. I'm speaking to you fine. My internet's running fine. So I don't understand what the priority is, what the important is.
Well, if it's fine for you,
it'll be if they've got a government contract to carry out works, they won't stop it, because the company that's hired to do it will be liable for not getting the work done, and then it comes down to liability, losses, insurance claims. Like people will get money back from them for not carrying out their contract. So if they've got a government contract, you got to remember that it's not like I've got a contract with you or you've got a contract with me. It's a government contract. So a government can override any situation and just tell them, yeah, just get it done, innit? So that's what's happening. It's a government level thing, innit?
So you're saying that this is the government have approved of this 5G?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so this is what I want to know, because
it's a capitalist country. They get companies to carry out the work, like Huawei, EE, whatever. But it's a government contract. They got in it to do it still.
Yeah, I want to know.
Government has to allow it.
Because you guys you talked about having a revolution, right? Do we know what this revolution is about? Hello?
I think people hinting at police having these extra powers and abusing them is going to force people into a situation where they're not going to accept it.
Okay. Well, we're talking about something like martial law, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so with this idea of martial law, what are the signs and symptoms of we're going into a martial law and we should be,
So the
preparing
police are
for?
obviously less responsible, like for their actions. Like there's less repercussions. Like you can't take them to court. There's no accountability. They can just do what they want, basically.
But
Just controlling people.
Yeah.
That
So
means
obviously,
whatever.
at the moment, the courts are closed, isn't it? There's no courts.
So what does that mean? So what are we saying that
So that means that certain cases
judge,
get
jury,
seen.
execution for
Yeah. So basically, they make a decision.
Execution for people that are they make a decision to do what?
It's not that they're it's not that they're executing you. It's that
I didn't say executing. I said judge.
basically,
When I mean execution, like it means carrying it out, the punishment.
Oh right, yeah. So like for example, now there'll be less human rights. So if you got a human right to assemble publicly, they'll say no to that. If you got a human rights, for example, to take the police to court, let's say if they abuse you, they say no to that. They're removing that. So all your human rights that you had before, you don't have anymore.
And there's evidence this is being removed.
Well, that's what martial law is. I thought that's what you was asking.
Yeah, I know.
You can check out the bill that they've recently passed.
Because there's a recent bill that's been passed. What's this recent bill called? So everyone can go and look this up.
Yeah, it's actually on the government website. It's the HSCC 122 bill that was passed on March 20th. It's on the governmental website.
There's videos on YouTube where police are having to do jobs now that they normally wouldn't have to do. Like if there's a group of 2-3 people, the police have to go up to them and say, "Excuse me, can you not do that? We don't want to be seeing 2-3 people together." You get me? Like police actually on YouTube showing that they can't be bothered really to do. Like some police don't want to be doing this.
You can get a fine as well.
Yeah,
What's the fine? What's the fine? Because I've heard there's a fine, but what is that fine?
Out your heart. Being out.
What's the price?
Like, the price.
I've heard people. Yeah.
I think it's like £800 or something like that. No, I thought it was more than that.
£800.
Yeah, over here it's like from $200 to $500.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have evidence of this where
give me your phone,
what's it called? The HS. Let me put it in the back chat.
Let me get up.
Yeah, put it in the back chat so like anyone can come and look at this so that we know this is what's going on in the UK and we should be aware of this.
I looked it
up. Not only
yesterday.
in the UK, it's like
but
it's like
we're doing it.
Yeah, it's over here also, and then it's like if it's in the UK, it will be in the US, and then it's gonna be like almost all over the world, until the point where nobody could control it no more.
Okay.
A lot of shit is out of our control right now,
Yeah. I'm worried about it, but I'm not. The only reason why I'm not worried about it is because one day, it's gonna be the thing that you was talking about, and then, it's gonna be the flip side.
People have got information.
I think the main conspiracy is
this
obviously there's so many conspiracies. No, but you know what it is, there's so many conspiracies like 5G, but I think the main conspiracy, which I think can be really validated, is where it started in China. Why did the doctor, the whistleblower, who obviously made this situation apparent, why was he silenced? And why did the government not act quick enough? And I think most people can agree on that because
what whistleblower? What happened? What's the situation? I don't know about this because
in Wuhan, where this thing originally started, due to the wet markets, people eating bats, and the disease being transferred from animals to humans, there was a doctor. I forgot his name.
What they said.
Well, this is what's being put out. There was a doctor who raised the alarm and said, "Yo, like this disease is first of all very dangerous." And it's spreading quite quickly. And he tried to warn a lot of the people, and the Chinese government silenced him. And they said, "You're causing social disturbance. You're trying to scare the people. It's
breaking up."
Yeah, you're breaking up. I thought it was me. Yeah.
Not that. And eventually, the virus last in March started really getting. Oh shit.
Yeah, we could hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
This thing started getting really serious.
What 4G? She was like,
No,
oh,
my
I got
mum
my
tried to call me. Hey, yo,
4G.
Velly's there, yeah? I'm gonna have to come in and come back
Oh,
out, bro. So can you let me back in if you're there?
Some
Cool.
not really there.
We'll call him.
Yeah, we'll call him
Kelly,
for you.
let her
Don't
back
worry.
in if she comes back in it. Yeah, but okay.
What up, Freddie?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if
I'm
people
sorry.
got information out there, yeah, it's not a
Yeah.
problem for someone to ask, oh, where do you get this information from, and could you share it? Because people keep saying, oh, go do the research, but you can go to any source now, yeah, and that source could be someone's hearsay from someone else's hearsay, and they're just chatting pop. So if you've got the original source where you're saying that there's a law that was passed saying that this is what's going to take place from now on with the police and whatnot, just put it out there for everyone to know, innit?
All right,
okay, cool.
Here, bro, yeah. This is the bill, the UK government's coronavirus action plan, published on the 3rd of March, set out measures to respond to the COVID outbreak. So the main criteria, the contents of the bill is increasing the available health and social care workforce, for example, by removing barriers to allow recently retired NHS staff and social workers to return to work. Number 2, easing the burden on frontline staff by reducing the number of administrative tasks they have to perform, enabling local authorities to prioritize care for people with the most pressing needs. 3, containing and slowing the virus by reducing unnecessary social contacts, for example, through powers over events and gatherings, and strengthening the quarantine powers of police and immigration officers. 4, managing the deceased with respect and dignity by enabling the death management system to deal with the increased demand for its services. 5, supporting people by allowing them to claim statutory sick pay from day one, and by supporting the food industry to maintain supplies. So those are like the main 5 criteria, and obviously it goes into them. But what people are really,
So where's the police one? Did you mention the police one?
Yeah, I mentioned the police. So
what did it say again? Sorry, I didn't hear it properly.
give me a second.
My bad, guys. Sorry about that.
So good.
So it says here, delaying and slowing the virus. The government's objective is to delay and the peak of the epidemic by bringing forward the right measures at the right time so that we minimize suffering and save lives. To slow the virus, we will need people to reduce unnecessary social contacts, which for periods of time may mean preventing gatherings of people, postponing electoral events over the course of the year, or closing schools, further or higher education premises, or childcare providers. This will help mitigate the risk to public health arising from such gatherings. This will happen only where necessary to help minimize disruption to everyday life and progression of children and young people to further and higher education or employment. The measures would only be put in place for the period of time required to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. To support this, the bill seeks to enable the government to restrict or prohibit events and gatherings during the pandemic in any place, vehicle, train, vessel, or aircraft, any movable structure and any offshore installation, and when necessary to close premises. Provide a temporary power to close educational establishments to childcare providers. Postpone the local mayoral and police and crime commissioner elections that were due to take place in England in May this year. It is also important that all UK countries have equivalent legal measures in place to delay or prevent further transmissions of the virus to ensure consistency across the whole UK. So yeah, that really talks about what the sort of powers that they're.
Yo, I'm back.
Last thing, yeah. Public support and compliance is crucial, and we are grateful for the flexibility people have shown. But we need to ensure police and immigration officers have the authority to enforce these measures where necessary. Therefore, the bill will enable the police and immigration officers to detain a person for a limited period or maybe infections and take them to a suitable place to enable screening and assessment. So obviously they can force you.
That's like
what?
over here also.
But did that sound bad? Because I didn't sound like
no, for now it doesn't. But trust me.
Okay. So
that's like
we know about police abuse. Yeah, some police anyway do abuse that authority.
100%. 100%.
Right,
Yeah,
so that is the risk here, you know, if they start abusing the authority. Now, I also read an article about these restrictions have an effect on people of color as well, based on obviously the institutionalized racism within the police department, how this new bill could affect them. That's just an article, it's not my opinion, it's just an article that I read about these sort of measures, how would it affect people of color as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but people of color, they have their own country also, where they're being abused. People's always gonna be people, man. No matter how you try to.
I got Malik
Yeah,
over.
Brad, are you
He's
back?
integrationist.
Huh?
Malik is a kumbaya. He wants everyone to be, you know, he wants everybody to
I'm
be.
not.
Also, another thing here which people are upset about of this bill is about how they're dealing with the dead. Yeah, so obviously you can't visit the person when that person dies. So here it says remove the Coroners and Justice Act 2009 requirement that any inquest into a COVID-19 death must be held with a jury. So that's a bit concerning. So if that person dies now,
yeah.
you're not going to get a lot of information.
Okay. Just going back to the police one, innit? Yeah. It mentioned that the police has the right to detain people if they have the virus, or is it without having the virus?
If they suspect them of having the virus and they're not self-isolating sort of thing.
Okay.
I think it's basically in the gathering where people are not practicing self-distancing or whatever they call that. You know.
I think they should hold all utilities.
Detaining
I
of
think
them
they should hold all
in the
bills.
sense that based on their discretion of whether or not they have the virus. Like that's the important part, innit? Because that's the part that they're going off, that they're going to be detaining a person. They're not talking about whether or not they're going to detain them if they don't have the virus.
Yes, they are.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. I'm telling you, like
days.
over here, if you're in the park,
Yeah.
or say for instance in a gathering, and they see like 2-3 people gathering, and y'all not, you know, talking from, is it 6 feet distance from each other, they come to you and either warn you or arrest you.
Yeah.
Oh, he left. Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's peak out here because you know this is what's happening, bruv. But I feel like sometimes it's obviously good to be aware of what's happening, but just on the mental health side of things, if you get too consumed with all this stuff and people, you know, people are gonna get stressed out in their cribs, and that could be more of a detriment, you know, than the actual virus. You get it? Because
Yeah.
people are just gonna be sitting there panicking, overthinking this and that, and that's why I'm not too like I don't. When it
Alhamdulillah.
comes to,
Yo, Veli, Takia Watch is in the back chat. Shout out to Takia Watch. Oh, I'm sorry, Janae. Do your thing.
yeah, but it's peak out here, fam. It's peak.
Yo, Zubayd, I'm sorry for cutting you like that. I apologize.
No, it's cool, brother. It's cool, brother.
It's crazy.
But yeah, Malik, what's going on in New York, bro? I heard shit mad crazy. All they did up here was they said we can't be out by 8 o'clock or you get a misdemeanor. But like during the day, you good.
Yeah, I think it's more of city versus village type situation. Yeah, so it's normal if you things do spread out in a civilized society. Like people come in, buy stuff, and go out. So definitely we would have more cases over here because you know we have tourists. People come to New York from everywhere in the world. So I definitely, you know, from February or whatever, I know we're gonna be having more cases than you know, like the down south and whatnot. And then you see people from even New York, they running, they leaving New York just to go, you know, further away from New York. And then you have people over there saying, "Hey, you can't, you know, you gotta stay where you at. We don't want to die." Also, so I think that's the main reason why, if you look in the city, everywhere in the world where there's a, you know, there's civilization, they will definitely get more affected than the people who resides in the.
I personally don't think this thing is, I feel like because we're so behind the curve on it, this is how I think this is going to work out. All right, ready? If Trump's able to weather this storm before the summer, he will win the election. If this thing gets out of hand before summer, he will lose the election. So coronavirus will decide if we have President Trump for the next 4 years.
Well, I don't think Donald Trump's doing a good job, man. I think he cares more about the economy and money than he actually, because a lot of his interviews in the beginning, he was like, this is nothing, you know, everybody gonna be okay. And, you know, like, he was saying some crazy shit, like making like some like false information, which he was criticized a lot by many health professionals, saying this guy's literally like, you know, and then I think recently he said about, he doesn't mind, he said, somebody said to him, if we continue what we're doing, 200,000 people are going to die. And he goes, yeah, that's good. Like that would be a good outcome. Like as if 200,000 people's lives don't matter.
No, I mean,
Yeah. You know, if we're looking at, I'm not supporting nobody. Don't get me wrong, but if you're in the power, if you're a leader, certain things you would have to learn how to control your speech. Like, yeah, like the way we sympathize, it's not the way they will. You know, it's like if they feel, oh man, oh we all gonna die, it's gonna affect everybody. So, no, I don't know. It's just. But DC, I'm thinking, you know, regardless of whatever he does, you know, he can always compensate for his failure and then, you know, win the next election. I think it depends on me personally. I think it depends on if they want him to be the next president, or if they be like, yeah, your agenda.
There is no they, bro. No one.
Yeah, there's a day. Trust me, there's a day.
No, not anymore, bro. You can't tell me you would choose conspiracy theorists, right-wing leaning Donald Trump, who brought the craziest people into the White House, versus Bilderberg, been to Wall Street parties.
That's what I said. It don't matter. At the end of the day, they're gonna have a story. They're gonna have an agenda. They're gonna have something to push out to the society and be like, okay, yeah, we did this, we did that, and then you know, you're gonna start writing
Yo,
checks
Veli,
for
there's
everybody.
people in the back. Sorry, bro. There's people in the back, Veli.
If we start writing checks for everybody, what do you think? They're gonna say, oh yeah, they're gonna forget about people that died off, man. They're gonna forget about yesterday.
But alhamdulillah, got the real estate down, bro.
Alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar. You get me?
About to get some nice real estate. So alhamdulillah for that. Alhamdulillah for the fact that Muslims give Muslims loans with no interest. So, you know, the shahada is really going to come in handy for that this upcoming tax season. So alhamdulillah for that. You know, just alhamdulillah, bro. That's all I'm going to say. We're still breathing. We're still alive. People's families don't seem like they're going crazy. So, you know, Allah is guiding us. All right. You feel me, my future Muslim brothers and sisters? Zabeda, don't worry though. When I built my black caliphate, you are welcome, sis. I promise you. I'm gonna make sure.
I can't wait.
I'm gonna make sure I have like a black escort though, so, you know, because you know the sisters, you know, make sure you protect them.
Everyone's welcome. You get me?
And also your husband, because I know he's not gonna be too far behind. So yeah, make sure your husband know he's welcome too. You know, that's my man. That's my man.
You sound like you're forming your own sect of Islam there.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a more cooler version of like Sufism, but we gonna know how to dance. You feel me?
Sufism, you know. Looks like.
Tequila Watch. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Man, as long as you support humanity.
Huh?
Okay.
Is that a troll? Is that real?
Oh no, it's a troll.
Yo, Takia, can you mute your YouTube?
Yo, Veli. You got one.
Echo. I don't know who.
Oh, this sucks. Yeah, I forgot. Takia responsible. He has like responsibilities. He wouldn't just be chilling.
Cool. That's better. Yeah, we good, Takia.
That's not him, though. That's not him, man. I don't think that's Takia Watch.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Oh, that's
Takia. Hey, how you doing, my man? Hey, Zubida. How you doing?
Hello, brother. How are you?
I'm fine. What's poppin'?
Shit, man. Chilling. How you doing through this virus thing, man? You living good, man?
Yeah. It's everything's locked down as well here in Sweden. So.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, I want to make an inside joke with you, Takia Watch, but
sure.
pretty sure, you know, your ancestors are pretty cool. What's going on in Italy, though? Pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure. You know, they're smiling a bit.
Man, Italy, Spain, aren't they losing like 900 lives per day?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, right
crazy
now.
numbers. We are at
Yeah, it is.
200 in Sweden.
The whole country.
Yeah.
Could
So we have
numbers
death.
of
So we
people
have like
die-
4,000 cases.
Oh. You got 4,000 cases and only 200 deaths.
Yeah, but I mean, it was only 40 deaths last week. So, or like in total. So like in a week, we've had like 160 new deaths. So it's just gonna spiral.
That shit is rising.
I think this is
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be like Ebola stuff. Like I think it's not gonna really take. I think it's. I'm just shocked that like, you know, was classified as third world countries. Like, you know, there's not this big pandemic of like people trying to, you know, leave their country to come to the West because, you know, diseases are rapid there. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, in places like Nigeria, they're not going to report any cases there.
True. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Like,
They will. They will.
No,
but
you
it's
don't
just,
need to watch
they
some
just lying.
videos,
They just gonna be talking shit.
No, do you know the worst thing I've seen yet? I've been
They
watching
have the
videos in
worst.
India of the police battering people with bamboo sticks. Like, it is
Yes, in
bad out there.
Nigeria too.
Oh my God, I feel sorry for those folks there. The police is
Yo.
beating the shit out of people with sticks, man. I'm thinking, rah.
Malik, have you heard of frog jump?
What about Nigeria when it comes to
Yeah.
their crime?
Yo, I was about to talk about Nigeria.
It is the funniest thing in the world. Nigerian crime TV.
That's a frog jump.
Someone committing a murder.
DC, what's wrong with your mic?
Huh?
Okay, go ahead. When you finish,
Nigerian crime TV consists of someone committing a murder and admitting it before they even get to jail. Like a bunch of interviewers retelling the crime, like tell us what you did. Maybe like, oh, I killed the person, told them to meet me here, that I put the body here. You know, then you had one dude, he did a murder, and he was asking for 10,000 naira right on the TV, just saying, I'll pay you anything for 10,000 naira. So yeah, man.
He's asking for the money because they promised they'll pay him if he confesses.
That's a lawless country, man.
False
Yeah,
admissions.
Nigeria's a joke.
It's a lawless country. Yo, you know what I was about to say? You know, we have more comedy, is it skits or whatever. They have more police doing more skits than anybody right now, talking about, yeah, if you come out at your house, we gonna beat the shit out of you. And they're so happy about it. Like, they're gonna be like, yo, you recording? They start recording? Okay, yeah. Yo, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody come out their house. You see this? We're gonna whip COVID 47 out of your body.
By the time I finish flogging you, COVID 21 will be you.
Yo, he said stay home and do COVID 49 with your wife. I said, yo,
oh my days. Nigeria's a different breed, I swear down.
Oh man, I'm telling you, they so happy about the situation. And I know for a fact that you will never see nobody come out because they know this is the time for the police to. Yo, it's so funny, but it's not really funny, but it's just funny.
So, D-Brad, can I ask you something? I just want to make sure that you finish this topic. Then I want to introduce a new topic. Revolutionary. You want to go first?
What topic?
D-Brad. I've followed this channel called Analyze Dunya. Have you heard about it?
Oh.
D-Brad, are you here?
Sabida's biggest fan.
Okay, he's not here, right? So I'll wait till he come back.
We all know Analyze Dunya.
Yeah, so you was talking about. I'm sorry. We were talking about revolution. That was Zubida also was talking about revolution earlier.
Yeah, she was talking about that. Yeah, but Sabida's biggest fan. We were talking about Sabida's biggest fan, Analyze Dunya.
Analyze Dunya, you know.
That's not Sir Faz, right?
Nah,
No,
some
no one,
atheist
no one's
guy.
heard them speak. It's just a channel that basically records everything, but like, you know, topics or whatever, and then they post it on their channel and they add some other extra clips to it as well. But for me personally, I
Oh,
find
okay,
them
okay.
very biased. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, you know, very biased.
I mean, I like
Yeah.
analyze them, yeah, but at the same time, you did ask a good question. Like, why are you not going to talk about Christianity and other religions that have similar type of talk and whatnot? But I mean, obviously, like he's definitely beating up on Islam, though. Tell you now, yeah, he's
Well,
giving you
that's
guys a
what
run
most
for the
people
money.
are doing. Everyone's putting Islam under the microscope. Fair enough, but like, you know, there are the questionable things that happen in other religions which I feel like people don't want to speak about, which is hypocritical, because if you find certain things concerning or degrading or barbaric, which is a lot of their art, you know, why do you guys do this? Because it's very barbaric. Okay, but there are other practices as well who do things that are very barbaric, and I don't see you speaking about it.
Yeah, because if you have to kill a snake, you gotta cut the head off.
What?
So you obviously.
Yeah, they do. Some do, some don't. But the thing is, speaking about other religion, it's like you trying to kill a snake from the body, because they know once they could speak about Islam and they could find a loophole. Yeah, every other religion will definitely look like.
But to be fair,
No,
we have been
that's how I
beaten up on
see it. I might
Christianity
be
too,
wrong,
though.
huh?
We have been beaten up on Christianity too, though. We always beat up on Christianity. We beat up on Christianity. We beat up on even African spiritual systems. African spiritual systems even get the worst because nothing about African spirit. They automatically that's juju. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we could hear you.
Yo. Yeah. They beat up on African spiritual systems anyway. So, and even I say that if any bad practice I think is bad, yeah, I'll call it out anyway, regardless. But I do understand what CB is saying, but yeah, it's
Right.
mad. Brad, are you back? Bradley?
Nah, he's munching on his delivery right now.
Mm-hmm.
He
Did
don't
you
like
hear that?
talking with food in his mouth.
Did you hear that in Nigeria, a lot of the so-called leaders have got it now?
Yeah, because those are the ones that go to the west, like back and forth every day just to oppress the poor. So there's a tendency for them to get it more. Because you could see anybody over there who's like especially in the government, they go to China in 10 seconds, and the next minute they FaceTiming the next governor that they are in Germany right now. In the next 20 minutes they in Dubai. So the next day they back at the parliament. So
That's mad.
that's the reason why they are the ones that go and get messed up the most, because they're always everywhere trying to oppress other people. So that's normal.
Because a lot of people are saying as well that it's a good thing because these governors hopefully they get it and they just die off in it. So yeah.
Well, I would say it's something good, and I would say something bad also. Because me personally, I'm not saying everyone, but trust me, the ones that if they die off, the ones that's gonna go into power is gonna probably do even worse.
That's the thing. That is the thing.
And Nigeria is so lawless that it's come to a point where if you are the good one, they will kill you. That's like a fact. Like they're not even let you go and breathe. Like corruption over there is like it's like it's a religion. It's if they can't live without corruption right now.
It's true. You're
No,
absolutely
it's a
right.
fact. They
Yeah, I
can't live
know.
without corruption. Yeah.
I know exactly what you're saying because
Yeah, so that's how it is. I'm a Nigerian, but I don't like talking about it. I like the country, but certain people is just making the country look stupid.
What part of you're Yoruba, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm from
Yoruba, and I'm from Lagos also, so
yeah.
yeah.
I'm from Ado State.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's eh.
I had like because my dad tells me the history about it all the time. He loves telling me about the history, especially about people. He believes that people like Awolowo, if they were still alive today, they would have done good things for Nigeria.
Uh yeah, I think in terms of education, yeah, he
Yeah.
would have did a great job. But in terms of like in general, I don't know because Nigeria they've been breathing off of corruption ever since before our father's father was born. It's always been like that. That's like it's like what the country is based off on. Like
No,
that's the
no,
setup.
I know exactly what you're saying, Carl. When I went there, you see they'll pull you over. They're telling you, listen, waiting a good chop. No,
Yeah, you can, and the thing is, I can't blame them. The thing is, if the leader is corrupt, and then those who surround the leader is also corrupt, what do you think? It's definitely it's gonna go down the food chain or whatever pyramid or how you can see it. And then if you don't do it, you can't eat. It's like virus also. One virus comes in, it bribes the other, it bribes the other, it bribes the other, and before you know it, they take over your body.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
I heard that
So
still.
if the police if they don't be like yo if they don't beat you up and run you down and take your money and they don't ask you for bribe and all of that, they're not gonna eat also, and they have a family to feed.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and if you're trying to be nice, trust me, they will
Yeah,
either
that
kill you or tell you
lies. Yeah.
you don't have a job the next day.
You think being nice here is a good thing? Yeah, they even treat you better here if you're trying to be nice. In Nigeria, don't ever try to be nice to anyone.
Don't nah.
Don't
Even
even,
your
not even if
family,
you're family. Yeah,
don't.
even if it's your
Yeah,
brother. I'm telling you, don't even try it.
don't
You get
try it,
mad
man.
there. Yeah,
It's
hundred
it's it's
percent though.
crazy over there.
100%. I think one of the biggest downfalls for Nigeria is um their respect for like authority on this idea of people who are senior, all this stuff. Like I think that's what brings Nigeria down to the position it is in now today.
I would say that's part of it, and I would also say it's like people we are so divided due to our
Yeah.
languages. Like I've never seen a country so much with different dialects than Nigeria. Trust me, it's like
Um, I
one
mean, it,
billion 1 billion languages in Nigeria.
yeah, there is so many languages. I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah,
still.
so if something happens, they be like, "Oh, that's not my people.
Yeah,
That's them." So we
yeah,
can never be so united to a point where we could. It's like what Fala said. Nobody wants to die, but everybody wants to chill out. As long as it's not affecting you, then fuck it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the main. That's how I see what's the main problem is.
But I
Look at the
think,
people. Look at the people. Is it the Delta? The people with the oil that's trying to
yeah,
the Biafran people. Yeah, look at them.
I don't think it's the Ijaw.
Right. So if
Ijaw
you look
people,
at
yeah.
if you look at them, it's like the government is not doing nothing to help them, despite the fact that this is where
Mm,
our economy is based off on, and then that's not right.
no,
Yeah.
no. So
So and nobody's saying
apparently,
nothing. The Yorubas are
apparently,
not saying nothing. The house
yeah,
is not supporting them. They be like, oh, they just trying to break up. How they gonna break up? Why they trying to leave her? But
mm,
none of y'all is supporting these people, trying to be like, yeah, they are our brothers and sisters. We gotta help them. We gotta say something to the government to be like, yeah, you gotta support these people. You gotta help them.
mm,
Their land is messed up. Their kids is messed up. Their family is messed up. And then nah, man, it's too much in that country.
no, 100%. No, I hear that still. I
And I
don't think,
always say this, like, I don't support splitting, like, dividing the country. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, I think that's the best solution.
but that's the thing. Even because my auntie gave an example where she was in the convent when she was practicing as a sister, right, or nun in it. Yeah,
Yeah.
she said that there was a group of people who are what you call from the Igbo era, right,
Mm.
from Igbo land, and all they
Mm.
kept doing amongst themselves was fighting, and their fight was the fact that, oh, I'm from this area.
Yes.
I think if they say they're from Anambra, or let's say they're from what's that? Ada or something like that, or whatever area they're from. They will fight. They fight over so trivial type of things, or you know what I
Right.
mean? Like, yeah. So they were saying that, oh, that even if the Igbos were to, let's say they were to secede from Nigeria, right,
Right.
they would still have this tribal clannish conflict going on.
Yes, they will. Yes, it will. It'll never stop. But the thing is, they could be more in control.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's and to be in control is like, if I'm treating your people right, and the system is very updated, then it's less to what y'all could complain about. It's also for Yoruba also. You
Mm.
have a whole bunch of billion dialects, and they're gonna be like, oh, the king of Ileife is not the true leader. Oh, they not Yorubas. We not Yorubas. The Ondos not.
Yeah.
We are Belkutas, the real Yorubas and whatnot. But
Mm.
at the end of the day, they still all come under one umbrella. Which
No.
even if when they split up, it's still gonna be a problem, despite the fact that they all claim Yoruba. But
Yeah.
it's always, yeah, they're gonna be united anyway if everything goes, like, if the system is kind of, if it benefits all of them. Nobody's gonna have the right to come and be like, oh, we can't take you as a king. Feel me? Because everything is, they're gonna be like, so what's your problem? The rest people gonna be like, all right, cool, what's your problem? You trying to be a king where everything is like almost perfect. We have roads, we have schools, we have education, we have electricity. So what are you complaining about? You know,
Mm.
it's big over there, man. But if Nigeria was to be like united, trust me, we could be part of the people that could be number one Pan African and even
Do you
unite
know what my
Africa as
dad?
a whole.
Do you know what my dad told me the other day? Apparently, they have one of the biggest lab conservation for or genealogy for labs in Nigeria, and apparently this is located. I think it's in around Lagos or so, or where or whatnot. Yeah. Apparently, their lab was the one that actually um, was able to figure out the genes for COVID-19, and they sent it off to the CDC. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Um, Not really, but
Okay, so
yeah,
I
but
probably didn't say it properly, but basically, there's a lab in Nigeria that can do genetic breakdown genetics and whatnot and everything very well, yeah. And
yeah.
it's so good that they did it for COVID-19, and the CDC is an organization in America that deals with flu and cold and whatever viral symptoms
Yeah,
they
disease control.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they got their information from Nigeria. So
Mm.
they refer to Nigeria for. So Nigeria has. I was like, really? They have that type of technology? He said, Raf, if we could actually do something with ourselves, we would be one of the best or one of the richest economies out there. I'm telling you. But the
Yes,
problem is the
yes.
people.
Yeah, I believe so. But the problem with our people is we think more of the digits than the
Mm,
actual money. When I say the digits is like a whole bunch of people is just rich,
mm,
and then they look at, like, the all the zeros that you could figure
yeah.
out when you're
Mm,
typing a calculator. But
mm.
they're not looking at how to make those zeros materialize
Into a more
within the people. So
yeah.
they have brains, they have technology, they have everything,
Yeah.
but they just like, they don't care about it because they just want the money. Like, they just want to see the bank account rolling.
Exactly. Because
Yeah. So
my dad gave me another, but this is back in the day because I mentioned Awolowo earlier, yeah.
yeah.
From the area I'm in Nigeria, yeah, a lot of the people known there are involved in politics, are heavily in it. And my dad gave me an example of one of his good friends, yeah, his granddad or his dad also, yeah, basically was a politician in a very respected politician in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
And this is Awolowo said that we have three things that he wanted to set up in the Western Premier region of Nigeria, right? This is school, either water and or something to do with roads, right? So he goes to my dad's uncle or my dad's uncle's good friend or whatever, yeah. He goes to him, you go to your area and you guys discuss amongst yourselves, yeah. We're talking about universities, roads, or water. Which one do you want to choose? Which project do you want me to choose? And I'll fund it for you. Obviously, you're thinking to yourself, if you're gonna select any of these, which one would you select? Universities, right?
Yeah.
So these people, they said, listen, this university is going to take a lot of the funding and whatever out of what we're going to take. this don't worry about it, we don't need it then. So they went back to him and said that we want funding for water. Come on, man. They Awolowo apparently turned around to him and said, what? You want funding for water? He said, yes, we want the funding for water. This is what we're going to... Come on, man. At least my uncle, yeah, was able to say that his own father was useless in his own time. Absolutely useless in his own time.
Right.
So it's crazy, man. He said that because obviously if you build a university, that's going to bring water around there, obviously.
That's gonna bring everything.
It's going to bring everything in it. So what?
Yeah.
Oh, bro.
you know why they they probably felt selling water and making a whole bunch of shit out of it is like quick access that would give
Yeah,
them
that's what they're
quick
saying.
money.
Yeah,
Then
quick money because a lot of when these government get these fundings, they keep majority of the money in it.
Yes, they do.
That's what they do. So I remember it was a few years back here where there was one guy in northern Nigeria. Yeah, he got the funding to do what was it, grass cutting, and the grass cutting funding was 3 million. Or 3 million equivalent to £3 million, isn't it? The guy just took all the money and ran away to Dubai.
Yeah, that's it. That's the same thing the next man gonna do, and that's the same thing the next one gonna do. That's why
Crazy,
they be like, yo, once I get a chance to get in power, I'm gonna put all my family and family's family, and we gonna rack that shit up and get out. That's yo. I ain't gonna front. I don't like talking about Nigeria. I like the resources. I like everything about it, but it's just like the people on top. They just make us look stupid. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
they actually do.
That's why they coming over here and catching corona. Yeah, that's what they do because they come over here, they see life over here. Oh, it's beautiful. They go back there and then they don't do nothing.
Yeah. Think about imagine, yeah, you can use that money to build a good hospital in Nigeria. At least one good hospital in Nigeria.
Man.
Oh, man. Nigeria's a joke.
And then the one thing I hate the most is that like we act like these people aren't qualified. Like we act like Nigeria with like dumb people.
Nigeria is producing a lot of brilliant people.
Yeah.
Specifically Nigeria, like really, really smart people. If you look at IQ
even
tests,
the people that do crime in Nigeria are graduates.
But Nigeria, especially in Africa, is producing brilliant people. If you look at the IQ test, they're doing really, really good. They send students to UK, America, specifically Nigeria, I would say.
Man,
100%.
Man, Nigeria is a joke, man. They
Well,
got
I
too
mean,
much.
it depends on what you compare to. I mean, if you want to be fair, you should compare a country to itself 50 years ago, instead of to a country who has had a cultural and social, improvement. Compare a country to itself. That's the best way to see if it's actually a joke or not. I think Nigeria is doing good.
No, it's not. Nigeria is doing worse in this world. I'm telling
If
you.
if you look at literacy rate, can more people read now compared to 40, 50 years?
We're
And
not
like
talking about.
so how do you measure if it's bad or not? What are you
We're
referring
talking.
to?
All right, cool. We're talking about a country that's got everything but still suffering. How you got everything in this whole world and you still suffering?
It shouldn't
That's
exist the way
dumb.
it does, though. Like Nigeria is a federation, so like the North should not be running the South. You don't want Muslims telling
Right.
you don't want Christians telling Muslims how to behave.
Right.
So it should be a federation. It should be broken up based on the individual cultural lands, and the people there should be able to run their own lands and come as a coalition. So meaning that like a Fulani should never have any control of anything in Yoruba land. Agreed? We
Yeah,
agree?
that's what the American model is brilliant.
Yeah,
That
and then
each
like
state could run their own thing.
no Yoruba should be running anything in Biafra or in Edo. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
There's a conflict of interest because they have different cultures within the nation.
You have different ethnic groups.
Ethnicity. What?
This is what makes Nigeria fail. The fact that the Muslims put into the constitution that there has to be a Muslim president every 5 years. So that means that the election shouldn't matter at the time. The election will never matter.
Right.
What got constitution got to do with ethnicity? We're talking about a united country.
Because they vote in line with their religion or their ethnic group.
Yeah, they do.
That's my point. Is this supposed to be like that?
No, that's just acknowledging reality that this is the reality in that nation.
But it shouldn't be like that. That's the problem. Like that's what Malik and me are saying, innit? Like
Right.
that type of talk shouldn't be happening at all. Like,
But it takes like
we
2
always
generations to
screaming
clean
one
that out.
Nigeria. Huh?
But I would say it take like 2 generations to clean that out. Because first the old generation has to die out, and then you have to educate the new generation, and they have to become 18 to vote. So it's like it will take you 2 generations to clean that out. So it's not genetic; it's culture, I would say.
Cultural, yeah. But at the same time, I mean, we've had like, man, Nigeria's a mess, man. Nigeria, you cannot really make this up, man. Nigeria's situation is a joke.
But how has Nigeria improved? Just 1 generation back, I would say, like literacy rate. Do more people go to university? Is the health better? Do more children survive? Like, there's a couple of factors.
There's one thing that you can there's something you can tag to the Nigerian name though. Wherever they are in the West, they do excel better than everyone else. In the sense that the only thing, like you can tell by based on how they act in the West is that what Nigeria needs. They need someone to just simply invest in their talents, in their education. You have doctors who are able to perform surgery to remove tumors from pregnant women and go through a pregnancy. Yet you have people dying in hospitals. You know what I mean? Like, so obviously there needs to be some kind of ethnic, cultural, and religious separation of people where like the South should strictly be run by people who are relevant to the South. The North should strictly be ran by people who are relevant to the North. The former presidential candidate, Atiku, actually boasted about that if the North and the South were to separate, the North would be fine. So, even though we all...
I mean, they have slavery in Nigeria, right? This is so weird. Like, I saw this report on TR News or RT News that 300 boys were freed.
But I wouldn't want to say the statement that they have slavery though. I think that's a bit,
Well, do you want me to post the link in the back chat?
No, I wouldn't want to say that Nigeria has slavery. You could just say that there was like a case
slaves. They are slaves in Nigeria. I would say that's better.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just being like a little PC right now for conversation's sake.
Yeah. I would agree that there are slaves in Nigeria.
And like in Mauritania.
No. I'm talking about Nigeria specifically. I can post a link. I actually have it here. Okay, let me see.
Are you talking about a certain king? Because they have a whole bunch of kingship. Everybody could be literally a king in Nigeria.
No. I'm not saying the government is. It was Burkina Faso. Sorry.
Oh, Burkina Faso.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
post a
so
link in the
you
chat if you want to see it.
so if you're talking about slavery, you're talking about people who deals with culture. Say for instance, you have a
No, it's
king
not culture.
somewhere. Yes, you have a king somewhere who thinks that everybody around him he owns them, and then he could tell them to go to farm, he could tell them when to wake up, he could tell them when to do whatnot. But if you're talking about the city, there's no such thing as slavery in Africa, in the cities.
Oh, are you joking with me? Libya, you have what was the nation that you mentioned, Debret?
Mauritania.
Mauritania, Saudi Arabia, Yemen. Do you want me to
Yeah.
post video on that? Actually, that's actually why I came here. I want to talk to Debret about something.
You forgot about Sudan as well.
What I do wrong? What
No,
I do?
actually, the opposite. I did watch this channel called Analyze Dunya, and he uploads just random conversations from different channels. And I saw that you had a conversation with this guy called Abdullah, and he was feeding you nonsense. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to fact check anything that you've heard in the conversation related to Islam. And I'm quite familiar with this topic. My brain is kind of a library.
Yeah. Trust me, I know.
Let's do this in front of the people right now. Do you want to
Okay.
fact check Islam and what they have told you? You asked them something about, I mean, anything of your choice, actually.
Yeah, bro.
I'll show the things on the link.
Takira, what did you send in the back chat?
Burn fire, bro. Burn fire, bro.
Yeah. So I asked Veli if I'm allowed to share the screen. So I'll show the screen.
Share your
So,
screen,
okay.
and he'll do
Okay.
it.
So I'll start with the first thing that they lied to you regarding.
He's using me as a ploy to smash Islam. Let's go.
No. I am actually more. I want to fact check what they said. So if you guys haven't followed this channel called Analyze Dunya, he's a pretty fun channel, very informative. So big shout out to Analyze Dunya. So they were speaking basically about how you kidnap people, and then it's the same thing as if you work for your white man. I think what they said, and they tried to minimize that. Actually, you cannot leave your house if you are a slave living under Islamic Caliphate, and it's not abolished. It's still practiced to this day. What they lack is Islamic Caliphate. So there's no verse in the Quran or the Hadith explaining that this is for that time. Today we have something else. Whoever said that is not a Muslim. They're actually saying they're better than Muhammad and Allah. Do you want me to show you reference to that?
Hey, Tequila watch.
So are we going by people who?
Malik,
Yeah.
you have to take this beating like quietly right now. All right. So I'm joking, bro. You have to share your screen. Just share your screen.
So I'm sharing my screen right now. Can you show the screen? I'll just show you so you don't think I'm making stuff up.
You can share Tequila Watch's screen.
Yeah. Veli, can you share it?
Fire. Falling down. Oh, it's okay. We're live now.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we could see it.
Yeah. So the Prophet said that if a slaves run away from the land of the shirk, which means, or to the land of the shirk, just means non-Muslims, then his bloods become permissible. So what kind of argument was Abdullah presenting to you when you work for the white man?
It's permissible to shed his blood.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what was the argument that he was presenting that, you work for the white man and it's the equivalent thing, basically? Actually, you can behead him. It goes further than that.
Wow.
No.
Okay, one thing.
Is there any Muslim here just to make sure that we have some balance to what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's two
Yeah,
Muslims.
alhamdulillah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so let's have fun. Here's another one. If a slave run away, basically, the slave Jarir was running away, and they caught him and they struck his neck. So you behead him. How is that the same thing as working for the white man? Open mic.
You said working for the. Well, I don't know about the second phrase that you said, but if you're saying that if a slave runs away and his blood is permissible or whatever, certain things about this, the context of the hadith is you could explain it in two ways. It's either you explain it in the right way or you explain it in a way that would be harmful to people who's listening. And that is when we talk about slavery, it's like if I would explain it to you, I would say, okay, I'm chilling, I'm on the defensive side, and then someone comes to attack me and they are prisoners of war. If they get away, I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know what kind of secrets they learn from me. I don't know what information they're gonna give to the next person. So if we're talking about if I'm hunting them down, it's like okay, it might be right and it might be wrong depending on the situation that I'm in. But
Yeah.
if we're talking about someone who's your slave and then they just run away and then you try to kill them, that's wrong. So if I'm not saying I'm explaining it perfectly, but I'm saying if you don't read the hadith and you don't hear it from someone who would explain that, this is not what it means, this is not what it means, you would just go about, run away with whatever. And then most things is political anyway. Most things that you see in Islam, it deals with the bad politics. It doesn't go with the
No. Okay.
real reason why, that thing was actually said.
So let me explain to you. So Zubida is not here. So but her point remains that she said that chattel slavery is not an Islamic thing. So can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, chains around their neck. Write that in sunnah.com. This is what you're gonna find. Let me see. Islam. Just write chains around your neck. Islam.
But Takia, what?
Hold on.
How are you gonna?
Let me present the
How are you
source.
gonna? Yeah.
Let me present the source. So this is what it says. This is Bukhari, by the way. You are the best of people ever raised up from for the benefit of mankind, referring to Quran 3, chapter 3, 110. The best for mankind are those who bring them with chains around their necks until they embrace Islam, and thereby you save them from eternal punishment of hellfire and make them enter Jannah, meaning paradise. So this is chattel slavery, built into Islam.
Uh-oh.
I mean, please, if you have any comment on that.
Wait.
Oh,
So
Takia,
you
what?
said you are the best.
This is mad.
The best of mankind are those who bring them with chains round their necks till they embrace Islam. So when we talk about chains around their necks, to me, I could say it's either a literal action or it's either restraining people. Oh, this is what I'm.
Yeah, so Allah loves those who has changed on necks and they're brought to
What?
paradise.
Just give me like 1 minute. I'll be back. I'm not
Sure.
going nowhere.
No.
I
I'm
just
not in
wanted
that
to
camp. I
check.
think we should have time to respond. So if you're busy, just come back in a second.
You enjoy yourself, bro? Huh? Causing
Well,
division.
I'm not really stuck on one topic. I just want to give you a chance, D. Brad. What have you heard that you want me to fact check?
Bilal. Was Bilal freed?
Okay, so first of all, the question is flawed, but I will answer it. The question is flawed because who cares if one person was freed, and then you have over 100 million that were enslaved through history.
Hello.
So is that Bilal really that valuable? What about the 100 millions that were not freed, that were
This is a
having
janaza.
the
This
balls?
is a janaza, and this hasn't. You haven't even prepared
Hello.
any
Can
like
can y'all hear me?
flowers or anything. You're
Yeah,
just
we can hear
carrying
you.
out this janaza. This is mad.
I can answer your question regarding Bilal, but I think that the question is flawed. I mean,
Can you hear me though?
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'll be leaving in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So go
Sure.
ahead. Yeah.
I can respond to
So
the
did
question
you
of Bilal.
understand what I was saying about?
You were speaking basically about
Did you understand what
self-defense,
I was
and
saying about?
you were speaking about prisoners of
Yes.
war and self-defense. I don't have any problem with that, by the way. But Muslims
Okay.
were not in self-defense. They were. I'm talking about the first generation Muslim, the first 1, 2, 3 generation Muslims, which should be the closest to Muhammad, right? They were the enemy. They went out of. I can show it right now. If you can see my screen, conquer Egypt. Just write that. Can you see it here?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Muhammad is saying that you conquer Egypt. What has Egypt done to Saudi Arabia? And this is a Muslim. Muslims were the enemy that went into foreign land, took the sword and colonized them. This is just one country. Another country, you just write this: Syria, Iraq, Yemen. Then you find another hadith.
Oh my God.
Do you see it? That Prophet Muhammad said he will send troops to Syria. Oh, let me find a better hadith. It's speaking about the same thing.
Wait.
Can I just present the source? Like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
That's all I need. So you should go to Syria, go to Yemen. Let me find a better hadith. It's the same.
Takir, whilst you're
So
searching,
hold on. Here it is. Here it is.
Let me ask you this question quickly.
Before you divert, let me just show this. Come on, man.
No, it's just to know.
I just need 20 seconds.
Okay.
Come on, man. Syria will be conquered by Muslims, by the way. Yemen will be conquered. And then Iraq. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Iraq will be conquered. That's not self-defense. You're leaving Saudi Arabia, Mecca, to Syria, Egypt, Jerusalem, Spain, Persia, which is Iran. India was conquered. China was conquered. Or part of China, at least. Please respond if you want some time.
I'm asking, were they Saif hadiths you're bringing?
Yeah, everything I've shown so far, to my knowledge, is Sahih. Please let me know if they are not Sahih. And if you want them in the back chat, I can post them right now.
I don't.
Comment section first, innit?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't go. Listen, I don't go by if something is Sahih or not Sahih. I try to apply my little basic knowledge to explain whatever the hadith says. I might be right, I might be wrong. But the thing is, if you're talking about conquering, remember these people are tribes. And then when you have your livestock, say for instance, if the Chinese people come and they do trade and then they take your livestock, you have to go there and take it back, right? So I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying everything. Look, during the times of the Prophet, the only thing I could understand by their conquest was taking back whatever they had as Muslims. That's like revenge. Hold on, that's like revenge. But after he passed away, I could say you have certain people who will do conquest based off of politics, self-interest, in the wrong way, trying to improve Islam in the forceful way, which is wrong. But if you're talking about this hadith that says go back to Egypt and take this, or go back to China and take this, it's
not go back. It was never theirs. Umar bin Khattab sent armies there. He was the leader of the caliphate.
How do you know it wasn't theirs? That's my point. You don't. They are tribes.
Because they lived in Saudi Arabia. So an example. So if the Muslims left, I'm talking Muhammad's generations, right? The best Muslims. If they left Saudi Arabia, Mecca, and now they're conquering Canada, and I say it was never theirs in the beginning, and your response is, how do you know it was never theirs? It's a silly argument. Can you see it?
I'm not saying Canada was theirs. I'm talking about if certain people, say for instance, if the same Muslims, these same Arabs that was against Islam, if they take something from the Muslims and they run away to Canada, of course they're gonna get chased down. That's my point.
Yeah. Okay. So the best way that I can respond to this is to
wherever you run to, they're gonna hunt you down because that is not your property anyway.
Okay. So the best way I can respond to this is to let a Muslim preacher speak. Can you share my screen, Billy? Sorry. Now you should be able to see it.
We got time for y'all today, bro. He's about to buzz the rebunt, bro.
Veli, can you show my screen? Okay, yeah, okay. So the best way that I can respond to this is, first of all, to show you what Muslim preachers are speaking among themselves, and then to show you a map how Islam actually spread, to make sure that we have the same reference point. I'll play it right now, and it's just 30 seconds.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala promised this ummah in this Quran that the ummah will inherit this earth, that the ummah will rule over this earth, not just part of the earth.
Okay.
There are some Muslims amongst us these days who want to go around and say, oh, Islam was never spread by the sword. That's a blatant lie. It was spread many times by the sword. The Sharia was spread by the sword. The implementation of Sharia was spread by the sword.
I'll leave the mic there.
Okay, when you're talking about
look, why is this guy lying though? He's been doing this lying for a long time. You know what? Dumb, ignorant people are falling for it, man. No. The thing is, the ignorant are falling for it. It's like he's doing taqiyya right now, man. What you mean?
Yeah,
And
let him
his
do
own
it.
kind of shaitan. Shaitan, he kind of talk, yeah, man.
Let
He's
him.
lying. Wallahi. He's doing
So
some next thing,
Okay,
man.
let's
okay,
test
He's
your
giving
claim.
da'if hadith. He's not look. He's bringing up a hadith for
Let's
for
test your
Bukhari,
claim.
right?
Let's test your
He's
claim.
bringing up da'if. Okay, look. You said
You're just
310 from the
loud.
Quran. Okay, the Quran. You brought up 310 from the Quran, right?
So,
Go check. What does the
Takia,
ayat say? Bring up the ayat from the
Takia,
Quran. Don't lie and
Takia,
show da'if.
this is what I would tell you. Like I was saying earlier, it's either for political reasons, greed, conquest, whatever you could call it. Yes, I agree with you. Every time a Muslim go out there to oppress other Muslims, either through conquering them to accepting Islam or taking their property or whatever the case might be, is wrong.
Okay, so are you calling Muhammad flawed? Can you show my screen?
Takia, watch. I want to ask you a question.
Muhammad,
Show my screen because they will.
One
They
second.
will dodge this. But hold on, I'm not finished with my argument. Can you show my screen?
Takia, watch. I want to ask you a question.
No, don't run away now. I'm going to post some heavy stuff.
The Roman Empire. No, okay, forget your lies. I'm saying the Roman Empire. Where were they? Where were they at that time? Now, where were they at that time? So who got conquered? Tell me who got conquered. They were enemies, right? So fuck the Roman Empire, and then okay, if you lead a nation, what happens? He's acting like we're weak people, man. He said, he's acting like we're something we sit down and we would just hum around and don't. Okay, no, if you lead a nation, what happens over time? Of course, if people try to invade you, right? So you fight back.
So so Veli, by the way, I posted the link in the back chat. If we're gonna have
he's trying to give some fake image, man. He's trying to give out like everybody's trying to start war for no reason. Wars happen for reasons. And
you have to moderate
other
this.
nations, they war against us.
He's having his feelings hurt right now.
We're doing like this like adults. I'm sorry, Takia Watch. Like he's not necessarily.
Yeah. So Veli, if you can either kick him out or moderate. Because we're gonna have a fruitful conversation.
Why you get it sad? Okay. Because
you don't have self-control. Have self-control, and we can have a good conversation. When you speak, I won't interrupt you.
Come on.
And the opposite. So you go to not coming right like this. Invade India.
Okay, come on.
Samaroon, can I just have like 2, 3, 5 minutes before I leave so you could take over? Please?
No, let him. No, I want to see.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
So I'll
keep going down.
I'll spend 15 seconds. That's all I need.
Samaroon, because when you came in,
I understand that. I just want him to do
don't
this.
Feel threatened
go
by...
all the way down and show if it's daif. Show if it's daif or sahih. Go all the way down. Keep going down.
I have no
keep
problem
going
with that.
down. Don't lie to the people. Keep going down.
Veli, can you handle this?
Why you getting sad? No, because you're gonna expose.
So invading India. So when it comes to
keep going
India,
down.
No problem.
The thing is, you guys don't know about this website. Okay, keep going down and show where there's
Veli, this is your channel. I'm not a person that likes to scream.
Alright, yo. Alright, chill out for a sec, yeah. Let my man show his piece, yeah. And then any questions that you want to ask him about, like going down to the bottom to make sure if it's Sahi or anything else like that, yeah. When he's finished doing his thing, you come in and ask him questions about that, innit? Because you know how it goes around there, man. That could let each other finish their sentence, get to the end of the evidence. If you've got anything that you want to share on your screen, Samroon, anything that you want to come back with, anything that you want to say to my man or blah blah blah, yeah. Once he's got to the end of what he's said, you just unmute your shit and you do your thing as well. You get me? Like,
I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I feel you.
All right, say nothing.
Okay, so there are three categories.
1 second, Samaroon, can you just let me have like 2, 3, 5 minutes with Takia, and then I'll just leave the stage for you, please.
No, go ahead, bro. Because nobody's talking about it. They're letting him to spread these lies, man.
Okay, so I'll spend
let him spread
20,
it, and I'll just say something about it. That's it.
I'll spend 30 seconds. That's all I need. So there are three categorizations when it comes to the hadith. Sahih means authentic. Hasan means good. Daif means it passed the test, but it's the lower rank. So I'm using mostly Sahih and just like 1 or 2 Hasan. So 98% of.
According to my understanding, Sahih.
I'm not finished. What's wrong with you? I'm not finished.
I'm sorry. I'm just cutting you off because I'm letting you know.
So Veli,
a Sahih
can you handle him?
To me.
He doesn't have any self-control.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So this specific is Hasan, which means good. It passed all the tests. The previous one that I showed was all authentic Sahih. So here Muhammad was speaking about how to invade India, and it's the Muhammad saying the following, that there are 2 groups from my ummah, which means the Muslim population, that Allah will free from hellfire, basically. And one of them are the one who invades India. That's not self-defense. If you have prisoners of war, the Muslims took the lives around 200 million Indian people, and they ran the caliphate there after colonizing them for 800 years. The previous reference that I showed was Yemen, Iraq, Syria, to show you that it's not self-defense. Let me see if I can find it. Conquer. Okay, here it is. Sahih Muslims. Do you see it? You say that I'm lying. Here it says that Syria, it's talking about Muslims conquering them, will be conquered. And then you will have Iraq that will be conquered. Did I miss Yemen? Yeah, okay, here. Yemen will be conquered. The mic is yours.
Okay, like I told you before, according to my understanding about Islam, not everything that says Sahih is Sahih, and not everything that says is false is false. I just go by my understanding and what I could interpret by the hadith, whatever hadith that's been given to me. I'm not calling myself a scholar or whatever. I just go by little logic. So when you say certain things, all this hadith that you said, it's either true or false. But according to my understanding, I don't think the Prophet ever would order people to go killing and fighting other people for no reason. That's all I can say about it.
So when you say no reason, what are you referring to?
1 second.
Okay.
If they came over, or it was certain Muslims, or I said certain Muslims, if it was certain Arab people that was going against the Muslims, because if we're talking about Arabs, we have those that converted to Muslims and those who are still the bourgeois or whatever you call them, who don't like the Muslims. So if they are attacking the Muslims and taking their property to the east or to the west or to the north or to the south, this is a tribal war. They have all the rights to go to the south or to the north or to the east to get their properties back. That's my point. But like I told you earlier, if you have Muslims, which in history, you and I have seen certain.
I'm talking about the first generation Muslims, the best one. So let's just make sure that you actually respond to what I'm saying.
Okay, if you're talking about the first one, then most likely it'll be a retaliation over property. That's what I could interpret.
At the stage of that, was Muhammad even alive? Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah. Muhammad said that he has been commanded.
No. I'm saying if he said that was a prophecy, okay, it happened after he died, right?
But Muhammad was mentioning these countries by name.
Either way, at what time did it happen in history? What time did it happen?
Cameroon, can I have 2 more minutes, please?
Okay, so Muhammad said, you follow me and the first 3 generation Muslims. Do you want me to show you? So, okay, here it is. The best generation first. Okay, here.
And if you're saying first 3 generations,
Muhammad, hold on, let me present the information.
The Prophet never lived for over 300 years.
Listen to me, okay. So Muhammad is saying here, the best generation are those who lives in his generations, all right? And then those who lives after them, second generations. And then their third one, let me see, after them, yeah, it's the first 3 generations basically. Those are the correct versions. So every Muslim should try to look at their example and try to replicate that, of course, with modern circumstances. So that's why you have group like ISIS who says that Muhammad's way was doing this and the first 3 generations did this. We should replicate it. Do you understand?
So if I'm going by the Quran says those who have the best character is those who practice goodness. So yeah,
the best character The best character is not in line with liberalism or America or UK. The best character is in line with Muhammad's example. That's why I want to show you Muhammad's example. Do you understand?
And that's what I'm telling you. Muhammad the Prophet, may peace be upon him, never oppressed nobody for no reason. It's like I told you, the war is.
What are you talking about? Okay,
exactly.
The wars.
Okay,
why is he bringing up things regarding war?
1 second. The wars is either through defense or through retaliation, and I don't see no problem when you're defending yourself or you're
it's not self-defense. Okay, so you go to Quran chapter. We go to Quran chapter 24,
no matter 55. How we talk about it, well, I'm about to leave because I know.
Before you go, hold on. Before you go, look here.
Who controlled the Levant? Now I want to talk to answer. Who controlled the Levant at that time?
Hold on.
The Byzantine, right?
Can I just say something? Because I need to go. Yeah. You know the prophecy about conquering India. That had real life effects because the prophecy Ghazwat al-Hind. Yeah, what does Hind mean? India. So
India.
there's a prophecy which is not in the Quran, but it's in the narrations, Sahih or Bukhari, that they're going to invade India, and until India is invaded, the second kind of Messiah, or whatever you call, will not come back. So India, over an 800-year period, was raped and pillaged, not through defense. They weren't defending themselves. They were conquering. They went in there.
Bro, your own people invaded India. What are you talking about? You're invading yourself.
That is deflection.
Let me finish. So
Let him finish. And I'll say my last.
So when they went into India, the reason they went into India is because of the prophecy. Because it's like
How do you know? How do you know? That's a claim on your part.
Why are you not letting me finish my sentence?
Okay, let him finish.
Let him finish.
Now let me finish my sentence. You can't have some impact. I know it's upsetting to hear this, but it's true. When they went into India, even now there's a group here. There's a group here in India in Pakistan called Ansar Ghazwat al-Hind, and they are a terrorist group that is trying to invade India. So even now, this prophecy is not it's not a joke. Because whenever
you're drawing comparisons.
Hold on, 1 minute. Let me
that
finish.
Don't exist in reality. It's
Let
in your
me
mind.
finish. When
Veli, can you moderate this one because they're loud.
They won't allow me to finish a sentence.
Finish.
So
that's more than one sentence.
So whether you believe in these prophecies or not, they're in the Bukhari. Now, if someone takes Bukhari seriously and it's Sahih, when they read that India has to be invaded, what do you think they're gonna do?
Okay, this is my last sentence.
What's the problem with that? But what's the problem with making India?
Because
if India was a 1 minute, Raj. If India was a Muslim country today, would the Indians be better off or worse off?
Worse off.
See,
obviously.
he's giving cover to colonization.
All right, so look up.
How much rape is going on in India right now, Raj?
Let me
the rape right now. Be honest, man.
Let me just answer.
Raj, let me answer your question and then I'll leave. Let me answer your question and then I'll leave.
Oh my God, man! You
One second, Raj. One second, Raj.
Veli, can you take control of this, Veli?
Yes.
This is really.
No one can answer questions.
Leave Veli alone, man.
Raj, hold on. Veli,
hold on.
Veli, hold on, Veli. This is a missed opportunity.
Stop begging, man. Stop.
1 second.
Shut up.
Veli, can you take control of this?
Raj and Takia, let me tell you something. No matter how you think about it, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, we would always have good Christians, good Muslims, and bad Christians.
These are good Muslims following Muhammad's example.
What's happening to the Muslims in India right now?
All right, so let me answer the question that Cant said. Pakistan is a failed state. Pakistan is a Muslim state that is a failed state. That is a total disgrace to South India and South Asia.
In your opinion,
it's almost bankrupt, and it's actually owned by China as one of the worst human rights in the world. Non-Muslims cannot become president of Pakistan in their constitution. So
what?
So Hindus, and other minorities are persecuted. In India, it's not that better, but it's at least economically better. It still is a secular democracy that is actually able to improve itself over time, and is still 1,000,000 times better economically than Pakistan. Pakistan is a proud state.
How much rapes go on in India, Raj, right now?
Well, no, that is your side. First of all, I didn't say India. First of all, I did not say India is perfect. I said economically it's much better. Secondly, I do not believe that India is in a place to actually criticize Pakistan personally myself, because they actually have a pretty bad human rights abuses as well. But at least with in India, they have a secular democracy, which you can try and get some.
Raj, Muslims being oppressed.
Let me ask you a question. Then, if in India they had in the constitution that Muslims could not become president, how would you feel?
I wouldn't care because we don't follow that kind of system anyway.
You wouldn't care then. So if in the constitution,
there's a lot of Muslims there.
If there's 200 million Muslims here, if in the constitution tomorrow Modi said no Muslim can become president in the constitution,
basically, you don't need to say it.
It would make a lot of noise. We know about this. This is just
in Pakistan. So I need to go here. So this is very, very important as to why India was
not important. What's important,
Raj, please stay.
Before you go. You've attributed everything that's wrong with Pakistan.
Have some self-control. He's not finished.
I'm speaking
Cant, have
to
some
him. You
self-control.
don't even know the guy. I know the guy. Can you shut up?
No, but
No,
you're
no,
not
he's
allowing me
not
to finish.
finished.
But Raj,
He's
what
not
you're doing,
finished.
you're associating everything that's wrong with Pakistan with the religion, but with India, you're not. You're saying India's bad, just as bad as Pakistan, but Pakistan's bad because of Islam. That doesn't make sense.
India is even worse, Raj. Be honest, right? Like, be honest, man.
I'm saying that out of the two countries, one is a lot worse than the other. It doesn't
You
mean
see
that
how Taki Raj, when it is the truth, he's running away now.
It doesn't mean that India is good. It just means that India is bad and Pakistan is complete crap.
But you said India's better financially. Is that due to them not being Muslim? But you're saying that. Why are you saying India's better financially and Pakistan's worse off financially? You're basically saying that not being Muslim is for helping India financially. Is that true? Is it due to their religion that they're better off financially?
Hold on. Why do you?
Or lack of religion?
Well, Pakistan here is based on Islamic. It's basically an Islamic country. Yeah, you cannot tell me that Pakistan here is not then influenced by Islam when it's running its country. It's based upon Islam.
No, you're saying financially.
And so and financially, it will be affected financially. So a lot of Muslim countries that are run according to Muslim laws, you can't deny this. They're not really that great in terms of economically. The only countries.
So this is what I'm saying to you. You're attributing things that's wrong with these countries to the religion.
So are you
That's
going
what
to
you're saying.
Are you going to allow me to finish the sentence?
Of course. No, you made a good point.
No, but you keep interrupting. Everyone tells you this. I'm saying all countries that are run according to theocracies are not going to work. You need to be running them on because they don't. They've been proven not to work. Look at every Muslim.
What about the Ottoman Empire? Why did that not work?
Well, it didn't work for India. It invaded India and tried to destroy India. The first ever.
But you've invaded India and you've got a theocratic nation.
The first ever Islamic invasion of India was the Turks, and they come in there because of the prophecy of Ghazwa al-Hind, which is in Bukhari.
What you don't understand is we think that Islam's a good thing. We're bringing you a better version of life.
We don't want it.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What about the people that lived there before you?
But we don't want it.
They didn't have a choice when you arrived there.
Yeah, but the people that come in there wasn't doing. Hold on. First of all, the people that came into India, from probably the Caucasus, were not coming in the name of religion or God. They didn't go in there saying we're coming here. They're coming there just to conquer.
But you're calling it Islamic conquest, though.
Because it was done in the name of Ghazwa al-Hind, the prophecy that Takia read. I've been saying this for ages. The reason
yourself. I'm trying to listen to you, but you're making it hard.
Yo. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, like when everyone's on the panel, when man them is chatting, the man them have to let each person get to the end of their sentence, innit? Because it is annoying when you're listening from YouTube or if you're on the panel trying to say something and you're trying to get to the end of your point and the man just jumps in and keeps cutting you. It's annoying, fam. So, when the man them on this panel, let each other get to the end of your sentences and all them things like that still. But differently though, if you are on the panel, and someone's not letting you finish your sentence, like I'm at work as well in the daytime, innit, so I might be in a customer's property doing something, innit, so calling out my name every 2 seconds, it's not really helpful, innit, see what I'm saying? Like, I might be fucking fixing there might be water I might be flooded up to my waist in fucking water, and you're saying, belly, that's annoying as well. Do you know what I mean? Like,
to be fair, Vel, it wasn't Raj that was doing it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying like what it is, isn't it? So that's why I'm saying that. Why I say to everyone on the panels to regulate yourself and let the other person get to the end of their sentence. Because really and truly, if you've got the truth or the fact or whatever you're saying is right, and the other person is chatting shit, you should be happy to let them finish their sentence. Because whatever you're saying is gonna, you know what I mean, like turn the other shit over anyway. So
yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So from now, again, like you're saying, how the channel was running, how it always runs. Let the other person finish their sentence, and then they should let you finish their sentence.
Oh, so can I ask you before you go? Can I ask you a
Wait,
question?
one second.
It was me that was doing that.
Yeah,
So,
we'll be able to ask questions on harder subjects and also with no personal insults like suck your mum and I'll back you up and all them sort of shits. Yeah. Now I'm saying, yeah, as with no personal insults and shit like that. Yeah, we're able to ask harder questions which people might find offensive, yeah, but obviously it's not coming from an offensive place because you're trying to ask a question. So yeah,
cool.
that's all I want to say.
Vele, I have a question. I have a question to ask you. If you ran an empire, okay, if you ran an empire, or if you had like your own nation, know what I mean, and people will come to you trying to conquer you, trying to invade you, and in self-defense you fought against them and you won these battles, and then you won other battles. When it's the Muslims, we did something wrong. When we're victorious, it's something wrong. But if we're invaded, it's okay to other people. They don't care. They say, okay, well, the land is gone. They don't care. But we do it. It's some kind of bad thing.
Summary, can I just say something? Yeah, look, you need to understand. Yeah, this prophecy is a Sahi prophecy. It's a prophecy that is mentioned in Hadith, predicting a battle in India between Muslims and Hindus, resulting in a conquest of the whole Indian subcontinent by Muslim warriors. Now, over 800 years, there have been Islamic conquests into India, which resulted in 150 million people being killed. And most of the reasons why they tried to do it was not for defense. India did not attack any Muslim nations. They come into India to try and fulfill the prophecy. It's what you call a self-fulfilling prophecy. So this is why they went in there, and they didn't see the Hindus as people of the book. They just saw them as pagans, and they were brutal. You're looking at the stories of 100,000 beheadings in like a day, but not Hindu sources, Muslim sources. How can you? Are you telling me India attacked?
But are you saying that
world?
Muslims of today are responsible for that?
Did I say that?
No, but you're telling us about the bad things that happened in the past, like as if
what
we're
age did it
accountable.
happen?
No, but when you're denying that maybe this is
No one's denying.
But
Back in the day, people were different, innit? They were militant. People used to walk around with see how you lot walk around with knives in your belts. Everyone used to do that. Everyone used to walk around with
but we're the terrorists, you know. If we had a shotgun right now, we'd be the terrorists.
Any of you man want to ask me a question?
I want to ask you a question. If Muslims or Sunni Muslims believe that the Hadith or Bukhari are authentic, if there's a prophecy in there saying that India will be conquered by the Muslims totally, do you think that would influence people to try and invade India?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I don't see what the problem with that is. So
that's
the
part
prophecy,
of the religion. That's it.
But
what's wrong with that?
Well, I don't know more. Khan, do you know about this? Because I don't know what happened in Hind. So
I don't know what he's talking about. But as far as I know, India was conquered by Muslims. So I don't know what he's on about.
No. The Sikhs fought back. The Hindus
But what do you mean it's part of the religion? Why is it part of the religion then? Because Muhammad said they're going to conquer India, so that means they have to conquer India.
They did conquer India.
They didn't. They never got the whole of India. They got pushed back out. India should have been entirely. That's why Pakistan and a lot of countries still think it's an unfinished job.
Is Pakistan Hind?
They still. Hold on, 1 minute.
Is Pakistan Hind?
No, it's not just Hind.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Hind means the whole of India. The prophecy doesn't say a bit of India, yeah? It says
so
the
now
whole
you're
of
interpreting
India.
the prophecy.
It says the whole of India.
There's a version of Islam that goes according to Raj.
Hold on. The reason why we're bringing this up is you lot are saying that there was never a kind of like a offensive kind of war. It's defensive. But in your prophecies, by Muhammad,
in the time of
the prophecy by Muhammad that calls for the conquest of another land. That's offensive, isn't it?
No, it's facts. It's prophecy. He was right, weren't he? He turned out to be right, didn't he?
Am I talking? Look, come on, dude.
It's I don't know, man. Sometimes you might defend it like indefensible, and it's like.
How is it? How the man's prophesizing the future? He's saying what's happened, and now you're saying it's wrong. But it happened though.
You've been saying that under Islam.
No, you're saying it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm saying it's the word of God.
How big is
can
the
you prove
Muslim
this right?
population in India right now?
How can you
As far as the Hindu region, how big is the Muslim
Yeah, but
population?
you see, yo,
So the prophecy was completed.
you man, yo, you man are doing the same thing again, man. Like,
No, we're
man
not,
is so
Billy.
trying to say a sentence.
You're not
Yeah,
allowed.
yeah, you are. You're doing,
It's not
and you just
about
done it
that,
again
though,
right now.
Billy. It's about
Just
for
done it
two
right
people
now.
to
It
have
is
a
about that.
conversation.
It is about
We
that.
have to
It's
we
not
have
a
to agree on.
conversation. Is not.
We have
This
to
is how
agree
you
on the
have a
meaning of
conversation.
words.
This is not how
No,
you have a
but Billy,
conversation. You don't have a conversation by talking over the person when they're trying to explain what your
yeah, I agree with
how the
you.
conversation goes.
But
You know what I'm saying,
we
bro?
don't have conversations by making up our own definitions of words. I can't agree
No,
with
but
you. We
you
can't
have to,
conversate
you
if
can't,
you're making up
you
your
have
own
to let man
definition
get to the end of
of
his
words.
sentence before you can disagree with what he's saying.
But
How can you disagree with a point that he's made, yeah, before he's got to the end of his
Everyone
sentence?
says this
He
to
might,
him. Everyone
he
says
might,
this
then,
to him.
innit? Man
yeah,
don't
he
never
might
stop,
say,
bro.
he might say something
He
you
don't never
disagree with,
stop.
yeah, and then change his mind. So how do you know?
Billy, he don't
You
stop.
have to let him
He's
finish
not
his
saying
sentence.
one
Oh my
sentence.
God.
He ain't just saying
Yeah.
one point.
But you
He's
need
saying
to.
more than
We'll
one
get to the
point.
end of his point,
No,
innit?
let
When
him
you
say his
make your
point.
point,
Let him say
yeah.
his point, bro.
Listen, whenever you make a point, Khan, yeah. No one
Well, he ain't
cuts
saying
in
just one
halfway
point though.
through. When no one makes your point, yeah, no one cuts in halfway through when you're talking. When anyone
Yeah,
makes a
because I
point,
make
you
one
cut
point
in
at a time.
halfway through. You cut in halfway through when Birdman's talking all the time.
Everyone
Okay,
tells
well,
them
what's
this.
your point?
I'm not
What's your
denying
point,
that.
Raj?
All right,
What are you trying to say?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bruv. So if
they're
you know
doing
you're
it.
doing that and that's not how you have a conversation, what are you doing then?
All right, so let me finish off.
All right.
So one of the arguments that I always hear is that Islam is not about offensive; it's defensive. Like they don't believe in offensive war. But when you have a prophecy which actually calls for the conquest of another land, and people believe that prophecy to be true, the only way that you're going to fulfill that prophecy is with the offensive jihad.
What do
India.
you mean by calling for the conquest?
God,
You mean it
man.
was the prophet said it was going to be conquered?
I still haven't finished it. So India has never attacked a Muslim nation. Yeah. Prior to that, they didn't attack Turkey. Turkey's thousands of miles away. They didn't attack Afghanistan. They didn't attack. I mean, at the time, Afghanistan was Hindu at the time. So the reason why it's important is because if you're using the premise that in Islam there's no such thing as offensive jihad, when we know in your hadiths, Prophet Muhammad said India is going to be conquered, and the only way to conquer it is by invading. Then that's
Can I ask a
contradicting
question?
itself.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on.
If you can speak without making assumptions or putting your own interpretations, we won't have an issue. You're saying the only way that India can become Muslim is with an offensive jihad. Is the prophecy that India will one day become Muslim, or is the prophecy that one day Muslims will enter India and take over the whole of India? Because if you're saying, one sec, if you're saying that conquest is the only way, then you're wrong. Because how did Indonesia become Muslim? It wasn't through conquest.
All right, so the hadith is this year. There will be a prophecy that is mentioned in the hadith predicting a great battle. It didn't say great dawa, a great battle in India between Muslims and Hindus, resulting in a conquest of the whole Indian subcontinent by Muslim warriors. It's very clear, a battle. Yeah, it's not going to be done through flowers. It's not going to be done through hugs. It was going to be done through warfare, meaning that it's an offensive conquest of India.
So are you saying that this hadith somehow has an idea of what is actually India, where the borders of India are, to say that the whole of India will be conquered? Therefore, they must be able to know exactly the border of India. Is that what you're suggesting?
All right. So the problem is this: some of the Muslim conquerors that went into India, their idea of how big India was dependent on the borders that were there at the time. Now, right now, the borders of India go all the way down to next to Sri Lanka. So there is still the prophecy is still unfulfilled, because Hind doesn't just mean Pakistan and Punjab and all that. It means all the way down to Tamil Nadu, to Mumbai, to all of these places. And those places are not conquered. They're not under Muslim rule. They're under Hindu rule. Hind has not been conquered yet because the Muslims are pushed out. There's a India.
Right, I'm just going to quickly look it up. It says Hadith on the conquest of India. Let me just read it.
So it's Ghazwa Hind. And it's important in the sense that people don't understand that the conquest of India was relentless for 800 years, from the 10th century all the way up to the 18th century. It was continuously kind of ransacked by different Islamic conquerors, whether that was the Turks, whether that was the Mughals, whatever. Yeah, and most of them probably reading the hadiths, because most of them was Sunni.
One minute, Raj. Sorry to cut you. Is it the hadith you're talking about? This one. It says. I just googled it. Yeah, it says someone who was a freed slave of the Prophet Muhammad by the name of Thawban repeated what the Prophet said, which was apparently, what he said was, there are two groups of my ummah whom Allah will protect from fire or hellfire. A group who will conquer India and a group who will be with Isa bin Miriam, peace be upon him. Is that the one you mean?
That's one of them, and there's another one as well somewhere. I need to find it.
Hold on, let me look for the other one. Go on, 1 minute.
Yeah. So
no, show me hadith that says Ghazwatul Hind.
So if you're telling people that the two people that will go to heaven, one of them will be people that conquer India, don't you think Muslims will want to conquer India if it means that they're going to go straight to heaven? Can you not see how that would be problematic?
Can I ask a question though?
Well, can I say something real quick?
Go on.
All right, Raj. Right now, how are Muslims being abused in as far as what you call India right now? How are they being abused right now?
That's a separate
Let's be honest.
topic.
Okay, I'm saying over time. Well, will there build some kind of hostility? I'm just asking you.
The Sikhs are being abused in India. The Sikhs are being abused. What's the point?
I understand that, but over time,
you do understand. I'm anti-India as well. I hate India. I want a separate homeland in India. I want to separate from India. So I'm not defending India. I think India is shit, but Pakistan's worse. I'm defending the India before 1947, which was conquered. Remember, India is only the state that you know is India today. It was only formed in 1947. I want to separate the same way Somaliland might want to separate. I want to separate land for the Sikhs in the Punjab or the Punjabis in Punjab. I don't want to be part of India.
So Raj, I found the second one. It says, a group of you will conquer India. Allah will open for them India until they come with its kings in chains. Allah having forgiven their sins, when they return back from India, they will find Ibn Miriam in Syria. Is that the second one, yeah?
There's one more, definitely. I need to find it. I'm not really on my computer at the moment. I need to just double check it later. I'll come back later in around an hour or so. I'm going to go in a bit. But you can see even those ones are problematic. If you're telling people that one way to get to heaven is to conquer India, is that not offensive? Like a kind of like a encouraging people to do offensive jihad in order to get to heaven. Can you not see that?
But there's an equal prophecy that Constantinople would be conquered by Muslims. And that's what happened.
Yeah, but you have to look, Constantinople. You can argue, or Turkey is near to the Middle East, isn't it? I mean, it's like in between, Europe and the Middle East.
I think if you walked from Mecca to Constantinople, it would be the equal distance from Mecca to India.
Yeah, but it's still you can still walk that distance, because people have done it. I know people have done it.
Only because there's no mountains.
The point is that you could argue that somehow that Turkey might have been an offensive kind of like instigator against the Muslim world, so they fought back and ruled over it. There is no stories or no kind of indication that India ever attacked a Muslim nation for them to come into there. I'm trying to prove a point to you that you keep on saying that you can't do offensive wars, but
I've never said that. I personally never said that.
Oh, you haven't said that, but there are people that say that the offensive jihad here is
but
not
what
within
I don't
Islam.
understand, Raj, why would you be against offensive war when you're from a nation of warriors? It doesn't make sense. It's just that you're trying to pick holes in Islam, and you've run out of things to say. So this week, the flavor of the week is this new thing that you found against Islam.
Dude, I've been speaking about this for 3 years.
I know, but like you go from point to point to point.
No,
like you do
because
have favorite
did
points that
did I
you
speak
kind of
about
juggle them. You're gonna go back to grooming gangs next week. Is that what it is?
Did I speak about this, or was Takia what speaking about it? And my land was mentioned. Like, if someone starts talking about Turkey's history, hold on. If somebody is online here talking about Turkey's history, do you not think that maybe you might want to give some input as a Turk?
Yeah, obviously, I'm not saying
Yeah,
don't speak. I'm grateful that you're speaking.
So when I hold on, but you're belittling me by saying, "Oh, this is a flavor of the week." No, this is my history.
I'm not belittling you. I'm just
Well,
pointing out your obvious bias.
No.
You're obviously biased. You
Of
don't
course
take
I'm
responsibility
biased.
for being biased.
Why am I
You must
not going to be biased? How am I not going to be biased when my people are persecuted by these invasions?
But some of your people converted to being Muslim, though.
Yes, some of them did. Some of them did. Some of them done it by the sword in the neck, and some of them done it because they were from a low caste. But the fact is, when people in the Islamic conquer, the reason I'm mentioning this because I keep on hearing this nonsense that there's no such thing as offensive jihad, and there is, because your prophecies have actually made it come to fruition. If you're telling a whole of the Muslim nation that the two ways to get into heaven, one is one, and the other one is to conquer India. What do you think people are going to do? They're going to try and conquer India. But
Here's the thing, though, Rod. What you're not doing is you're not looking at it in the right order. You're making out like as if India, this democratic country, this country that's like, you know, how it is today, is under threat of Islam, and you paint Islam to be some 2,000-year-old tradition.
Oh my
That's
God,
not how it went down. How it went down at the time was that Muslims were more civilized or more egalitarian or more freer or more fairer than the Indians. So when they went there, they brought with them a system of justice that the Muslims felt it would be beneficiary or beneficial. It would be of benefit to the people that it brought it to. Now today we can't say that's the case. For me to say, oh, it would be fair for Muslims today to carry out this prophecy and take over India. Yeah, but what are you bringing to India for you to justify doing that?
All right.
Raj, what do you think about the Sykes-Picot agreement?
All right, so let me answer.
As far as Sykes-Picot, what do you think about that? What do you call that?
All right, so let me answer. So you're sounding very much like a colonialist kind of British person who goes, "Oh, we went into, India because we civilized those savages. Or we went into Africa because we civilized those savages."
No, I'm saying the system of justice.
Hold on, let me finish. But the way you're doing it is that you're saying that your system is a more civilized version of what anything India had. The point is, India is one of the oldest civilizations in the world. And the same way the British went in there with this kind of like looking down upon the Indians, this is what you're doing because you're saying your system's better, but it's not. It's worse. It's worse in a lot of ways. In most ways.
If it's worse, then why did a lot of people convert to Islam and adopt that system?
All right, so there's a couple of reasons. Now, one of the main reasons was a sword to your neck. If you didn't convert, you're dead. Yeah. Okay. Secondly, there was also the thing about the Dalits. So you had a whole class of people in India that the Hindus under their particular system was abusing, which was under the caste system. So the lower caste people were treated like shit. So if they become Muslim, obviously they're going to be treated better. Yeah, that doesn't mean that Islam is better than Hinduism or better than any system that was there. But
it was better for those people, though, right?
Those people that were right at the bottom cleaning the shit, yeah, because then they become a Muslim and then they couldn't do it. That's my
case closed.
But that particular,
based on your testimony, my case is closed.
Hold on, that particular. So based on that you could probably say that's a minuscule amount of people that converted that way. Most people that converted under Islam was by the sword. Yeah, it was through violence. When they conquered people and they conquered them, either you convert or die. They didn't remember in the beginning. They didn't give the option of the jizya because they didn't see Hindus or Buddhists as people of the book. Either you convert or die. What do you think most people would do when they got a sword to their neck and their kids' necks and their mothers' necks? What do you think they're going to do?
Well, obviously.
Yeah, they're going to convert. So they were forced to convert.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you not see a problem with that? If there's
But
no
you're
compulsion,
looking at things
hold on. If there's no,
from
if
this
there's no,
point of view.
hold on.
Go
If there's
back in
no,
time, everyone was doing that.
right. So if there's no compulsion in religion, but people are putting swords to people's necks, saying if you don't convert, you convert and die. Is there a compulsion then?
You can't say it was only that. You say just because they weren't Christian or Jew, that what you
All right,
saying?
so
They just say, but forget it. Just
yeah,
chop the head off. That's what you're saying. Huh?
So in before,
It ain't go.
all right.
Yeah,
So
speak about it like thoroughly,
all right,
like somebody that knows about what happened, man.
All right. So what is the people of the book? You know, it says that people. Now, who do you classify as the people of the book?
Are you saying
No, let me ask
that
Samarin.
Muslims didn't rule over non-Muslims and they forced them all to convert? Because that's not true. Muslims, no matter which Islamic empire you're looking at, always ruled over people of a non-Islamic faith, and they allowed those people to survive. If not, some of them
To
even
live
flourished.
within the state. Yeah.
The Jews flourished under Islam. The Sikhs, arguably, over the few generations that they were under the Muslims, at the beginning, they flourished.
No, we didn't
All right,
flourish.
at the end, they had the
No, we
argument with
didn't.
them. They fell out at the end.
No, don't rewrite Sikh
Can't
history.
say that.
Don't
You can't say
rewrite.
that.
Don't rewrite Sikh history. Yeah, don't
You
rewrite.
can't say that
No,
though,
you don't know
They
nothing about.
flourished
You don't know.
under the Muslims.
No, they didn't. They didn't flourish. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been persecuted and murdered and had bounties on their heads. Yeah.
So how is it then that they had at the end of the Sikh history, they had the power to resist and overthrow and kick out the Muslims? But at the beginning, they never.
Because we militarized.
But at the beginning, they never.
Hold on, we militarized and we were badasses. That's how we managed to conquer the
But to
Muslims.
militarize, you need the support.
No,
of
you
farmers
don't need the
that produce
support.
food
You
to
don't.
feed the army.
Hold on.
That
What
was
do
some
you mean?
militarization. Is that a
you
good
are
thing?
crazy, man. You're
No,
crazy.
but Raj, he's saying it's a good thing. He's saying militarized like it's a good thing. But
All
if
right,
we say it, it's a bad thing, right? It's some kind of terrorist type thing. Yeah. So you try to like. You try to say militarization is a good thing.
Let me respond here. First of all,
but then when it comes to Muslims, we're terrorists.
Let me respond. I am not saying that. Look, I do not believe in being a pussy. Yeah, if you're gonna have to fight, you fight. What I'm trying to say, the Sikhs are not pacifists. We don't believe in turning the other cheek. Yeah, we're not that type of people. The Sikhism is about fighting for truth and
my
justice.
point,
please. But the point is, there's an argument made by a lot of Muslims. I'm not saying you guys that in Islam there's no such thing as offensive jihad, but there is through the prophecy of India, the Ghazwat.
All right, there is. All
right, so Samarin, do you believe
that there is?
So, all right, so that's
whether
cool.
or not it's in line with Islam is irrelevant.
I haven't got an
Muslims
issue with
were
this.
carrying out offensive jihad.
If you concede that, that's cool, then we don't really have an issue.
No, but I'm not saying I don't have the education level to tell you whether or not that it came from Islam or whether the people were just doing it. Because Turks converted to Islam and they carried on being Turks. They were doing what the Turks did before they were Muslim, which is taking over places.
Yeah, but did the Turks ever go into India prior to Islam?
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Islam and after Islam.
Well, you're talking about you might be talking about thousands of years ago, maybe people from the Caucasus, not necessarily Turks that you know of today. But let me ask you, guys, a question.
What about the Timurid? Were the Timurid Turks Muslims?
So let me one minute, Samarin. Can we ask you a question? What is the people of the book, Samarin?
Well, what we call today the Jews and the Christians.
All right. So if the people of the book, have the option of paying the jizya, and everybody else doesn't, what do you think would happen when Muslim forces went into India and they saw these Hindus praying to idols, having these temples and all this kind of stuff with all this kind of stuff like statues everywhere, and those people are not people of the book? Now, what options would they be given?
I understand what argument you're trying to make, but right now we don't know the situation as far as war goes. You know the reality of how things go, especially in those times. Know what I mean? So you have to speak to somebody that's well read to the history of Hindu and what happened, like what actually happened. Because we don't know. All we can do is make assumptions. And the people that hate Islam, they're gonna say,
I'm asking you. Hold on 1 minute.
Cannot militarize.
Let me
You're
ask
saying
you.
we militarize.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
You wouldn't have the money to gain a military.
I'm asking you.
When the Jews were oppressed by the Romans, did they militarize?
I'm asking you.
Yes, they did.
All right, so Samarin, I'm asking you this question. If under your faith that you have three options for people of the book, so either you convert, you pay the jizya, or you leave. That's the or is death,
Okay, look.
Yeah.
But
Now,
over time,
1 minute. So
people
let me
you're
finish
using
the
it for, you're trying to
sentence.
use it for
Let me
your own.
finish.
Okay,
Let
all
me
right.
finish the sentence. So if the people of the book, you have three options here: convert, pay the jizya, or die. If the people of the if in India there's no people of the book, everybody are considered to be pagans. What options do they have, Submarine?
You said, what option do they have?
They're
You have to
pagans.
speak. That's why, like I said, you have to speak about somebody that's well read into this. As far as jizya, you know how much jizya? Jizya is paid only once a year.
No, I'm
And it's,
asking. I didn't ask you
look,
that. I didn't ask you that.
okay,
But what
and one
options?
dinar, okay, one
No,
dinar,
I'm asking
a
you.
gold coin. Is that too
No,
much to
I'm
pay
asking you. What
once a
options do
year?
pay? I'm
Why are
asking.
you being provide
Let me
protection?
ask.
Like, do you know about
Dude,
jizya? Yeah.
man, do pagans have the option of paying the jizya?
Do pay? No, they don't.
Yeah. So what options do they have then?
They accept Islam or some kind of treaty, some kind of treaty. I don't know. Allah. That's why I
So
said you speak to somebody that knows about what happened.
either they accept
That
Islam
knows
or a
about what happened.
treaty. You either accept Islam. Are you serious? So where is the option of death? Is there a death option there?
If there's war, obviously, look, if there's war, of course we're going to be killed if they're trying to fight against the Muslims or anybody. Know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
so
that's
it's either
war. War is war.
it's either convert or die. Now, if you convert or die, is there any compulsion in religion then? Like someone's got a sword to your neck,
No,
say either
because
you
it's a
convert or die.
war. No,
I'm asking
because
you,
it's a war.
if someone's got a sword to your neck, and they say either you convert or die, do you have free will, and is there any compulsion in converting?
That's why I said you speak to somebody that knows about. I'm not
asking
from
you
here.
on a
I don't
personal.
know about.
I'm asking you on a personal level. Like if I put a sword to your neck, and I said either you convert or you're gonna die, are you going to convert through your own free will, or is there going to be compulsion there to convert?
Look, if somebody truly believes in what they believe, obviously they're gonna die, right? They're gonna die on what they believe on, right?
So you believe in killing people in the name of religion?
No. I didn't say that. I said if somebody say they truly believes what they believe, they die in that state, right?
Yeah. So if you put a sword to my neck and you said, Raj, I want you to convert to Islam or you die, then I say I'd rather die. Do you think that's acceptable? To then chop my head off?
Do I think that's acceptable?
Yeah.
Oh. No, but we have to understand the times of what was going on. Know what I mean? We don't know what wars were going on. We don't know. We don't know the situation. We don't know the political situation. We don't know anything.
I would say no, it's not.
You have to go into people that actually. But Raj, are you well read to this? Speak to somebody that actually knows about what happened as far as these wars are.
I'm asking you a morality question. Yeah, it's not about religion now. Now, if I put a sword to you, if I put a sword to your neck and I said convert or die, and I killed you, I'm wrong. If you didn't convert, I'm wrong. I'm a bad person. Now, if you put a sword to my neck and I said I'm not going to convert, and then you chop my head off, is that wrong?
Okay, but who said that happened?
Oh my God, dude! If
who said that happened?
All right, so
is that you want to believe that? Is that what you want to believe that happened? Like your reenactment of history. Is that what you want?
Samaroon, I'm gonna actually bring actual because you know the ninth Guru of the Sikhs, he was beheaded because he didn't convert. You do know that, don't you?
Okay, I want to ask you something. Did the Sikhs, did they adopt anything from Islam, or were they influenced in some kind of way from Islam?
What has that got to do with the question?
I'm asking you yes or no. Yes or no.
The fifth Guru was executed for not converting to Islam. So
okay,
Gurus.
Look.
The Guru Gobind Singh, the 10th Guru's children, 6 and 8, were executed for not converting to
Raj,
Islam.
I'm just asking you a question.
So I'm asking.
As far as Sikhs go, were they influenced by Islam? The good Islam brought to him. Were they influenced? Yes or no?
We're not talking about it. I'm telling you.
No, but look, you're trying to go into. Yeah.
Let me finish a sentence here. So you said to me, give examples. The fifth Guru of the Sikhs, we have 10 Gurus. The fifth Guru was executed for not converting to Islam. The 9th Guru was executed, beheaded for not converting to Islam. 2 of the children, 6 and 8, of the 10th Guru, were executed for not converting to Islam. That's just the Gurus. Then you're talking about Sikhs, who had bounties on their heads, and Muslim Hindus and stuff, and like that were executed en masse for not converting in Islam. There are stories and actual descriptions from Muslim sources, not Hindu sources, from Muslims who describe in a single day beheading 100,000 men. Yeah, if they didn't convert to Islam. This is Islamic sources. You understand? It's not me writing this. It happened, and they were using.
Okay, you said no. Tell me what Islamic sources these are.
All right, so
tell me the actual books. So what are the names of these books?
So they're not going to be religious sources in the sense that what you're talking about. I'm talking about people that went into India. They would write what they saw. Yeah, so people like the scribes and stuff would write what they saw, and some of them would kind of write down in 100.
So why are you taking their words as truth?
Well, even if they were wrong by 50%, and there was 50,000 people beheaded, still wrong, isn't it, for not converting to Islam? So they say 100,000. Say if it's 50,000, still wrong. Say if they say it was 20,000, still wrong.
So let's like 5,000 or 1,000. That's a lot of people.
Yeah. So,
but say, are you believing what they said because it's something you want to believe that happened in history?
All right. So, firstly, in Afghanistan used to be Hindu. You do know that, don't you?
I know it's part of the Hindu region. Yeah.
So Afghanistan used to be Hindu. There's I forgot what can someone just write in the thingy what the hill is where it's I've forgotten the hill of deaths of Hindus. I can't remember what it's called now. Or Buddhist. I mean, actually, it used to be Buddhist before, yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that they didn't just come into India like with flowers. They went in there with using the kind of like the concept of conquering India through the prophecy of Muhammad. Then on top of that, they used the jizya or what you call the kind of like either you convert or die, yeah. And because there were not people of the book and were pagans, they didn't have the choice of jizya. They will either chop their head off or they convert. So a lot of people converted, not because they wanted to, yeah, but because they had no choice. So there was compulsion in religion because they were forced to convert.
Okay, if you say that, okay, as far as India right now, how big is the Muslim population?
Well, in India,
in the entire Hindu, let's say the entire Hindu region, how big is the Muslim population?
All right, so if you're looking at Bangladesh, it's around 100. All right, so let me finish. So in Bangladesh, it's around 106. Oh, let me finish.
That was for old people. That was like for old people. So they do that to everyone. If you're a Jew, if you're a Christian, every single like religion, except if you're not theirs, they'll kill you. They'll like straight up kill you. Trust me.
But what I'm saying,
I don't care about your Shiite nonsense, man. You keep that over there, man. I don't care about your fake Arabic bullshit, man. You keep that shit over there. I don't even think you're from Yemen, man. Khalas, man. Just shut up, man.
All right, so you made me lose my train of thought, man.
No,
you made me lose my train of thought. Yeah, but so in Afghanistan, yeah, there was no Muslims. Yeah, now Afghanistan is 99% Muslim. In Bangladesh, there was no Muslims. Now the whole of Bangladesh, probably around 80% of 90% of Bangladesh is now Muslim. Now you're looking around 160 million in Bangladesh. You're looking at 200 million in India, and then you're looking at around 180 million in Pakistan. Yeah, and then you have Afghanistan as well with another certain amount. So there are millions of Muslims within the Indian subcontinent because that's the Indian
subcontinent. But they've held on to this, right?
So if people,
I'm just over time, you need to see how long it's been since you say Muslims went into India. They've held on to this, right, and kept Islam in their hearts, right? It's mixed into the culture, yes or no?
So when it comes to the Islamic conquest of India, if people just said, okay, Islam come in there with brute force, our people are happy that it happened or whatever, I'll be like, all right, whatever. But when you deny facts that most people in the Indian subcontinent, yeah, especially from the north, I mean, Bangladesh is a bit different. I think they did it kind of like a mixture of Dawa and sort of kind of like conquest. But when it comes to like Pakistan and Kashmir and those places were conquered through force. Most of the people that are from Pakistan and Kashmir and places like that right now and Afghanistan were conquered by the sword. Their ancestors were probably on all fours with a sword to their neck, and they were told either you convert or die. And a lot of them decided
But the thing is, Raj, how do you know this? Like, say somebody was speaking on how we're living right now. Nobody can accurately describe what happened because they weren't there to see what happened. They say from what they believe what happened.
There's a lot of people who saw what happened. It was history. That's history.
Well, you say it's history. I'm saying as far as history goes, were they there? So can we right now fully
so,
describe what happened?
So next time I'm
Or
going
can
to
we
start
make some kind of exaggerations to what happened?
I'm
Or
going to
is
start.
Rod saying what he wants to believe what happened?
All right, so I'm going to start bringing out sources, not of Hindus, like next time because I need to go. But not of Hindu sources. Hold on 1 minute. Not of Hindu. 1 minute. Let me finish. Not of Hindu sources, but of Islamic sources. People from Turkey, people that were with the armies that were described exactly what was going on, the amount of deaths, and they have pretty much, written down some of the worst atrocities.
Part of what army?
The Islamic armies. Some of them were Turks.
What Islamic army? Well, what Islamic army? What are you talking about?
Well, do you classify the Ottoman Empire as an Islamic state?
No, the Ottoman, of course they're Muslim.
So they conquered India, did they not?
Okay, yes, and what are you saying?
Yes.
You
So
you get
are the Ottomans or the Turks, are they an Islamic at that time around the 10th, 11th, 12th century? Were they a Islamic state? Do you consider them to be a legitimate Islamic state?
Me personally, I'd consider them to be a caliphate, but I consider it to be an Islamic state. Yeah.
All right. So if they invaded India under that state, are they an Islamic invasion? Yes or no?
You said what?
If they invaded India under that state, or what you call the Islamic state, of the Ottoman Empire, the Turks, was that an Islamic invasion?
Well, okay. What issues were they having with the region at that time?
They had. Do you know how?
I did not see. No, you trying to act how peaceful things are. How far you said we're Turkey and we're Hind.
Do you know the difference between Turkey and India? Do you know how far it is?
Yes.
Yeah. So when they're coming into India, one thing about India, they didn't really conquer other lands. They were conquering each other in between their own lands. The only people that used to come into India from the outside were normally outside forces from Iraq or Iran or Turkey and places like that. Yeah, and at that point they were Muslim when they were coming in, and they were using Islam as a way to conquer India. And one of the reasons why is because of the prophecy Ghazwat al-Hind. Yeah, and I'll read a little bit. Ghazwat al-Hind is a notorious prophecy that is mentioned in some good hadith, predicting a great battle in India between Muslims and Hindus, resulting in a conquest of the whole of the Indian subcontinent by Muslim warriors. Yeah, the conquest is supposed to occur before the end times. Yeah, is it the end times now?
No, so we still have time to it's just not yet the end times yet, but we're seeing the signs. The signs are coming closer.
So the conquest is supposed to occur before the end times, and then create an Islamic caliphate, resembling the social order and existed at the time of Muhammad by imposing Sharia. Yeah. Now,
I want to ask you a question, Raj. Okay, as far as the Muslims are being oppressed right now in India, do you think they're gonna feel okay? These people are against us, and if they create their own armies, is that a bad thing? Do you think that's a bad thing for them? But then over time,
Raj, don't fall for the trap.
First of all, he's doing deflection. Now, first of all, I said it before. India, I do not agree with India's treatment of Muslims, Sikhs, and their minorities. Yeah, they treat Sikhs like shit, and they've massacred Sikhs in 1984, and they're now doing the same thing to Muslims. I disagree with India, and I want the downfall of India, and I want a Punjab as a separate state. This is a totally separate issue, though. Yeah, I'm not pro-Indian. Anyone that knows me, I'm very anti-Indian or anti-India as a country.
Wait,
can I add something to that?
Hold on.
Okay, we understand, but we understand that's gonna happen during near the end times, right?
Listen,
so we're not near that time yet. So
this kind of
over time.
Hold on, this kind of conversation.
Yeah, go on, mate.
This kind of conversation.
Hold on a sec, actually, take your watch. Hold on a sec, bro. Yeah, like why I jumped on the panel, because obviously, like everyone's got their different style of debating, innit? Yeah. But one thing that everyone always needs to do is get to the end of their sentence so the other person can reply properly. Yeah. So while we're on this panel, you have to let each other finish to the end of their sentence. Yeah. So, Takir, what you wanted to say something? Anyone that wants to reply to what he's gonna say, wait till he gets to the end of what he said, and then reply after. Yeah. And then if they are replying to anything, let them reply fully. Yeah. And then when they finished, you can answer back or ask another question if you're satisfied with their answer or whatever. Yeah. So right. Ding, ding.
So Yeah, I definitely agree with what you just said. These kind of conversations, they are not neutral, by the way, because a lot of people have emotional attachment to their beliefs. So it kind of demands self-control and or Saddam Hussein as a moderator. If there's anything you guys have heard for what I've said is the following. Can you share my screen? Or maybe you guys can see my screen already. Yeah, so you go to Tirmidhi, which is one of the 6 valid hadiths. You go to volume 4 and page 235. Who's laughing? Who's laughing?
Mohammed, I beg you.
Mohammed.
Yeah, nah, he's muted now, yeah. But it's cool.
Mohammed, you want to have
everyone,
is this hadith?
yeah, no, unless you want to ask him questions, yeah, just carry on with your point in it, yeah. That was,
yeah. No, I have no problem. I have no problem with the laughter. Actually, I wanted to. Do you think I'm making stuff up? I'm about to read what your prophet said about the prophecies.
No, but he's a Shia though, so he don't. Take
Okay. Yeah. So it says here the following that
I'm asking as a Muslim. Is this Quran? Is this Hadith? The Sunnah? What is this?
No, this is Hadith, the saying of Muhammad according to the Sunni Hadith, which is 90% of the Muslim world. So it's significant. They are above majority. So the Muhammad
it's not Bukhari or Muslim.
Oh,
it's
okay.
just Timothy.
The 10%.
No.
I was just
it's Tirmidhi with Sahih, meaning authentic. All right. So this is valid. So the Prophet said here, indeed, Allah gathered the earth for me, and I saw the east to the west, meaning I saw everything. And surely my ummah, meaning the Muslim community, they will have the authority all over everything that was shown to him, basically. And he had been granted a couple of things, blah, blah, blah. So basically, he's going to be his community, the Muslim community, will be covering the earth, left to the right. And it's Sahih, as you see here. I have this actually in book format. And if you look in the commentary, they're not saying anything new. You can actually read in Hadith. If there's anything you've heard me say, I'll jump out after this. It says here, this Hadith just means report, what Muhammad said, is explicit on the point that there should come a time when the Muslims will rule the entire world, since the earth was shown gather up for the Prophet. So, Islam has this built-in virus that they have to conquer the world. And some Muslims are better than what Muhammad demands from them, but those who want to follow it, the name is ISIS, Boko Haram, and even peaceful Muslims want Islam to spread. But yeah, know this, that within Islam, it has this built-in virus that they should conquer the world. So you better take care of your borders. That's my last point.
See, this is all you people want to do. We want to spread nonsense.
I just want to make sure to also put it on the line as the Quranist. I do not follow Hadith and Sunnah, so I do not agree with utilizing Islam by force. If you're a Quranist, it will say in the Quran that we do not compose anybody in this religion. It will also say in the Quran to cause harm to somebody is as if you cause harm to all of humanity. So chopping off heads, chopping off hands in the name of peace, in the name of Islam, beating your wife because she slept on the wrong side of the bed, according to peace, aka Islam in Arabic. We do not stand for those things. Just want to make that on the line. If anybody want to know the true teachings of Islam, go to submission.org. Peace to love.
Bernie, make sure that you know how many percentage you are from the Muslim population. You're
Bernie,
but hold on, you're cutting
me. There's nothing new according to the Quran. Even Satan said that I will come to their left, to their right, their front and back, and very few will be faithful to you.
But Bernie, you're a minority.
Okay with being the minority.
Bernie, you're a minority, but can you? Come on. You're a minority. I'm sure about you're clear about this. Come on, man. I'm speaking. What's wrong with you? I'll give the mic back to Veli.
Yo, hold up, just one second.
Veli, either you kick him out or something has happened.
Yo. What's going on? Because sorry, I was talking to my missus in a sec. Yeah. So what's happening now?
So Bernie has the mic. I just want to say that you're a minority, but just make sure how small you are. You're 1 to 2%. Just Quran only Muslims, right? So, just make sure that you clarify about this.
So, can you debate him with any Quran only sources that are leading towards some of the same stuff?
No. But Bernie has the right to say that he doesn't agree with this, but he just got to make sure that the people.
Yo, hold up.
Okay.
Mohammed, listen. When one man's talking, I beg you, let the man talk, then when there's a free space, everyone will have a chance to if you have something to add to, or you want to come back on or whatever, yeah. Wait till my man's finished, and then you can jump back in, yeah. Try not to cut in the middle of when man's talking in it, because like it's annoying. It's the same thing if you're talking and someone cuts in in the middle of what you're trying to say. You need to finish your point in it. So yeah, let everyone finish their point, please, right?
So I'm not gonna argue against Bernie because I rather prefer that Muslims follow his way. I wanted to leave Islam, but his way is better than that. So someone can they mute the mic? There's a lot of background noise. It's a little bit difficult. Oh yeah, Veli, can you mute your mic? So I'm not gonna argue against Bernie because I rather prefer his version than Muslims who accept this. But we got to make sure that the people know that he is in the minority, not just 49%. Actually, those who are only Quran only Muslims, they're 1 to 2%. Bernie, please confirm or deny what I'm saying.
The Qur'aniyun have always existed. This isn't something new, man. And they've always been people. They've innovated. They've been just.
The question was to Bernie, man. What's wrong with you? Have self-control. The question was to Bernie.
I'm telling you, this isn't anything new. Qur'aniyun have existed how long now?
I'm gonna bounce.
Yo, no. Hold up. I was supposed to talk to you.
Now you can't handle the truth, man. Qur'aniyun, they've been here for how long now? The Qawarish, they were Qur'aniyun.
Let him finish off sentence because you just keep it makes you look bad.
It's annoying, bro. When can't imagine when you man are talking or when you're trying to say something.
Been around. We follow only what we
if I keep cutting in the middle of what you're saying, it's just annoying, innit, fam? So I beg you, man, them don't do that when man are on this kind of let each other finish your sentences.
Yeah, Velen, I'm just saying there was a sect called the Qur'aniyun,
to be heard as well.
They follow only Quran. They rejected all ahadith or anything about the Sunnah. These people, they were called Qur'aniyun in the past. They've always existed. They've been here for centuries. You know, the Qawarish were Qur'aniyun, the Qawarish, the Karaji. These people that they try to call terrorists or whatever. These people in the past said they only want to follow the Quran. Like this stuff isn't nothing new.
So
it's not like it just popped up now.
What about the stuff that Takia Watch was bringing up though about this?
Timothy, what about seeing the East and the West? Allah, it's going to happen, inshallah. That's what I said. Inshallah, it's going to happen. But that's a prophecy. And then as far as we know, all prophecies has happened. You know what I mean? You see,
he don't really disagree with what he's saying there, man. Like, really have an argument against him, innit? Because that's what he said.
My argument is that he wants to make us look bad and try to make people look like terrorists. But when they invade somebody or they hurt somebody, it's okay. But we're not doing anything like that.
Yeah, but India, hold on. Why are you lying for? Because in India, the whole reason they conquered India because of the prophecy from the Bukhari Hadiths that they will conquer India through battle. So they tried. I haven't finished yet. They still believe they've tried so many times, but they've never managed to conquer it. They still believe this prophecy has not been fulfilled. They still feel that India has to be conquered for the end times to occur. Can you not see how that's going to be problematic between India and Pakistan? Because a prophecy that the end
talking
times
about manifest destiny. That's pagan worship, manifest destiny. Allah's one who guides people to truth, not cutting off people's heads.
Are you a Qur'anist then, Barney?
Yeah.
Oh, then there's not a problem.
He's a Moorish American Muslim.
Yeah, because
Bernie, give Raj your title, man, so he knows who you are, B.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you already know. Hey, yeah, peace and love, family. What up, Raj? Your boy, brother, Benan, recent Bay, Moorish American Muslim, descendant of Moroccans, born in America. Quran all day.
Yeah, I mean, if
it says, hold on to the rope of Allah, do not become divided amongst yourselves. Unfortunately, as you can see, hundreds of years after Muhammad hit the grave, now we have division. That was because people followed other than Quran.
The prophet said there would be how many sects? This would be 73 sects, right? And all sects will be in the hellfire except for one.
It seems like there's a billion sects, to be honest with you, in my opinion. Like I say, so many different versions of Islam, but there's definitely not 73.
There's more sects than chapters in the Quran.
Can I say something? Things. Look, I haven't said anything yet, and I wanted to say a couple things. All right, so we got Benny over here. He could actually translate some of the things that I'm trying to say, which is the truth. You know, most of the people who the so-called Muslims conquered. Look, it started from the beginning when Prophet Muhammad was alive, bro. He was even poisoned. Like, think about that. Like, his whole family was executed and murdered. Because whoever holds the power of Islam holds the power of the world, basically.
Okay, so what are you saying?
Even in the Quran, it says the majority is not always right. So, like for example, Christianity is more
okay,
than.
As far as I hear what you're trying to go. As far as are you trying? No. I see what you're trying to bring it towards. Okay, Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, was he selected by the majority? Yes or no? And did Ali radiallahu anh, did he give bay'ah to him?
The problem with you guys. Let me tell you. Let me tell you the problem with you guys. See how Bernie uses the Quran? That's how you're supposed to use it.
Look, no. See, no, you're on some hippie thing right now. Look, no, what you're doing. You're trying to be accepted. That you see right now, as far as the Muslim, like the Ummah, like the actual Muslim, Islam is being attacked. You want to be accepted, so you want to just say, okay, yeah, we go with these. We want to be pleased. We want you to be okay with us. I'm not with that, bro. Just be honest, man. Instead of on Tawheed.
No,
we don't need to be accepted by anybody, man.
With that.
Okay, don't try to stop. Like, don't try to like please other people with your words, man. Be honest, man.
Be honest. Okay, I'm telling you the truth, and I speak Arabic and I understand Islam.
Okay, Arabic. Okay, speak Arabic. Look at the Arabic. Okay, come on, speak.
Culture.
All right. Okay, speak your language, man.
Okay, yo, Bernie. I don't know if Bernie's there, but anyways. Look.
So before you go on, do you believe in the Bukhari Hadiths from it? Do you believe in the Bukhari Hadiths as a Shia?
No.
Oh, then I don't know why you're arguing for it, because it's in Bukhari.
No, because
I don't believe in either of those. I don't believe in either of those books of the Quran to have belief in that. We believe that.
What's more important, the Quran or the Hadith?
Of course, the Quran. Of course.
Okay, there you go.
If you take the Hadith over the Quran, you're mad.
Yeah, the Quran is the best hadith. So
of course, we know that. We know that already. We know that. But I'm saying, Raj, as far as this Shi'i, I think Muhammad, he's Shi'i. He's a Shia. Okay, they have their own hadith, right?
Oh yeah, I don't really know too much about it.
They have their own books,
What's
right?
that? Al-Kafi.
Okay.
Imagine how fucked up, like everything was. Like right when the Prophet died, everything went into mess. Imagine. Because how much power the Prophet held. If you were the Prophet's so-called friend, you'd be there on his death.
Hey, listen, yeah. If he's so perfect, how could it fall apart straight after the man dies?
Because
from then onwards, it's just been on a downward spiral.
Okay, Veli, imagine you're the Prophet.
But nothing fell apart. We grew, Veli. We grew like right after. Alhamdulillah, like the Prophet prophesied. we spread. Alhamdulillah.
Veli, trust me. All right, God.
Even
it was all flowers and kisses straight after, man. Yeah.
I'll bring you flowers.
Yeah.
I would like to invite you to a Quranist perspective, if you let me flow for a couple of minutes.
Go ahead.
Go on, true.
So we believe, according to chapter 7, verse 157, it says, so they have believed in him, honored him, supported him, and followed the light which was sent down with him. It is those who will be the successful. And if we go to chapter 4, verse 174, it says, we have sent down to you a clear light. So it's by that Quranic logic, is speaking about the Quran. Muhammad was not commanded to follow nothing but the Quran that was given to him, neither to explain it. According to chapter 75, verse 16 and 19, do not move your tongue to hasten it. It is we who will collect it into Quran. That's Allahumma. Once we recite it, you shall follow such a Quran. Then it is we who will explain it. Huh? So chapter 42, verse 48 explains what was Muhammad's role. But if they turn away, we did not send you as a guardian over them. We did not send you as a guardian over them. Your sole duty, O Muhammad, is the delivery. In this case, delivery of the Quran.
So man's only supposed to deliver the message, and then everyone's responsible for their own actions from then onwards, yeah? Yeah, but Allah don't get away with that lightly, though.
Yeah. The Quran brought for each individual to have self-transformation. Man, unfortunately, continues to put a mediator in the middle. If you follow the Hadith and Sunnah method in the Shia, they just Christianize Islam and they don't even know it. There's no way to God but through Jesus. They have the same mentality. There is no way to understand the Quran Unless you go through the Hadith and Sunnah.
No,
You,
hold up.
you do the same thing as the Jews in regards to the Talmud.
No,
But
look.
so it's like you
Torah is
don't
the
follow
word.
the
The
Sunnah. No,
Talmud.
but the thing you say you don't follow the Sunnah. Well, what are you saying? A'udhu billah. Like, what are you saying right now?
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You're telling me.
Can you?
This is what I'm saying,
Yeah, this
bro.
what I'm saying.
The
That,
Quran
that
offers the
differently.
Talmud.
Yeah. If how can the book? Why does there need to be additional books to the Quran if the
No, the
book's so
Quran.
perfect?
I'm not
Why
saying there's any other book.
does it
Because
need?
okay, very look, and as for you know, I'm Somali, right? Okay, we have something called
Yeah,
oral
no. I'm
tradition,
asking Samaroon.
and we had down history through
Yeah,
oral
fine.
tradition. Yeah.
And then Muhammad after.
No,
Okay.
remember the Prophet said
Hadith is oral tradition. Hadith is what we call oral tradition. So it's people telling what happened at the time of the Prophet, and it comes down through history. And we have that in our culture also. Like if we learn from history through our parents and our parents, and it goes like that. You know what I mean? It goes through history. And then, okay, that's what hadith are. Hadith are oral traditions. So it's telling what happened at the time of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and what they've seen.
Yeah, because it's like
Well,
so.
history is fine, but when it comes to jurisprudence, where it becomes a forceful, political movement, that's where it's not good. You're supposed to follow your own guidance from the Quran and not from
Yeah, so that's what I was
opinions
gonna
of
say then.
people
So
who
you
claim
need
that they've seen and heard these things.
Yeah, a lot of the issues
if it's just
on the
like
Bukhari Hadith, I'll be honest,
history,
man.
if it's just history of what the people saw at the time, yeah, why is that sort of as important? Is it like just to verify, authenticate some of the actions taken or some of the
The Sunnah,
unclear
the
verses
tradition
in
of the Prophet
the
sallallahu alaihi
Quran?
wasallam, and we follow the Quran. And if any hadith go against the Quran, we throw it away.
But can you
But hadith always the
And
old
see right
tradition
there,
of
as it
what
says,
and
as it
follow the
says
way
in
of
the
the Prophet
Quran.
sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
But Samarunia, a lot of the issues when I started
So
looking
therefore, it
into
has many
hold
inconsistencies in it. But yet in the Quran, it says if this was made by Allah, if the Quran was made by other than Allah, it will have in it many inconsistencies. That tells you right there that therefore the Quran the Hadith and Sunnah was brought by other than Allah, so it was not inspired.
Okay, the Quran is perfect. We know it's brought from Allah, but who says the hadith are
It can't be
perfect?
perfect.
That's why
Do
this
you know why?
Hassan
Do you know why
Da'if.
it can't be though? Because like you're saying, like you lot got to do references to like understand unclear verses. Like one man thinks it's this, one man thinks it's that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it can't be perfect, man. Perfect means that a child should be able to understand the same meaning as an adult.
No, not necessarily. Because that means there's just people bring their own interpretations right now. I can look at your right. I can look at G Block right now and have my own interpretation of what that means. I can say, oh, is that gay block? Like, what does it say, G Block? You know what I mean? Anybody can make up their own thing of what it stands for, what the G stands for, if they don't fully understand what you meant. You know what I mean?
Hey,
let me ask you a
Valley,
question,
just to
Samurai.
make you know, man, Allah does not link it what these guys are doing. Allah already was telling us that this was going to happen according to chapter 9, verse 34. Oh, you who believe, the priests and the religious scholars cheat the people out of their money, and they divert everybody from the path of Allah.
I reckon Ahmed's
This
the
was
only
done on
true. I
purpose,
reckon
according
Ahmed
to
the
chapter 6,
Quranist
verse
is the real
112.
Muslim.
And thus we have made for every prophet. Check it out. Check it out. Allah knew that this. He actually appointed it this way to test us, according to chapter 6, verse 112. And thus we have made for every prophet an enemy, devils from mankind and jinn, inspiring to one another decorative speech
Can I
and
ask you
delusion.
something, Bernie?
But if
Can I
your
ask you a
Lord had
question,
willed,
Bernie?
they would
Bernie,
not have done it. So
Bernie,
leave them in that saying, these were inventions.
Bernie, can I ask you a question? Have you read the Quran from back to front to back?
What's up?
Have you read the Quran front to back?
Yo,
Yes, so let me ask you this
Wrong,
question. Let me ask you this question. In the
Same year I made
Quran,
Shahada.
so in the Quran, yeah, is there any verses saying specifically that there's going to be a war in India and that the Muslims have to conquer India in the Quran, specifically about India?
Not that I can recall. I don't
Yes.
remember.
So if someone can
prophesied
find
to
that,
conquer India and
yeah.
spread
So
Islam, no.
yeah. So if someone can find that specific one, then I would say it's not the Quran that's causing people to go into India to conquer it. It's the Hadith that's causing people to go into India and conquer it. Correct?
Yeah. So a question from the chat here for Samaroon.
Yes.
Can
you get it?
Hadith abrogate
It's caused the
Quranic
most
verses?
confusion, bro.
Can what?
Absolutely no. Absolutely no. And it's
Can
never
Hadith
has in history.
abrogate Quranic verses? Never has.
No.
Okay.
It never has in history.
So
Here, this gives you the answer right here. Hadith, people who follow Hadith was actually the Quran is built so interesting. Those who want to follow Hadith, Allah allows it. Chapter 34, verse 19. But they turned unappreciative and challenged our Lord. We do not care if you increase the distance of your journeys without.
What does that look? What does that have to do with Hadith, man? Who is that speaking about? Read tafsir, man.
We made
Talk
them
to them. Don't
Hadith.
make up your own interpretation, man.
Consequently, we made them Hadiths and scattered them into small communities throughout the land. This should provide lessons for those steadfast and appreciative.
What
So
does
for those who
Hadith
are not
mean? Tell me.
appreciative of the Quran,
Muhammad, you say you speak
Quran is
Arabic, right?
inefficient. It's not clear. It's not, it's not fully detailed. Even though the Quran says it's fully detailed, we shouldn't need another book to make political, economic, and social decisions.
Yes,
If
we
we want to
should.
get into history, cool. Let's go into history. Okay, Muhammad,
Exactly.
shoot some
So
gum over here,
hadith,
and
so
okay,
so
he cut the camera
hadith
over
is
there.
also
Cool.
history.
When it comes to actual life decisions,
look,
I don't think we need to be following hadith this time. Or
Yes,
you would
we
have the
do.
confusion that you see now.
Yes, we need to follow Sunnah. We need to follow the way of the Prophet, and we need to follow what the Prophet taught us.
Yes, we do. We need to follow hadith. Hadith, the hadith that you was talking about. The Jews also have hadith. The Christians have hadith. Every prophet had what they did, what they said, what they taught. So hadith is basically history. The point is, we need to look at the hadith.
That's all I have to say to you guys, man. Chapter 6, verse 116 say, if you were to obey the majority of those on earth, they will mislead you away from the path of Allah. They follow nothing but conjecture. They only guess. This was nothing but guess. Oh, I saw Muhammad do this. You're guessing. You weren't.
And Malik from New York.
What about any
your
rules
faith in
that
somebody
have
else's
been instated
statement. Hey,
as
I saw
Sharia
your
that have
wife
already
sleep
come
with
from
somebody.
hadith?
What are you going to do? Go and beat your wife up because something I said?
Really, what was the question?
I rest my case, Your Honor.
Yeah, so
And by the way, Muhammad was very
disappointed
disappointed at this, according to chapter 25, verse 30. The messenger said, "My Lord, my people have deserted this Quran." Peace.
Yeah, but we're talking about
who deserve the Quran? We follow Quran and Sunnah. What are you
Let me ask
talking
a
about?
question. Let me ask a question.
Makes no
Let me
sense.
ask a question. Let me ask a question. Yeah.
Quran,
Let me ask a question. So, if there's is there any rules in the Sharia that are in only hadith and not in the Quran? Like any rulings that are? Is there any rulings that are part of the Sharia that are part of the law that are only in the hadith and not in the Quran?
No, it's the rule is always derived from what the Quran has given them or us a clue about. The Quran doesn't put my name, but there's your name or my name is not in the Quran. But if it's talking about mankind, we are mankind. So if the Quran is talking about certain things, then we should go in the Quran and look for the clue. That's how the scholars or whoever or community comes and make a suggestion or debate about what to do about certain things and what not to do about certain things. Sometimes the Quran.
Really, if someone says they're following the Quran and they're not following the Sunnah, they're contradicting themselves. It's a complete contradiction. If you're saying I follow the Quran, but I'm not going to follow the Sunnah, that's a complete contradiction, man.
So are you saying Ahmed the Quranist is not a Muslim? Because Ahmed the Quranist is like...
Yes, they are Muslim. That's their understanding of the Quran. Everybody has the Muslims have billion sects, just like Christianity, just like your religion. Yeah, just like your religion. No, I'm not. I follow Quran and I follow, whatever I could make up of a Sunnah. If I'm looking at the Sunnah and I don't understand it, I don't take it. But if I look at the Sunnah and I try to compare it with the person who brought the Quran, I would take it. And it's been agreed that every hadith must be compared to the Quran. If you compare the hadith to the Quran and it goes with the Quran, yes, you could follow it. But if it doesn't, you throw it away.
All right. Well, that sounds like a logical
Let me read
way.
this for everyone. I don't know who it's for. If it's for the Sunnis or the Shias, yeah. But it says as Zakrashi, Ash-Shafi, 262. Sorry, yes, 262 to 272 said it's possible for the Sunnah narrated in Ahad reports to abrogate a Qurani's text. What does that mean?
Who is this guy?
It's possible.
Who is he? What's his ratings? Like, who is he? And what's his name? And that's an answer. But where is he?
So who's as Zakashi?
Yeah, who is he? Yeah.
As Shafi.
Al-Kafi, yes.
Al-Shafi, yeah. So he said it is possible for the Sunnah narrated in Ahad reports to abrogate Qurani's text. What does that mean?
I'm not really.
That's his opinion. What do you mean? That's his opinion. Okay.
But there's no way that you could abrogate a verse in the Quran. There's no way. The only thing is, say for instance, during those times they never had a phone, so you can't say because they never had a phone, we can't use a phone. It doesn't. The Quran doesn't or God doesn't stop us from doing things that would encourage humanity, especially on the beneficial aspect of it. As long as you're not hurting yourself or other people, me personally, I go with it. If you're trying to save somebody, of course, save somebody.
Islam question and answer, which is a Salafi site made by senior Saudi scholars.
One thing that I know is many of these so-called scholars, they usually do things just to get a favor.
Okay, look, go to the same website and see it while she's completely contradicting what he's saying right now. The same exact website right now.
Hey, peace and love,
And
peace
see
and love.
it go against exactly what he's talking about.
I ain't
Find
got
the
love,
Quran
man.
and
Oh no! All right. Yeah,
Just want to clarify
Here we
something.
go.
Yeah,
we
big
in
up,
trouble.
big up, channel blessings.
No, I'll go back, man.
So we have.
Let him say, man.
Yeah, Malik, calm down. Yeah, so just to let you not know, when Malik says he's a Shia, right, he's obviously confused and ignorant as hell. So basically what you have is within Islam, so-called Shia, the Hadith cannot abrogate the Quran. Within the Sunni religion, which is why you have people like Bernie Bay and other Quranists or Hadith rejectors, is because in the Sunni religion, Hadiths do abrogate in their religion verses of the Quran. That's a standard position. Right?
No, it doesn't. Now, how's it a standard position, man? How's it a standard position?
Give it.
Are you sure about that?
Wait. Isa, give a verse that abrogates the Quran. Then.
A hadith.
That's that abrogates the Quran. Then. That proves your point. But listen to this, yeah. One sec while you're finding that, yeah. Narrated Nafi Ibn Umar recited. They had a choice, either fast or feed the poor for every day, and added, this verse is abrogated. Sahih Bukhari, volume 16, book 60, NR 33.
You should become a sheikh, man. Your pronunciations are getting good.
Yeah, good, yeah?
Yeah.
Mashallah.
Getting a good
the thing is, so we have to understand what times, understand at what times we're living in, know what I mean? If we're living at a specific time and there's some type of jurisprudence going on, certain things can be abrogated at a time. That depends on hudud, like as far as punishments and things like that. Yes, they can. But that depends on as far as the political environment and what's going on at the time while ruling. And then but that's not everything, man. These people, but you see how they're trying to make
Samroon, you gotta be fair now, because you said no first of all until Easter come in and then
no, but there were verse. I'm saying,
you sort of changed it only for certain things. You know what I'm saying?
I said hudud. I'm talking about hudud, man.
And what's
no. The whole hudud is like punishment, yeah? So what they're saying is,
you can only abrogate for punishment.
Yeah, so if there's governmental laws, let's say lashes in the Quran, what he's saying is, if the Quran says that you can't have a hadith, this is what he's saying. I'm not saying that's what Sunnis say. He's saying, that hadith can't abrogate that. But in fact, here's a simple one. He actually mentioned the point. The Quran says lashes, but these lot stone the women to death. Where the hell is that from? That's in their hadith. What about that? So you abrogated lashes.
Who stole women to death? No, but tell me where the women get stoned and what does this happen? Tell me.
I've just used YouTube. Seriously, bro. I can't.
No, forget YouTube. No, forget fake YouTube stuff. But that's all propaganda and what people trying to like kind of images people want to put out on purpose, man. That's done for a reason. And it's put out there for a reason. But tell me, where do women get stoned? And for what reason?
Hold on. Stop. Use YouTube, and you will find Sunni scholars telling you that this is part of their religion. Okay. So please, I can't even believe you're even saying what you're saying. Yeah, so it's quite it's very simple, to be honest. That's not.
No, but I did watch. I watched a video yesterday. Yeah, that obviously you don't rate Analyze Dunya. Yeah, but it was a video from Analyze Dunya where it weren't him talking. It was Muslim scholars talking, saying certain things that some of the guys have been saying isn't part of Islam, is part of Islam. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
what do you mean, like what?
Like no age for marriage and taking slaves and stuff like that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Our shaykh, look, Isa, our shaykh, are they all correct? Are they perfect? Should we follow everything? So do people have different opinions? Yes or no?
You're not getting the point, bro. You're not. The problem you're having is the person who installed it was Umar bin Khattab. So what are you talking about, bro? So are you saying that Umar bin Khattab?
What do you mean regarding what? And what he did was a good thing. But tell me, what did he do? Tell me. Or at what time? As far as the who did? Okay, no, not stoning. It's not about stoning. I'm talking about as far as like the thief when he steals something. And then what did Umar change? Tell me. If somebody was hungry and they stole something, can they get their hand chopped off? Yes or no?
Stop. You're not gonna try and limit our examples when hudud is not just cutting off hands and whatever else you lot want to make up. I'm saying to you very simply, no verse does Allah say the punishment for adultery is stoning in the Quran. In the Quran, it actually tells you that the kuffar are the ones that use stoning. But anyway, right?
Yeah, but Isa, one question.
When did Omar ever stone? I want to hear stoning. I'm going to hear what he's saying about stoning. And as far as Omar radiallahu an, I know the only thing that changed is when he, as far as thievery, you know what happens if somebody steals something at a certain price, they get their hands cut off like the thieves. They get their hands cut off, right? Okay, or Omar to change something at a time. If he's in a poor state and somebody's hungry, then did they say it's okay? Like you don't have to cut off their hand. Know what I mean? It's okay. Like they were hungry, they were in a state of, so you can't blame them. Know what I mean? So that's the only thing that what else changed?
I can't even believe.
Okay, I'm back. What I missed?
Isa, let me ask you a question about the stoning.
Yeah, go
on. About the stoning. Can we refer to the older scriptures to see what culture was being used for adultery?
Do you mean to follow it or to study it?
To study and follow it.
No, bro. This is what I'm saying. Two simple questions. So you're saying to study and follow?
Yes.
Okay. So if Allah's already legislated something, yes, and the Prophet is there, okay, then if the Quran is the criteria and the overseer of the past scriptures, how is it the past scriptures can oversee the criteria itself and supersede the Quran? Explain that, please.
True, but we're saying there's no you said there was no law for stoning for adultery in the Quran.
No, I never. I said the Quran says lashes, and I'll put you in the Sunni box. And you lot follow Umar bin Khattab, who has his hadith, which is in Sahih al-Bukhari, the book of Al-Hudud, and it is hadith number. Let's have a look. It's a few pages. This hadith is long as hell, bro.
It's lashes for zina, though. You know that, right?
Do you agree with Samarin? Do you agree with stoning to death of people for adultery?
No.
What you mean? Yeah, as far as being married, and you shit on your spouse. You get stoned. Yeah,
let me ask you a hypothetical. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If you had a daughter, and she cheated on her husband, and they could prove it, would you accept her being stoned to death for that?
Yes.
You would accept your daughter being stoned to death for adultery?
It's because that's the ruling. She went against a contract that she made with her husband. In front of Allah, by Allah, they made a contract.
Does that sound seriously? Do you think hold on 1 minute? Do you think the punishment of adultery deserves to be stoning to death, which is one of the most
Raj,
barbaric.
Raj, one sec, you're taking it to somewhere else. Let's just
But
finish.
I agree. Yes, if a husband Raj, if a husband does it and he cheats and he does adultery regarding his wife, he should be stoned. And if a wife does the same, he should be stoned also.
Even your own daughter, you wouldn't want to stop them from stoning your own daughter.
Even this is the law of Allah. Even my own daughter.
What the man's saying, then get into that. This is what I'm saying, Raj. Don't let them off the hook. The point is, Samaroon, do you now agree that according to your Sunni religion, that some hadith can abrogate verses in the Quran? Yes or no?
No.
But you just said yes already. So how are you backsliding again?
No, what are you saying? Well, what hadith? What hadith? What you mean?
Listen,
I said what happened.
I'm
talking about something that happened in history regarding one hudud, regarding the chopping of the hand. When somebody is poor, it can be they can be let off to slide, man.
Is this guy serious? Listen to what I said. Any hadith and the Quran, yes or no?
The Quran comes first, obviously. So what are you trying to say?
Bro, just answer the bloody question. What's wrong with you people, man?
Answer what question? What are you saying?
Right, here's the question again. Here's the question. It only requires yes or no. Do you agree?
I believe no. The Quran, anything that goes against the Quran of the ahadith, you throw away.
And where did you get that from? You got that from us. So where did you get that from?
Well, what do you mean us? Who is us? Who is the name? Who is us? The
Shia, the true Muslims. You got that from us.
What not true Muslims? What does Shia mean? Tell me. Tell me what Shia mean. No, tell me what Shia. No. What does Shia mean? Okay, it means follow, right? I don't care about that political shit. No, man. They were Shia to Muawiyah. They were Shia to how many Shia there were in history, man? What does Shia mean? Shia means followers of Ali, man. That's a political thing that came up later in Islam, man. Okay, so are you following Ali?
Yo. Remember. Yo, hold on a second, brother. Yeah, I beg you. Let's just have it one at a time, yeah? So everyone, because remember, we're all listening as well, innit? Like, for the people, because I don't know none of this stuff, what you're talking about, innit? Yeah? So for everyone that don't understand what you lot are talking about, and it's a bit of an education, yeah? We need to let each other finish their sentences, innit? Yeah, every time you lot are jumping in and cutting over this, that, and the other, yeah, that man don't even know what you lot are even talking about. Yeah, so I beg you, man.
Billy, can I just say one thing for two seconds? Can I just say one thing for 2 seconds? So Mr. Z wrote, stoning is merciful punishment. You'll pass out when getting the first stone in your head. You've not watched the stoning video before. You need to Google it on one of the channels and see how long it takes to die from stoning to death.
You know, it's barbaric still. Like,
hold on. This is the thing, Raj. The reason I told you off just now is because I wanted to fixture this point, yeah? So now look at him. I asked him a simple thing. Then he started to talk about what does Shia mean, all of this thing. It's very simple. In your Sunni religion, where does it say?
Because you brought up us, right? You said us regarding the Shia, so that's why I spoke.
I know, but hold on. I'm asking you a simple question. Where in your Sunni religion does it say that if a hadith contradicts the Quran, you throw the hadith away? Where do you get that from?
We get that from the people of knowledge. That's where we get it from. We get it from the people with knowledge. Okay.
Name one person of knowledge, any Sunni scholar that says that. Tumbleweed. Quiet as hell.
What you mean tumbleweed? No,
okay,
it's not
Isa, let me help you out.
Speak to somebody that has knowledge on the subject, man. But I know you're a liar, and I can see you a liar. I know you're a
Isa.
You said there'll be many good jobs before actual jobs.
Cameroon, you don't know.
Isa, you're falling to the trap.
Let me just read this hadith, and then you go ahead, right? So the hadith Sahih Bukhari, and here it says, Allah. This is what Umar bin Khattab is saying. Look at this Sahih Bukhari, right? It says that Allah sent Prophet Muhammad with the truth. This is Umar bin Khattab speaking, and revealed the book of Allah to him, the Quran. And among what was revealed was the verse of Rajim, stoning to death of married persons, male and female, who commits illegal sexual intercourse. And we did recite this verse and understood and memorized it. Okay? So Allah's messenger, he says, did carry out the punishment of stoning, and so did we after him. I am afraid that after a long time has passed, somebody will say, by Allah, we do not find the verse of Rajim in Allah's book, and thus they will go astray by leaving an obligation which Allah has revealed. And the punishment of Rajim, stoning, is to be inflicted to any married person, male or female, who commits illegal sexual intercourse, etc. If required.
Isa, let me help you out. Isa, let me help you out.
Okay, Rajam. Oh, as far as the Jews, no, as far as the Jews before, okay, the people of the and the people of Musa, like Islam, Beni Israel.
No, I haven't finished.
Did that right? What did they do regarding Rajam?
Samaroon, let him finish, and then let him finish here, and then you'll be uninterrupted when you get to give your reply of what you're replying to. Hold on a sec, Issa, though, yeah? I'm going to let Ultra take my place, yeah? Ultra's going to be moderating like he's Veli, yeah? So, obviously, yeah, when Ultra's telling man to be quiet and let this one go first or whatever, yeah, like, listen to what he's saying, innit, yeah? So, I'm going to jump off here and let Ultra take over.
Big up Ultra.
Yeah.
So hold on, Raj, can you give me some... Raj, come on, man.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Wait. I need to cutting each other already.
Yo, Veli, you need to kick out someone from this room. They don't have self-control.
Bruv, you can't. You got to speak one at a time. Samu, you got to let man finish the end of his sentence so you can answer fully, however you want to answer, without being cut off. And then when the next person's speaking, let them get to the end of their sentence as well. Yeah. Same for everyone else, bruv. Like, I don't want to keep calling out anyone else's name because this is like getting childish, isn't it? Like,
I want to go on. Hold on. I want to go on after Samaroon. So Isa, you go, and then I guess Samaroon is after.
I'm finished, and I have to go. So all I was saying was, according to the hadith, clearly Umar bin Khattab is saying that there was a verse revealed regarding stoning, but it's not in the Quran. So where is it? Right? But then he's saying that you still have to implement it. So if there's a verse that apparently came down to say you should stone people, but then the verse is not in the Quran.
Okay, keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going down.
What's wrong with this guy, blood? Flipping hell. Right. So according to Umar bin Khattab in Sahih Bukhari, that there was a verse that came down that said you should stone people, right? How on earth are you going to continue doing it, but the verse is no longer in the Quran? Do you see how these people, how they make stuff up?
Look, where's the grading of the hadith, man?
What?
Where's the grading of the hadith? Okay, is it Sahih? Where is it Hassan?
I have the hadith. Do you want it? Isa, do you want me to show it on the screen?
Yeah, just get the hadith for this, guys.
Okay, so here you have hadith. Actually, Ultra, you were...
no, it's right.
Shut your mouth, I'm speaking. Respect this channel, right? So it's actually worse than what you said.
You're such a bitch ass man, nigga. What the fuck you talking about?
Listen, you're about to get exposed.
Man, slap the shit out your whole ass.
Guys, you're about to get exposed. No one, you're in America. Just stop the bullshit.
Okay, so here, actually, Isa, you were quite nice. It actually is worse than that. Do you know what Umar said about this hadith?
What did he say?
He said that if I had the power, I would change the Quran. Do you want to see it?
Oh, I know about that one, but that's the next one still.
No, it's the link to it. Here it is. So Umar is addressing something. So Umar is in a power position. Now he is the caliphate leader. Muhammad died. Abu Bakr took the leadership. He died. And now Umar is the leader of the caliphate, right? So he said that Allah sent Muhammad with truth, sent down with the books of him, meaning the Quran, and the verse of stoning was included, and it was sent down to him. So now you should have the stoning in the Quran according to Sahih Hadith by Abu Dawud, right? Do you see that Sahih? Can you just confirm? Do you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah. So So it should be in the Quran. So we read it and memorized it, just like Isa said. Then the Messenger of Allah had people stoned, according to the Hadith, right? So Isa disagreed with this.
It's a lie. That's right. It's gotta be.
Yeah. So I'm going to make sure that you are represented correctly. So those who are Sunni, they should actually make a stance on this, because this should be found in the book of Allah, meaning the Quran, which is not found today, by the way. So I am afraid, Umar is speaking right now, I'm afraid that people might say that with time, passing time, that we don't find this passage in the verse of stoning in the book of Allah, meaning the Quran. Where is it? That's what he's saying. I am aware of this. That's what Umar is saying. And this will cause them to stray and abandon the duty of Allah that has been received. Stoning is a duty laid down by Allah, meaning it should be found in the Quran. for married people, men and women, who committed fornication. Fornication means that they have sex outside of marriage, basically. And then the proof established, or pregnancy, blah, blah, blah. Here's Umar, disastrous statement. I swear by Allah, had it not been for the people might say, he's now saying that unless people would expose me, Umar made this addition, I would have written it there. So he said that he would change the Quran. Mic open to anybody that feel brave.
Right. So clearly we have.
Isa, come on. Let the Muslim respond to this. Or Sunni Muslim, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you guys, you know, I'm a layman, right? And then what you have to speak to somebody of knowledge that can really school you, man. You want to know, you coming to me because I'm not that much knowledge. We need to speak to an alim, speak to somebody that can actually tell you the truth. And the thing is, you come to these ahadith, man, you're lying, man. You're trying to spread some kind of lie. Like, what do you want to do? What kind of image do you want to spread? You think people are going to live Islam? Islam is growing every day. Wallahi billahi tallahi, every single day. If you're gonna make us out to look, whatever you want to do, keep doing. It's just gonna make Islam grow. And Takia, watch. You're gonna make us out to look like terrorists. Okay, inshallah, whenever that time comes, we won't look like terrorists, and then it'll be okay. Everybody to do what they do. War is war, bro. So is that what you want? That's the image you want?
Actually, the one who claims to be a terrorist, I have been victorious with terror. Do you want to see who says that? According to Bukhari himself, here it is. Sahih Bukhari. Shut your mouth.
Some kind of image. Shut your bitch ass up. And also, he said just because he's out there, I can't do shit. It's easy to call a nigga to poke him up easy, man.
I have been
you man, chill out for a sec, man. Chill out for a sec. Let me speak, man. Yo, differently, yeah. Over here, yeah. You try not to do the personal insults, yeah. So when we're asking questions like this, yeah, it's easier for us to ask these hard questions. Obviously, this man believes in some of the stuff that you're criticizing, in it, yeah. So
but Veli, the thing is, he's trying to make something look a certain way, and then this this devil wants to follow the same way he's following, like a kafir, like the kafir he is.
Yeah. Try not to do the personal insults between each other, yeah? Just do the information for information, innit? If you don't, like you just said, you're not the most learned person, innit? You only know what you know, innit? Yeah, like all the shut your mouths and I'm gonna box you and all this sort of shit. Yeah, we'll leave that for when you two are actually really with each other. Then you two can say whatever you want to each other, innit? But when we're on the channel here, yeah, we just try to do the information for information, innit? Yeah, so
Belly, can I take control, please? Because Ultra's gone. Come on, man. Give me control.
Nah, hell no.
No, but look, Taki was. No, he's been doing this for a time now. He's been doing this for a time.
Ultra's gone. He's
what kind of image did you trying to make of Islam? And he wants to spread this kind of false image. And then the thing is, it's going against what he's saying. And the Quran goes against what he says.
Isa,
and the
can I ask you a question? In the Quran, have you ever actually translated the lashes from Arabic to English? And does it actually say lashes or?
Okay, Isa and Takia, if we were the way you guys want to portray us, would you still be alive?
So okay, so
that's what you want Islam to be. Is that what you want Islam to be? Is that what you want Islam? Like your version of what you're trying to spread? You want us to be some kind of like try to associate with those crazy terrorists and things like that, man?
Let me respond. Okay, so for me, it's very clear, and anybody who has brain cells, the distinction between what Islam teaches and what Muslim today. So if you have a Muslim today who drink alcohol or eat pork, they can do that. That's not because of Islam. That is them contradicting Islam. So I'm not interested to speak about politics when Muslims are going against Islam. What I am interested in is those Muslims who are acting in accordance to Muhammad's example. So far, are you following me? Because I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm following. So what are you saying? You're saying those that follow the Sunnah, it's wrong to follow the Sunnah.
Those who follow Muhammad's example, their name is ISIS.
That's the Sunnah.
Can I finish?
No, that's not. ISIS doesn't follow anything, man.
Okay, I'm not.
These people are war, man.
Can I finish?
Can I talk, man? Why is he getting? I can't even talk, man. Look, these people you call ISIS, we have nothing to do with them. These people are in Iraq, man. These people, they probably grew up in war, man. We don't know about these people, man. We have nothing to do with these people, man. What does that have to do with Islam, man?
Yo, you see, yeah. you man can debate and argue, yeah, like, but obviously, like, you man have got to try and stay away from the persons and trying to, like, make it just about that point,
Bro,
innit?
he's bringing up the personals, bro. He's trying to bring up ISIS. They're trying to let it to Islam. A'udhu billah.
Veli, go and work, Veli. Let me take control,
but wait, listen to what listen to what actually said, though. He said that he's trying to criticize points, where people are actually following what it says the way that Muhammad said to follow it. So really, you should let him finish.
So he's saying ISIS upon true Islam. That's what he's trying to say. A'udhu billahi minash shaitan.
Listen, give me some. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen, Samaroon fam. Yeah. Like, so if you disagree, or you've got, obviously, like you're saying, you're not that learned, innit? Yeah. So you can only say what you know or whatnot. You get me? But if you've got any knowledge that goes against what he's saying or what he's putting forward, then once he's finished, you can bring that forward, or you can even say, man should look into this, brother, or this one would be able to let man know about it, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah.
So to make sure that you don't feel misrepresented, Samaroon, let's have an interactive discussion and let's not interrupt each other. What do you think the ISIS are doing that Muhammad did not do, promote, or the first generation Muslim did? Let's test any claim that you post.
Okay, you said what I think that they did, what they did?
Muhammad or his closest.
Okay, how is their caliph? How is their caliph chosen? How did they come about?
Let's go to behavior. So you're talking about the process when it comes to how the caliphate was. So I'll go to next.
So do you think Baghdad? No. Let's talk about this. Do you think Baghdad? Do you think he's a legitimate caliph? Or is he from the family of the Prophet? Yes or no? Is it this a lie? Tell me this.
So Muhammad had a flawed system that he'd never put forth. What do you call it in the vice? No, that's my Swedish language. So Muhammad did not point to a second caliph when he died. So meaning that either he was afraid that it would kill him, or anything like that. But I'm not going to respond to that because I don't have enough knowledge to that. I'm more interested. Hold on. I'm not finished. I am not finished. Can we speak about behavior? What is ISIS doing that you think is un-Islamic? So behavior. We can measure behavior.
Okay, kid. Right now, what they're doing, they're killing innocents. That's against Islam, and out of nowhere, that's what they're doing. And then the fact that they're
So one point at a time. Choose any point. Do you think that ex-Muslims who changed their mind, who still love their country and their family, are they innocent?
What'd you say?
Are ex-Muslim innocent? Because we need to define what innocent is. Because ex-Muslim, they can still be patriotic. They can still be the country.
No, they still love their people. Yes, they still love the people in their country.
So,
yes.
It says the following here, that whoever changes his religion, I guess they're innocent because they just change their mind. They're not treasonous to their country. They're not giving out information to the enemies. They still love their family and their country. But it says there, whoever, meaning anybody.
How do you know this? How do you know this? And what do you speak about? Like, to speak about exactly. What does this ahadith mean? How do you know this?
It's on the screen. Whoever. What does whoever mean?
You made your own. You made your own.
I am not finished. I'm not finished. What does whoever mean?
Any Muslim.
Yeah. Anybody. That's what it means, if you want to be more accurate.
Okay, anybody, okay.
Yeah. So anybody who leaves Islam, you kill him. Please explain if this is innocent or not.
So if he explains it to you, would you agree with his explanation or not?
Well, I would be open, definitely, and I would not try to misrepresent him. So we said that anybody who kills an innocent person, and I'm pointing to an ex-Muslim.
So what if I told you this hadith was talking about treason?
So what is treason? Can you define it?
You
don't understand what treason is?
I want to make sure that we have the same reference point. So can you define treason so we speak about the same thing?
It's like, especially in the military, if you leak out a certain secret to an enemy.
Right. So where's the evidence that this is about someone who's leaking out information to an enemy?
And that is.
Where's your evidence? That's the same thing. Where's your evidence?
Where is your evidence?
And then this happened in the West, yes or no?
Okay, so can I ask a question to
Raj, give me this one. I have the fiqh, which is Sharia law, saved next to one click away. But I want to make sure that they at least they have a chance. So it says
the
that
definition of treason is totally wrong because they're not disclosing any information that is detrimental to Islam.
I'm on my way there, Raj. I'm on my way
But
there.
you don't know.
The Quran and the Hadiths are known to everybody. They're not secret documents, are they?
No, but look, you
Yes,
see how
they
you
are
guys are
not.
rejecting what we're saying as far as treason.
No, but when you're doing
You believe it, you want to believe what your kind of what.
when you're doing treason, you're disclosing information.
Trying to make what you want to make out of
You're
it, man.
disclosing secret information which is detrimental to the state. Is the Quran
Yes.
and Hadiths open to everybody?
What are you saying?
Is the Quran and Hadith open for everyone to read?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so are they state secrets that are going to be detrimental to your religion or a state of Islam if somebody else reads it, if they're not Muslim?
Yes, because
No.
they can leave the land, and then once they leave the land, they can make out anything to the any kind of enemy.
Yeah, come on, man. You're not being really dumb now, man. It's getting embarrassing.
Raj, because it's not in a situation of war. I could leave Islam if I want to. Nobody has the right to kill me. But if I'm in the military, and I'm leaking out
Hold on, how is it going to be detrimental? How is it going to be detrimental to an Islamic army if somebody who leaves Islam, who leaves Islam, how are they going to be revealing state secrets that are detrimental to the army if they leave Islam? What does that mean? How are they going to damage Islam or the armies by leaving?
It's not damaging Islam. It's talking about the military. It's not talking about, it's a specific context. It's not talking about in general statement. Anyone, it says,
look, they're trying to lure you into something. We're talking about innocence right now. Okay,
no, they can't lure me into nothing because they are trying to. It's when you, they are talking about.
You man, let's take your watch. Have his little turn in it. You don't really jump on the tongue about my door, so let him do. So you're welcome, mate. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You're part of the furniture now, man. Yeah.
How dare you? As long as I'm not a footstool like James Jones.
Okay, so in Islam, there's something called fiqh, which is another word for Sharia law. And Sharia law just means Islamic law. So Islamic law is based on the Quran and the Hadith. So they take the Quranic passage, put everything in context, the Hadith, everything in context, and they say, here it is, how you should implement this today. All right? So is there any Muslim here who disagrees with what I just said?
No.
Okay. So here you have a book from around 1,200 years ago.
Do you know what fiqh means? Now, what actually do you know what fiqh means?
Fiqh means Islamic law, jurisprudence. Of course I know.
Fiqh, okay, jurisprudence, okay.
Okay, so for those who don't know, it just means Islamic law. So in Islam, they have 4 schools, or Sunni Islam. Okay, correct me if I'm mistaken.
Okay, there's fiqh. How many books have fiqh regarding the fiqh of what?
There are 4 schools.
What you're saying, Islamic law regarding. Okay,
there are 4 schools in Sunni Islam. The 4 Islamic, the 4 schools in Islam, right? The Sunni Islam, let me just make that clear. Okay, so here you have Shafi school, which is one of the bigger one, and it's not like it's the nicer one. Hanafi, Hanbali, Shafi, and what's the 4th one? Can anybody remind me? Maliki, thank you. So this is not anything unique. They are going to speak now how to treat ex-Muslim. You said that Islam does not allow killing innocents, and I said that, hey, how do you actually treat people who have a thought crime of leaving Islam while still loving their family and their nations? I cannot post this link. I have this link, by the way. I'll post it in the chat. Can you post this in the chat so anybody can fact check me? I'll post it in the private chat. I'm not a moderator, so I cannot post it. Veli, can you post it in the chat so people can actually fact check me? If you go to page number 595.
What does fiqh mean? I want you to tell me what fiqh means.
Fiqh means what? Islamic law. That's what it means.
No, it means understanding of what, it means like you could comprehend something. So what does fiqh mean?
Okay, so this book was.
No. What does fiqh mean? No. You say fiqh of what? So we have how many books that but what does fiqh mean regarding fiqh?
Can you mute him? So this
I'm being honest. Just be honest, man. Because you're lying. You're speaking out of ignorance. You're speaking just nonsense.
Please expose me afterwards. So this book has the stamp of the biggest authority in the Islamic world. I'll just show you the stamp. Here it is from Damascus, the Mufti, right? let me just show you more than that. I have all of this saved. Mufti from Jordanian. This is not an easy book. This is a very prominent book. It's not written in 10 years ago. It's written 1,000 years ago. Here's another one. The president of FIC from Council of North America. Can just give me like a minute, 6 seconds. That's all I need. Al-Azhar. Can you tell me about Al-Azhar? Al-Azhar, that's the top, #1 university of the Muslim world. It's not Saudi Arabia, it's Al-Azhar. It has existed for like 1,000 years. So, yeah. So, let me just show you what it says on page 595. How do you treat ex-Muslims? When a person who has reached puberty and is sane, right? You don't want to punish people who are crazy, right? And they voluntarily leaves Islam, apostatize from Islam, then he deserves to be killed. So where is the military part about this? Where is the treason part about this? You just made it up. Put mic, by the way.
Hold on, let me see.
Okay, well, what's your point here?
So you said that ISIS are evil people and they don't represent what Islam teaches, and you said that they are killing innocent. That's one example. And I told you what is an innocent. Hold on, you asked a question and you interrupted me. You asked what is an innocent person. I gave you one example. You kill people for thought crime, just leaving the faith while still being patriotic and loving their families. And you said that, hey, they are killing people based on treason. And I said that, hey, they're not treasonous. They still love their family. All they did is just are being guilty for thought crime. And I showed you here that if they just leave Islam, that's enough for them to be beheaded. Your mic.
Look, okay, you're picking right now, man.
Yeah, but it has Q8.2. It says in such a case, it's obligatory for blah, 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 whatever. But you leaving Islam, you don't have to be killed if it doesn't have a reason. And the reason, like I said, is it should be basically if you're trying to, detriment the society or the community of Muslims where you live in. It's like someone who has a disease or who's infected with virus. You're not going to put someone who has virus in your family. You're going to isolate them. So it's part of the reasons why I said you have to know what the context is talking about. It says in the Quran, there's no compulsion in religion.
Okay, so can you, sorry, Veli, I have to do this way. There's no other way to do it. Veli, can you share my screen? I have another link. I'm going to show you what Islamic scholars are teaching. Let me just do it one more time because they're going to tell you exactly what it is. Oh, sorry. I have to do it.
Look, you had this little say for how long now? You've been lying for how long now?
You think I'm new to this topic?
I know you've been lying for a long time, so who cares? You had this stuff saved in what? Little folder in what? No, what's they gonna do? And then they're playing lies. You've been trying to distort Islam and trying to lie to the people for how long now, man?
Let's see if your preachers
that has actual knowledge, man, to make you look stupid, man.
Let's see what
you're trying to associate something. Look. If you wanted us to be what you want us to be, just say that. And if that happened, you wouldn't like that. So just be quiet, man.
Let me know when you're finished, so I don't interrupt you. Are you finished? Let's see what your preacher actually says among each other. Here it is.
I especially want to look at one aspect, the punishment of apostasy. When a person in an Islamic state apostatizes, leaves religion, let Allah be a witness that I'm telling the truth, that the punishment for apostasy is death. Anybody telling you on a member anything else, wallahi lazim, they're lying to you.
It's an Islamic. To Muqaddam, what is the penalty for apostasy?
Before
we keep coming down this apostasy.
Give
us a quick answer on what is the penalty for apostasy.
You very well know if it's an Islamic country, then the Sharia is very clear. Apostasy is dealt with the death penalty.
Thank you. That's all
I rest my case.
I mean, you know that's not
you
right.
Nothing. You've showed nonsense, man.
You know that's not right. Like, if someone believes a religion, you kill them. That's not fair, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. You have to go deep in the question. If someone leaves a religion, what has happened? what's the situation? You're not going into the situation.
Go into the topic, man. Go into actually what happened in the context, man. You see how you're doing right now. You're trying to make something look like it's just, oh, this happens and this just happens. This is way deeper than that, man.
That's my point. Got to go by the context of what's happening, what's the situation, where it's been said, how it's been said, what's going on. Let's know.
Do you agree with stoning of adulterers, though, as well, Malik?
It depends on if it says punishment, because I was even thinking about it just now. Like in basically New York, we don't got stones, we got guns.
Okay, so Raj.
So punishment.
No, bro, yeah, that's not a bullet, bro. That's way more
exactly. So if it says punishment, it depends on what society you live in and what kind of the societal law was. If they don't have stones in the society, what they gonna do? If they got belt, they're gonna belt you up. If they got 2x4s, they're gonna 2x4 you up. If they got hands, they're gonna box you up. So punishment, it depends on, whatever the Sharia of the society is. So if they got stones in the whole freaking Saudi Arabia or in Iran, if they only got stones, they're gonna stone you up.
Malik, can I just say something? There's stones around every continent, every place in the world.
How have you not got
I
stones
know,
in
but
you?
I'm just saying.
They're ripping bullet, but they have about 4,000 out there back then, right?
You do know stones are everywhere.
There's no stones in New York, man. We got bullets in New York.
They got bullets in Saudi Arabia too, haven't they?
Hey, listen,
yes, they do.
Is it only the Sunni Muslims that stone for their Sharia?
I think even Shias do after being under the Sunni Sharia law. Like I think Sunnis, they hang in Iran. I think they hang them rather than stone.
Okay.
My point is,
Well,
hold on, bro.
Wait, hold on a sec. So for hanging is for what's it? Adultery.
Adultery. From what I know, but like I'm saying.
No. It's so the purpose of. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Go on.
The purpose of stoning, everybody knows is barbaric. Even the Muslims, if you look in the Old Testament, we have stoning as well. Everybody know that.
Yeah, that's hold on. That's not what we were talking about.
No, that's not. What I was asking was, it was the punishment stoning. Was that only for for the Sunnis, or was there? So when a Shia commits adultery, do they stone or do they do a different punishment? But like he was saying that they do hanging. So obviously that's still quite barbaric as well, isn't it? So
no. What I was saying, you have to know the history. This is my point. I'm saying in let's say the Sunni societies where Shias lived, they lived under the laws of the Sunnis, so it became part of their norm. Do you get what I'm saying? So when it seems when the 12 Shias conquered Iran, I don't even know what happened over there because you had so many different types of rulers afterwards anyway, and obviously you had the Shah. But I'm just saying from what I know that's going on now, they hang people for adultery or something like that. So that's from what I know.
And if I was to my understanding, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's loads of atheists from what I hear, who don't accept the current government's. I don't know if you know about Iranian rulership, but they're basically saying that their government is a stand-in for the imama, for the divinely appointed imam, successors of the prophet. So a lot of Shias reject that whole government institution in Iran. So a lot of obviously Shias in that country as well, they reject it, and a lot of them have just become atheists. And I don't hear.
I have a question.
Hold on. Can I say something real quick about the stoning? You see certain laws. The thing that I understand about the stoning is a punishment whereby if you take the smallest bit of stones and you have like a group of people, they could just punish somebody for adultery. But what you would find is you have certain people who's also aggressive that will literally take a block and just hit it on your head or your body. So it depends on.
Malik.
Yes.
But that's more humane than thousands of stones.
Hold on, Raj.
One big block kills you one go, but thousands.
I know. I'm telling you, if you have.
What we call what is moral and what isn't moral.
What I'm trying to say about the stoning
Malik, just wait a minute.
What I'm trying to say about the stoning let me finish.
Let Malik finish his point. Yeah, and then rebut him after.
Let me
No,
just finish.
I wasn't rebutting Malik. I'm saying what Raj was saying. Both of you are ignorant of the subject. In Sunniism, they give you the size of how big the stone should be. Do you understand? So this whole comment, whether it's small pebbles and so on, your Sunni scholars have already sorted that and told you how big the stone should be.
Yeah, but that's according. But that's according. If you're talking about a scholar, another scholar might come and be like, "Yo, you got to take little stones. You got to be considerate when you're punishing people sometimes."
Okay, so but listen,
Raj,
can you jump on?
Raj, can you jump on?
What it is, yeah? What is a bit weird, yeah, that I feel like both sides are not even pennying, and I don't even feel like Raj is even pennying. It's just like, bro, both of your punishments are quite barbaric for adultery. Like, if you're gonna stone someone or you're gonna be hung, yeah, for cheating, like, it's that fucking hell.
Veli, hold on,
Veli, I would say hanging someone.
Oh my God.
So can we just have some?
Hold on, I have to correct Veli.
Okay, let me go after you.
When you say both your punishments, I just told you the government of Iran is rejected by the majority of Shia. That what they're doing.
So what is the Shia punishment then for adultery?
The Quranic punishment, lashes. Simple as that.
You're gonna get whipped. It's less than stoning. I'll give you that, but it's still still 900 BC sort of punishment. You know what I mean? It's not 2020.
So Isa, let me ask you a question. Can I lash somebody with a 2x4?
Isa, you're falling for a trap, man.
No, I'm not falling for a trap. What I'm saying
is, you are.
No, boy, can I say something real quick regarding morality?
Can y'all let him answer my question? Please, let him answer my question. Is it considerate for someone to lash somebody with a big ass log tree?
No, you're not. Malik, get through your head, yeah? Go and research the subject where whatever you're going to lash them with, it's already been stipulated what it is. What type of thing. Just like the stone in Sunniism, they tell you how big the stone should be. Right, so I'm saying
lash isn't that serious, man. You're not even supposed to lash that hard. No,
okay, Isa, let me help you out.
On the back, it's only on the back.
Oh my God.
Isa, let me help you out. Okay, so first of all, I'm sure. I mean, if you look in the Old Testament, you have stoning, right? If you look in the New Testament, you don't have stoning. If you look in Islam, you have stoning. There's a reason why this continued. The purpose of stoning is to make sure that English is not my first language. Deteriorate, is that the word to say?
Deterrent.
Deterrent. Other people from doing it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so let me just finish. So you're not gonna kill them or get them passed out with the first stone. It's gonna take 30 stones. And if you have a lot of people from that society participating in throwing stones, then they will feel it. The point is to avoid less of the crime that they have been punished for. Do anybody disagree with that? I think this is very basic.
That's why I said in every punishment there should be leniency. But what you would find is people getting big ass hard rocks thrown at people when you know that you're supposed to be taking little stones. It's just a warning.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Does matter. Just like you could,
Can I finish?
Just like if you try to lash somebody, I could literally lash you with a little ass cane, or I could take a 2x4 and hit you one time and you will still die. So it depends on how you're trying to punish somebody. At the end of the day, my thing is if you're trying to punish somebody, it has to be very, very moderate.
Okay, so can I respond to that? Can you just give me like 20 seconds? That's all I need. So can you share my screen, by the way? Sorry, Veli, you acting like...
yeah, I'm here, bro.
Maybe you're busy. I'm sorry about that. So
I'll be back.
No, don't run away now. So the problem I have is not what did you do like 1,400 years ago. I'm asking what do you want today? Because that time they didn't have UN human rights contract, anything like that. I want to know what are you going to push for my children, my grandchildren. And here it says it's Sahih Muslim in a case speaking about someone who's committing adultery. Can you see my screen, by the way? Can anybody see my screen? Okay, yeah. So in this case, married person, you should punish them with 100 lashes, and then you stone them with death. So this is the question I have for the Muslims on the panel or in the chat is, I'm not asking what Muhammad did if that's just for his time. I'm asking, do you want more of this if you have an Islamic caliphate where all the conditions are fulfilled? Open mic.
Ask the Sunnis, man.
I want to ask one thing. Okay, as far as morality goes, how can we judge what's moral and what's not?
That's not my question. My question is, if you want more of this.
Look. Okay, I'm speaking right now, right? Oh, you want to jump over me?
Let them
talk, man.
You got them talk though, like, because you did finish your thing, even though he's not giving out, so you don't want to hear.
My bad.
Okay, I'm speaking as far as morality goes. How can we judge what's moral and what's not? Know what I mean? Because we can say, okay, back in the days, the Japanese, they used to do suicide, like, and they thought of it as something honorable, and they love to do it. Okay, now we think it as something disgusting and immoral, right? At that time, they thought it was something moral. So how can we judge as far as societies and civilizations and after time? How can we judge, like, what do we say what's moral and what's not? How can we judge that?
Yeah. So I asked you a question regarding if you want more of this today when you have an Islamic caliphate that you think is legitimate. Do you want this implemented today? And your question is, if this is moral, what basis do we have for this? So please don't answer my question with a question. Open mic.
Okay. Look. Okay. In the West right now, we have some of the people that we have different ways of execution. As far as prisons, know what I mean? Prison sentences and death sentences. How are people killed? The lecture chair is right. You think that's moral?
So my question was, do you want this?
Answer me, man.
No.
Not moral. No, is the electric chair not moral?
No, Veli, don't let this one.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Takira, much, because you're asking, do you want to be stoned today?
If they have a caliphate, it's important that you say that the caliphate has to have legitimate.
I don't want to be stoned for anything today. I want to get stoned. I don't want to be stoned.
Yeah. Okay, so Veli, you need to ask the question in a very specific way, and the way to ask it to get into the Muslim mind is, if they have a caliphate today that they accept, do you want this today? This is the way to ask it, because or else they will just deflect.
Yeah.
The Muslims, do you want to respond to it? Do you want this today?
But basically, yeah. So is when you're saying them like the.
So, any Muslim want to respond to the question? Do you want this implemented? This is Sharia law 101. 101.
You have to ask Sunnis, brother. You can't say Muslim. You have to say Sunnis.
Sorry, Shia. Isa, when I say Muslim, sorry, I think about the 90%. So I should say Sunni Muslim. You're right. So do any Sunni Muslim want to respond to this? What happened?
Tumbleweed.
Did someone? Isa, you here?
Mm-hmm.
I think someone hacked the show. It's just me, you here. Everybody just dropped out.
Okay. Okay, so James Speaker's Corner. James Speaker's Corner says mainstream Shia Islamic law also calls for stoning. Bruv, I have no problem with the truth of that in the sense that they're following Sunniism not in just that, they're following them in many other ways. But like what my point is that we use the Quran as a criteria, and we dump all kind of Sunni innovations from culture and everything else. You get me? So, yeah.
So Isa, can you hear me?
Yep.
So, okay. So what happened? What happened to like the 4 other panel members?
No idea, man.
Okay,
I
so
didn't know you dropped out till you told me.
Man, even the host, maybe the jinn kicked him out. but okay. So if you can sum up what I'm saying is, do they want more of this today? That's my question basically.
Okay, so when they don't, they tell you, or they go to excuses like, like what they were doing before. Clearly, they Sorry, I'm laughing at lady's face.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, so clearly when Samaroon answered your question with a question, he was basically saying yes.
Yeah, of course I know about that. But first of all, can I just say one thing? Is everybody in the chat, big out to the channel called Analyze Dunya. He's producing great content from different channels. Subscribe to him.
Let me just respond, sorry, to James Speaker's Corner.
Okay.
He says, Isa, if you saw a report, which I think you mean a hadith, that a Shia Imam, and I assume you mean one of the 12 Imams, practice stoning, would you still say that? Yes, James Speaker's Corner, 100%. If any hadith says that one of the 12 Imams, the 12 divinely appointed Imams, said stoning was the way, I would take the hadith and, as they said, throw it against the wall. It contradicts the Quran. It's not,
okay, so Isa, I'm a child when it comes to the Shia Islam. Can you explain to me like some basic question if I ask some questions?
Go ahead.
Okay, so what is a hadith in Shia Islam? How many do you have?
Well, there's a hell of a lot.
I mean, in Sunni Islam is 6 major, and then you have like Ahmed and so on. But like, how many do you have that's major?
There's 4 main Shia.
Sorry, main. I mean main. Sorry, not major.
Yeah, there's 4 main ones. And out of the 4, the main one collection is Al-Kafi, which has, I think, almost 16,000 hadith.
Oh boy, yeah.
But more than half are not authentic.
Okay, so within the 4 main hadiths, you have those who are not authentic. But do you have the same classification when it comes Sahih, Hasan, and Daif?
We have similar.
What is the classification?
No, we have the same. So we have the classifications, but with us, the Quran, and whether the hadith agrees with the Quran, whether the hadith agrees with other major firmly established hadith, is how we authenticate hadith. So, for instance, a Sunni will use a hadith to abrogate the Quran,
right.
Whereas us, we will say if the hadith contradicts the Quran, it cannot abrogate. It can only be thrown away if it blatantly contradicts.
So a follow-up question I have is, I am a Christian myself, and I mean, we do have different groups, but like, I don't have any memory of people quoting scripture and then just have suicide bombings or anything like that. Maybe that has happened through history, but I would think that they're flawed. What do you think? Why are the Sunnis or Shias under such pressure? Persecution is a better word. Sorry.
Well, basically, they would tell you it's because she has cursed Aisha, she has cursed the companions, they claim she is allowing her companions. These are the excuses of the dumb Sunnis, especially the laymen. However,
so okay, before we move on, why is that important? I mean, I can acknowledge that Aisha went to war against other Muslims, right? And Ali was the leadership at that time. But why is that important part of the Shia identity? Why don't you just acknowledge that's truth? Why do you have to curse Aisha or the second or first caliph?
The word is lahna, which means to request that Allah withdraws His mercy from them, because they have done historical evils that ripple into the present day. So as long as their evil actions do that, then we have to continue. It's like a prayer against their evil actions. Do you understand? So the tyranny of the
but if that it will cause a hostility to the portion that the Shia mosque are being bombarded and the persecution, why hold on to this historical information? Why not just teach about it and just leave out of praying evil or curse them? I'm trying to understand. Yeah.
If you took that out, it wouldn't make much difference, because the ultimate thing is that the knowledgeable people from the Sunni pagan religions are afraid that Sunnis and non-Muslims will hear what the true Islam is like. So based upon that,
But why are you fueling their hostility? I'm not making the short skirt argument that the shorter skirt that the woman has, the more right the rapist has. I'm not making that. I'm saying the victims has the right to be victim if they're being attacked, but can we reduce the risk? So it's a semi short skirt argument. It's not fully short skirt argument.
So I said to you, even if you stop doing that, it wouldn't make no difference. As long as you teach Imam Ali is the rightly guided caliph, he was appointed by the Prophet, then naturally, if you teach that, Abu Bakr is a usurper.
So why does that matter? I mean, it's 1,000 years back. But it's 1,000 years back. Who cares what happened? You know, we're talking about what's happening today. The Muslim world is not in a good shape, by the way.
Right.
So why not focus on what's happening today?
Right. So when you're focusing on what's happening today, because the Sunni religion classifies Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman to be what they call the rightly guided caliphs, and because the example of these three caliphs is the tyranny, the conquest, the murdering of Muslims, the oppression of Muslims, etc., obviously people need to know what the true Islam looks like. So you can't really get out of speaking about Abu Bakr and all the rest of it, can you?
No, that's not my point. Is not that you don't stop teaching. You stop teaching to your kids in school. My point was, why do you publicly curse them?
Bro,
I mean, it must be a trigger.
I said I'll say it again, if you stop that. So I said, if we stop doing what you said, cursing them, sending laughter, and we only just taught, I'm saying the same result will happen.
Yeah. You think so? Really?
No, it's not just that. I'm saying I'm a proof of that.
Okay.
Not only that, the Shias around, bro. I'm a very, remember, it's a small minority of Shia that curse Abu Bakr, Uthman, Aisha openly. A very small minority.
Okay, yeah.
So we know that they treat, once they hear you're Shia, they don't care about all of that. Because one of the things they say is, the ones that don't do the, brother, I got Shias, I had Shias. They don't anymore. But the Shias before, they used to argue with me, saying how I'm extreme and so on, until I started showing them the hadith and Quranic verses. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so I accept your point as a potential outcome. So I've never heard this argument before, by the way, that if you would even stop cursing them, they will still persecute you. This is the first time I'm hearing it. Because all I had heard is that they are mistreating the Prophet's wife and they're cursing this and all this stuff. But I want to go forth. What is the two brothers called, the Shia brothers from Speaker's Corner?
Zayn and Raza.
Raza, brilliant man. I could listen to him for hours. Do you know him?
Yes.
Brilliant guy. Does he do live streams?
Not like this. But he has videos. But the team, they call it Bayat Al Gadir.
Yeah.
Their channel.
Yeah. Well, I guess if the majority Muslims would behave like Raza, I mean, nobody would care about Islam in a negative way. But we are infested with people who are radicalized. They're pushing for disgusting ideas, or else I wouldn't care about this topic. That's the truth, to be honest.
Well, this is what I mean. You have to remember that Raza had to come and give a speech at the park regarding his brother when the Sunnis tried to attack him. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, of course.
So. My point is that they may have tried to do it with me. Obviously, they did try, and I responded in certain ways, and that's why I continued, because they didn't tell their people to behave. Do you understand? So I said, well, as long as you lot are going to keep that garbage up, then I'm going to keep up what I'm about. Yeah, so Veli cannot get back on his own channel.
Should we end the stream, maybe?
No, forget that. Big up myself. I told you lot, I am the god of G Block, and I allowed Veli to rent this space, and he wasn't allowed to put godless block. He was only allowed to put G Block, so it could be either God Block or godless block. But yeah, we got I call it the God Block, so it's Issa Vision God Block. Yeah, big up.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I do have a lot of respect for you, Issa. I have never heard you do. I mean, when I say taqiyya, by the way, it's just another word for fact checking. I mean, the kuffar do taqiyya. I mean, everybody do taqiyya. Taqiyya just means giving untruthful information, but I've never heard you give untruthful information. I have a lot of respect for you. And by the way, but you are an ex-Christian, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that has affected how you think? Because one of my biggest criticism against Muslims is sometimes we call it taqiyya, but it's just lack of critical thinking. They just hand out logical fallacies like candy, but people like Raza won't do it, and you won't do it as well. Do you think your Christian upbringing has actually affected your thinking?
No, it's affected me anyway. No, because there were point in time when I used to do taqiyya, and in the sense that I used to think, because I used to go to Sunni masjids, when I first converted and so on. So I thought it's not really fair or right if I, say these things or in discussions, because people used to ask me why I converted. So when other people came around, I would think, you know what, I don't want to offend these people who hardly know anything about the religion anyway, and just start to confuse them and so on. So
hey, big up Takia Watch. Yeah, man, lucky you two were on, boy. I don't know, obviously, because there was a message coming up on the open screen saying about the COVID-19 means that there's going to be higher traffic than usual. So so there must have been like a bit of an issue that they must have just sorted out now. But yeah, man, it's mad still, like, but yeah. Takia used to take over for a bit, man. But
man, sorry for taking. Okay, so Veli, my first, Veli, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Okay, so do you remember our first interaction, me and you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I was on Raspik's show, and it was pretty calm. I mean, it was like 20 people there, and you asked me a question, right? And I answered it. You asked me what country I'm from, something like that, and I said I'm not going to respond to it. And then you asked one more time, and I cursed your mother, and I apologize for that. It was me being annoyed. I thought that you understand I have jihadis after me, but yeah, I apologize for that. So let's just make that clear.
I was cursing your mom, yeah? What happened?
No, I didn't curse your mom. I said, I don't remember, but screw that. I apologize for that. I don't stand by that.
All right, cool, man. Cool.
All right, so clear slate.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, we do, man. But like, anyone that wants to jump on, you should be able to jump back on now still, because even Muhammad, you was probably trying to jump back on and it won't let you jump on, man. So, I don't know what was happening, bro. Yeah, it's crazy still, man. But yeah, so like I was, like I was saying about the Shia hadith, or the Shia hadith for punishment, yeah. So what is the Shia hadith for the punishment of? It's the whipping from the Quran.
Yeah, lashes. Hold on, Mohammed. Lashes is what's in the Quran, so that's what would be the standard. But I mean, it's very simple. Like, if you want, I know you would think it's barbaric or serious, but if we went into we're talking about a civilized, organized society, so you can't say in the society we're living in, which is part civil and part savage, and say, well, should we institutionalize lashing in this country?
Talking about where are you from? Where are you from, Ginger Lou?
Hold on.
Where are you from?
Hold on, Savage. Hold on. Chill out for a sec, yeah. You got, like you say, man, we got to let my man finish, let Issa finish what he was saying first. And then you can ask your question to Takeo still, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, so Issa, finish up.
Yeah, so all I'm saying was, Veli, you have to look at it as within a civilized society where relationships and families are organized, okay, for the benefit of the people getting married and the children and grandchildren and so on. So we don't have generations of children coming from, so many broken homes. Obviously, there's going to be divorces here and there. But obviously, it causes such problems where the children, they end up, rebelling, going homeless, they end up living on the street or joining gangs and stabbing. All kinds of craziness comes from this type of thing. So therefore, it's something where there needs to be a serious deterrent. And I suggest in that time in the desert, lashing is a good deterrent. Now, if we're talking about the modern world with prisons and various other things, we can discuss that. But the point is, it has to be a serious deterrent. and that's my main point. So Samaroon, yeah, go ahead and get that.
I want to speak to this Berea. I want to speak to this Berea. Takubash, where are you from? Where are you from?
Okay,
Are you
so
Amhara? Where are you from?
I don't deal with personal question. Let's just say that I have a skin.
Let's be real, bro.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Hold up.
Shut your mouth.
Yo. Come on, man.
Kick him out. I mean,
I do want to speak to this Berea. I want to speak to this Berea.
Hold on.
Where are you from?
Hold on a sec. Yeah. You see, obviously, you're asking him where he's from, yeah, but he's telling you his answers that he don't take personal questions in it. So that might not be the answer that you want to hear, but obviously you're gonna ask. But if you're gonna ask,
but Barely, if you're honest with who you are, just why are you scared to tell me who he is? He says, where are you from? Well, you're Christian, right? Where are you from?
And he didn't tell me.
Do you speak a language, Takiwash? Do you speak a language?
My answer is, if I stood next to Denzel Washington, we would have the same skin color. Is that enough?
Okay, where are you from? All right, are you from Ethiopia? Yes or no?
This guy is brain dead. Can we just move on?
Come on, no, come on.
Hold on.
What's wrong? How can you be ashamed where you from? Where you from?
Samaroon, 1 sec, please. Yo, Takia, you can't be saying that kind of stuff and ending off like that. Samaroon, just let him have a chance, and maybe you guys have something in common together. Do you get what I mean? Trust me, bro. You're a human being, he's human being. Like, what the fuck? Like, in the first place. Do you get what I mean? So, like, one guy finished. Takia, try not to say something fucked up. Samaroon, just let it be. You know, who cares? Fuck it.
My answer is I don't deal with personal question. Can we move on?
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead. No, let him, Samaroon. Samaroon, let him. Okay, I got a couple questions. I got a lot of questions for everyone, so I can be on this page. You know what I mean? So Isa, for example, because I like to ask Isa some stuff. When the Prophet was on his deathbed, okay, and everyone was around, who was around him? And didn't one of them say, we have the, we don't need the Prophet, we have the Quran and the Hadith or something?
So basically, with a Thursday, the Prophet died on the Monday afterwards. It was a Thursday before he died. And the Prophet was on his, he was ill. And Abu Bakr and Umar were still hanging around when they shouldn't have been. They were supposed to go under a war with Osama. And they kept coming back. So the Prophet said to the people, get me something to write with, that I'm going to write you a document that you may never go astray. Umar bin Khattab, the second misguided Sunni usurper caliph, said...
you see the disrespect, man. Look, if we said this about any Shia, we'd be the bad guys. But how can this guy just really say stuff
one sec, Cameron, let him finish. Look, Isa, wait, hold up. Is this in a Sunni hadith? Everything you're saying?
Sahih Bukhari. So let's
so Samaroon, he's using your book, Samaroon.
Hold on, Samaroon.
It doesn't matter. You see how he's saying usurper. He's trying to.
I feel you, Samaroon.
One sec. Let's ask Samaroon. If somebody goes against the Prophet, is he guided or misguided?
He's misguided, obviously. But who went against the Prophet? The Prophet said he loved Umar.
Okay, hold on. That's what you've heard in tradition. You admit you haven't studied. You admit you haven't.
Okay, look. I want to ask one question. Can I talk? Well, I can't even talk, man. You guys,
one sec, let him finish.
Yo, you guys are trying to. Can I say one thing? Did Ali name his son Umar? Yes or no? If somebody hated Umar, why would they name their son Umar? Did Ali, radiallahu anhu, did he name his son Umar? Yes or no?
So you want to jump from this hadith?
Just say yes or no. Just say yes or no.
No, you
want. If you hated somebody, would you name your son after somebody you hated?
Are you saying
some of them Sunnis they name themselves Ali, so that doesn't matter. So Isa, can you explain to us?
No, look. Ali named his sons Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. If they hated these people, these Sahaba,
where did you get
and were loved by the Prophet, did they? I'm just saying yes or no. Yes or no. You just say yes or no, man.
Isa, who's the sons? Name all the sons.
Name the sons of Ali. Name the sons of Ali right now.
We don't
name
jump
all of
away.
Ali's sons.
We don't jump away from our question to answer his question.
No, you trying to run away. That's what you're trying to do. You trying to run away from the truth because you know the truth, man. That's why may Allah, you said you curse the Sahaba, may Allah curse you.
Wait, Samuel, please let him talk. Samuel, please.
Anyway, as I was saying, Muhammad, this is what I'm saying. When somebody asks a question and the opponent diverts from the question to ask you another question, you don't submit and answer his question. You let the savage monkey.
No, but look, Muhammad, look. If you had a son and then you hated somebody, would you name your son? Would you name after somebody you hated? Would you name your son after somebody you hated? Just let's be real here, man.
How do you know
hated somebody?
I feel you, man.
Muhammad, listen.
Nah, I'm not just being real, bro. If you hated somebody, would you name your son after somebody you hated?
In Arabia at the time, this is the
look at the excuse he's making now. I would be like, he's making this.
Samuel, you have to hear both sides at least. Come on, man.
Muhammad,
at least hear both sides.
What you have to remember is these people, they hear arguments. They don't study and research. They hear them, and then they come to me with them. And I'm saying, because I've researched the thing, I know the answer. And then he says, oh, look at what I'm responding with. I'm saying, if I asked him, who told you that when he named a son called Umar and a son called Uthman, that it was after these two people? Who told you this? Where did you get this from? You understand what I'm saying?
I heard Isa was named after someone else. It wasn't named after...
No.
It was after them. You get what I mean?
But listen to my point. What I'm saying is, Imam Ali had over.
So it was a coincidence. You're saying it was a coincidence. That's what you're saying. It was a coincidence, right? That's what you're saying.
So you want to ignore? Right. I've answered your question. Now let's get back to the subject that we were dealing with originally. You agreed that if somebody opposes the Prophet, you agreed he's misguided. So here's the hadith where Umar bin Khattab opposes the Prophet, and according to Samarun, Umar bin Khattab is therefore misguided. Here's the hadith. So it says, the Prophet, peace be upon him, was sick on a Thursday. He said to the people, get me something to write with, that I may write you a document that you may never go astray. This is in Sahih Bukhari. It says, Umar bin Khattab came in. He said, the Prophet is under a spell of pain. You have
yo, Samaroon, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Hold on, calm down.
Why are you here?
Hold up.
Talk to this sister. I understand that. No, I'm trying to check this guy. You see this nonsense he's talking about.
Listen, Samaroon, bro.
Billy.
Fuck them. Okay.
All right, sis.
Shut the hell up, bro. Oh, bump down to Muhammad Isa. That's what you're doing, innit? Shut the hell up, man. Trying to embarrass the Somali for this little Persian bitch. Please, don't embarrass yourself.
I'm saying, how can this ugly ass nigga he doesn't even show his face. He doesn't even show his face.
Yeah. You need to invite. Shut the fuck up, man.
It's good, man. These people, it's good.
I came to get my brother in it. Shut the fuck up.
Belly, come on, Belly.
No, I'm gonna jump out, sis, man. Because these guys talking nonsense.
Go back to sleep.
You stink.
Yeah.
Smelly people.
Nah, you stay, bitch. You stay, nigga. Show your face. Show your ugly ass face, old ass nigga, man. When you ever showed your face, this guy never showed his face, man. Filthy nigga, man. Show your face, man.
I'm sorry, Belly, but I can't take this.
No, look, this guy wants to talk, man. Look at his eyes, man. His eyes are red all the time, man. This fat ass bitch, man.
Can we have self-control? Okay, can we have self-control one at a time?
No, this is what they've been doing for days.
Okay.
You see, they have been
calm
so
down.
xenophobic against Somalis,
Ilman.
looking at us as though we're some kind of animals, talking about our structure of our faces. And now in the chat, it's like, Taqiyya watches the real Ethiopian, unlike you. Are you dumb? We're closer to Ethiopians than you guys are. How are you separating us?
Can everybody calm down? Can everybody calm down? We have... Belly, you got this one? Belly, you got this one?
Taqiyya, chill out.
You reading that, Isa, you need to be ashamed of yourself. All to
We have no bananas for you, know? We have no bananas for you savages, you know what I mean? You can go.
Bananas,
who is the savage? Who is the savage? Say that to somebody's face, bro. I bet any Somali will slap you up, bro. Look, you can talk bad against us, but if we say something about you, you cry racism like a bitch, right? That's what's funny. It's hypocrisy, but it's a one-sided thing. If we say something, you say, "Oh, you racist against black people," but if we say, "Well, you can say something,"
I feel you, Billy. Billy, I swear, I feel you, man.
It's crazy, man. It's hypocrisy, man.
Muhammad, go back to sleep. You're not needed here, all right? It's a black issue, right? Shut the hell up.
That's funny.
Get out of it, you punk. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, so you're a Sunni, you're trying to stick up for your religion.
Anyways, I'm going off. Samaroon, I come to tell you, okay, Isa's getting paid by the hour. He's back dancing for Muhammad. Don't give him the satisfaction to try and disrespect you. Okay.
We were having a really good intellectual.
He wanted to bring it to my faces, but I know what you're
come on, man. We're having intellectual.
I'm wasting my time. I waste my
Muhammad,
you guys don't even want to answer, man.
Shut up about intellectual. You're here because your daddy's here, under your daddy's protection. Isa is not your daddy, okay?
Belly, come on now.
Isa is not your father. Go and find your real father.
Are you his mum? Are you Samaroon's mum, you clown? What are you doing there?
I'm his auntie. He's my bloodline. And yeah, I'm his real auntie. Yeah.
He doesn't even know who you are, you idiot. He doesn't even know who you are.
I'm his real auntie. Like you don't know.
I'm gonna jump off because I'm wasting my time anyway, sis. Jump off. She's a waste of time. These are all pagans, man.
Okay, sorry. Come to it.
Smile. You got to be fair, yeah. Before you jumped on, yeah, they were whether you like the discussion or not, yeah. I was trying to make sure that their men were insulting each other, so they was having discussion.
No, I'm not blaming you. I'm even blaming Samaroon, bro. Like, don't do this, okay? Like I said, we're not really like, you know what I mean. Just leave them to it. Leave people to the hate fest. You know, it's okay. Don't give Isa the opportunity to kind of, you know, make money off us.
Make money, you idiot.
Yeah, make money off us. That's your paid agent, innit? You're paid to chat shit about Sunnis, right?
Listen, you do it yourself. Look, you come here swearing you're supposed to be a Muslim woman.
I'm proud, man. I'm sure you don't get to talk shit to my people and think that you're sitting up there like some big black man, as if you're the authority of who's black and who's not. Like, you need to be ashamed of yourself.
No way, you're despicable. You're not a woman. You're not a lady.
You take a break. Go and do some jobs. You go and take a break from panel. You're on here 24/7.
Hours. I'm not on there 24/7. What are you doing?
You're on here 24/7, mate. Go get a life. Anyways, Samaroon, come through, bro. Yeah, I'm jumping off. I can't be seeing. The place stinks. Ethan's here. Oh my god, the place is stinking.
Yeah, but you stinky. And get that beautiful bird off your team.
Go and swim in some swine fat.
Go away, you pork chop. Get out of here, you pig. You swine, dirty, nasty thing. Get out of here.
You can't jump on and tell man to jump off the country. That's hating still. You know what I mean?
Oh boy. Anyway,
what's up, James?
Yo, you know, how can man never say that when man jumped on panels as well to invite Jupiter and then man onto her panel? See that chick? She's a number one dickhead, innit? Remember I showed you that chick's the number one dickhead, bro. Out here, one day it's supporting ISIS. The next day it's don't support black businesses. The next day it's Jupiter, will you come on my show? Let's all protect Jupiter. Oh, shut your mouth, bro. About you ain't got no morals to talk to no one about nothing, bro. You know the ones.
Yeah, swine fat. I don't know what's wrong with her though. She's a weirdo, bro. She's got like. Do you believe in swine fat? Is that what you're saying, Sumaya? Or you just a pig anyway? Like, strange, man. It's a strange creature, bro. Seriously, very strange.
But remember, hey, all you youths, yeah, all you little you youths that be telling, hey, don't disrespect her, da da da. But them type of people will get you wigged, rude boy. Like they will get your head top taken clean off. I'm telling you, bro, it's dangerous, fam. It's dangerous. Them kind of people scare me, car. They got youths in that, yeah, and they're talking about the murder of innocent people can be justified in the right circumstances. No, I don't understand. See me, I never understand them type of thing.
Look, bro, shut your fucking mouth. Speak about any sister, any Muslim sister, any of the Muslim me, especially. I'm saying now these motherfuckers want to talk, man, bro. If I was over where you is right now, bro, I swear, bro, I smoke you up easy, my nigga. Shut the fuck up, man. Oh, fuck, man. No, I'm being easy. I'm not being easy, bro. Look, this guy's talking big and then he's lying on the sister, man. Why is he sitting there being lying? He talks when the sister is gone, though, man. No, the sister, man, he's hurt. That's why you're a pork chop, fat ass nigga. You're the fat one, bro. You're the fat one. I seen you, bro. You fat as fuck. What are you talking about, ugly ass bitch? Show your face, nigga. No, show you fucking no, she isn't. She isn't. No, she isn't. Stop lying. See, look, you're trying to lie on the system. That's the only thing you can do. Because you scared to even show your own ethnicity, but you scared to show who you are. Look, at least I can talk to Isha because I seen how ugly he is, man. Well, at least I seen half of how ugly he is. But I seen his pot belly. That's all I seen. I didn't see his face. So, look, you guys know. Look, do not disrespect the sister and lie on the sister, man. And dude, look at James Jones coming on like a bitch, man. He comes on to talk about a sister and a woman, man. Watch what you guys say about women, man. Because you lucky I'm not in the UK, man. Look, us Somali people, we're not like you, bitch. Man. We don't play. Look, we don't play about this, bro. No, if you want to say something about any woman, say it to a man, man. Okay? So watch your fucking mouth, man. Respect women, man.
Why you do?
I don't give a fuck. Look, fuck this Shia shit. Look, but the thing is, look, Valley, look, he's talking this Shia shit. He's talking about this. Look, if I was over there, bro, say you lucky you're not over here, man. Wallahi, you lucky. Wallahi, you lucky not over here, bro. It's easy, bro. I swear, I swear, bro. Now look, he's talking. If I knew your address, bro, and I knew where you were, you see what happened, man. So don't ever disrespect any Muslim sister, especially any Somali sister, man. Watch your fucking mouth, man. Watch it. Look, I don't give a fuck. And James, you too also, man. Wherever the fuck you live, man. If I knew you motherfuckers' address and I lived where you were right now, it's over, bro. I wouldn't even say nothing, but I get up because I know where you at, man. So I hit you. That's you too, nigga. Watch your fucking mouth, man. You fake ass UK nigga, man. Nah, you bitch ass niggas in the UK, man. You know, if I was over there, it'd be over, man. It'd be over easier, bro. It'd be over easier, bro. It'd be over easier, bro. No, that look. How can you disrespect me when you're behind the screen, man? Say that personally, bro. Say that shit personally, bro. Now fuck with the cow shit, man. Say it personally. Say it personally, bro. Look, you saying baby, nigga, man.
You sound like a proper pussy.
I put it in, bro. Shut the fuck up. No, I'll be around with disrespect any sister, man. This guy, he comes on here to lie about his sister, man. I don't give a fuck, man. A woman is a woman. You respect any woman. Your mother is a woman, so shut the fuck up, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Anybody that breastfed you, you respect any woman. So shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up, man. The fuck wrong with this whole ass nigga, man?
Bitch right now.
You give a fuck, man, nigga. Shut the fuck up. See, you guys use knives up there, bro. I will slash your mouth off, nigga. Shut the fuck up,
nigga. Samaroon.
Yeah.
Samaroon, chill out, cuz, man. Like I said, you gotta let them man respond, cuz you can't jump on, machine gun them for half hour and then just because you're gonna jump off in it and let hear anything what the man them are gonna say back.
No, okay, Valley, let me say something to you, bro. Okay, I'm not in the UK right now, so brother, like I swear by Allah. If I seen these guys personally, if I knew them personally, I wouldn't even say nothing, bro. I just speak to them. I know what they're about, and then they see what happened later on. Right now, I'm behind the screen, so I can't do nothing. So that's what's pissing me off. So if they were down here, it'd be a different story. Like, well, here, it'd be a different story. Bro, so if I was in the UK right now, none of this talk, man. None of this talk, bro. None of this talk, bro. I hate, bro. I don't even like talking, man.
Let my respond that.
Samaroon, Samaroon. Are you saying you want your head blown off with a shotgun? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're gonna do?
No, just answer the question. Is that what you want?
No. Look. Have you shot a gun before, bro? You said a shotgun. You have a shotgun right now. You know how to shoot? I want to ask you that, bro. Have you ever shot one bullet in your life? I'm just asking you that, bro. Now let's be real. Now you brought up a shotgun. So what do you know about guns?
Where do you live?
Listen. Don't engage on this stupid level, bro. You're a murderer. Well done. Your response.
You lot talking about hurting and harming people.
Hold on.
Question. I didn't say I would shoot him.
Let James,
no,
let James make his point, man. No, because you don't keep talking over it, fam.
Hold on. I love people.
Please, man. You're better than this. Just hold on.
Let make his point, God.
The response to, this woman is a terrorist. And she will get you, man.
And that's a lie. That is a lie. Stop lying on the sister, man. No, fucking lie, nigga. Fuck you talk about, nigga. You see how this nigga fuck this lie, man.
Come on, because when you're talking, he don't cut you, though, cuz. Let him talk, and then you can respond fully.
Look, I know this sister, bro. And then she's nothing like what he's trying to say. He's trying to pull, and you know what? Saying things like this could get people in trouble. And he's trying to do that, man. And then it's something serious, man. You don't play like that, man. When you say something, you speak facts and what you know.
Shut up.
And he's lying on the sister's name right now. Because even lying about this. Look.
Oh my God. I'm doing another set. All right, carry on. Go on, carry on.
Yeah,
no,
so
I don't think we should fight.
as I was saying, I am, as you know, I'm a very peace-loving person. But my point is, Samaroon, I'm saying you live in a place where guns are all over the place, and you talk with the violence which you talk about shooting and killing and so on. And I'm saying you live in America, where a lot of that goes on anyway. So I was saying you putting out that kind of mentality. Why would you want to do that, considering you're all the way over there and you've got a female pig caping for you? Why would you do that?
Watch your fucking mouth. Like I said, watch your mouth when you speak about sister or any woman.
Where are you from, Cameroon?
Respect any woman, man. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, man. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
You live in Atlanta?
Yeah.
You tree-headed donut. Fuck you and fuck her.
I know that's such a bitch ass. So you would have said it to my face, bro. He would have said it to my face, but I know you would have said it to my face.
I would. I bet I would.
I bet you won't. Man. I bet you won't, bro.
I would.
Okay, just say that one time and see what happens, man.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Guys, stop that shit. Yeah, let's get back to the point.
I want him to, man. No, but the thing is, don't ever look. All I have to say one thing, and I'm gone, man. Your mother breastfed you, right? Okay. You have aunties, right? Okay. Yeah. You have sisters, right? And you're gonna marry a woman unless I think James some Bati man. You call it Bati man, right? He's some gay nigga, man. So I don't give a fuck about him, man. But everybody respect women, period, man. Don't disrespect any woman, man. Watch what you say and don't say lies and don't spread lies, man. That's all I gotta say, man. Peace, man.
Hold on. Can I just let me just make my point. What I was gonna say, which is hilarious, is I literally said this woman, terrorist sympathizer, talks up the death of innocent people in certain situations, and I said she will get one of you niggas wigged, all of you man that are talking about it's all right to have that kind of attitude, is the kind of person that's going to pressure you in a situation when adult with any type of mature adult will say, no, this kind of behavior is insane, this is wrong, I'm not going to justify this in any way. The person that doesn't do that will put a young person, a confused person, in a scenario where they think someone who's supposedly morally sound or morally adept is condoning the use of violence against innocent people in specific circumstances, justifies the kind of terrorism that unfortunately plagues the Muslim community. And I'm saying that these kind of people will get you wigged. These kind of people will get you exploding yourself in a vest made in a basement flat somewhere. And literally the response was, jump on, I will shoot you in your face. I will shoot you in your face. Now, that's ironic on so many levels, but one of those funny levels is, let's say Issa does possess a shotgun, and let's say you do run up in Issa's house and you get your wig blown off. Let's just say it's never going to happen, but hypothetically. Well, literally, what I just described is everything I said, the criticisms against this woman, you have just fucking confirmed with your response by jumping on here to shout, as opposed to saying, what are you thinking about? Specifically, why is this I will condemn or condone, the behavior that you're saying, supposedly I will go back and speak to my sister and ask her if she did this, if you know what I mean. None of that logic was applied to the situation. You literally said she's threatened to kill innocents she condoned the killing of innocents, and as a result I will kill to defend her right to threaten or kill it. Like, so retarded. It's just so retarded.
Yeah, bro. Like, I mean,
yeah, that sums it up perfectly.
No, that's some fucked up shit. You get what I mean? Yo, what's up, Billy? What's up, Brad?
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, things mad, innit, man? So no, we do anyway.
Yo, but big up Scientific Method, high-ranking OG atheist.
You mean I'm a high-ranking atheist, blood?
Innit, for real, brother. I'm playing catch up nowadays, man. You lot getting everybody out here. I just watch and listen nowadays. I don't do nothing.
Bad thing out here, trust me. Yeah, man. So, what we saying, Dad? Who's that? DC Babbitt? Wow. Yo, Babbitt.
Oh, are you listening? Pagan talking about don't come on this show. Blood, fuck off, man. Fuck off. Why are you here, bro? With your dead show, trying to get Jupiter on your dead show, bro, you pagan, bro. Shut up.
Nah, for real, that's hated still. You shouldn't be saying don't go on in it, like. Or if you're gonna say that, like, you should just say that to them personally, in it, like. Don't jump on the channel and say that.
And this, hey, listen.
Don't go on in it. That's dead still.
This bark-faced, tree-headed fuck, they're not saying nothing about Muslim sisters when man are ripping Zabida, or when people, or just sister or women in general about breastfeeding mothers and all that. When Jupiter's getting chunks torn out of her on Raspix and that, them not saying nothing. So miss me with all that shit when you want to protect your sister that condones FGM and condones the blowing up of people in homemade vests. Chill out with that shit.
Yeah, no. Basically, this is remember what the most important thing he was talking about was Somali. The fact that she's Somali. So this is the point where it becomes the little race thing, the little tribe thing, where they think they're superior, and they should be able to do things to get away with it. So they need to, so you don't get no special treatment if you're disrespectful. So, and yeah, even whites are telling you the same thing. So you need to stop with the foolishness, you bunch of savages, and learn your place. Yeah, and for those people in the comments, I didn't say I had a shotgun. My point was, he's living in America, and I'm saying that he shouldn't be trying to carry that kind of violence around the place. Like, he needs to think differently. Do you get what I'm saying? He lives in a place where you can buy bloody guns and bullets in the supermarket. Do you get what I'm saying? So, or at least bullets in the supermarket. So yeah, he's ridiculous.
Yeah, but Issa, the thing is, yeah, to be honest, yeah, I agree with your point, yeah, and that would be more relevant if he was a serious type of guy. But we can all see that, like, he just got emotionally upset because someone called the girl a name and he fancies her or he really likes her or whatever. That's all that really happened. So it's not.
No, it's because they're Somali, bro. They almost all of them do that, bro. Trust me. All of them had this thing about Somali. They think that Somalis are superior to everyone else. So,
I wouldn't say they all do it. I wouldn't say they all do it, but I have seen certain people doing it.
I don't know any Somali that doesn't kind of. All right, maybe there's a small handful, but as long as they that Sunni ideology, bro, they continuously like go for this thing. But no, you can't. Somali. They do it for even Somali males, but generally they do it for Somali women. Obviously, that's a normal thing. You get me? More so. So my point is,
Issa, you said that Somalis think they're superior to other people.
Yeah, of course.
Who thinks like
man's mocking it, you know? I'm laughing. Nah, you
who thinks like that?
A lot of them do. I mean, you have to remember they have the religion of Sunnism, which makes them think they're superior anyway. But I'm saying on top of that, if you ask, brother, it's not some like if you ask a fair-minded Somali if that's how Somalis think, and they'll tell you, yeah, they think they're the best of the world. Like, and they pretend about them that they think that they're better than everyone else in and stuff like that. So, yeah.
But wait, ain't that fair for them to have themselves though?
You are
to think like that. Ain't that like having pride?
No, I'm not saying that's a problem. I'm just saying when people don't recognize that's where it comes from. Like if I come across another group, let's say Jamaicans or other people in the Caribbean have that. Fair enough.
Yeah, because Jamaicans think they're the best in the Caribbean.
Yeah, of course. So what my point is, other Caribbeans don't agree with that, do they? But
Americans, we think we're the best black people. Hey, obviously, Trinidad think they're the best.
Yeah.
Barbados think they're the best. Yeah. So.
What I'm saying is that you not to understand where they're coming from. You think it might be because a Muslim sister and so on. I'm saying part of that is the issue, but for him, the main thing is because she's Somali. That's how they work. Simple as that.
We are superior. We are the king now. This is funny. Oh man.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that they only think it as much as most other groups do. Most people in most groups think they're superior.
No, but
your shit's the best. So everyone thinks their shit's the best, man. No, but I mean, like, you think your shit those think our food's the best, our dance is the best, our music's the best, our so and so's the best.
Because it's just like, how can you be better than us?
Should I go, bro?
That's not true.
I don't think all of them think like that, Issa.
Huh? What?
No, go on. What was you gonna say? You saying that you don't think it's true?
I don't think all of them. I don't think all of them like think like that. Well, majority of them.
Not all of them, but I'm saying too many do. My whole point is the difference is even if I think my people from my island, or I think blacks, or I think Afro-Caribbeans are superior, that wouldn't make me see a female who's black or a male who's black from an island or even village or whatever in the Caribbean be biased when they've disrespected someone and someone disrespect them. I wouldn't be caping for them like that when I know they're in the wrong so badly. That's the difference. So I'm saying for them, they really think you're that inferior that they can be unjust to you, disrespect you, and you shouldn't be disrespecting them back or defending yourself. That's the difference. Do you get what I'm saying? So Catch 22 says they just hating because Somalis never got enslaved. So this is one of the things they will throw in your face and say, oh well, you're jealous because you got enslaved and Somalis didn't. All this kind of stuff they come up with. But yeah,
that's some fucked up shit.
Jealous of it?
That's some fucked up shit. Look, Issa, check it out, Issa. Look, it's not that. It's just when you're talking to someone like a human being, you know, like, well, you know how we're talking normal right now and shit. Yeah. But some of them don't do that. Some of them don't do that.
Bruv, how many of you met? I'm talking about the majority. And when there's been disputes, yeah, amongst them and non-Somalis, yeah. So amongst themselves, they have their arguments. But I'm saying outsiders, yeah, who's not Somali, they have this thing of them being superior in the way that they treat others. So they have the bias. But that's why they're ending up bloody fighting each other anyway. You get me?
No, but I don't blame like Somalians because there's people on here who are Somalian. They're fucking cool. You get what I mean? They're like nice and shit. They're good people and stuff.
Like who? Like, in America, you mean?
So yeah, some of America. I seen one guy. His name is I forgot what his name was, but he's cool. But like at the end of the day, you get what I mean? It's because of online. What happened in history, right?
Stop. Oh, you mean online?
Yeah. But wait, hold up. Issa, check it out. It's like what happened in history when all of these like fucking ISIS came and conquered all over like Africa and shit. It's the same, Brad. Brad thinks I'm like joking.
So what were they like before they came there?
They were like ISIS.
What were the Somali people like before?
No, they were normal people. They were like normal people.
And what do normal people look like?
Well, they believed in their own thing. Do you get what I mean? Before they were like forced to join another religion or die, right? Because that's what it says in the hadith.
So you don't know, basically. You don't know what they were like. But that's fair enough. That's not a problem. What my point is to you, regardless of if you want to go back 1,000 years or however long they've been converted, my whole point is, I agree with you, not all Somalis, so I never say all Somalis. But I'm talking about a general experience, yeah, where Somalis have told me that's how they think. So it's not something I'm making up. This is Somalis talking on their own behalf, telling you that their people generally think they're superior to everyone else. Simple as that.
Oh my god.
Anyway, I'll be honest, there's no Somalis on the panel, so I don't even want to make them the topic. Like,
hey, can I just say, yeah? Hey, all you Somalis, you gotta come get Brad, boy. A man is in fits and giggles whenever he's doing the fruit. Yeah, Somali culture. People believe Somali culture is superior. Whenever you make them die like, nah, you're taking a piss. You're taking a piss.
No, Somalis do have some good.
Leave Issa alone and come get Brad.
Yeah,
they have some good cultural traits, but I'm just saying that obviously they're converted to that dumb religion. What made them stupid?
You know what's funny, Issa, is that we generally accept and we blame the colonizers, yeah, for like, but
not me.
No, I'm saying, for example, like Somali culture is obviously heavily influenced by the Italian fascistic culture, Arab culture. You know what I'm saying? Like their thing is brilliant. Why are you laughing? Yo, this guy's taking you.
No, wait, no. So Somalia, James, trust me, Somalia has a beautiful culture, James.
James taking a piss, bro.
What do you think Somali culture is? All hijabs and FGM? Is that what you think it is?
No, James.
I'm not
laughing a lot, James. No, seriously. No, but James, I think they have a beautiful culture. Trust me, like Ethiopians. Like a lot of different types of like Africans, bro. They have their own culture. But once the Islam thing came and attacked, that's what I think happened. I'm not sure, James.
No, I mean, I definitely feel like their culture has been in my opinion, negatively affected by the colonization, by the restricted interaction with the West and Saudi Arabian influence, and that's my opinion. But I would also say that it's funny how we don't give any of these sort of we always take away credit. Like these people are always arguing for credit, like to be taken away, removed from the colonizers. But then, like, when you have an instance of a nation that's like clearly had so much of an effect from outsiders, like I don't know what they believe is so original about their culture that they defend it so passionately. Like, why? I'm not talking about this guy's here because I'm not co-signing this giggling.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute up. Sorry, my bad. Because you're taking the piss, bro. You're trying to make it sound like you're being so sincere, and it's not, bro.
Are you dumb, bro? Nah, now you're gonna make me smile. I am being sincere, bro.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Bro. Oh, stop it.
I don't really know what James Jones said because I couldn't understand, but it was probably really good. It was probably pretty good. But
no, I'm just saying. I'm saying. Listen, you and Issa are not gonna like this. I'm saying that one of like what a lot of times is happening is you're ratifying. Like, for example, like people always like, have you tried Somali food? Yeah. And I'm like, but the only because I got Somali brethren, like I just see Somalis eating pasta all the time. And that's just Italian food. You know what I'm saying? Seeing her just eating some sauces with some pastas and some rice and banana and shit. I'm not seeing any cooking. I'm done.
What's that all about? As I was saying, for me, the major problem was the guy has a woman come on to defend him. Like, come on now, like, you know what I mean? What's wrong with his head? He's got the issues. He can't defend his ideology, his stupid religion. Therefore, you know what I mean? Why does he need a woman to come and defend him?
You know what I think I laughed though? You know I think I'm laughing is because I think I finally I learned my culture. So the idea that like something is more superior to Yoruba culture makes me laugh. I think that's the idea.
No, but like, I don't even have a problem with that. I think Somali culture is regressive, and I think one of the main reasons is because of the way. No, but
DC, are you Yoruba?
Yeah, by descent.
I'm saying something, but go on.
Yeah.
You said yes?
Yeah, but I know my clan too, so yeah. I know my culture. Yeah, I think because I know my culture, I just couldn't picture something being more. Come on, we're the children of a Dudawa. Like, you think some like Muslim from the desert is going to be more superior than the king? Are you kidding me? No, bro, get out of here.
So,
do you know? You say Muslim from the desert? Somalis, are you trying to say Somalia is a desert? Because it's not.
No. I'm talking about like the Prophet Muhammad. Because I got to be real. Like we got.
Ooh, you go on.
Really?
This is what I mean.
I agree with God.
No, he has his rights. He has his rights to believe that.
No. You can't talk about the Prophet in your garbage.
The Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is
peace be upon him. Peace be upon him.
Definitely regressive. Definitely culturally regressive in comparison to a lot of idols that followed him. 100% people things that people consider idol. But Prophet Muhammad is culturally more regressive than a man that came 600 or 700 years before him. You get me?
That's fine. You lot wouldn't know, so let's leave that out of there and let's stick with the subject.
Big up Cesare Borgia and them man. Did you get me? Real driller.
Anyway. So let's come off of Prophet Muhammad because you lot can't sustain any debates regarding that issue. However, what we will do, Brad, I'm saying
the man was trading slaves that top trump. He was like, "Have you got?" This is what Prophet Muhammad be like.
There's no Sunnis on the panel except for Malik, kind of.
Prophet Muhammad being like, has anyone got a 6'5" Nigerian? 6'5" Nigerian? 6'5" Nigerian? Anyone? All right, cool. I've got 2'5".
I'm talking to Brad. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me talk to Brad. Brad.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you think that whatever culture you're from historically is superior to Somali culture, and if so, why?
5 Nigerian going once, going twice, going 5 Nigerian. Euro, 6 going once. I got a bit over there. 500. Bit over there.
I would never say that my culture is superior to anyone. It's just the thought of someone saying their culture is superior to mine made me laugh.
So, are you saying the only reference you can give is the religious aspect?
Yeah, because I can't really say I'm still learning. Like I learned bits and pieces about. So it's like I don't have no beef with them. Like Kushite Smoke, Ask Betty, I had no beef with them. So it's like, I'm not going to disrespect the thing. It's just the thought of
listen. Somali culture has Somali culture prior to Islam, right?
Okay.
And it's carried in their language and practices, right? So my point to you is, if your only reference is the desert and Islam, that's a totally separate issue. Do you understand?
Yeah, but that's why I said I wasn't trying to take the piss on the thing. I said the idea was someone telling me their culture was superior to mine's made me laugh, not their culture as a whole. No, it's just the idea. Someone's culture.
Anyway, my point is not that they believe that. My whole point is that you lot don't seem to understand why they behave the way that they do. Because I'm saying
I don't really care. That's their life. That's
I'm saying but I'm saying you weren't the only one on the panel. So my point is that when they come on a panel and she misbehaves, normally what would happen is another normal male, if it wasn't Samaroon or some of these other dummies, normally they would tell the sister, hold on, sister, chill out. They wouldn't want the sister to go back and forth arguing with other males on the panel. Do you get what I'm saying? So she came on, she wrote in the comments for him to come off the channel.
Mm-hmm.
Then she came on and told him to come off the channel as well. So what I don't get is, like, if the man's a grown man, if he wants to be on a channel and talk and argue, and you know what I mean, I don't get it, but I don't mind anyway. Like, he doesn't really talk any kind of sense when it comes to religion.
What cracks me up though is the fact
outside of religion, maybe, but other than that,
there's a Somali that's in Atlanta right now. That's the crack. The thing I'm picturing is a Somali trap house in Atlanta right now.
Sold to the Arab in the back.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, this guy's a clown, bro.
With a whip and a cat.
Yo, Malik, can you picture them selling camels in Decatur, Georgia?
Right, I'm free from you, Kufar. You hear me?
Yo, big up to all the Somali trap houses out there.
No.
It's supposed to be a bloody 5 minutes.
Hold on. Esau Malik and DC Brad. Don't think I don't know. You're all Somali phobes. I've been seeing you lot. How you been moving? Easter yesterday, you were taking the absolute piss. And Malik, you can't be talking because you was condoning 10-year-old marriage the other day. So you need to chill out with that shit.
James Jones, you know you were given a special mention yesterday.
Hold on.
Hey, James Jones. Hey, remember what I said?
Yeah,
remember what I said.
10-year-old marriage is cool. And then also,
yes, I said according to their culture.
You're almost in. Hold on, you're almost in. Oh, sorry, not you, Brad. Brad, you're
now he's just waffling.
Brad, no, wait. Listen, you're on the fence, Brad. But you're almost in. So hold on. You're all culturally regressive. Calm
down.
Listen, hold on.
Yo, I've got to go as well. Like this guy.
Hold on, you're all culturally regressive, and the only people that I'm extending this cultural aggression to, with regards to the Somalis, are the Somalis that don't speak out against what they believe as regressive portions of their thing and endorse and condone the Arabization of their nation. Outside of that, Somalis aren't culturally aggressive, but all of the ones that do up them thing, they're like do up defending FGM and do up defending Islamic, like the Islamization of like the names and shit like that, and wearing hijabs and all that stuff. Them man are the regressive ones, you get me? But these lot, by the way, Somalis, my brothers, these lot hate all, Brad, Malik, and Issa, they hate all of you. You know what I'm saying?
No. I don't hate nobody, man.
Well, what you have to remember is, James Jones, there's a lot of Somalis becoming so.
Yo, James perms his hair so he can look.
Wait, hold on. Brad, 1 second. Brad, 1 second. We got James Jones in the house. Now we got Issa, we got Malik, and we got Brad and Scientific Method. Yo, we can come up with something at least like that we all can learn from this, like something intelligent that I can learn, from all of this. So, like I think we should work together. I don't think we should like start hating on other people.
The only thing you can learn is I don't hate nobody, man.
No, but James Jones is right when you said about the 10-year-old, but it doesn't matter. You probably made a mistake.
I said it's due to certain people. Certain people do it. It could be political reasons. It could be cultural reasons. I never said in my culture in America that it's good to have a 10 years old is married to a 10-year-old. No. Don't get it
No.
twisted.
I didn't say you said that. You get what I mean? I said I don't know if you did.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, you know, we both know, you know, that's like haram in a way, because like you're marrying a kid basically. That's fucked up. You get what I mean?
I
Yeah,
know.
and
Like,
what
taking
you
away
just
his
said
kid.
there, and what you just said there was equally worrying.
Why?
Well, say it again, please.
Wait, are you talking to me? Scientific method.
No,
No, it's not
I'm not
Malik.
sure, but I think Malik said something which I found to be as pretty much as bad as what you'd said in the first place.
I said that's their culture.
And what? There's nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
hold on. Let's have it right. Let's have it right. You defended people's right to marry 10-year-olds. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
And
how it sounded. That's what it sounded like.
I said they have certain people who that is what they do, depending on what kind of political position that they stand on in the society. That's what I said. Say for instance, a king of the Yoruba tribe could marry his 10-year-old to a king of the Hausa tribe, so they could whatever achievement they want to achieve. That's on them. But when we're talking about a whole bunch of people marrying to 10-year-old, I disagree with that, because according to them, it'll work for them to strengthen their tribes and due to war or whatever. But according to us, we're just normal people.
Yeah, but are you saying though that in that individual circumstance it's justified?
According to them, yes, they doing.
No.
Justified.
Forget them. You wait a minute. You told us that you don't think it's good for whole communities of people to do it.
Yes.
So tell us what you think about individuals doing it.
If you're an individual and then you're not in that situation, there's no need for you to do it.
But it's okay in that situation.
Yes, according to them, because
fucking bro, stop saying according to them. I'm asking you about you. You told us what you think about whole communities doing it. Now I'm asking you what you think about kings and swapping their 10-year-old daughters to other kings. And you're saying that in those individual circumstances, you think it's okay.
He's saying it's fucked up. No, I think he's saying it's fucked up.
But then why not just say it's fucked up in every situation imaginable?
It is. It is fucked up. It's just some fucked up shit.
You know why scientific? Because this comes on the end of a discussion about why it wasn't prohibited distinctly in the Quran. And then
the Quran doesn't say marry to children.
No, he was making justifications for why some countries because I erroneously, I'd put forth a Muslim country and said this Muslim country allows 10-year-olds to get married, and he set about justifying it, like, so by saying basically that, oh, this is the reason that they would do it. And then I was like, so you saying it's okay in those circumstances? And he was like, yeah. And then afterwards, when I came back at him, now he's saying for them, but the reality is he's saying
that's what I said the other day. Also,
he's saying
that's what I said. Remember, James, I said me and your culture we condemn it.
I get it.
And I said me and your culture we condemn it. My battery's starting to get hot again. I said me and your culture we condemn it, but I said according to them, since they have some type of political whatever that they claim they have, if it works for them, that's their culture, because we was talking about somebody's culture who's better than others. And we said, how can you justify that your culture is better than my culture?
Okay. Oh, one sec. I have a question. I have a really good question. I want James to listen to this because James also can help me out with this. Issa, so what does the Shia say about because the reason why they talk about marrying 9-year-olds is because of Aisha, right?
That's the reason, but unfortunately, the Shias of Iran, being Sunni nation before, took on that age as well. So, but my point is, I don't want to go into anything to do with this.
No, screw the people in Iran. They're not.
No, Mohammed, listen, I came on only to address that thing about an hour ago, literally to read out the thing, and Samaroon interrupted me, and I've bloody been on there since doing all kind of thing. But yeah, I wanted to flip in what help was available? I wanted to quickly say something before I left. And who was it? Yeah. We named Brad. You lot don't interrupt. I'm trying to get a conversation with Brad. Yeah, so Brad, are you saying that your culture from what you know about it, is superior to Islam?
Well, it must have scared Islam, because Islam felt the need to launch a jihad against it. So, I don't know, because I know Islam doesn't attack unless it's being threatened. So, obviously threaten Islam. So I wouldn't say it's superior, but I would say it's definitely.
So Islam jumped off the pages. An ideology jumped at you, did it? But anyway, so the simple question is, when you're comparing ideologies of cultural expressions and knowledge, basically, probably you don't know. All right, let's leave it there. Because what my point was, when you're saying against, Somalis, that's them as a people with their language. But if you're talking about the religion, that's another thing. So for me,
that's good people. That's good.
I would say that Somalis have.
There we are. Don't move.
One sec. I would say Somalis have both positive and negative in their culture, and therefore, when you were saying what you were saying, it sounded like you was disrespecting their whole culture, as though
No. When the statement was made that Somali culture is superior to all culture, that's what made me laugh.
No, it wasn't. I didn't even say culture. Though. That's what I'm saying. I said Somalis in general believe that they, as a people, are superior to others. Now we can all agree. That each group thinks that. The difference is there were people on the panel saying that the reason why the guy was saying what he's saying was because she's Muslim and this. I'm saying that's partially true, but the more important reason as to why he was getting on that way is because she's Somali. You understand? So in other words, no matter what wrong she did, he would make all kind of excuse and still talk. Remember, she come on there effing and blinding and swearing, and she's supposed to be a Muslim sister. You get me? So when she's doing that, he's supposed to say, no, you know what, sister, let's both go. Instead of that, he's got her hair cussing and she's saying all of this, and then he's doing the same thing. Do you get what I'm saying? So, but I'm not criticizing them for believing that. My point is, you lot need to understand how they think and why they have the actions that they do. That's what I'm saying.
I was laughing at the statement you made when you said that they think that they're superior to everyone else. That's what made me laugh.
You know what it is though, Issa, yeah? Like the only like not the only, there's probably bare things that make them in my opinion culturally regressive, but the main thing is the thing you believe in. I know you're going to dispute Sunnism, but guess what, it's the thing that makes you as an individual, in my opinion, culturally regressive also. So be careful. Like I just want to be consistent. Like
yeah, but that could never happen, James Jones. The problem is
you are culturally. Look how you dress in the park and that. That's because this Islam shit has fucked
no,
up.
That's because
Hold on. So tell me how I dress in the park.
No, like how you dress. Like you went.
Like you knew about coronavirus before it came out.
Hold on, man. Flipping out. One person. Go on, James. How do I dress in the park?
First of all, the color coordination is a joke. The way that hold on. The cloths you use as the mask and that horrendous. The boot cut jeans, the oversized jackets, the shirts and all that, like all of that stuff.
Boot cut.
No
What?
bueno. Hey, no bueno, and that's all because of Islam.
Hold on. What did you say? What jeans?
Hey, James, bro, don't cross the line. How you dissing a man's fashion sense, bro? Don't do that, bro. Seriously, I'm not happy with that.
The jacket. Hold on, James. Hold on. Let me correct you, bro. That black jacket is perfect, right? So the cloth. Listen, the cloth that I use, the black and white cloth, I've got like a meter or two of that, yeah. So I just cut out triangles when I need it. You get me? That's not a problem. So what jeans? When I wear jeans to the park?
No, I don't know. Okay, this is what I'm gonna
say. Wait. Issa, why didn't you tell us you knew about this corona shit long time ago?
I know, bro. I told you about the Sunni. I said the Sunni. I called it Sunni virus. The same thing, bro.
Listen, that's what I'm saying, yeah. The color coordination. The jacket itself may be perfect, but it's 2 sizes too big for you, my brother. Mashallah.
Are you mad? Bro, I ripped it. You're talking rubbish. I ripped it.
Listen, it's 2 sizes too big for you, mashallah. The boot cuts too big, mashallah, and generally the color coordination.
Oh, what boot cuts?
I don't know. To be honest with you, the cameras never pan lower. I just assume you're wearing boot cut jeans. I don't know if it's a fact. I just assume.
Right.
I always thought you wearing jeans.
That is 100%.
No. I wear joggers. Like what it is here. What it is. I'm trying to make sure I wear the same thing every week like an outfit, yeah. But it's like the proper outfit I want to wear. I'm not gonna wear that just yet. You get what I'm saying?
I bet the proper outfit's like a jilbab or something. You're out here looking like if you had a choice, you'd be out here looking like a Wahhabi fam. Don't front.
No. Bro, remember, bro, we the Jedi Knight outfits, yeah. Have you not seen how Ayatollah's dressed, fam? We got the apart from the
Isa, look, best advice is this, yeah. Most superheroes started off by making their own first costume. So you should just cut one out with some fabric and that.
Bruv, I got my own. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is a substitute for the time being until man I bring, you know what I mean? So yeah. But anyway.
Isa, all I'm saying is, yeah, it's the same thing that makes most cultures on this planet culturally, or sorry, one of the main reasons that 99.9% of Muslim cultures are regressive is the same shit, is the same culture that you are trying to.
Right, hold on. This is the lie, man. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to go with the fact that you are promoting. What's your name again? Rob, right? So your master in this thing is Rob, okay. And Rob had to take a little chill pill several times with East of the Black Select when I demonstrated with evolution in the Quran. So twice he had to take a back step and say, "Okay."
Isa.
That's fine. No, don't bring him inheritance now. I'm just. All my point is.
1 second. Hey, listen. Rob, yeah, literally 2 days ago took your lunch money. Yeah.
No. He never though. No, because James, hold on. James, remember this, yeah? Me and him were having a conversation. You wanted to turn it into a joke and read inheritance, which is fine. But I'm saying Rob understood my point. You get me? He understands.
Finish what I'm saying. Yeah, what was he? It was cool. What I'm saying is Rob took your lunch money. With your lunch money, he demonstrated a flaw in the Quran. Like he literally took the change and said, "Hey guys."
Anyway, I gotta go. The Kushite Smoke, I think he's on here to say something maybe. Before I go.
Nah. What's good, man? What's happening? What's good, man?
I gotta go, guys. I'm gonna catch you later.
Okay. Oh no, it's not a real Somali, is it?
You're a coward. You're a coward, brother. Stay where you are, bro.
What makes you a real Somali, Isa, man?
Yeah, well, if you talk to a Somali, you have to be Muslim, bro. You have to be Sunni. So if you're not, then yeah. No, I'm just saying what they say. I don't really care, innit? Do you get what I'm saying? But I'm saying if I ask Somalis like about Somalis that are non-left Islam or whatever, or left Sunniism, they won't be feeling that, bro. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's just dumbness, though.
Hold on, but do you agree, yeah, that most Somalis believe that Somalis are superior when it comes to other people?
Doesn't everyone believe that?
No, it's a yes or no.
Yeah. Doesn't everyone believe that?
No, not in the same way. That's what my point is.
Doesn't everyone believe that their people are like the best people? I'm confused.
No, yes, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. But the point I'm making is, why would you guys? You're talking about. You're a Somali on the panel. The conversation was about Somalis, and the difference is we've seen how, for instance, Afro-Caribbeans would argue with other Afro-Caribbean women. We do not find Somalis arguing with Somali women on panels. True or false?
No, I'm pretty sure I've heard disagreements.
I just said arguing, and then you want to change the word to this. It's a yes or no.
So what do you mean by argument? Like full blown kicking off? What do you mean?
Like dissing each other. Does that happen or not?
No, they don't. They try not to do them things.
Exactly. So I'm saying to
you,
but
that's to do with Islam, though. Islam's a big part of that as well.
No, bro, stop it. Because when you lot are cussing out Zubaydah and all these others,
Islam is definitely a big part of that.
Bruv, it's not because you say it's Somali women. Anyway, you're not Islam. You don't believe in Islam anyway. I'm just telling you the facts. Anyway.
You're telling me about my people. I feel you, man.
Well, they're not your people, brother. If you go back to Somalia and say you don't believe in Allah, what are they going to do to you?
Obviously, they kill for apostasy, bro. We've established this already. What's your point?
Well, not we. I've never heard you say. I've never asked you. So you're telling me Somalis would kill you in Somalia? You're crazy. Anyway, whatever.
What dumbness are you asking me? I don't get it. Like that's pretty obvious. That's pretty obvious, bro. That's pretty obvious, man.
Why is that obvious?
Because it's a fucking Islamic state, bro.
Bro, even if you want to call it an Islamic state, why would it necessarily mean that if you left Islam or Sunni?
Don't they do that? Don't they do that in all Islamic states, bro?
No, they don't.
What Islamic state don't they kill you in for
Iran,
apostasy? They do that in
Pakistan.
Iran. They do that in Iran.
Bruv, do you know how many bloody people atheists? Bloody loads of them are flipping atheists.
No, they got black
They kill you for apostasy in Iran, don't they? I'm pretty sure they do, mate.
No, I think maybe if you come out on the street and start shouting it and talking it down and stuff like that. But I'm saying if you just say you don't believe, that's why I asked you a simple question. If you said you don't believe, if you're doing your everyday thing, going to work, and maybe it's on there, you say I just don't believe in it. You're not going to the masjid.
First of all, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I couldn't tell you that because I've never heard of a case, so I really don't know in it. But all I know is apostasy equals death, from what I know. Simply
in every Muslim country, can it?
Exactly.
That's fine. Hold on. But the reason I asked you, as a Somali representative on the panel, when I asked you about do Somalis think they're superior, and you said doesn't everybody, rather than following the
I said yes, and I said doesn't everybody.
No. You didn't say yes. You said doesn't everybody, but that's fine. The point is you said yes at the end.
Bro, he said yes straight away.
At the end,
I don't get this.
I'm saying you said yes at the end, not at the beginning. But I'm saying
no,
so
he
then
said
we
it straight away, bro.
This guy's hard work, man.
Oh my god. Anyway, as I was saying,
for real, bro, he said it straight away. He didn't say it the first time, but then the first time you questioned it, he immediately put his hands up and said, yes. But his point is that it's not a valid point if it's true about everybody anyway. So he was already just getting to that.
Valid. And this is why it's valid because
it's not valid. If it's true about everyone anyway, then it's a moot point. It's a moot point.
Well, it's not mute, and this is why it's not mute. I'm saying not only is it the point that everyone else may think it, but the actions is what we're looking at. So, for instance, as I gave the example, you will find many times Afro-Caribbeans versus Afro-Americans, male and females arguing online while there are other non-blacks on the panel in front of the world on live shows. However,
bro, I heard that.
I asked them about Somalis doing that, and what they do is they will generally start speaking in their own language. And one of the things they will say to each other is we shouldn't be arguing, amongst ourselves like this in front of the world and stuff like that.
Yeah, but bro, every other group does that as well. I see black people saying,
exactly.
we shouldn't do this amongst ourselves in public. We should do it in private. I see women doing it to each other. Muslims doing it to each other. It's just a typical behavior, bro. There's nothing.
Not on scientific method. You're saying it's typical behavior, yes? So explain to me.
Do you know why you don't agree?
Who?
You, because you're one of the main black people that insults other black people.
No, bro, I don't business with that because
the thing is, he has anti-black sentiments and he tries to call himself a Pan-African, bro.
Because James Jones is retarded and so is Kushite. The point is, you lot need to spread your wings a bit more. And when you look at Black American other channels like Tarnetta and so on, you'll find the same type of behavior. So the thing is, before me, your other god James Jones, so-called Raspek, he's demonstrated the thing where they talk about Betty and they cuss out this one and that one and so on. So, and even what's her name, the other sister, Lady Divine, etc. So, way before me, James Jones, the black women I dealt with is because they were caping and selling out, etc.
Respect it, yeah, but it's preferable to an Arab slave trader.
Well, either or, I mean, going down stupid lines of conversation, but the single point is that the behavior specifically with the Somalis which is respectable as well, and that was my whole point against Brad. I'm saying when they say this is something we should follow. That's my point. But I was just pointing out that's why he had the issue. If she was an atheist Somali, he would have behaved the same way. So it's nothing to do with whether she was a Sunni or not.
Yeah, but Issa, what you've done now, in your mental gymnastics, what you've ended up doing is saying that Somalians think they're superior to us, and it turns out that they are superior to us. That's basically what you've done.
No. I said they got a point of something. In other words, in many ways, if there were 10 points of culture, we would have some points superior to them. And one of them I pointed out, which they have superior to us, is that. Do you understand? So, yeah, if you can learn that the whole of someone's culture is not just whether you argue in front of the world or not. Yeah. So, oh boy. Anyway.
Why is Brad? Brad, on a level, all jokes aside, like I'm not joking, you're a bit of a dickhead for jumping off when Kushite come on, man. That's a bit of a sneaky thing because I'm number one for having jokes, but if you're going to diss someone's culture and it's meant to be founded in some truth, then you should at least have an open discussion. And whether you need to apologize, or tell someone that you're joking. But to just jump off is to say what you're saying was out. I don't know, it just leaves it very unclear and looks bad. So.
No, but Kushite doesn't follow the religion of the desert, so to speak.
Yeah, but if you're listening, Brad, you should jump back on because it probably isn't as bad as it looks, but it looks kind of bad.
No, you don't owe me no apology, bro. It's all good.
No, I'm saying if he's joking, if it was all because obviously he could have just been like I do it all the time. I just take the piss. I don't mean what I say, right? But if you're being serious, you should have the discussion. And if you're joking, you don't have to apologize, but you should make it clear that you're just only fucking around, isn't it? Oh,
yeah, but he's backstage, Belly.
Yeah, he's backstage. Hey, Belly, let him on for me, even if no one else.
No. I'm leaving right now because I'm home. So big up everyone. I hope y'all stay safe. We can do this some other day, probably tomorrow, hopefully. Inshallah. Astaghfirullah.
Bullshit out of here, man.
Hey Malik.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look into age of consent, bro.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Whew. Anyway, yeah, James Jones, I think you and Samaya, you don't really like each other a lot, though. I don't know.
Hey, I was dashed to the back because I think God.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was dashed to the back.
No, you said you were cutting, so I thought you just dipped. I thought you did the dip. Sorry.
No. I was joking.
James, you're dread, bruv. Even if you did, you just proper exposed him about it. You couldn't just let it go.
No, because on a serious level, all jokes aside, yeah, like you have to remember that, like, if what you're saying is serious, you should substantiate it. But all of that is kind of like, I'm not saying this is what Brad did, no disrespect, but Brad, I've got love for Brad. That's just racism, then.
But I thought Brad was joking. I mean, the giggling and that he was taking the piss, but I thought it was.
Yeah,
I was only doing it more for jokes rather than serious.
I was only laughing.
So did I, but I didn't know when he was like, "Oh, Kushite, say I want a car." And
you're not seriously taking James Jones as flipping serious, bro. He's just mocking the hell out of the whole situation.
No, hold on. No, hold on. Scientific. I swear, I'm with you. I thought he was. You said I was joking with him, and then when he said he's cut, I'm like, bro, you better stay where you are. Like, and then I was like, what are you thinking? Being serious, bro?
No.
Actually, Kushite, what's good parts of Somali culture would you say? All right, Kushite, would you follow the ancient religion of the Somalis?
I look into it, but I don't know if probably not, but I definitely look into it.
Okay, what parts of Somali culture would you say are good?
Some alright music, bro. Obviously, a lot of cultures infused with Islam in it, so there's aspects of it which are heavily Arabized. Obviously.
Really?
There's elements of it, yeah. There's elements of it that are obviously because they've.
All right, that's fine, Arabized, but I'm saying there's still you've got your languages, right? Or at least
yeah.
Right,
yeah.
so I'm saying your languages will carry your culture.
Yeah, obviously, of course, no doubt.
Right. So I'm saying your culture as Somali people, what would you say are the good things that you've got? Because there's many things you don't do which the Arabs don't do. You get me? And I've known a lot of Somalis that hate Arabs.
Yeah, there are some that do. Yeah, there are some that do. There are some obviously that love Arabs as well. It's a mixed community.
So what are the good parts of Somali culture?
In terms of language, what do you mean?
I'm saying languages. When people keep your languages, if let's say you take on another religion, but you keep your own language, your language will maintain aspects of your culture. Because you're thinking.
Well, there are aspects of like the religion in the culture, but it's in terms of like the like religious aspects, things like people would do, like to summon the god. Do you know what I mean?
Wow.
To do like
magic.
Like not juju. I don't know if it would be considered. Maybe it would be considered juju, but it's like it was like I guess you pray to God for rain and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, but that's
it's called Barawara.
Okay.
And that's from the ancient times. That's obviously stayed in the language till modern day. Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Yeah, you know, many African countries practice FGM, yeah, and all degrees, yeah, many African countries.
Yeah.
The East African countries, yeah. I imagine would be Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia. Yeah?
Somaliland, and all them places. Yeah.
You see, this is my thing about Islam, yeah, because a lot of Muslims say it's not an Islamic thing, it's an Arab, African tribal thing, yeah, which is kind of true. It is kind of true. But would you say that in the areas where Islam has come, so let me put it like this. We know that like ancient tribal cultures do it all over Africa. That's even in West Central. Yeah? You know, would you say that FGM is also prevalent among sort of the more modern Somali cultures, i.e. the more modern Muslim cultures?
Oh, definitely. It's like it's become kind of infused, bro. It's weird, man. It's like it's become part of the culture. Like it's so like embedded in it. It's so weird, bro. It's a weird one.
And it's sad because when you look at the other countries in the Horn, the only two examples you have of female genital mutilation is in the cultures that are tribal, i.e. the names escape me, but some of the tribal cultures out there, like the proper, no disrespect, but like what you regard as that primitive kind of cultures.
I feel you.
And then the only other ones are the Muslim cultures. So they dress the same, they dress modern, they're using modern appliances, but they're just Muslim, and they still find it acceptable to do what them tribal
do them things there.
Mad, isn't it?
I don't know why, bro. In this day and age, I shouldn't be doing them things, bro. I know it's mad, man.
But that's why you can say. That's why I can comfortably say I don't give a shit. I'll argue with anyone that if you're not going to say that the Muslim culture itself is regressive, it's definitely not progressive, bro. It's definitely not helping anything in the country.
No, them aspects ain't. Definitely not. Definitely.
Hey, Kush, is hip hop big in Somalia?
I would say they do listen to the rap music over there. I don't think they don't listen to rap. They do, but it's not like no big genre of music, bro. They got their own genres of music over there. Do you know what I'm saying?
What's one of them?
It's obviously their own Somali music, bro. They got like they're into like love songs and that over there, man.
Straight up. Is the word nigga in the culture now?
Nah, obviously not, bro. That's American culture, man. We know that.
Oh, is it? That's American culture? I'll be
Obviously,
damned.
bro. You know that, man. Why are you surprised that a man in America's an African man is using the N word, bro? Like in this day and age, bro.
I'm gonna tell you about this day and age because, for one, I don't consider him black in my eyes. Yeah.
Okay.
You can like it or love it. I don't even care. And for two, this guy come on here all the time talking about Somalia, but yet you get what I'm saying.
Why don't you consider him to be black?
Because I don't. I gave you my definition of what's black.
Yeah, but what's the reasoning behind it though? So I'm trying to work out.
I'm about to tell you. You got to be patient. To me, my definition of black, and I say this all the time, is those so-called black people that were chained and in the bows of those slave ships. That's God of Jacob's definition, right? And that's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else can have their own opinion. That's fine, but you're asking me. So when he come over here and don the culture, whether y'all say we got one or not, we got one. What we don't have is a traditional African culture. Like I tell my niece all the time, don't let these motherfuckers tell you ain't got no culture. We might not have a continental African culture, but what we got is what we got. That's what we created. Same thing in the Caribbean islands. What they got is what they got. That's struggle culture, and he ain't a part of that. And I don't like the way he come over here and appropriate man this, man that, come to the A. He don't say come to the Horn. You get what I'm saying?
The reality is he is a part of that. He lives there.
Man, he ain't a part of shit. That motherfucker is no, I'm denying it. He got a hall pass. He got a hall pass. That's what he operating on right now.
You can't deny him what he is. He lives in America, man.
Nah, he ain't no American.
He live amongst you.
He's a culture vulture. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about how he gonna pop off. He ain't popping off. You know how I know the motherfucker pump faking? Because he got shot in the head and he ain't doing life.